Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 92, The Truth. Izayoi, Hinata, here are your vests. Shizune held out two pre-prepared green flak jackets, smiling as she handed them to Izayoi and Hinata. Thank you, Shizune-san. Hinata accepted hers politely. If she weren't wearing a kimono, she'd probably be putting that vest on right away. Izayoi, meanwhile, although smiling, wasn't too fond of the vest's green color. No real reason, he simply found it too ugly. Izayoi had already decided, even if he became a jonin one day, he'd dress exactly how he pleased, like Kurenai-sensei. Build enough of a name for yourself, and people look at you, not your standard-issue flak vest. Once both had taken the vests, Tsunade dropped her stern demeanor and said, smiling. You two are squad mates, right? It's pretty rare for two members from the same team to be promoted to chunin in the same exam. You should probably agree on who'll act as the squad leader. Yes, Lady Hokage. Izayoi and Hinata both nodded, then exchanged a quick smile. Tsunade must have just returned to the village and either didn't know them well or was just teasing. After all, given Izayoi's capabilities and his relationship with Hinata, it was obvious who would be taking the lead in Team 8. Once you become chunin, you have the authority to lead a squad on missions and issue travel permits out of the village, Tsunade went on. Regarding pay distribution, if no jonin sensei is leading, then the team captain collects the highest cut, while chunin-level teammates get more than genin-level ones. She paused, then waved them off. Okay, that's all, I'll let you go. Hinata was about to bow in thanks when Izayoi suddenly spoke. Lady Hokage, I'd like to recommend someone to join Konoha. Hearing that, Tsunade, who was about to return to her paperwork, and Shizune, who'd just placed a teacup on the desk, both turned their eyes on him. Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly. You're a top-ranked rookie and now a Konoha chunin, so you should know very well how things work in the Land of Fire. To prevent spies from infiltrating, we don't usually let just anyone join Konoha. If we can't verify someone's family records or confirm a legitimate background, we won't accept them. So tell me, does this person meet those criteria? I believe she does, Izayoi said with a nod. All right, is this person a civilian, or a ninja? Tsunade seemed mildly curious, so she set her pen down and took a sip of tea. But before she could even swallow, Izayoi's next words made her spit it all out. She's a ninja, and a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Pfft. Tea sprayed over some paperwork, but Tsunade didn't seem to care. Staring at Izayoi, she suspected she must have misheard. What did you say? She's a descendant of which clan? A descendant of the Uzumaki clan. She's also one of my clansmen. Izayoi repeated himself calmly, dropping yet another bombshell. KH. Cough. Tsunade choked on the remainder of her tea, coughing hard enough that her face reddened. Shizune hurried over to pat her back and press a medical point, while shooting Izayoi a look of wide-eyed astonishment. No wonder the intel described him as having massive chakra, Shizune thought. He must be a distant relative of Lady Tsunade. The moment Tsunade caught her breath, she fixed Izayoi with an excited but slightly doubtful gaze. You're an Uzumaki descendant yourself? Yes, I am. Izayoi nodded, and before Tsunade could ask, he rolled up his sleeve and offered Hinata his forearm. Hinata understood perfectly, gently biting down. Immediately, a bright blue chakra spread around Hinata's mouth and Izayoi's arm, coalescing like water and flowing into her. Self-healing by sharing chakra. Seeing that, Tsunade looked dazed for a second. Ever since her grandmother's passing, she couldn't remember the last time she'd witnessed that distinctive healing method. Realizing what it meant, Tsunade's gaze toward Izayoi grew visibly warmer. Before now, it wasn't as if Tsunade hadn't known about his strength or brilliance. She'd reviewed Shizune's data and been impressed by Izayoi's Super Typhoon serial spheres and multi-nature fusion attacks. But even if he was strong, Tsunade, a Hokage, wouldn't go out of her way to curry favor with an ordinary rookie. At best, she'd support his progress from behind the scenes, letting him follow the fast track to becoming a Kakashi-like figure. In this generation, the only people Tsunade would truly treat differently were Jiraiya's student, Naruto Uzumaki, the boy who helped her overcome her fear of blood and reminded her of Denkato and Nawaki's dreams. Yet now, she found a reason to offer special treatment to Izayoi too. The Uzumaki clan were distant relatives of the Senju, so it was hardly strange for Tsunade to show favoritism to someone who turned out to be kin. I never imagined you'd be a throwback to the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade eyed Izayoi's jet-black hair, smiling. You've awakened that special Uzumaki healing technique, which even within the clan is rare. Your bloodline purity must be pretty high. I guess the black hair is unusual, but hey, it's interesting. Probably because I also carry some Senju blood, Izayoi replied. With those words, he dropped an even bigger bomb. In the stunned silence, Tsunade, Shizune, and even Hinata froze. Izayoi calmly raised his right hand. From the center of his palm, a small green sapling sprouted. A hush fell over the Hokage's office like a graveyard at midnight. From Izayoi's vantage point, Tsunade and Shizune's faces gradually shifted into utter disbelief. Eh. The cry that finally shattered the silence practically shook the Hokage building. Had there been people stationed outside the door, they'd have barged in. Had the Umbu sensed a surge of chakra, they'd have rushed to investigate. Wood, style. Staring at the tiny sprout in Izayoi's hand, Tsunade, a woman not easily rattled, could hardly form a sentence. Shizune was likewise at a loss for words. The shock was comparable to a starving beggar suddenly told he was the sole heir to a megabillionaire father who was on his deathbed. Hinata, too, clapped a hand over her mouth in surprise, torn between shock and delight. She already knew more than Tsunade and Shizune did, since she alone was aware Izayoi also possessed the Tenseigen. She'd assumed that unknown and formidable dojutsu was Izayoi's special bloodline. The idea that he might be both an Uzumaki Senju mix and have awakened the legendary Wood style was downright mind-blowing. Once such news got out, it would surely spark an uproar in Konoha, the land of fire, even across the ninja world. After all, the first Hokage, god of shinobi, had ended the Warring States era, establishing the one nation, one village order. That was practically living memory, as opposed to the mythical era of the Sage of Six Paths. Plenty of old-timers still remembered Hashirama firsthand. To them, Wood style meant far more than just a famous technique. It was the rightful heritage of Konoha. Hinata realized that if Izayoi made his Wood style public, even her father and the Hyuga elders would never oppose her relationship with him. No one could resist the pull of Wood style, not Konoha or anyone in the ninja world. No wonder, huh? Hinata thought, practically shaking with excitement. A gust of wind blew, and Tsunade darted across the room in an instant. She seized Izayoi's wrist, channeling her emerald green chakra into him as though testing something. Gradually, Tsunade's face lit up with an ecstatic look. Ha ha ha. This vitality and yang-type chakra, it is genuine Wood style. She gave Izayoi a hearty slap on the shoulder and laughed. You brat, you had this the whole time but kept it hidden. How'd you stand it? Izayoi gave a meaningful smile. I actually wanted to use it. But come on, imagine a 13-year-old boy single-handedly wiping out the ninja world's mightiest clan overnight, then escaping Konoha's barrier undetected. Who dare show that off openly? Tsunade paused her laughter, apparently catching Izayoi's reference. She realized he must know more than the average shinobi and likely had extraordinary sensory or even mind's eye of the Kagura. Still, outwardly she merely nodded, keeping it secret was wise. You did the right thing. Then, wearing a proud grin, she slapped his shoulder again. But from now on, there's no need to hide. I'll have your back. That's exactly what I'd been hoping to hear, Lady Hokage. Izayoi crushed the tiny sapling, meeting Tsunade's gaze with a shared smile. From that moment onward, Izayoi's status and position would never be the same. Previously he might have needed to prove himself to the Hyuga clan through raw power or potential, but now just the existence of Wood style was enough to have them flocking to him. Neither Konoha nor any power in the ninja world could remain indifferent to that legendary ability. Oh, right, the person you wanted to recommend. Tsunade recalled, returning to the matter at hand. Is she like you, someone who awakened Uzumaki blood? Or an obvious redhead? Her name's Karin, a red-headed Uzumaki. I've got her staying in Sakura Street here in the Land of Fire, Izayoi explained. She and Hinata and I met in the Chunin exam's Forest of Death. Back then she was affiliated with Grass Village, who exploited her self-healing ability as a sort of walking med kit. If I hadn't recognized her clan aura with mind's eye of the Kagura and known some things about the Uzumaki, she'd likely have died from prolonged chakra overuse. Tsunade's expression grew cold. She gave a derisive snort. A bunch of ignorant fools, basically. If they saw she had low chakra reserves, they'd never guess she might be an Uzumaki descendant. Since when is red hair considered a typical color in the ninja world? No wonder Konoha's become this weak after just a handful of years. Then she turned to Izayoi, her tone brimming with confidence. That introduction of yours hardly does her justice. Bring Karin back right away, I'll vouch for her personally. Yes, ma'am. Izayoi beamed. That was, after all, one of the reasons he'd exposed his Wood style in the first place. If a mere Chunin or Tokubetsu Jonin recommended Karin, a one-time Grass Village kunoichi, she'd likely face the full routine at the interrogation core. Who knew what sadistic methods they might employ, or whether they'd rummage through her mind with illusions or Yamanaka mind jutsu. That sort of deep probing could risk revealing Izayoi's secrets, such as that he had Yamato in his custody. But if a legendary Sannin, or better yet, the Hokage herself, offered personal sponsorship, there'd be no need to worry. Big names had the privilege of breaking protocol. Izayoi-kun, that's wonderful. Once they left the Hokage's office, Hinata couldn't hold back her elation. She threw her arms around Izayoi's waist, hugging him tightly and quietly cheering in his arms. Izayoi likewise pulled her into a firm embrace, pressing his forehead against hers. Happy. Hinata nodded eagerly. Becoming Chunin was a thrill, but more so was knowing there was no longer any obstacle to her being with Izayoi, and she was bursting with joy about it. Overcome by the emotion, the usually shy Hinata gazed up at him, suddenly bold enough to say, Izayoi-kun, I. But she never finished. Izayoi put a finger to her lips. Someone's watching us, he murmured, amusement dancing in his eyes. Let's go somewhere else. Oh. Right. Hinata stammered, following Izayoi away from the Hokage building. After turning into a narrow alley, Izayoi asked. Hinata, what were you about to say? And nothing. By now her mind had settled. Flustered again, Hinata lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers. She was no longer at steaming point, but her face had reddened all the same. After all, only she knew how bold she'd nearly been just now, and in this calmer state, she simply lacked the nerve to finish. Yet Izayoi's gaze on her was nothing but tender. He knew exactly what she'd been on the verge of doing, and that was why he'd intervened. Those romantic words should be shared in a more romantic moment, and besides, it shouldn't be the girl who says them first. Taking hold of Hinata's small hand, Izayoi smiled. Hungry? Let's go get some barbecue. She smiled back, nodding. Glancing at the scroll tucked in her sash, she asked. Izayoi-kun, now that we're both Chunin, should we treat the others to a meal? They're probably on missions by now. Let's wait till the new house is finished, and then we'll celebrate big. Izayoi thought a moment. Hinata agreed. All right, we can bring Hanabi along, too. Yeah. I hear her next term is starting soon, let's spend these last few free days with her. A boy and girl strolled along the alleyway hand in hand, sunlight streaming down on them. If one looked closely at their shadows, one might almost see the ghost-like outlines of two childlike figures in snowman costumes, also holding hands, lingering echoes of their sweet, youthful bond. 1. Chapter 93, Karin becoming Tsunade's student. After being promoted to Chunin, Izayoi finally had permission to come and go from Konoha freely. Following a small celebration with Hanabi and the rest of Team 8 for his and Hinata's promotions, Izayoi set off the next morning, together with Hinata, to pick up Karin. Much like Izayoi's earlier trip with Hanabi, they traveled at a leisurely pace, snapping photos and sightseeing on their way to Sakura Street. Because it was the first time Hinata had ever left the village alone with Izayoi, she was excited as a child, taking the initiative in everything. She seized control of the camera, never letting it out of her hands. Far more active than usual, she kept asking Izayoi to strike various poses or transform into other forms for single or group photos. They took shots of Izayoi at a waterfall, floating in midair with his hands behind his back, holding an orb of storm release in one palm, exuding an awe-inspiring ruler of the world aura. Izayoi transformed to his younger self, looking both awkward and forced smile in Hinata's arms, while an extra Hinata shadow clone snapped the picture. The jealous princess, in turn using transformation jutsu to become her childhood self, fulfilling her dream of riding on Izayoi's shoulders, their fingers interlaced in a bright, cheerful scene. Hinata hooking her arm around Izayoi's while resting happily against his shoulder, only to have Izayoi sneak in a kiss on her cheek, capturing her astonished face. And then, after Izayoi pleaded shamelessly, a red-faced Hinata in a school swimsuit under the waterfall, plus the breathtaking moment she emerged from the water in spectacular style. They had owned a camera for months by now, and with both Izayoi's and Hinata's natural talent, they were already adept photographers. Whether it was light, angles, or composition, every shot could have been a magazine cover, and each one they developed went into their personal photo albums. During this trip, Izayoi made up for how busy he'd been on the previous mission by taking Hinata everywhere, from villages to small towns, bustling cities, sampling all kinds of local delicacies. Whenever Hinata found something especially delicious and ended up eating a lot more, Izayoi would discreetly dispatch a wood clone afterward to buy or bargain for the recipe, so that he could surprise her with it later. After all, genuine affection lies in the little details, the honest effort that warms the heart. And so they took over a week to reach Sakura Street, leisurely enjoying each other's company. That included shared lodgings at inns, plus typical perks like help washing each other's hair and scrubbing each other's backs, with Hinata's gentle fist-style acupressure massages. Though Hinata had done this sort of thing before, when Izayoi's Tenseigen was in its transitional phase and he couldn't see, back then she'd been more worried than embarrassed. Now, she was seeing him clearly as she helped him bathe, an almost overwhelming experience. Even wearing a bathrobe, her cheeks burned red and she felt half dizzy, struggling to breathe. At least she didn't faint. That showed how much her immunity had improved. Izayoi-kun, Hinata-sama, welcome. Karin greeted them the instant they arrived at the villa in Sakura Street, as though she'd sensed their approach and come outside to meet them. Karin, it's been a while, Hinata said with a small wave and a gentle smile. Please, just call me Hinata. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Hinata, long time no see. Karin nodded, returning her smile. Izayoi, meanwhile, gave Karin an approving once-over. Not bad, your energy's leveled up again. This is what being an Uzumaki is all about. Hee hee. It's all thanks to you, Izayoi-kun. I've been eating so well every day, I'm worried I'll get fat. Karin gave a mock complaint, placing her hands on her slender waist. Hope you haven't been slacking, Izayoi teased. You learned that jutsu yet? Yeah. I've already got down the Rasengan, Karin said enthusiastically. She raised her hand, and an orb of swirling blue-white chakra formed above her palm. Great, Izayoi praised. That means your chakra control and shape manipulation are at a decent level. Go ahead, get packed. You'll be coming back to Konoha with us, and then we'll start the next phase of your training. Eyes shining, Karin snapped to attention. Yes, sir. Although life here was like paradise, ample food and advanced jutsu to practice, Karin would far rather stay by Izayoi's side. Every breath felt sweet there. Even those days she spent helping only a shadow clone felt satisfying. The idea of joining Konoha and having Izayoi's real self guide her made Karin practically tremble with excitement, silly grin plastered on her face. Watching Karin's dreamy expression, Hinata tilted her head in mild sympathy. Just joining Konoha makes her that happy. She thought. She must have lived through real hell before. Hinata resolved to treat Izayoi's clan members extra kindly from now on. Inside the villa, Izayoi left Karin and Hinata to tour the house and pack. Meanwhile, he headed once again down to the basement. The basement was full of puppets, no, human puppets. Every last one, a reconfigured corpse retaining its former abilities, rigged to produce weaponry at will or fire energy beams. Most were once members of Root or part of the three-way conflict during Konoha's collapse. Leading the pack was Danzo himself, now sporting both arms and a Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye. Though Koto Ōtsutsuki was out of commission, Sharingan's power still remained. Supported by the Hashirama cells in his right arm, its energy usage was drastically reduced. Combined with Danzo's other techniques, he was effectively Kage level. Once Izayoi mastered Yin-Yang release, Danzo might even reawaken Koto Ōtsutsuki, making him all the stronger. Indeed, Danzo made a fine commander for the Puppet Legion. Even in death, Konoha's shadow would remain in the shadows, continuing to serve in anonymity. So moving. Storing the puppets in giant sealing scrolls, Izayoi moved on to the twin safes. He packed away the one containing Gato's fortune. Opening the other, lined with an assortment of scrolls both large and small, he took out the massive stolen scroll of seals. From that, he produced a red scroll labeled Uzumaki, then withdrew a blank yellow one from his person and settled at the desk to begin copying. Because he was forging it all in a hurry, the pen strokes looked downright scribbly, but he still transcribed every last bit of sealing technique from the red scroll to the blank. After all, with his newly official identity as an Uzumaki Senju, Izayoi could easily explain away monstrous strength or the Yin seal. But these complicated Uzumaki Fuinjutsu were something else. Konoha had only existed for 60 years, so if he suddenly claimed a big inheritance of sealing scrolls from the family, people would find that odd. His parents had never possessed such status. So if Hinata and Sasuke were to train openly in Fuinjutsu or the Yin seal, it was best for Karin to serve as cover. Once finished copying, Izayoi replaced the safes, slung the two giant scrolls on his back, and returned upstairs. He found Karin and Hinata finishing up. Izayoi handed the yellow scroll to Karin, adopting a serious tone. Karin, this is an Uzumaki Fuinjutsu scroll. Going forward, if anyone asks where you got it, just say it was your mother's legacy hidden in some secret spot, which you only retrieved once you were free of Grass Village and able to show it to me. Yes. Karin answered quickly. After witnessing top-level jutsu and traveling to the Land of Waves, she knew Izayoi had many secrets, and she didn't mind. Even if he was a villain, she'd follow him anywhere. Hinata felt likewise. Ever since the final round of the Chunin exams, where she saw that Izayoi, who competed, was merely a clone, she suspected he had secretly played some role in Konoha's collapse. Monstrous strength and the Yin seal were, to her, plausible evidence of that. But it didn't really matter. They left for Konoha the same day. By the time they got back, it was already September 10th. After registering Karin's arrival at the gate, Izayoi dispatched a shadow clone to take the two large scrolls into safekeeping and then led Karin to meet Tsunade. So, you're Karin. Why yes, Lady Hokage. In the Hokage's office, Karin kept her head down, looking rather tense as Tsunade studied her. After a moment, Tsunade's eyes softened. You've had it rough all these years, welcome to Konoha. Thank you, Lady Hokage. Karin stammered, bowing repeatedly. She never imagined it would be this easy to join. Tsunade smiled. Need me to arrange housing? Or you'd rather stay with me directly, as my secretary and student? Keenly aware of the potential behind any Uzumaki, particularly one with awakened special powers, Tsunade, who shared both Senju and Uzumaki blood herself, wanted to teach Karin personally. Just a few years under Tsunade's tutelage, and she'd become a powerhouse in fighting, sealing, sensing, and medical ninjutsu. This is. Karin blanked out in shock at Tsunade's offer, turning to Izayoi for help. Izayoi just chuckled. Lady Hokage, Karin is my clanswoman, and also my subordinate. So. We share the same blood, so technically she's my family too. Besides, I'm the Hokage, and you're my subordinate, so your subordinate is my subordinate, why shouldn't I borrow her skills? Tsunade retorted, arms folded. Also, can a kid your age really mentor others properly? Don't you have missions to do? Following me would let Karin reach her full potential as a proper Uzumaki, and that would help you, too. Izayoi frowned a bit, realizing Tsunade did have a point. But before he could respond, Tsunade turned to Karin. I know you want to repay that kid, so the best way is to study under me. I'll train you into a superb ninja, giving you the power and standing you need to help him in the future. Karin's eyes lit up at that, no longer looking to Izayoi for rescue but for permission. She clearly wanted it. Still, she said nothing until Izayoi nodded, after which she spoke. Lady Hokage, I'd be honored to become your student. But in that case, Tsunade said, faking annoyance, stop calling me Lady Hokage. Sensei. Karin corrected herself, scratching her head and grinning just like Naruto might. Seeing that, Tsunade felt another wave of nostalgia, the memory of Uzumaki Kushina's smile flashed in her mind, furthering her fondness for Karin. From now on, you'll be living with me, Tsunade declared. No, I'd like to stay with Izayoi-kun, Karin said at once, refusing without hesitation. She cast a trusting look at Izayoi. Tsunade shrugged, not pressing the point. Fine, but starting tomorrow, be at my place every morning by 9 sharp. Understood. All right, you're dismissed. If you need anything, come find me. When Izayoi and Karin stepped out, Hinata, who'd waited outside, reacted with mild surprise. Karin, you became Lady Hokage's student. That's wonderful. As long as I can help Izayoi-kun. Karin said bashfully, scratching her head. Izayoi merely smiled. Letting Karin become Tsunade's student was obviously best. Tsunade had better resources to develop her than he did. While he had monster strength taijutsu, Uzumaki fuinjutsu, plus stacks of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, he lacked 2 key assets, Tsunade's unique creation, Byakugo no Jutsu, strength of 100, and the slug summoning contract at Shikatsu Forest. Tsunade's studentship could unlock Karin's fullest potential, turning her into a new top-tier ninja. And if she gained the slug contract, she might nudge Tsunade, or the slug sage, toward letting Hinata sign as well. A perfect outcome all around. That night, the 4 of them held a welcome party for Karin at Sasuke's place. Naturally, Sasuke was away on a mission, he'd been gone for half a month. With the bizarre track record of Team 7, it was no shock if he ran into big complications. After the party ended, Izayoi personally walked the Hyuga sisters back to their compound. Thus, Karin officially joined Konoha, snatching the role of Tsunade's second student even before Sakura could, setting forth on her own path to change her fate. I was starting to think you'd forgotten about me. Several days later, after more than a month off, Izayoi and Hinata finally reported for their first Chunin-level mission. Waiting where they'd agreed to meet was Shino Aburame, who watched them arrive in their brand new green flak jackets, the 2 of them exuding a first-time team captain air. He greeted them in his usual dispassionate tone. Sensing faint indignation behind Shino's words, Hinata unconsciously glanced away. Izayoi laughed nervously. We had to fetch Karin at Hokage-sama's request, and it ended up taking a while, Izayoi explained. Just finished wrapping it up and came straight here to get you. Shino stood there with his hands in his pockets, saying nothing, but Izayoi and Hinata both felt as though his hidden gaze behind those dark glasses was full of quiet reproach. Ahem. Let's go pick up our mission, Izayoi hastily changed the subject, clearing his throat a bit. Under the high collar of his coat, the corners of Shino's mouth twitched into a faint grin, as though he'd forgiven them, for now. But the next moment, that amusement froze on his face as a terrible realization dawned. Kurenai-sensei wasn't coming. Izayoi would lead the mission. Meaning that, for the entire trip, Shino would have to endure the inevitable onslaught of Izayoi, Hinata togetherness, forced to chow down on a giant helping of third-wheeler rations, day in and day out. Chapter 94, Sound 4. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a full month had gone by. During that month, Team 8 completed 3 missions in total, 2 C-rank and 1 A-rank. Strictly speaking, they were actually 3 C-rank missions, with one of them unexpectedly escalating to an A-rank in the middle. Any mission that involves going up against other shinobi, even if they're just rogue ninja whose skills might be inferior to academy students, is by definition at least B-rank. Wealthy patrons or nobles might not mind high fees, so they'll usually commission B-rank or above so the village assigns powerful shinobi to protect them. But not everyone is so free with their money. Plenty of shrewd employers will hold on to a glimmer of hope, thinking there won't really be any shinobi threats, so they only pay the C-rank price but expect B-rank or better results. The first 2 C-rank missions for Team 8 both went very smoothly, with no unexpected issues. In fact, if Team 8 actually wanted trouble, they still couldn't get any. Setting aside the Tenseigen, Izayoi also had a several dozen kilometers range on his mind's eye of the Kagura. Hinata's Byakugan had similarly impressive distance vision, nearing 30 kilometers now, and on top of that, they had Shino's insects to track scent. Their survival skills were off the charts. Unless the enemy had spacetime ninjutsu, they simply had no way to catch Team 8 because they'd be spotted from dozens of kilometers away. So it was inevitable that Team 8 wouldn't end up in fiascos like Team 7, who ran into trouble 9 out of every 10 missions. If the client was cooperative, even if they picked up signs of enemy ninja ahead, they'd just advise taking a detour and only charge the C-rank commission. However, their third mission had the misfortune of running into a cheapskate type of client. He had a bit of money but not a lot, yet insisted on flaunting himself like he was some rich noble. He was obnoxiously arrogant, refused to listen to Izayoi's advice, and firmly believed that turning aside to avoid trouble was just time-wasting nonsense. With no supervising adult around, and 3 younger but proud shinobi, Team 8 decided they'd give that client a lesson. Sure enough, when they encountered a band of rogue ninja ahead, Team 8 immediately abandoned the mission, scaring the client so badly he almost wet himself. The client rushed to upgrade the mission to B rank on the spot, yet the group only refused, claiming Team 8 might not be up to the task. In the end, the client upped the request from a C rank all the way to an A rank, top-tier A rank, with a fee of 1 million ryo. When Hinata and Shino tore through the enemy with no difficulty, the employer became completely docile and dared not try cheating them out of the payment. He could see that if he tried to swindle them, these 3 teenagers could easily end his life. Hence, in the official records, Team 8 ended up having 1 more A-rank mission. After 3 consecutive missions, Shino was the only one who stayed unimpressed. Izayoi and Hinata didn't even feel tired. In truth, they'd basically turned each mission into a business plus trip. All they had to do was run regular scans every so often, Hinata's Byakugan, Shino's insects, plus Izayoi's mind's eye of the Kagura, and they were good. Outside that, it was just them and the road, walking side by side, eating side by side, staying awake on watch side by side, sometimes even napping on each other's laps. With that going on for 3 missions straight, Shino had his fill. Finally, unable to take any more, he asked for some time off, and only then was he freed. From Hinata's perspective, that was a shame. Because inside the village, there was always Hanabi or Karin, or even Sasuke hogging Izayoi's attention. Only on missions away from home was Izayoi truly hers alone, 100% doting on her. Meanwhile, 2 months had gone by, and Izayoi's new house was now 50% complete. At this pace, it'd likely be done around mid to late December. His wood-release range was too big, he couldn't really apply it finely to ornamental parts of the structure, or it'd just slow things down. If it were just a simple building, a single wood release, 3 rooms and a living room no jutsu would have sorted it out in a snap. Early morning, in the land of fields. Within a hidden underground base. Ha! Ha! Damn you, old man! A hoarse voice cursed inside a dimly lit chamber. Orochimaru was in the bathing room, letting fresh water rinse endlessly over the blood pouring from his arms. Even though both arms throbbed with excruciating pain, they were motionless. Because the agony was in his very soul. Outside the bath, Kabuto was mixing medicine, wearing a worried expression. Orochimaru-sama, you've lost the soul of both your arms. It's causing a backlash between your spirit and this body you borrowed, speeding up its collapse. At this rate, your body will fail in about a week, so you have to complete the rebirth right away or risk total breakdown. I know that, no need to remind me. Orochimaru gritted his teeth viciously, so furious his usual gentlemanly composure was nowhere to be seen. Glaring at the blood that never seemed to stop flowing, Orochimaru growled. I have to perform the rebirth earlier than planned. Let's go to Konoha and capture Sasuke-kun for me. Time is too short, though, Kabuto pointed out, pushing up his glasses. You haven't branded him with the curse seal yet, and given his current ability, he won't be able to reach curse mark stage 2 in a short span of time. Even if you succeed in transferring now, you'll end up missing out on Yugo's power. He. Kabuto, never underestimate that man's younger brother, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. If it's to kill that man, Sasuke-kun would walk through hell itself. That kind of hatred and drive, he'll endure any ordeal. I believe once he's died once, he'll be reborn into someone entirely new. Oh, I see. Kabuto looked pensive, already understanding Orochimaru's plan for forcibly accelerating Sasuke's growth. All right, then. I'll have the Sound 4 capture Sasuke-kun in 3 days, Orochimaru said firmly. Yes, sir, Kabuto answered, leaving the room. As he passed down a hallway, Kabuto stopped by a particular door upon hearing muffled, agonized moaning from within. After a moment's hesitation, he opened the door and went inside. Ha, boom. Late afternoon, beside the Naka River. A crisp cry from a girl echoed out, followed by fish blasting out of the water as if struck by a torpedo. Lightning crackled around Sasuke, who stared in shock at the water erupting into a column. His newly awakened 3-tomo Sharingan and the excitement from before had all but vanished, replaced by fear. As droplets from the water spout rained back down, soaking him to the bone, Sasuke turned to face the red-haired girl. In his eyes, her crimson pupils gleamed with a color even deeper than that of the Sharingan, like some sort of demon. Were you trying to kill me just now? Sasuke shouted, the fighting spirit drained from his voice. Huh. Karin seemed confused, scratching her head. But you told me to go all out, didn't you? I only said to help me practice my chakra control on the river. Sasuke said, feeling a migraine. You just finished learning the lightning release transformation, right? Oh. Karin blinked, then gave an awkward laugh, my bad. I've been focusing on monster strength training, my instincts kinda took over. Just the thought of her spontaneously adding lightning release to that blow had Sasuke's blood run cold. If that had actually happened, he'd be seeing his parents, and the entire Uchiha clan, in the afterlife right about now. Deciding that she was about as dangerous and clueless as Naruto, Sasuke dispelled his Chidori current and said dismissively, never mind, we're done for today. But inwardly, he resolved, never again. At least Hinata, that dear sister-in-law, always just fought until his stamina ran out, letting him save face at the finish. He'd rather train with Hanabi from now on than with Karin. He was sure of that. Tossing away any excitement about perfecting his 3-tomo Sharingan, Sasuke's silhouette disappeared in a flicker of movement, leaving Karin standing there, scratching her head over his abrupt mood change. Shortly after, she just shrugged and jogged back up the bank. On the shore, Izayoi was fishing. Spotting her approach, he asked without turning around, all done? Yeah. Sasuke just took off in a bad mood. I figured. Izayoi reeled in his line and smiled. It's about time anyway. Let's head back. Sure. Need me to carry your bucket? Karin asked, seeing the fish flopping inside. All right, Izayoi said casually. But you're soaked, change into some dry clothes first. Not a problem, I won't catch a cold anymore, she bragged, flexing her new body. Fine, he said with a laugh. Fish soup tonight it is. Okay, she answered cheerily, picking up the bucket in one hand. Sometimes she'd skip along ahead, sometimes she'd walk side by side with Izayoi, her energy radiating far beyond anything from a few months earlier. In the past, living in grass felt like hell for her, but now. Joining Konoha meant an even better paradise than staying in Sakura Street, free to cook for Sasuke and Izayoi by day, then receiving constant warmth from her teacher and seniors at the Hokage's office. And everyone in Konoha, those dreaded mid to high level shinobi once out of her reach, were so friendly, some even showed a hint of respect. Far unlike those from grass. At the same time, she'd made friends, Hinata, the kind heiress, Hanabi, the mischievous kid sister. Her life now felt like heaven. More than once, Karin had woken up crying from fear that all this was just a dream. She was well aware that it was all because of Izayoi. Thus, she practiced with ever greater determination. She wanted to become a powerful ninja, with a high enough standing to be truly useful to him. In day-to-day life, she also took care of him tirelessly. Cooking and cleaning, she took on all the chores. Truth be told, if Izayoi wanted to revert to the days of his Tenseigans metamorphosis, living like a pampered invalid, Karin alone could make that happen. Even Sasuke had grown used to her care, waiting at home for dinner rather than going out to hunt every evening. Late that evening, having changed into dry clothes, Karin arrived back at the Uchiha Manor, only to see Sasuke on the veranda reading, as though all was perfectly normal. Seeing that everything was ready, Izayoi quietly plucked 2 scrolls from his room and tossed them in front of Sasuke. Catching them, Sasuke turned in confusion. What's all this? A present for your newly evolved Sharingan, Izayoi said, smiling. Sasuke paused, feeling a warmth inside. But outwardly, he gave a sullen snort. You should have waited for me to awaken the Mangekyo before giving me this. Still, even as he spoke, Sasuke's lips twitched in a slight smile and he immediately unrolled the scrolls. Wait, these are illusions and fire release techniques. He stared at them, stunned. Fire release, great fire annihilation, great fire destruction, dragon flame release song. These are clan jutsu from the Uchiha, so how'd you get them? I stole them, Izayoi replied flatly. So keep it quiet, it wasn't given to you by me. At that, Sasuke's gaze sharpened. During the Chunin exams, you weren't actually there. Right. I left a clone, Izayoi said, sighing. Now that you know, you're an accomplice, so if I ever get caught, I'll just throw you under the bus. TCH, so childish, Sasuke grumbled. Even so, he carefully set aside the scrolls, as though they were priceless treasures. He was about to speak again when Izayoi abruptly stiffened. Karin also ran up, evidently alarmed about something. Sasuke, Izayoi murmured with a wry smile, Orochimaru's men are here to collect you. Sasuke's face turned grave. That bastard just won't quit, huh? Relax, it's not himself in the flesh, just a few subordinates, Izayoi said. But one of them is pretty strong. If we fight them here, your house might be destroyed. I'll go meet him outside. All right. Both leapt into action. At the same time, Karin grabbed her own gear. A short distance away, four shinobi in Sound Village attire, the Sound Four, were cautiously heading deeper into Konoha. Noticing the presence of two large chakra signatures, Tayuya's face hardened. What's this? Weren't we told that only Sasuke lived in the Uchiha district? Why do I sense two massive chakras? We've probably been discovered, Kidamura said, looking warily at the white-haired boy, once their squad leader, who strode silently at the front. Kimimaro, should we press on? Proceed, Kagaya Kimimaro answered calmly. Those two are mine to handle. Your task is to take Sasuke. He gazed down the path, his sickly pallor even more pronounced than before. Though so weak he could barely stand, Kimimaro's eyes carried unyielding resolve. Once you capture Sasuke, leave the village immediately. I will buy you time. Lord Orochimaru, if I can't be your vessel, then let me be your final waltz. As Kimimaro spoke those last words in a hushed voice, a nostalgic gleam flickered in his eyes, recalling that day, that man, and that flower. For Kimimaro, the meaning of life itself was found in meeting Orochimaru. Chapter 95, Izayoi vs. Kimimaro. As soon as the five Sound Shinobi emerged from the woods, still some distance from the Uchiha district, they spotted a figure flying in midair ahead of them. Flying ninja, that's Izayoi, the one who defeated Gaara of the Sand in the Chunin exams. Watch out, he has a long-range hidden cloud-like storm jutsu, an advanced combination nature. It's incredibly powerful. At the sight of him in the sky, the Sound Four immediately recognized who it was and hurriedly warned one another. Meanwhile, Kagaya Kimimaro withdrew a photograph from his clothes. He glanced at it, then up at Izayoi in the air, and confirmed this was not the target, Uchiha Sasuke. He tossed the photo aside. You four go find Sasuke, he said coolly. I'll deal with this one. With that, Kimimaro raised an arm and calmly spoke, Shikatsumiyaku, 10-finger drilling bullets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tiny holes opened at his fingertip bones, and segments of finger bone shot forth like bullets. The finger bones fired rapidly, growing back just as quickly. In only a few heartbeats, they formed a barrage of projectiles, a veritable swarm of bone bullets surging at Izayoi. The Sound Four wasted no time. In the same instant Kimimaro attacked, they split into four blurring shadows, darting off to either side to slip around the airborne Izayoi, aiming to capture Sasuke, who remained back behind them. Izayoi made no move to stop them. His gaze passed right over the bullet barrage, focusing on Kimimaro below with solemn intensity. In that moment, several bubbles floated around Kimimaro, the only one who could see them was Izayoi. 2 were purple, 3 were blue. Bloodline limit, Shikatsumiyaku, purple, Kage-level aptitude, purple, chakra control, blue, Taijutsu genius, blue, Ōtsutsuki blood, blue. Seeing that Kimimaro had a purple, Kage-level aptitude, bubble, Izayoi felt a trace of pity. Because by relying on the cursed seal of earth, that is, the usage of natural energy, Kimimaro had seemingly defied fate. At only 15, newly entering a period of explosive growth, Kimimaro would have become a fearsome presence if not for his hereditary illness. Once the time skip came, his power might even rival top figures in the shinobi world. Any wielder of the Kagaya blood, linked to the distant Ōtsutsuki clan, wouldn't be an ordinary foe. But now, Kimimaro was on borrowed time. Even doing nothing, he might succumb mid-journey to his illness before he ever got back to the Sound Village. Which meant Izayoi now had a chance. It was time to roll the dice. Izayoi raised a palm, letting out a short exhalation, vacuum palm. Howling winds formed swirling gusts like a giant hand, smacking aside the oncoming bullet barrage. Then he descended from midair to the ground. Seeing him abandon the advantage of flight, opting not to harass them from above, Kimimaro blinked in surprise. But with his time almost up, he wasted no more thought and lunged straight at Izayoi. During his rush, black markings spread across Kimimaro's body like ink, radiating a crimson glow. When the light faded, his previously colorless skin had gone dark brown, patterned by black streaks, his back dramatically hunched with several tall bone spines and a tail, like a humanoid lizard. Second stage of the cursed seal. Given his limited time, Kimimaro sensed the threatening aura around Izayoi and attacked at full power. He tore his own spine out from his back, controlling that hardened bone whip to lash out at Izayoi. Watching the lash streak in, Izayoi only chuckled. Yours is too small. Let me show you something bigger. He clapped his hands and shouted, would release, great spear tree. With a wriggling motion of his arm, several sturdy wooden vines shot up from beneath the ground like a nest of serpents. They collided with the incoming spine lash, then rapidly thickened and merged into a tall tree trunk in an attempt to swallow Kimimaro where he stood. But transformed into his lizard-like Curse Mark II form, Kimimaro's speed was astonishing, a single flicker was enough to escape the tree's clutches. Capitalizing on the tree's obstructing bulk, Kimimaro circled around to Izayoi's left side, extending that extracted spine like a spear or arrow aimed right at Izayoi's head. Yet Izayoi never even turned. From below, another rugged tree root shot forth from the ground, batting aside the incoming bone spear and blocking Kimimaro's line of sight. Would release, adamantine beckoning tree. Too weak, came Izayoi's voice from behind. Kimimaro's pupils shrank sharply, he hastily reshaped the bones in his body, sprouting a crown of spikes out his back in a porcupine-like defense. Boom. The moment those spikes emerged, a terrifying shockwave thundered out, the collision echoing like an explosion. When the wave dissipated, one could see Izayoi had flickered behind Kimimaro and simply punched forward. The newly sprouted bone spikes couldn't pierce his fist, an aura of blue chakra flames protected it. In just an instant, that blue aura turned into twisting blasts of force, shattering the bone spikes said to be harder than steel. The residual impact slammed into Kimimaro, sending him flying. So strong. Kimimaro landed, spurting blood from his mouth, feeling the shock reverberating through his organs. Even forming a bone membrane inside his body hadn't eased the impact. Staring at this unbridgeable gap in power, Kimimaro's heart sank. Not even his cursed seal stage 2 could match this man's strength. For the Sound 4, there was even less hope. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself to remain resolute. I just need to buy time, he thought. According to Kabuto's intel, Sasuke had only awakened a 2-tomo Sharingan. With that level, he'd surely be no match for the Sound 4. All Kimimaro needed to do was stall. Ayarg. Low growls emerged from Kimimaro's throat as he roused the lion's share of chakra that was currently busy suppressing his illness. His face twisted in fierce determination. Shikatsumiyaku, Bracken Dance. All at once, the earth rumbled. What's going on? This is near the Naka River. Is Sasuke practicing a jutsu again? This chakra feels so sinister. It doesn't seem like a normal in release. I feel like I've seen something like this before. Wait, no, this must mean Orochimaru's men have infiltrated the village, and they're fighting Uchiha Sasuke. Having felt the sudden eruption of foreboding chakra, Konoha's sensor Nin grew alarmed. Even those on the outskirts who were sensitive to chakra or had heightened perception stared in the direction of the crows and sparrows flying off in panic. Within moments, squads of shinobi who'd received orders via transmitter vanished in a flurry of afterimages, racing toward the Uchiha district. Back at the battlefield, with Kimimaro's furious outcry. Rank upon rank of thick, towering bone spears burst out of the ground like a tidal wave of white, converging on Izayoi's position. The wave's speed was tremendous, even though Izayoi could fly, he wasn't at a large enough distance to avoid getting caught in the expanding zone. But he made no effort to evade. Instead, he eyed the swirling bone forest and gave Kimimaro a slight nod of approval. A brilliant last stand indeed. You deserve a proper reply from me. Whoosh. Blue chakra flames erupted from Izayoi, and he shouted. Would release, deep forest emergence. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The quake intensified, not just at their battlefield but also spreading to the Uchiha district and the surrounding forest. Sasuke, Karin, and the Sound 4 had been battling, with Sasuke and Karin holding the clear advantage. They too felt the tremors. They froze in astonishment, seeing the most unbelievable spectacle. A huge swath of massive green trees shot up from underground as though awakened from an ancient slumber. Each overshadowed the existing forest by a wide margin. The trees in that forest might be thick enough to need several people to hug around, but these colossal trunks were on another scale, overshadowing them like adults versus children. Watching the newly formed grove, on par with the famous Forest of Death, the Konoha shinobi approaching the scene were stunned. One ninja's voice trembled. That's would release. Before his comrades could likewise exclaim, another shinobi paled. This jutsu covers too much area. Fall back. They saw the enormous new trees push out in all directions, toppling younger trees in their path. Slower, newly sprouted trunks bent aside to spread lateral growth, forming a green wave that soon swallowed empty land, the original forest, and part of the Uchiha district, destroying many buildings. Even Sasuke, Karin, and the Sound Four, locked in combat, were engulfed by that green surge, let alone any wildlife in the forest. Thankfully, the wave's main push was directed toward the Naka River instead of the Uchiha district, or the entire compound would have been obliterated. Even so, about 10% was wrecked. When the quake finally subsided, a towering, mini forest of death spread across the river's edge. From the vantage of the Konoha shinobi, the new growth stood taller and denser than anything else, dwarfing the adjacent woodlands. Even people stationed on the outskirts or in the central district could see this newly formed swath of colossal trees. Hey, look at that. What is it? Is that a bird? No, it looks like a person. Up above, backlit by a dazzling sunset, a tiny figure drifted in midair, dwarfed by the giant trees beneath him. A flying ninja, he must be that so-called jutsu prodigy with a storm release technique. I heard he's from Yuhi's squad, a classmate of Sasuke's, rumored to have huge chakra, possibly awakened from a distant bloodline. Wait. Hang on a second. Various witnesses started chattering about the new arrival's identity, then all stopped at once as they realized something. They stared wide-eyed at the figure in the distance, who was gathering a bluish-white energy sphere in his hand. Could it be? One ninja opened his mouth in disbelief but couldn't finish his words. Everyone present felt the same shock, their expressions turning almost feverish with excitement. They had no clue how Izayoi saw them from high above. His attention remained fixed on Kagaya Kimimaro. Holding out his typhoon rays non, he added water, lightning, and fire release in quick succession, turning the glowing orb into a blazing cyan sphere laced with flickers of flame. Maser light cannon. He unleashed a powerful vortex of cyan light from the sphere, distinct from his usual storm releases wide arcs of electricity. This time the orb brimmed with ferocious destructive power. Although it was only one extra elemental blend compared to Judgment, the resulting might was in a different league entirely. That cyan laser shot down on the forest below, pinning Kimimaro, already tangled and held aloft in the new forest branches, like a fixed target. Boom. An ear-splitting blast thundered across the sky, even reaching central Konoha like distant rolling thunder. Locals on the outskirts could see a towering mushroom cloud rise from that massive forest. Within that roiling haze, Izayoi hovered, the faint glow of Tensigen behind tinted lenses. He stared intently at where Kagaya Kimimaro had been pinned. In that spot, Kimimaro, along with a huge patch of the forest, was reduced to nothing but dust, scattered by the cataclysm. By gambling on a better drop rate, Izayoi chose not to turn Kimimaro into a superior, human puppet. If the gamble failed, he'd have wasted a great deal of chakra and lost a powerful addition to his puppet army. But if it succeeded, he'd gain a new valuable trait, one that, if compatible with the Ōtsutsuki bloodline, might one day evolve into a true Kekkei Tota or be an essential stepping stone toward it. He clenched his fist in suspense, then cracked a slight grin. It succeeded. He alone saw two beams of light, one purple and one blue, emerge from the dust and drift into him. It dropped, he thought, heart surging with relief. Moments later, the system-like voice in his head whispered. Ding. You have obtained the Ōtsutsuki blood, blue, trait. It overlaps with your existing trait. Fuse or disassemble. Ding. You have obtained the bloodline limit, Shikatsumiyaku, purple, trait. Fuse or disassemble. Fuse them all. He decided in an instant, foregoing the meager points from a blue trait to keep them all. And so, with a small fist pump, he thought, I actually won the bet. Having gambled on a 50% chance of a drop, and remembering how rarely people coughed up traits, once, Rock Lee had dropped 2 blues, he finally struck gold. Feeling a heady surge of joy, Izayoi watched as Sasuke and Karin finished their own fight. The Sound Four had already been thoroughly overpowered. Chapter 96, Hyuga's Joy. Still the same old saying. Until someone hits that Superkage level, stat range, basically, another dimension of power, it doesn't matter if you're a Genin or a Kage-class ninja. In the end, it's all about intel. That's where the fight really happens. On the Sound Four's side, the intel they had on Uchiha Sasuke was way out of date. They thought he only had 2 Tomo Sharingan, could do some low-level Uchiha fire release, and knew how to amp his cells with lightning release chakra, quick, but not in any godlike way. Because Sasuke never showed up in the final round of the 3rd exam, the Sound Four had no clue he'd already picked up lightning release, Chidori. With those old assumptions, they figured any one of them, powered by their curse mark, could beat him easily. All four of them teaming up would be an instant kill, at least, that was the plan. They never expected that in just 2 months, Sasuke's strength would skyrocket so dramatically. As for Karin, they had no info on her whatsoever. So once the battle started, the Sound Four got scrambled right away. They were up against Sasuke, whose Sharingan had evolved to 3 Tomo and came loaded with Sharingan illusions. He'd also nailed both form and nature manipulation of lightning release, plus he'd learned how to channel the Chidori through his body. To them, it was like squaring off against a pre-illness Kimimaro, completely outclassed on every stat sheet. Even using their curse mark stage 2 hardly helped, they were still pathetically slow in Sasuke's eyes. And with Karin keeping Jirobo and Tayuya occupied, Sasuke used his Sharingan illusions plus lightning stimulation plus lightning release, Chidori to instantly cut down Kadamura before the guy could so much as set up his spider technique. Turns out Izayoi wrapped up his side of the fight even faster. Sasuke didn't even get a chance to sneer or mock Sakan and Yukon. He and Karin, plus the Sound Four, got swallowed by a surging sea of trees that just came rolling in. This is, would release. Leaping from branch to dodge the wild onslaught, Sasuke's expression was all shock. Izayoi is from the Senju clan. And he actually awakened the legendary Kekkei Genkai. Right then, Sasuke's world got turned upside down. He never imagined Izayoi was hiding something so huge. No wonder that guy's chakra reserves felt bottomless. No wonder he could stay so calm even against one of the legendary Sannin. He even dared to send a shadow clone into the exam against that gourd-toting dude, while his real body snuck off during the Konoha crush plan to steal some village scrolls. Sasuke thought Izayoi's confidence came down to massive chakra and a bunch of secret ultimate jutsu. Who knew he'd been holding back his real power this whole time? Realizing that aside from several mastered techniques, Izayoi also had would release, the stuff of legends, Sasuke couldn't help his eye from twitching a bit. And yet, weirdly, Sasuke didn't feel any bitterness or jealousy. A few years ago, losing to Izayoi would have driven him nuts, he'd train like crazy afterward. Sometimes he even envied Izayoi's talent, which seemed to surpass the gift of the Uchiha's eye. But somewhere along the way, Sasuke started fully respecting him, almost like the way he once looked up to his brother, Itachi. Izayoi's the only person around whom Sasuke can act like his old, lively self from childhood. When the forest finally quit expanding, Sasuke and Karin were safe, thanks to Izayoi's control over it. As for the Sound Four, and Kadamura's corpse, they got wrapped up in tight bundles and were now hanging from the treetops like big, dangling cocoons. Sasuke and Karin just had to finish the job. In no time, they wiped out the Sound Four, who'd once gone toe-to-toe with Konoha's special Jonin and made it out alive. Now they were dead so fast Izayoi couldn't even intervene. Seeing how decisively the two of them had acted, Izayoi was more impressed than anything else. He dropped down in front of them and smiled. Nicely done. Heh. Honestly, Sasuke-kun could have handled them on his own. I barely did anything, Karin said, rubbing the back of her head. Sasuke fixed Izayoi with a deep look and spoke up quietly. Would release. So you were keeping that up your sleeve? It's not that I was hiding it, Izayoi replied with a slight, confident grin. It's just, nobody's ever forced me to use it. TCH. Sasuke acted like he scoffed. Suddenly, Karin glanced into the dark forest. Someone's coming. Right after she spoke, a group of figures flashed into view. Leading them was Shizune, who had rushed over from the central district after getting the news. Once Shizune saw Izayoi and the others were okay, she let out a visible sigh of relief. Then she smiled. Izayoi, Karin, Sasuke, Lady Hokage wants you three to come see her. Got it, they all answered. Shizune gave a quick order to a few special Jonin to handle the bodies and sent them to the interrogation department, then led Izayoi's team to the Hokage Tower. Tonight, Konoha was anything but calm. The sheer noise and impact of wood release, deep forest emergence and that gigantic, mushroom-like cannon were too huge to ignore. Anybody on the outskirts could see that new forest of towering trees, and half the village could see the giant mushroom cloud. If you went in there, you'd notice a massive crater, and some of the Konoha shinobi actually watched the forest spring up in real time. They also knew exactly which jutsu caused the crater and the mushroom cloud. Izayoi, Sasuke, and Karin hadn't even finished their report to Tsunade when word ripped through Konoha. The newly minted Chunin who'd shown off 5 nature transformations, used storm release, and flown during the exams, despite having graduated just half a year ago, was actually a descendant of the Senju clan and had awakened the legendary wood release. The entire village exploded with chatter. Someone seemed to be fanning the flames because even ordinary citizens heard it was their own people who caused the forest and the mushroom cloud, a young ninja named Izayoi who'd resurrected the very same wood release no one had wielded since the first Hokage. In an instant, Konoha's population, civilians, clans, and higher-ups, was all about Izayoi. And the most fired up among them. The Hyuga clan, Konoha's current high-status family. Even Hyuga Nichi had once sneered that Izayoi was kidding himself if he thought he could be with Lady Hinata. Naturally, the Hyuga elders in the main family also knew of Izayoi. After all, Hinata here wasn't the same as in the original story, her talent was off the charts. Her Byakugan's purity was incredible, she had massive chakra reserves, and by age 12 she'd mastered the clan's rotation technique and even advanced secret arts like gentle step twin lion fists. She was so talented she outshone Hyuga Hayashi himself. Hence, the elders kept pressuring and scolding Hayashi, telling him to hurry and stamp the caged bird seal on Hanabi, ensuring Hinata's position as the main heir. At first, they just figured Izayoi was delusional. They planned to break them up well before the dangerous years. They wouldn't allow the main family's Byakugan to go to an outsider, certainly not Hinata's, which was way purer than her father's. Sure, they considered letting Izayoi marry into the Hyuga. But realistically, they saw it as impossible. But once Izayoi put on that show during the Chunin exams, exhibiting crazy mastery over ninjutsu and basically outclassing Kakashi, the elders changed their tune a bit. Maybe letting him marry in wasn't so ridiculous after all, especially if Hinata really did like him. After all, Hinata's strength was partly thanks to Izayoi's private coaching. And now, Hayashi, the girl's father, was still trying to process this new reality when a servant showed up to tell him the elders wanted an immediate clan meeting. The moment he stepped in, he heard an elder speaking in a delighted tone. "Clan head, you raised an amazing daughter. Truly. Hayashi, your foresight is remarkable. Good thing we didn't brand Lady Hanabi too early. I guess you saw through Izayoi with your Byakugan all along, huh? You must have realized his chakra was special and guessed his bloodline. We're humbled. Phew, good thing I never sent anyone to scare him off. Otherwise, I'd be our clan's biggest sinner." Listening to them chirping about it, Hayashi just stood there in a daze. What's going on here? I'm just a socially awkward dad who dotes on his daughters. Even if you guys said no to Izayoi, I'd have used my authority as clan head so Hinata could be with him anyway. Honestly, I was hoping you'd make it really difficult, so I'd have a reason to let Hinata leave the clan, and take Hanabi, too, so neither daughter would get the caged bird seal. By that time, Izayoi would be so powerful, you couldn't stop it. But this new revelation that Izayoi's from the Senju with would release. That's news to me too. Hayashi's mouth twitched, but inside he was ecstatic. They'd basically landed the jackpot. Years ago, he realized Hinata's sudden progress was thanks to Izayoi coaching her on the sly, and he didn't separate them. He'd assumed Izayoi was just a one-in-a-million civilian prodigy, the kind who could use shadow clones and basic wind release at age 6, plus the tree climbing and water walking exercises that most kids don't even learn in the academy. Basically, a genius who could have graduated upon entering. When he saw Izayoi's performance at the Chunin exams, eclipsing Kakashi and matching Minato, Hayashi figured nobody would be able to stand in their way. He hadn't minded letting Izayoi whisk Hanabi off either. But who would have guessed that civilian prodigy was actually a rightful Senju who awakened would release? Hayashi knew perfectly well what that meant in terms of ability, skill, and status. No one grasped it better than he and the Hyuga elders. This was prime material for the 6th Hokage. So long as Izayoi made it to adulthood safely, he'd be the village's top pick. Honestly, there wouldn't even be a vote. Konoha would absolutely back a Senju with would release for Hokage. After all, Konoha was established by the Senju, and the clan swore loyalty to them thanks to the first Hokage's would release that ended the Warring States era. In other words, it was practically a done deal. A smile crept across Hayashi's face. Neither of his daughters would need the caged bird seal ever again. Who would dare make the future Hokage marry into the clan and give up any Byakugan secrets? Not even the Hyuga themselves would have that audacity. Plus, forging ties with a future Hokage is a huge boon, and maybe their descendants could even unlock would release themselves. So Hinata would definitely be marrying out. Compared to the chance of having would release in the family, losing Byakugan is small potatoes. Which means Hanabi naturally becomes the next clan head. Then, once Izayoi is Hokage, Hayashi, or Hanabi, when she takes over, can push for reforms or do something even better to change the clan system from within. So yes, Hayashi was now on cloud 9, feeling like he'd won life's lottery. Just then, one elder proposed, "Clan head, Lady Hinata and Izayoi are a perfect match. I believe we should officially announce their relationship soon." Yes, another elder agreed. Hinata's totally into him, and he's escorted her home so many times. It's mutual. We should just let them be together. I also heard Izayoi's house got wrecked during the Chunin exams, so he's been staying with the Uchihas. Perhaps we can have him move in with the Hyuga. Great idea, great idea. Watching them buzz around like they couldn't wait to marry off his daughter, and also eager to be helpful, Hayashi couldn't help another twitch at the corner of his mouth. Elders, try to keep your dignity, he thought. But since he was younger, and tradition held the elders in higher standing, he didn't say it out loud. And he couldn't entirely relate to their obsession with wood release either. Then one elder turned to him. Clan head, what do you think of our suggestions? Hayashi paused, then answered, I believe the kids should handle their own relationships. However, you're right that if Hinata's found someone and it's mutual, we shouldn't stand in their way. He added, since Hinata's birthday is coming up, let's have her invite Izayoi to the celebration. The elders' eyes lit up immediately. Excellent idea. Yes, we'll host a proper party for Lady Hinata's birthday and send Izayoi a personal invite. He'll definitely see our goodwill. Gives the whole clan a chance to meet the future son-in-law. Perfect. As expected of the clan head, young folks are always full of good ideas. With that, they started chattering again about how to hold an especially grand celebration for Hinata. Hayashi just stood there, speechless. These venerable elders. He would never see them in the same austere light again. Chapter 97, Flaunting the Wood release out in the world. Kid, get ready, you're about to live a whole new life. Izayoi stepped out of the Hokage tower and nearly jumped at the sight waiting for him. Outside, the place was absolutely packed with people. The minute Izayoi and the other two emerged, the crowd broke into a clamor. Look, that handsome black-haired one, he's Izayoi. Whoa, he's tall. I heard he was in the same grade as my son and was the academy's top student. His hair color is the same as the first Hokage's. Guess it's true he's from the Senju. I watched him fight in the Chunin exams. Not only can he fly, but he's got this crazy powerful jutsu. This is awesome. With a wood release user again, nobody will ever mess with Konoha. The whole demon thing won't happen again, either. Their excited chatter kept filtering in. Some villagers were so hyped they looked ready to rush over and surround Izayoi on the spot. Not wanting that scene, Izayoi quickly grabbed Sasuke in one hand and Karin in the other, taking off from the center of town. Seeing him literally fly away only amped up the cheers below. Right then, Izayoi got a taste of what Naruto experienced in the original story when he became Konoha's hero, and he finally understood how big of a deal wood release was in the village. Even though the Sharingan is also a legendary Kekkei Genkai, when you're the last Uchiha, at best you draw enough attention that people pay to watch your fights, curious about the famous red eyes. But wood release. That made the entire village light up with excitement. The clans and shinobi of Konoha now saw Izayoi as the village's future. Morale didn't just bounce back, it was higher than before the Konoha crush. Meanwhile, the villagers felt safer than ever, no longer scared of a Ninetales rampage or some sudden enemy invasion. The tale of the God of Shinobi was common knowledge, on par with the legend of the Sage of Six Paths. Even regular folks knew wood release had ended the Warring States era, beaten the tailed beasts, and taken on whole nations single-handedly. Anyone who went outside the city and looked at that newly grown forest of towering trees instantly felt more secure and confident in Konoha. Wood release was basically the village's main pillar. Even the legendary Eyes of the Sage wouldn't mean as much in Konoha's eyes, because no one's ever actually seen those in action, but wood release definitely exists. You'll never have a peaceful moment again, Sasuke muttered, tucked under Izayoi's arm. He was practically gloating. Next time you try to date Hinata, everyone will be gawking, ah. Before he could finish, Sasuke let out a startled yelp. Izayoi had let him go, and he immediately dropped toward the ground. The sight of the ground rushing up made Sasuke's face go pale. But right before he could smash into it, a woody tendril snagged his waist, leaving him hanging in midair. He looked up to see Izayoi flying above, casually dangling him below like a yo-yo. Sasuke snapped, "You bastard. I'm gonna kill you. Really don't get who's in charge here, do you?" Izayoi said. Then, with a small tug, Sasuke was suddenly spinning around, up, down, left, right, even clockwise and counterclockwise. By the time Izayoi finally set him down, Sasuke was a sickly greenish-purple, too nauseous to do anything but lean against a wall and retch. I swear I'll kill you one day, he rasped, still so weak it was almost comical as he tried to glare. Izayoi shut him up with one line. "Don't you still want your present?" "Yes." Instantly, Sasuke went quiet and stood there sulking like a scolded child. Karin stood off to the side, desperately trying not to laugh. Her shoulders kept shaking as she excused herself to start dinner. Izayoi, meanwhile, stopped teasing Sasuke and pulled out a palm-sized red scroll. Sasuke watched intently, obviously intrigued. Unsealing it with a quick motion, Izayoi took out a metal lockbox. After keying in a code, the box swung open to reveal 2 rows of test tubes with some green liquid inside. "What are those?" Sasuke blurted, staring at the vials, which were clearly some kind of drug. "Cells from Hashirama," Izayoi replied. The color drained from Sasuke's face. "Wait, cells from the first Hokage? How do you even have that?" "You're asking the wrong question. You should be asking why the village has it, Izayoi joked. Sasuke's face darkened. He wasn't stupid. So the village actually tried to recreate wood release. Bingo. Izayoi nodded. I discovered them while I was, borrowing some scrolls. I also learned a few interesting secrets about your Uchiha clan's Sharingan. What secrets? Wait. Sasuke suddenly seemed to remember something. Eyes wide, he said, this is that risky way to get stronger you mentioned earlier. You catch on quick, Izayoi said, pretending to be impressed. So, aside from going from 1 tomo to 3 tomo, your clan's eyes can evolve even further. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke cut him off, eyes full of murderous intent. That's Itachi's eye, beyond the 3 tomo stage. Would you let me finish? Izayoi rolled his eyes. Yes. The eye beyond 3 tomo is called the Mangekyo Sharingan. It grants seriously strong personal eye techniques, but every time you use them, it burns some of your ocular power. Rely on them too much, and you'll go blind. Sasuke's eyes lit up. Blindness. Seriously. That's what my intel says. But there are 2 solutions. Izayoi held up 2 fingers, smirking. Method 1, transplant a Mangekyo from a close relative. That grants you eternal ocular power. He barely got the words out before Sasuke's face went rigid. Then it went through a whole cycle of emotions, shock, confusion, anger, hatred, just twisting around. His Sharingan flared at 3 tomo, spinning wildly. Negative energy was practically seeping out of him. Heh. Sasuke let out a bitter laugh through clenched teeth. So that's why he let me live. He said all that cryptic nonsense about getting eyes like his so I could come after him for revenge. He was just raising me as a backup plan for his own eyes. In that instant, any doubt Sasuke had vanished, replaced by a more focused, purer hatred toward Itachi. Izayoi left the real truth out. He simply showed Sasuke one of the vials. The second option is Hashirama's cells. That's what the village researchers concluded, he lied. They found that Hashirama's cells can balance out the Sharingan's power. If a non-Uchiha were to get a Sharingan, they'd just have to implant these cells to drastically reduce any side effects. And if it's a Mangekyo, then once you add Hashirama's cells, not only do you use less chakra, but any lost ocular power automatically regenerates. Izayoi neglected to mention that if Sasuke got Hashirama's cells, his eye power would skyrocket. Those cells would draw out the Indra chakra in him, quickly boosting his sage eyes, red. But, just like how Konoha never did manage to produce a second would-release user, if the transplant fails, the result is death. After stressing the last word, Izayoi gave Sasuke a playful look. So, want to go through with it? Yes, Sasuke answered without any hesitation. You're seriously not scared? Izayoi cocked his head. I mean, you could die. Not until I settle things with Itachi, Sasuke said coolly. But I believe you won't let me die, anyway. I'll only help bury you, Izayoi joked, putting the test tube back and closing the case. Sasuke frowned. You're not going to do the procedure for me. I'm not a doctor or a scientist, Izayoi retorted, rolling his eyes and standing up. Let's eat first. Tomorrow we'll clean up the Uchiha district and the area around the Naka River. In a couple days, I'll take you to someone who can give you that shot. Oh, Sasuke said, clearly curious but still nodding. Like the Uchiha clan massacre or the Konoha crush, it was impossible to keep news of a new would-release user under wraps. Word got out the very same day. By the next morning, everyone in the Land of Fire had heard. Within 2 days, the entire shinobi world knew. Before long, photos of Izayoi and intel on him were in front of the highest-level decision-makers in every major village. That speed of dissemination came partly because Konoha was pushing the story. A genius who hasn't fully grown might need protecting, but a recent academy grad who already had 5 nature transformations, had developed multiple sealless ultimate jutsu, who could fly, a rare skill in the ninja world, and commanded would release on a level that made him a top-tier combat asset. That's someone you flaunt, not hide. Even without would release, Izayoi was on par with Kage-level combatants. And with the ability to fly, the only person among the 5 Kage who could truly challenge him mid-air was Inoki. So yeah, putting him in the spotlight was Konoha's best play right now. Konoha had just lost the 3rd Hokage and an elder, plus the entire root division, which was almost as skilled as the Umbu. Even though Tsunade was taking over as 5th Hokage, nobody could deny that the village was weaker than before. A weaker Konoha meant fewer client contracts and more prowling by other villages or even smaller ones looking to rebel. Would release became the perfect shot of adrenaline. Hearing that a new would release user had popped up in Konoha for the first time in decades would reassure wealthy patrons deciding where to take their missions. They'd be much more inclined to hire Konoha. And in the big villages, any old grizzled veterans still around would be cautious. Nobody would rush to declare war on a village that had would release. That's because would release is a strategic deterrent that even tailed beasts can't match. After all, it was the first Hokage's would release that captured all the tailed beasts and handed them out to the other great nations. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Konoha, they just refuse to die, huh, muttered Inoki, staring at the photo of the young man. His gaze seemed distant, as though he was recalling a moment from long ago, when he held a photo of a certain blonde youth. Feeling a familiar pang of jealousy, he muttered, every time that village is on the brink, some dazzling prodigy shows up. Is it simply because the land of fire has the best resources? He then grew worried. He's still young, maybe 10 or 20 years away from matching Lord Hashirama at his prime. That means right now is the best chance to eliminate him. But, that's too big a gamble for me. And IWA can't afford to risk it either. While he brooded, a sudden glint of light flashed in his eyes. Maybe he wouldn't risk it, but others might. Inoki floated over to a window and gazed toward the land of rain. So an entire Umbu squad vanished into thin air. Could it be, the Sage of Six Paths legend might actually be real? If those Sage Eyes truly exist, I wonder if they could stand up against would release. Land of Lightning, Kimogakure. TCH, what a bluff, the fourth Raikage snarled, tossing aside the intel. Yeah, would release is legendary or whatever, but he's just a brat. How much firepower can he really bring? Putting him in the spotlight like this just means Konoha has no one else worth flaunting. If not for what happened with Karai, making me owe Tsunade a favor, I'd have shown Konoha what the strongest hidden village really looks like. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. What a smart move. Chiyo, acting as interim Kazekage, murmured, reading the intel in her hands. Having the Senju drop their family name and integrate seamlessly into Konoha not only lessened conflicts between the clan and the villagers, it also left the Senju, and Konoha itself, with a secret escape route. First Hokage, second Hokage. You must have seen this day coming. She glanced at Gaara, ransomed back to the village last month, currently studying hard. His personality was shifting under the influence of family bonds, he wasn't as cold as before. Chiyo gently instructed him, Gaara, when you become Kazekage, never make an enemy of Konoha. Make good use of that alliance we have. She kept the final thought to herself, not wanting to upset him. Because would release is the ultimate tailed beast counter. Gaara paused, looking puzzled, but still nodded. Chapter 98, Grievances, and Going to Land of Fields. Land of Rain, Omega-kure. Would release user, someone with a second pair of Renegan. Tendo Pain glanced at the photos and intelligence that Conan handed him. Wearing an impassive expression, he said, it seems that to become a true god, I have to pass the test fate has set for me. No matter who it is, nobody can stop me from achieving peace. Unlike Tendo Pain's lofty declarations, on Uchiha Obito and Black/White Zetsu's side, the atmosphere was heavier. First there was that mysterious figure with the Renegan, and now a legitimate would-release ninja. Lately, the surprises just keep popping up. Obito looked at Izayoi's profile with obvious annoyance. That kid survived the Nine Tails incident, fine. But at his age, to be wielding would release at that level. Clearly this wasn't something that only just awakened. How could he stand hiding it for so long? Doesn't he know how important would release is? The minute he revealed it, Konoha would have poured everything into cultivating him. If Izayoi had exposed his would release earlier, then when Obito wiped out the Uchiha clan, he could have also taken out that threat. But now. 5 nature transformations, an advanced raise non-variant, plus flight and would release. Unless he manages a perfect surprise attack, even Obito can't do much about him. Especially flight. It's exactly the kind of ability Obito hates dealing with the most. You don't suppose he's actually that mysterious person? White Zetsu suddenly blurted out, hitting on the truth. But Obito immediately shot him down. Can a Renegan switch back to a normal-looking eye? White Zetsu shut up at once. Of course it can, if the Renegan was awakened naturally by that person, rather than transplanted. In his mind, Black Zetsu also doubted Izayoi was the mysterious figure. If Izayoi had the Renegan, that would mean he had completed the polar reversal, the merging of yin and yang, even before graduating from the academy, something Madara Uchiha only managed when he was old and near death. That's impossible. The process of merging yin and yang demands someone be the reincarnation of either Asura or Indra, and push the sage's body or Sharingan to its extreme, then obtain a supreme yin or yang power and fuse them, slowly developing the power of all creation. Every one of those steps is nightmarishly difficult and takes ages. Black Zetsu spent over 1,000 years just to create a second pair of Renegan. A kid who only recently graduated couldn't manage it. Even if Izayoi's Renegan were transplanted, he'd be in the same situation as the young Nagato back then, unable to fully harness it. Plus, if the Renegan were transplanted, it couldn't switch back to a normal state. And if Izayoi were secretly from the Ōtsutsuki clan on the moon, sent to Konoha, he'd have white hair and the Byakugan. Clearly, Izayoi doesn't meet any of those conditions. He's just a lucky kid, the descendant of Hashirama Senju, arguably the most exceptional Azura reincarnation in history, who, by chance, inherited would release after decades of the bloodline lying dormant. That said, the future of this would release user definitely won't match the heights of Hashirama, who had the sage's body. But he did inherit Tobirama's talent for ninjutsu. By this age, he's already got multiple nature transformations mastered, plus he's developed storm release and dust release. Once Konoha starts training him in earnest, he might well become the next Tobirama in terms of ninjutsu. That alone makes him a huge threat to the Eye of the Moon plan. At that thought, Black Zetsu silently cursed his rotten luck. All this trouble, damn Hagoromo and Hamura. You two unfilial sons died ages ago, and I'm still dealing with the mess you left behind. Of course, no one knew how aggrieved Black Zetsu felt. Right after Izayoi's info spread throughout the ninja world, a bounty for him appeared on the black market. The amount? A whopping 180 million ryo. For comparison, Sarutobi Asuma, an elite jonin, member of the Guardian Shinobi 12, and son of the Hokage, had only a 35 million ryo bounty on the black market. Yet some rookie who graduated not long ago was worth 180 million and instantly shot to the top of the black market's most wanted list. From that, it's clear how much money the mastermind is willing to sink into eliminating a wood release threat. Izayoi, for his part, had zero knowledge of this. If he did know, he'd probably sneer just like Sasuke sometimes does. Broke losers. That amount of money can't even buy the plot of land for my new house. You think I'm that cheap? It also highlights how little tool-like ninjas seem to be worth. Even a user of the legendary power that once ended the Warring States period fetches a price that might not sound all that high. During those 2 days, Izayoi passed along the method to train in the Super Typhoon Serial Spheres to Sasuke, and also use Storm Release, Judgment to carefully do some logging, controlling the destructive force so as not to cause a ruckus. It took 2 full days just to clear away all the towering trees in the Uchiha district and along the Naka River. Over the course of it, Hinata and Karin contributed the most. Sasuke tried using Chidori to chop down a giant trunk that would take a dozen people to encircle, only to run out of chakra before it even fell. He was left trembling from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Karin and Hinata, who both had vast chakra reserves and had begun learning monster strength punches, turned those giant trees into personal punching bags. Together, they could knock down dozens of big trunks a day, leaving Sasuke a bit demoralized. During that time, the Rookie 9 and other friends also came to visit, eager to see Izayoi. His newfound fame eclipsed even that of a typical celebrity. Izayoi, you sly dog. You hid this all along. Yeah, I thought people were mixing you up with someone else, but it's really you. A Senju descendant with legendary wood release. Wow. You definitely owe us a feast. Izayoi couldn't shake them off, so he had to put on a banquet at Sasuke's place to feed these troublemaker friends. At least they had some sense of loyalty. After they were done eating and drinking, they helped Izayoi chop trees. Although, aside from Naruto, most of them didn't really contribute much. Naruto, though, used multi-shadow clone jutsu plus Renegan to help out, effectively doing the most work. Izayoi secretly rewarded him with a scroll for a new jutsu, wind release, vacuum great sphere. In terms of the 5 basic chakra natures, this jutsu's rank is akin to the Uchiha's fire release, dragon flame bullet, technically still a lower level jutsu, and not exactly rare. But Naruto was beyond grateful. After all, he'd had to beg Kakashi for ages to learn even wind release, great breakthrough. Kakashi then pretty much said, one wind release technique is enough, and never taught Naruto anything more advanced in wind style. If not for learning Renegan from Jiraiya, Naruto would still only have the single wind release, great breakthrough technique. Now, simply by swinging by to see how Izayoi was doing, and help out a bit, he'd been gifted a brand new jutsu scroll. Just as I thought, after Old Man 3rd and Irika-sensei, you're the 3rd person who truly recognizes me. And you're also the rival I respect. Feeling like a kid who'd just gotten a favorite new toy, Naruto left with a grin. That was ridiculous, Karin said, sitting on the engawa and wiping sweat from her brow with a handkerchief. It took us 2 whole days just to clear a fraction of the trees. I can't even imagine how spectacular Izayoi's would release, deep forest emergence must have looked on a battlefield. Right. Hinata nodded in agreement. Although Hinata didn't see it firsthand that night, 2 days of non-stop logging left her fully aware of how crazy strong wood release can be. She also realized why the elders in her clan had suddenly warmed up to her so much, pestering her about Izayoi and dropping hints that she ought to make their relationship official. Wood release is just too powerful. At the same time, Hinata couldn't help a little private delight. If even the Hyuga elders were in favor, and her father wouldn't stand in the way, she could confess to Izayoi any time with nothing stopping her now. But after he interrupted her last attempt, Hinata had lost the courage to be so forward. She really was shy. Meanwhile, Izayoi, who'd just finished sending off the Rookie 9, activated would release 4-pillar house technique, a 3-room, 1-living-room setup, to restore the Uchiha district after deep forest emergence had destroyed much of it. After all, Konoha might expand into this area in the future, making the land worth a fortune. Izayoi wouldn't want to devalue his little brother's property. When everything was back in shape, Izayoi said to Sasuke, who didn't seem to care much about the damage, "Go pack your things. We're heading out soon." "Got it." Sasuke's eyes lit up and he immediately flickered away to get ready. Izayoi went to let the two girls know what was going on. "Wait, you and Sasuke-kun are heading out?" Karin asked timidly, looking around. "Then I guess I'll stay at Hinata's place in the meantime." "How long will you be gone?" "Hard to say. Could be 2 or 3 days if we're quick, or maybe a week or more," Izayoi answered with a smile. "You two should keep training hard. If not, by the time we get back, Sasuke might leave you in the dust." "Right." The girls froze a second, then exchanged glances before nodding firmly. "And Hinata," Izayoi added, "if you have time, would you mind keeping an eye on the workers building my new house? If no one supervises, I worry they might run into issues that cause delays." "Leave it to me," Hinata said softly with a smile. After chatting a bit more, Izayoi grabbed his stuff, made a quick stop by the Naka River, then took Sasuke to file travel papers at the gate before heading straight to the Land of Fields. Indeed, Izayoi's plan for Sasuke's injection was to meet with Orochimaru. More precisely, with Orochimaru's knowledge and Kabuto's surgical expertise. Though Izayoi had the medical genius trait by name, he hadn't actually studied medical ninjutsu. He was very sure Sasuke wouldn't have any real problems with the Hashirama cell transplant. If something did go wrong, Izayoi could use would release to absorb the runaway power. But you can't beat professionals with a do-it-yourself approach. And if they connected with Orochimaru, they might also snag the Ryuchi Cave summoning scroll, which would boost Sasuke's strength even further. If Tsunade and the Slug Sage refused to sign Hinata onto the Shikatsu Forest contract, Ryuchi Cave was also an option. Someday Izayoi might want to learn Sage Mode, and at that point, it'd be good to have the 3 great Sage lands available. So a trip to Orochimaru was a must. About halfway there, Sasuke finally realized what was happening. He stared wide-eyed. "Land of Fields. The person you're taking me to see, is it Orochimaru?" "Bingo. You're out of your mind," Sasuke said, incredulous. "You know that Snake Freak wants my Sharingan, and you're literally bringing me right to his front door. Aren't you worried we'll get trapped?" "Relax, he's not the same Orochimaru we met in the Forest of Death," Izayoi assured him. During the Chunin exams, the 3rd Hokage sealed the sole of his arms. Right now, he can't perform any of his usual ninjutsu, and his body's on the brink of collapse. He's at his weakest point. The village will probably find that out once they dig into the brains of those Sound 4 corpses, so they'll definitely strike back soon. By then, it'd be much harder for us to find him. Izayoi looked at Sasuke with a confident smile. "Besides, don't you trust my strength by now? Would I bring you here if I wasn't sure we could handle it?" Sasuke let out a breath, clearly relieved. It's not that he was a coward, but it had only been 3 months since the Forest of Death exam in July. The memory of Orochimaru's killing intent making him vomit on the spot still haunted him. Little did he know, with his current 3-tomo Sharingan and stronger illusions, even a fully capable Orochimaru would have a tough time nabbing him. Land of Fields is one of the Land of Fire's neighboring nations to the north. Starting in Konoha, if you cross a forest and some grasslands, passing through the Valley of the End, where the god of shinobi used would release to shape the landscape, you'll soon reach the Land of Fields. Even for a genin traveling at top speed, it doesn't take a full day. For Izayoi and Sasuke, both using lightning release chakra to boost their speed, it took only half a day. Izayoi had perfect intel on Orochimaru's whereabouts. After leaving Konoha, Izayoi's shadow clone, assigned to protect Ranmaru, had trailed Orochimaru at a distance, watching him return to his underground base from across half the Land of Fire. He hadn't killed Danzo right away, partly because of the Hashirama cell supply. And the plan to help Sasuke get stronger and boost Izayoi's drop rate also required certain moves. Boom. Izayoi smashed the ground with a single punch, unleashing a frightening burst of chakra that ripped open a passage leading underground. Next thing, Izayoi and Sasuke headed in. They had walked only a little ways when a group of sound nin appeared in the corridor. Izayoi turned to Sasuke with a casual smile. "Here's a little test for you. Deal with these guys, then come find me afterward." With that, Izayoi's body seemed to vanish as though via teleportation. A gust of wind swirled past the sound nin. Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan spun. He looked rattled, clearly having seen something astonishing. Lightning chakra stimulation on the inside, wind release on the outside, so that's how he's hitting such ridiculous speeds. That guy. But soon Sasuke's lips curled into a smirk. "I see what he did. And once I learn wind release, it'll be mine. In a gust like flickering lightning, Izayoi zipped through corridor after corridor. Eventually, he arrived in a dimly lit chamber. Hey there, we meet again, Lord Orochimaru. Izayoi raised a hand in greeting, his tone oddly warm and friendly. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, his entire body wrapped in bandages, near collapse, with blood oozing from his pores, could only stare. Chapter 99, Surgery. Haha. So the Sound 4 and Kimimaro really did become your stepping stones. Orochimaru didn't seem alarmed at all upon seeing Izayoi appear before him. Instead, he let out a raspy laugh. Beneath the bandages covering his face, his yellow, slit pupil eyes gleamed with feverish greed as he spoke. I'd guessed you were a descendant of the Uzumaki or Senju clans, in whom the bloodline re-emerged, but I never imagined you'd be even more talented than I thought. Not only do you possess a talent for ninjutsu on par with the second Hokage, but you've also awakened the first Hokage's Kekkei Genkai. What's even more surprising is that, even though you awakened would release long ago, you knew how to keep it hidden. Once Tsunade took over, you immediately seized the opportunity to become Konoha's new hope. This goes beyond mere precocity or a scheming mind. I suspect that, in addition to Senju blood, you must also have Uzumaki blood, perhaps you awakened mind's eye of the Kagura. You must have witnessed plenty of Konoha's darkness with your own eyes. That last line dripped with certainty. Having planted plenty of spies in Konoha, Orochimaru had no trouble acquiring more detailed intel on Izayoi. His first 6 years were uneventful. In the following 6, he stuck close to the Hyuga clan's main family heiress, coming off as a Minato-style civilian genius. Orochimaru had initially assumed he was chasing the Hyuga heiress to climb the social ladder into a noble family. But to his surprise, it was all just a facade. Izayoi had awakened would release much earlier, understood how special he was, and yet endured in silence, biding his time until he reached a level of strength comparable to an ace. Only then did he begin to reveal his gifts. He waited until one of his own bloodline relatives took over as Hokage, giving him a solid backing, before fully exposing his trump card. Otherwise, he would never have chosen this moment to show his would release. Logically, he should have used it during the Chunin exams to suppress the One-Tails Jinchuriki from Sunagekure. That stage would have been perfect. Orochimaru, now realizing all this, placed Izayoi far above Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hatake in his personal esteem. Even his own younger self, he felt, wasn't worthy to carry Izayoi's shoes. So before Izayoi could speak, Orochimaru laughed and ventured a guess. Did you come to find me on your own so you can take my head and clear your path to becoming the 6th Hokage? Izayoi, for his part, had no idea that, in Orochimaru's mind, he was now this cunning, deeply calculating figure. He applauded after hearing Orochimaru's analysis, and in all sincerity praised him, as expected of Lord Orochimaru. Just from such small bits of intel, you figured out I carry both the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines. Swoosh. Suddenly, a blurred figure appeared behind Izayoi. A green glow in the dim room practically seared the eyes. Lord Orochimaru, please hurry and escape. It was Kabuto's voice. With a chakra scalpel in hand, he aimed straight at the back of Izayoi's neck. Too bad he had no clue just how terrifying a wood-release user who doesn't need hand signs can be. Izayoi didn't even move. The area on his back squirmed, then several wooden vines extended, resembling octopus tentacles, coiling around Kabuto's limbs and torso. The blue glow of chakra immediately traveled along those vines and into Izayoi's body. Seeing this, Orochimaru's expression became feverish. Absorbing chakra. So it really is genuine wood release. Wood release is a Kekkei Genkai that does it all: offense, defense, large-scale terrain control, plus flight, underground maneuvers, and sealing techniques. That's the common knowledge. But only those ancient monsters from the first Hokage's era, Konoha's top brass, and Orochimaru, who experimented with wood release, truly know that its strongest power lies in chakra absorption. The moment the enemy gets caught by branches, their chakra is quickly drained to feed the growing trees and boost their resilience. The more chakra an opponent has, the stronger wood release becomes. Fighting a wood release user means you only get weaker while they only get stronger. How can you possibly win? That's precisely why tailed beasts became little more than the first Hokage's playthings. Now, seeing Izayoi's wood release also possessed chakra absorption, Orochimaru was sure that he wasn't some lab creation by Konoha, he was a true Senju descendant. All at once, Orochimaru's view of Izayoi changed again, seeing him as an even more perfect future vessel than Sasuke. If he could seize Izayoi's body, combining his own knowledge with Izayoi's talents and Kekkei Genkai, then forget about Uchiha Itachi, even that Rinnegan-wielding leader of the Akatsuki would mean nothing to him. However, Orochimaru also knew that in his current condition, he was no match for Izayoi. Fortunately, he still had a backup plan. He swiftly composed himself. Seeing Izayoi casually subdue Kabuto without so much as a twitch, Orochimaru chuckled. Izayoi-kun, Kabuto here only acted out of concern for my safety, not malice. My body is on the brink of collapse, and it seems I won't be able to perform my reincarnation again. How about we strike a deal? I'll offer you my head, and you spare Kabuto's life. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto's eyes went wide as tears of gratitude streamed down. His acting was top-notch. If Izayoi didn't already know why Orochimaru wasn't afraid of dying, he might have believed their performance. After completely draining Kabuto's chakra and bundling him up like a dumpling with wooden vines, Izayoi was just about to speak. Then, with another blur, Sasuke appeared by his side, displaying his 3-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru blinked in mild surprise at Sasuke's sudden appearance. Then his eyes again became feverish. 2 perfect vessels standing before him was as tempting as dropping 2 unconscious beauties in front of a starved lecher. If he still had his ninjutsu and his body weren't failing, even with Izayoi's would release and Sasuke's newly evolved illusionary eyes, Orochimaru would have taken his chances. How disgusting. Noticing Orochimaru's gaze, Sasuke got goosebumps and muttered in distaste, "Can we really trust this guy?" "Don't worry," Izayoi said with a grin. Lord Orochimaru still has a sense of honor. Their exchange made Orochimaru's eyes flash. Smiling, he said, "So, Izayoi-kun, you didn't come here to kill me after all." "I never said I came to kill you, Lord Orochimaru," Izayoi replied lightly. "I'm not sure why you got that impression. Besides, wood release has already paved the road for me, your head would only be icing on the cake." "Heh." "Very true," Orochimaru agreed with a nod, smiling. "Then why'd you bring Sasuke-kun here to see me? Something you need my help with?" "Exactly. I'd like to make a deal with you, Lord Orochimaru." Izayoi nodded and took out 2 scrolls, handing them to Sasuke at his side. Understanding at once, Sasuke opened the scrolls and performed the unsealing. Poof, poof, 2 soft explosions of smoke later, a white Zetsu clone and a metal combination lockbox appeared. Orochimaru's eyes instantly locked on the white Zetsu clone, his expression startled. "That's Zetsu. So it seems Lord Orochimaru knows about these creatures." "It's called Zetsu, is it?" feigned Izayoi. "It has a really unique ability to fuse with plants and the ground. If I didn't have wood release, and if it hadn't been spying on me from the shadows, I'd never have found it." "Heh. That's a clone of a member of Akatsuki named Zetsu," Orochimaru said, then glanced at Sasuke. "Akatsuki is the mercenary group your brother Itachi joined after defecting." Sasuke's brow twitched, and a flash of murderous intent shone in his eyes. He etched that name into his memory. Pointing at the white Zetsu clone, Izayoi said, "Its body's pretty special. I'm giving it to you, Lord Orochimaru, as a little gift." He crouched down, pried open the clone's mouth, and turned to Orochimaru with a smile. "Your current body's about to break down, right? How about performing your reincarnation early and taking this body for yourself?" Orochimaru fell silent. But staring at Izayoi's cheerful face, he realized he had no choice. So the bandages on Orochimaru's face tore apart. He opened his huge maw and spat out a white phosphorus serpent that lunged at Izayoi and Sasuke. Startled, Sasuke reflexively leapt back a few steps. Izayoi only grinned, pulling the Zetsu clone's jaws open wider. Those yellow, slit eyes took one more quick look at Izayoi and Sasuke, then the serpent slithered obediently into the clone's mouth. Moments later, the clone's body began to writhe, its skin turning into a human complexion at visible speed. Clothes even sprouted from nowhere. In no time, the white Zetsu clone had become a copy of Orochimaru. This body. Orochimaru, now successfully reincarnated, slowly stood up, eyes brimming with disbelief. No one but Izayoi knew exactly how Orochimaru was feeling. As always, there is no such thing as a flawless jutsu in this world. Impure reincarnation has its own glaring weaknesses. When Orochimaru fights a vessel for its body, the vessel usually resists, forcing Orochimaru into a mental battle in a spiritual domain, which weakens both his mind and soul. Even if the vessel doesn't resist, Orochimaru enters a period of vulnerability after taking over, as his soul adjusts to the new body. But now, he felt 0 side effects. His mind and soul hadn't weakened at all, and there was no adaptation period. It was as if this body had been his original flesh, back before he learned living corpse reincarnation. More astonishingly, it was just a clone. Zetsu clearly hides some enormous secrets. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and let out a playful laugh, thinking, so that mysterious group with the sage's eyes is indeed hiding more unknown powers. Right then, Izayoi's voice floated to his ears. "Looks like you're quite pleased with that body, Lord Orochimaru." Turning to see Izayoi standing calmly, more accurately, treating him as if he wasn't a threat, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, then rasped a laugh. "Heh. This meeting gift of yours suits me very well, Izayoi-kun. So then, what kind of deal do you want?" Izayoi's next words, however, made Orochimaru momentarily lose control of his emotions. Lord Orochimaru, would you like to undo the Reaper death seal? Huff. Orochimaru's breathing grew ragged. Izayoi-kun, do you know how? I didn't originally, but not long ago, I found a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. Then I learned, Izayoi lied fluidly, that the Reaper death seal is a sealing technique of the Uzumaki. It sacrifices the user's soul to summon the Shinigami, sealing away the target's soul as a one-to-one exchange. What's the method to undo it? Orochimaru asked eagerly. Supposedly, you need to find the legendary Shinigami mask. Have someone use it to summon the Reaper as a sacrifice, trading their own soul to retrieve whatever's sealed inside the Reaper's belly, Izayoi explained. He spread his hands in a helpless shrug. As for where to find that mask, I have no idea. I see. Orochimaru seemed to process it, uncertain yet intrigued. Izayoi's words gave him a lead. Now all he had to do was dig into some Uzumaki clan secrets to confirm whether it was true. With that in mind, Orochimaru's mood improved. He smiled and said, that intel is extremely valuable. So, Izayoi-kun, what would you like me to do? I need two things, and for you to perform surgery on Sasuke. Izayoi typed in a code, popping open the metal lockbox. These are Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru recognized them immediately, ignoring the previous request for a moment. He gave Izayoi a meaningful look. If I'm not mistaken, most of these used to be in Danzo's hands. Didn't the leader of the Akatsuki kill him? Izayoi-kun, you're sure you don't know Zetsu? No idea who that is, Izayoi lied again without batting an eye. I found these in the Hokage Tower. Lucky for me that Renegan user caused so much chaos there, wrecking the barrier sensors and rampaging inside. Otherwise, I would have never been able to sneak in and get wood release scrolls and these goodies. Ah, I see. Orochimaru nodded in sudden realization. Now he understood how this genius with a reawakened bloodline had learned wood release, deep forest emergence. It wasn't purely inherited. He must have stolen the forbidden scroll from Konoha's vault. Meanwhile, Sasuke also realized where Izayoi got all those genjutsu scrolls, fire release scrolls, and even the forbidden bringer of darkness technique. Looking from the Hashirama cells over to Sasuke and his three-tomo Sharingan, Orochimaru smiled. It seems Izayoi-kun knows quite a few things. Indeed. So don't try anything funny, Izayoi said softly, smiling in a way that put Sasuke at ease. If I catch you being sneaky, I'll kill every last one of you. Though he didn't release a burst of chakra or overt killing intent, Izayoi's words made the underground room, which was already cold and dark, feel 100 times colder. Especially for Kabuto, who had been taken down in seconds, cold sweat oozed from his forehead. He'd stayed confident even in front of Kakashi Hatake and Tsunade, but here he was practically shaking. Orochimaru also felt the pressure. He'd only ever experienced this kind of intimidation from Itachi Uchiha and Tendo Pain. So this kid was already that fully fledged, huh? Nevertheless, Orochimaru kept up his placid smile. I understand. This is a small favor, nothing more. Chapter 100, Sasuke's Power-Up. The laboratory was brightly lit. Uchiha Sasuke lay on the operating table, eyeing Orochimaru and Kabuto warily, one on each side. Seeing this, Izayoi couldn't help but laugh. Don't be so tense, I'll be watching the entire time. If you don't trust them, you can at least trust me, right? Humph, I'm just worried you might sell me out, Sasuke said with a cold snort, curling his lip. Heh. Izayoi-kun and Sasuke-kun must have quite a bond, Orochimaru said with a chuckle. From what I know, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara once fought side by side as close friends. Now here you two stand, heirs to the Senju and Uchiha legacies. It seems your predecessor's friendship is alive in you. Hearing that, Sasuke shot Izayoi a glance. He was reminded of how this person had always treated him with open-handed kindness these past years, and he felt a small warmth inside. But Izayoi had a stern expression as he corrected Orochimaru, it's not friendship, it's a father-son relationship. I'm Sasuke's foster father, that's what he called me himself. Orochimaru and Kabuto both looked taken aback. You bastard, I'll kill you. Sasuke bellowed, trying to get up and fight Izayoi right there and then. But in the next instant, wooden vines sprouted from the floor, binding Sasuke to the operating table. Now isn't the time for tough talk, Izayoi teased. Wait until your surgery is done and you're stronger, then show me what you can do. He turned to Orochimaru and Kabuto. Hurry and get started, Hinata's waiting for me to come home. All right. Orochimaru nodded awkwardly, feeling that maybe he really was getting old, unable to keep pace with these young folk. Kabuto gave Sasuke an anesthetic shot, putting him to sleep. Then he lined up the Hashirama cells, disinfected the instruments, and looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't let him start right away but instead turned to Izayoi. Izayoi-kun, where do you plan to have these Hashirama cells transplanted on Sasuke-kun's body? Izayoi responded with a question, Lord Orochimaru, where do you think is best? The 5 internal organs are the core of the human body and its greatest treasure, Orochimaru said without holding back, having promised to be thorough. Among those organs, the heart is the most crucial pump. In the 8 gates, the heart is also the location of the death gate. Both blood and chakra are circulated throughout the body by the heart. If you want the Hashirama cells to have their maximum effect, I'd recommend placing them in the left side of his chest. Then we'll go with the left side of his chest, Izayoi agreed. At the same time, he realized that was why Madara had chosen to implant Hashirama's cells into his left chest. It made perfect sense. Seeing Izayoi's agreement, Orochimaru wasted no more words and signaled Kabuto, let's begin, Kabuto. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto said with a nod. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, how big a dose should we give? Once again, Orochimaru looked at Izayoi. Inject until he can't handle any more, Izayoi said after a moment's thought. If anything goes wrong, my wood release can absorb the cell's energy. He won't die. Izayoi didn't voice one more thought. If Sasuke actually died that way, he'd almost certainly meet the Sage of 6 Paths and then come back powered up. But according to how Yin and Yang might merge, the 2 extremes as one, Sasuke simply wouldn't die from this. No matter how much Hashirama cells you infused, Indra's chakra within him would balance and absorb it. All it would do is further awaken his red sage eyes. Of course, Orochimaru and Kabuto had no clue what Izayoi was thinking. They simply felt his logic made sense, especially Kabuto, who personally knew how quickly wood release could drain someone's chakra. Even Kidamaru's chakra absorption was nothing compared to wood release. Kabuto started working. First he snipped Sasuke's shirt open, then used a chakra scalpel to slice a small incision in his left chest and stop any bleeding. Next he injected the Hashirama cells into the tissue. Orochimaru watched this in absolute silence, barely breathing. Once he saw an entire vial of pure Hashirama cells pushed in without triggering violent rejection, unlike experimental subjects who would twitch and spasm, his eyes burned with greed and excitement. It was perfect. What a remarkable talent, even greater than Sasuke's older brothers had been. Yes, the Sharingan and Hashirama cells do balance each other's power. But having worked on both, Orochimaru understood that this balance was only temporary. Once I power weakens or Yin release chakra wanes, the scales tip. The Yang release chakra within the Hashirama cells can become aggressive. Suppressing it requires either some potent external force or Mangekyo-level ocular power. Clearly, Sasuke's body and eyes right now shouldn't be able to handle such pure Hashirama cells. Under normal circumstances, just one vial would have caused the afflicted area to bleach over. Yet Sasuke's body showed almost no reaction. That meant one vial was nowhere near enough. Kabuto picked up on this too, glancing at Orochimaru in surprise. When Orochimaru nodded, Kabuto injected Sasuke with another vial of Hashirama cells in the same spot. 3 vials later, Sasuke finally began reacting. His left chest started pounding violently, the heartbeat thundering like a drum. In such a violent response, the wound ought to have been bleeding profusely. Strangely, not a single drop of blood leaked. The incision itself was turning white at a visible rate. Keep going. Orochimaru shouted, face alive with excitement. Izayoi's lips curved into a faint grin. Even without using his Tensigen, Izayoi's mind's eye of the Kagura let him sense that Sasuke's chakra inside his heart had leapt from a small candle flame to a raging bonfire. The Yang release chakra coursed through him in ever-growing cycles, pulling more Yin release chakra from Sasuke's brain. The result was enormous physical and spiritual energy blending into chakra on its own. In other words, Sasuke was basically cheating at leveling up. Kabuto, stunned, continued injecting. Each additional vial caused a bit more bleaching to spread from Sasuke's left chest, yet there was no intense rejection. Instead, Sasuke's chakra just grew and grew. On the 10th vial, something truly bizarre happened. Sasuke's heartbeat suddenly calmed, and across his now completely white left chest appeared a human face. Seeing that face, Orochimaru and Kabuto both jumped in fright. The first Hokage's face. Indeed, just like Uchiha Madara in the original timeline, Sasuke now had Hashirama's visage on his chest. Izayoi took out a camera, snapped a photo, then watched Sasuke closely. A few text bubbles only Izayoi could perceive formed around Sasuke. Among them, the most striking was still Sage's eyes, red. But before today, Sasuke hadn't had any golden text bubbles. Now, one had upgraded from purple to gold. Super Kage potential, gold. Moreover, a brand new bubble had appeared, Kekkei Genkai, would release, blue. Seeing the change in Sasuke's shinobi potential, as well as the new label, Izayoi's lips curved upward. Clearly, Sasuke had successfully changed his destiny. A mere blue tear would release obviously wouldn't be enough to break fate. After all, even Yamato's would release was considered purple tear. Sasuke's breakthrough was possible because, as Izayoi suspected, the yang released chakra in the Hashirama cells, or that raw yang energy, had activated the Indra chakra within him. His chakra capacity soared, and so did its upper limit. Unlike Obito or Yamato, whose would release would never level up, Sasuke's, Kekkei would release, blue, was just the beginning. As he grew stronger and his chakra deepened, his would release might reach Madara's level. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he'd have near unlimited ocular power, meaning he wouldn't even need Itachi's eyes to achieve the perfect Susanoo. And if the Hashirama cells retained any Azura chakra, Sasuke might already be heading toward merging yin and yang on his own. Even if the Sage of Six Paths never powered him up, he could potentially awaken a third Renegan in a few decades. From now on, a low chakra reserve would no longer be Sasuke's Achilles heel. The minute he awakened Mangekyo, he'd join the absolute top ranks in the ninja world. At that point, his drop rate for Izayoi's gacha system would also rise, making it entirely possible for Izayoi to earn another red tier Sage's Eyes bubble before Shippuden even began. Incredible. Orochimaru's voice trembled as he stared at Sasuke, who had perfectly fused with Hashirama's cells. He could sense the boy's powerful chakra and life energy, his yang released chakra, and realized he might have stumbled onto a huge secret. Possibly one tied to the origins of the Senju and Uchiha. Right then, Orochimaru wanted nothing more than to find that Shinigami mask, retrieve the souls of his arms, and start experimenting to test out his theory. At the same time, Orochimaru quietly gave Kabuto a certain look. Kabuto immediately grasped the meaning and prepared to move. "Hey, don't pretend I'm not here." Izayoi's calm voice rang out, freezing Kabuto in mid-motion. Wooden tendrils sprouted from the ground like tentacles, wrenching the syringe away from Kabuto. The vines binding Sasuke also glowed faintly with blue chakra, quickly healing his incision before uncoiling of their own accord. MMM. Sasuke let out a soft nasal sound and slowly opened his eyes, still groggy. He saw three figures, their outlines fuzzy. Then a familiar voice reached his ears. "You're awake. The surgery was a huge success. Congratulations, you're a lovely girl now." "What?" The congratulatory tone snapped Sasuke fully awake. He instinctively checked down there with his hand. Feeling nothing amiss, he breathed a sigh of relief. Click. All of a sudden, the sound of a camera shutter rang out. Seeing Izayoi holding a camera, Sasuke went pale and panicked like never before. "You bastard, what are you doing?" He lunged at Izayoi, desperate to seize the film. "Calm down," Izayoi said. "Focus on how your body feels now. Give me the film first." Sasuke shouted. For once, raw strength wasn't his primary concern. The two blurred into motion, one chasing and the other fleeing around the lab. Naturally, Izayoi had no intention of letting such a mega blackmail photo go. He swiftly stored the camera away inside a wrist-mounted seal and shrugged at Sasuke. "Damn it." Seeing he couldn't get it back, Sasuke gritted his teeth, threatening, "If you dare leak that photo to anyone, I'll kill you for real." "Relax. Do I look like the kind of person who'd do that?" "Yes, you do." Sasuke snapped, face flushing red. Orochimaru and Kabuto were drenched in cold sweat, deciding they absolutely should never cross Izayoi. He wasn't just shrewd, he was also cruel in personality. It was Orochimaru's first time seeing an aloof Uchiha tortured like this. As he imagined Izayoi plastering that photo all over town, Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke with pity. Truly strong people don't fear defeat or even death. What they fear is losing face. At this rate, Sasuke was destined to be kept in line by Izayoi. "Anyway, never mind that for now," Izayoi said, shifting the subject. "Check what's changed in your body." Sasuke tried to calm himself. He looked down to notice the face of Senju Hashirama on his chest and jumped in fright. "What the hell is this?" "It's normal," Izayoi said reassuringly. "It's just a side effect of having Hashirama cells implanted. Gaining great power always has a price. At least it's not on your face. Just, don't go shirtless." Sasuke shot Izayoi a furious glare. "You'd better pray I never become stronger than you or I'll make you regret it." "If that day comes, I'd be thrilled," Izayoi said earnestly. Sasuke snorted, then began to really feel his changed body. Before long, his expression turned to shock. "This chakra is incredible, and..." As if making a new discovery, Sasuke lifted his hand, and a small branch sprouted from his palm with a few green leaves. "Congrats," Izayoi said with a smile. "You're officially a wood release user now." Orochimaru and Kabuto weren't the least surprised. After all, if someone successfully merged Hashirama's cells, they could awaken would release. But it wouldn't be the true version, neither hyper-resilient nor capable of supreme chakra absorption. Essentially, it was a decent Kekkei Genkai but hardly unstoppable. Sasuke noticed this as well and pursed his lips in disappointment. TCH. It's nothing like your would release. Obviously not. You've seen how huge my chakra reserves are, right? Izayoi rolled his eyes. Just being able to use would release at all is already impressive. Plus, the main point of giving you Hashirama cells was boosting your chakra and ocular powers. You now have both the yang element plus water and earth attributes. Once you master wind release, you'll be an all-nature user like me. Hearing that, Sasuke's eyes glowed with excitement. So, that means I can learn all of your ultimate techniques now. Sure can. Feeling happy. Izayoi teased. Fine, I guess I won't kill you just yet. Sasuke folded his arms over his chest, pouting in that typical Tsundere Uchiha way. Chapter 101, Nanda. When Orochimaru and Kabuto walked over and saw that Sasuke and Izayoi's scuffle had ended, Orochimaru wore a wicked grin. Izayoi-kun, Sasuke-kun, are you both satisfied with the surgery? From Orochimaru's demeanor, it seemed he had no fear that Izayoi might double-cross him now that the procedure was done. Maybe he had a way to resurrect himself if killed, or perhaps he simply realized he couldn't fight Izayoi and was betting on Izayoi being a man of his word. Not bad at all. In the end, you really do need a professional for a professional job, Izayoi replied with a nod of satisfaction. The surgery is done, so it's time to fulfill our trade agreement. Trade? Orochimaru blinked, nearly blurting out that the surgery itself had been the deal. But then, recalling Izayoi's earlier words, where the surgery for Sasuke came after what Izayoi wanted from Orochimaru, his smile stiffened. Because of the Hashirama cells, Orochimaru had pushed aside that earlier part in his mind. Now Izayoi was tilting his head at him, coolly pointing out, the surgery was just my gift in return for your welcome present. Lord Orochimaru, you don't honestly think that one surgery clears our debt for that white Zetsu clone and the intel about the Shinigami mask, right? Heh. So what do you want, Izayoi-kun? Orochimaru forced a laugh but cursed inwardly, this kid's cunning is on a whole different level. He was setting a trap from the start with how he phrased things. Saying, I want a certain thing, and actually specifying that thing are two totally different things. By agreeing to do the surgery, Orochimaru had effectively agreed to the transaction. Now Izayoi could make any exorbitant demand. Refuse, and that alone became reason enough for a falling out. But if he gave it, and the demand was for something too valuable, then what? In that moment, Orochimaru found himself cornered yet again. If he'd known in advance that Izayoi would show up here, he'd have sent Kabuto away with his most crucial possessions. Then even if Orochimaru died, Kabuto could resurrect him. But now that he knew about the Shinigami mask and had obtained a perfect body like the white Zetsu clone, Orochimaru had no wish to die. Whatever Izayoi demanded, however extreme, Orochimaru had little choice but to grit his teeth and accept. Suddenly, a horrifying thought struck him. Was this kid doing it on purpose the entire time? First, using the white Zetsu clone and the intel on the Shinigami mask to lure him in, then using his greed and fears to lock him down. Could it be that Izayoi already had the Shinigami mask in his possession? Orochimaru's breathing grew rough and uneven. He started second-guessing everything. Of course, Izayoi had no clue Orochimaru was busy spinning wild theories again. He cut straight to the point, I want the Ryuchi Cave summoning scroll so Sasuke can make a contract there. Ryuchi Cave? Orochimaru hadn't expected Izayoi to ask for the summoning scroll. He glanced at Sasuke standing beside Izayoi, and his eyes once again flickered with excitement. If Sasuke signed a contract with Ryuchi Cave, maybe he, Orochimaru, could one day plant a curse mark on him. But sensing Sasuke's current aura, Orochimaru immediately dismissed that notion. Unless he recovered the souls in his arms, he was no match for Sasuke in this state. So Orochimaru tried some maneuvering of his own and smiled slyly. I thought Izayoi-kun might want Edo Tensei, but all you want is Ryuchi Cave's summoning scroll. That's a rather small thing. However. He paused, staring at his hands with a troubled look. My hand souls were taken by the Reaper when the third Hokage summoned it. Right now, I can't perform any summoning technique to bring out the scroll for Ryuchi Cave. If you can find me the Shinigami mask, Izayoi-kun, then once I recover my hands, that scroll is yours to do with as you please. Finishing, Orochimaru spotted Izayoi's faint smirk and felt a pang of unease. Sure enough, Izayoi turned to Kabuto and said, if Lord Orochimaru can't form seals, we can just have Kabuto-senpai do it, right? Wasn't that how you three Sannin handled things during your little class reunion in Tanzaku Town? Heh. You really can't fool Izayoi-kun, Orochimaru muttered. Realizing his ruse was exposed, he dropped any pretense. Izayoi-kun, the Shinigami mask must be in your possession, correct? What price must I pay for you to hand it over? What makes Lord Orochimaru so sure I've got the Shinigami mask? Izayoi asked, wearing an amused expression. Seeing that smile, Orochimaru felt a jolt of relief. He laughed. A moment ago, I wasn't sure. Now I am. Because, Izayoi-kun, you're far too steady. Even the Nara clan can't match you in brains and scheming. Thanks for the compliment, Lord Orochimaru. You're quite impressive yourself for figuring it out so quickly that I have it. Orochimaru's face lit up with barely concealed delight, only for Izayoi to name his price. You can have the mask, but in return, you have to help Sasuke learn Sage Mode from Ryuchi Cave. Sasuke, who'd been listening quietly, froze in surprise at Izayoi's statement. Though he didn't really know what Sage Mode was, using an item powerful enough to break the third Hokage's life-sacrificing seal in exchange for an even greater strength for him, clearly that item was unimaginably precious. Possibly on the level of a village's secret heritage. Yet Izayoi was using it just to help him get stronger. Sasuke felt a sudden rush of warmth, an odd sting at the corners of his eyes. Maybe having a foster father wasn't so bad after all. Meanwhile, Orochimaru stared at Izayoi in shock. You even know about Sage Mode. If you had my abilities, you'd know even more, Izayoi answered coolly. True enough. Orochimaru mumbled, recalling the Uzumaki clan's mind eye of the Kagura and the first Hokages would release. He soon nodded briskly. No problem. I can introduce Sasuke-kun to the White Snake Sage and help him learn Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode. In that case, let's see the summoning scroll. Kabuto. Orochimaru glanced at Kabuto. The latter quickly understood, smeared Orochimaru's blood to form seals, and knelt down to slap his hand against the ground. Summoning technique. Poof. A cloud of white smoke appeared, revealing a white snake about the size of a grown man. Seemingly on a mission, it opened its mouth wide the instant it showed up, spitting out a large scroll with the words, Ryuchi Cave, on the seal. Izayoi gave Sasuke a pat on the shoulder. Go ahead, use your blood and sign it. All right. Sasuke nodded, went over, unrolled the scroll, and bit his finger to write his name in blood on the blank section. Pleasure doing business, Lord Orochimaru, Izayoi said. Heh. Likewise. Whenever Sasuke-kun wants to learn Sage Mode, just let me know via a snake from Ryuchi Cave, Orochimaru replied, clearly a bit impatient. He was sick of being without his arms. For a scientist and a Kage-level shinobi, losing the ability to use ninjutsu was like torture worse than death. And right now, Orochimaru had far too many enemies, Akatsuki's S-rank rogues, plus Konoha and Sand. If Izayoi hadn't come for a deal, Orochimaru might already have been dead. Now that Izayoi knew his location, the Konoha side had surely learned it from the Sound Fours and Kimimaro's brains by now. Their shinobi could be on the move toward the land of fields at this very moment. Orochimaru had to relocate soon. Since our deal is done, we won't bother you any longer, Izayoi said. I look forward to our next meeting, Izayoi-kun. Me too. After Sasuke signed the contract, Izayoi exchanged a few more polite words with Orochimaru and turned to leave. But a few steps later, he paused as if remembering something and faced Orochimaru again. By the way, Lord Orochimaru, don't you have 2 Kusanagi swords? How about selling me the other one? Izayoi-kun, you're remarkably well informed, Orochimaru replied in a low voice, wariness flickering deep in his eyes. Indeed, he had 2 Kusanagi blades and had scoured the world for a third. But not even Kabuto knew this. How did this kid manage to learn such things? Creepy. Still, Orochimaru parted his jaws, coughing up a scroll slick with mucus. Here, this Kusanagi sword is yours, Izayoi-kun. Sasuke, go pick it up, Izayoi told him. Me. Sasuke eyed the slime-covered scroll with distaste. Quit whining. It's for you, Izayoi retorted, rolling his eyes. If it's in Lord Orochimaru's private collection, it's bound to be a real treasure. You've heard the legends of the Kusanagi sword, haven't you? Heh. Izayoi-kun certainly knows his stuff, Orochimaru said with a smile. There are 3 Kusanagi blades in total, each with different powers. The strongest is the Totsuka blade, which can change form and trap whoever it pierces in a dreamlike illusion world forever. I've been searching for the Totsuka blade's whereabouts all these years, but I still haven't found it. At that, his tone brimmed with regret. Hearing there was such a miraculous weapon out there, Sasuke's eyes lit up. He no longer cared about the slime on the scroll, quickly picking it up and wiping it clean. All right, we'll get going now, Lord Orochimaru, Izayoi said, waving. Oh, one more thing, I recommend you pack up and relocate. The interrogation unit will have already extracted this base's location by now. Thank you for the warning, Izayoi-kun. They spoke with a politeness and warmth like old acquaintances. In truth, both had gained tremendously from the exchange. Sasuke had successfully changed his own fate. His strength soared, and his drop rate, so to speak, rose. Once he mastered the Super Typhoon Serial Spharesque and learned Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode, he'd be among the ninja world's elite. At that point, his potential would spike again. Before Izayoi's Tenseigen reached its final evolution, unlocking Tenseigen Chakra Mode plus Silver and Golden will reincarnation explosions, there was a real chance Izayoi could earn another red-tier Sage's Eyes from him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had acquired the White Zetsu clone and a shot at undoing the Reaper Death Seal. Everyone walked away a winner. Half a month later, at the Naka River. Ha 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 ha. Thick branches sprouted from the riverbank, arching across like a bridge to the opposite side. Standing atop them, Sasuke laughed triumphantly, gazing down at Hinata and Karin, who stood on the river's surface below. His face radiated smugness. Nanda. Is that the best you two can do? Come on, show me what you've got. I'm only just getting warmed up. Seeing how cocky Sasuke was acting, both Hinata and Karin got veins popping on their foreheads. They exchanged a quick glance and nodded in unison. 8 trigrams, vacuum wall palm. Taking a stance reminiscent of Tai Chi, Hinata thrust her palms forward. A massive surge of chakra, far beyond that of an ordinary vacuum palm, launched toward Sasuke on the branch. Too slow. Sasuke jeered, 3 tomo swirling in his Sharingan. He simply hopped into the air, effortlessly evading Hinata's vacuum wall palm. Flipping twice midair, Sasuke finished forming hand seals and spewed a tiny flame downward. Fire release, great fire annihilation. That small flame instantly swelled, transforming into a roaring inferno, crashing down like a falling meteor. Water release, rising water slicer. Karin clasped her hands, causing water from the Naka River to spiral upward in a massive vortex, colliding with the meteor-like fireball. A harsh hissing noise echoed as white steam spread out in a thick mist. Crap. Sasuke, overconfident a moment ago, instantly realized his blunder. His face changed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He heard the sound of multiple objects piercing the mist, seeing a barrage of blue chakra needles heading right for him. Quickly drawing the Kusanagi sword at his waist, Sasuke channeled lightning releases nature and shape transformations into it, slashing at high speed to deflect the oncoming needles. So those lumps of chakra turned out to be water needles, water release, heavenly weeping. Whoosh. Just as he parried that technique, another rushing sound came from his left. Sasuke spotted Hinata clinging to the rock face and bounding straight at him. Panicking, he thrust his hand out and shouted, "Wood release, great forest technique." His arm transformed into multiple wooden vines, like octopus tentacles or a swarm of snakes, shooting toward Hinata to bind her mid-flight. But Hinata simply gave a shout and punched one of the incoming wooden vines. An explosion of huge chakra shattered the tough wood into countless fragments. The resultant shockwave hurled Sasuke all the way to the far bank. Though Sasuke wasn't actually injured, he had barely landed when a teasing voice sounded behind him. Nanda. Is that all you've got, Sasuke-kun? A single palm pressed against Sasuke's back, frog-like markings of a sealing script spreading across his skin. The battle was over. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, so many questions. Damn it. Using a sealing technique is so unfair, one more time, untie me and let's go another round. As the mist cleared, Sasuke, whose limbs had been sealed so he'd lost control of his body, shouted in frustration. Sasuke-kun, are you still a school kid who hasn't graduated? Karin grumbled, veins popping on her forehead. You're the one who wanted a 2-on-1 fight and told Hinata and me to go all out. Now you've lost and you're trying to cheat your way out. Sasuke's expression went rigid. Hinata, who had just landed on the ground, kindly advised him, Sasuke-kun, you really need to learn to keep your temper in check. Every time you get a power boost, you let it go to your head. That's a major weakness. Sasuke's face turned bright red. Click. Click. Just then, the sound of a camera shutter kept going off. They saw Izayoi snapping shots of Sasuke's embarrassing pose while shaking his head, sighing, this won't do, Sasuke. I wanted to get some cool photos of you, but you got taken down in fewer than 10 moves. How lame. Shut up. At this moment, Sasuke wanted to crawl under a rock. If he'd known it would end like this, he'd never have been so careless. Next time he fought Hinata and Karin, he definitely wouldn't use fire release, and hand the advantage to those two with their incredible sensory abilities. When Karin finally released the four-limb waiting Sealy, Sasuke, too embarrassed to face the trio and afraid Izayoi might keep mocking him, prepared to vanish with the body flicker technique. Hold on, don't leave yet. Izayoi immediately called out, your chakra's huge right now, so you can help me out. Then, turning to the two girls, he said, Hinata, Karin, I need your help, too. Yes. Hinata and Karin nodded at once. TCH. What's the hurry? Sasuke muttered under his breath. It's not like you don't have a place to stay. Hearing that, Izayoi teased him, oh. Don't tell me you can't bear for me to move out. Who can't bear it? Clearly caught, Sasuke snarled in indignation, I can't wait for you, you nasty jerk, to hurry up and move out, so you'll stop harassing me every day. Don't worry. My new place is massive. There'll be a big arena where you can come fight or crash anytime you want. Humph. Like I care. With that sort of tsundere attitude, Sasuke, along with Hinata and Karin, followed Izayoi to the center of Konoha. By now, Izayoi's new house had basically finished growing, since it wasn't a skyscraper, and 2 more professional crews were on site working on the interior. Izayoi's team of 4 performed the multi-shadow clone jutsu to assist these crews, also learning by doing. That way, if something ever broke in the future, they could handle repairs themselves. Simultaneously, Izayoi consulted with the underground modification crew to incorporate certain mechanical elements and some ninja tools into the structure. Unlike other rowdy Rookie 9 who'd be more trouble than help, these 4 were all geniuses the pros loved having around. A single explanation was enough for them to understand and rarely mess up, speeding up progress significantly. At this rate, Izayoi's new home would be done well before December. Omegakure, land of rain. Pouring rain battered down. Move. Spread out. Even if we die, we must deliver this intel to Lord Raikage. Several figures in raincoats raced along a muddy path, the leading one barking orders. Obeying instantly, his comrades split in different directions. One figure slipped into a narrow alley. Beneath the trembling hood, a mask was faintly visible. From the commander's words, it was clear they were Kumo Umbu. Biting his finger so the rain wouldn't wash the blood away too quickly, this Kumo Umbu formed seals and slammed his hand on the ground. Summoning technique. Poof. A gray wolf appeared in the alley. The Umbu pulled out a scroll, about to stuff it into the wolf's mouth, when a giant shadow covered both man and wolf. Boom. A massive ox dropped from above, crushing them on the spot. The wolf didn't even have time to vanish back to its summoning realm. Standing on the ox's head was a man with orange hair and a missing knee headband, his expression emotionless. Animal path. Elsewhere, another Kumo Umbu didn't even get a chance to summon. A piercing hum came from behind, several tracking missiles launched toward him. It made no difference if he used body flicker or tried zigzagging, he couldn't escape those missiles. With no other choice, he spun around to release lightning release, hoping to knock them down. Rumble. When his lightning struck the missiles, the Umbu realized too late he'd grossly underestimated their destructive power. Blinding flashes of flame devoured the raindrops, enveloping him. Once the explosion died, he lay on the ground near death, clothes in tatters. In the next instant, someone dropped down from above, landing a final blow on his neck. It was the Azura path. The remaining Kumo Umbu were similarly killed off by the 6 paths of pain in various ways. Some had all their chakra drained by Pretapath before having their necks snapped. Others were swallowed by the King of Hell. Another got his soul ripped out, dying while pain extracted the entire mission briefing and details of their infiltration into Omegakure. Only the squad leader managed to escape the village. He finally appeared at the base of a rocky mountain, leaning against it, panting heavily. Beneath his mask, relief flooded his eyes. Then a cold voice brought him crashing down from relief to terror. Bansho Tenin. Invisible force, like a giant hand, grabbed hold of the squad leader, lifting him slowly into the air. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free of the unseen divine hand. Above him, partly hidden by the heavy rain, a figure in a black robe patterned with red clouds floated down. Purple ripple-patterned eyes radiated a chill authority. Gazing down at the captive Umbu, Tendo Pain said impassively, "This cat-and-mouse game ends here." He raised his hand to the Umbu and whispered, "Shinra Tensei." What happened next was truly bizarre. A large section of the rain-filled sky simply vanished. The floating Umbu commander hurtled downward into the rocky mountain, which shattered on impact. The ground sank in a wide circle. Yet strangely, no dust cloud lingered, it was blown away by that invisible storm in an instant. Having killed the Umbu commander in one blow, Tendo Pain didn't leave immediately. He glanced at a nearby mountain and said calmly, "Come out, Jiraiya-sensei." At his words, a tall figure in a rain cloak appeared at the top of the mountain. Lifting the hood revealed a head of long white hair, Jiraiya. "So it really is you, Yahiko." Jiraiya said in a conflicted tone as he looked up at Tendo Pain hovering in the air. Suddenly, he raised his voice, "Yahiko, what happened all these years?" Tendo Pain did not strike at Jiraiya. Instead, he drifted downward to stand across from him. "You've been sending shadow clones to gather the information you wanted, haven't you?" "Jiraiya-sensei. That's why I'm asking what happened over the years." Jiraiya demanded sorrowfully. Are you Yahiko or Nagato? And that, angel of Omega Kure, that's Conan, right? Why did I get news of your deaths back then? If you didn't die, why not come to Konoha for me? And why did you form Akatsuki in the first place? Plus, what really happened with Hanzo and Danzo? Why did you ally with Orochimaru to attack Konoha and abduct a wood-release ninja and steal the scroll of seals? These questions had haunted Jiraiya for a long time. If not for going to find Tsunade, he'd have come straight to Omega Kure after the Konoha crush to see for himself. Initially, he doubted all three of his students could still be alive. He suspected the person who killed Nagato might be using the Renegan or some other power to turn his pupils into puppets. So he proceeded with utmost caution, sending only shadow clones to infiltrate Omega Kure. But as more data came in, he had to accept that his three pupils had indeed survived. They must have encountered something, or someone among them had changed drastically, because they were no longer the people he knew. Pain stared blankly at Jiraiya's questions. But when he heard Jiraiya mention abducting the wood-release user and stealing the scroll of seals, even that deadpan expression on Pain's face finally cracked. The corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly, as though wanting to defend himself. He said flatly, I'm glad Danzo is dead, but that wasn't my doing. I've never even been to Konoha. What? Jiraiya blinked, then eyed the shattered mountain. He sighed in disappointment. Whether you're Yahiko or Nagato, my students in the past never lied. It seems you really have changed. There's evidence of your Rinnegan-based jutsu left at Konoha. It matches exactly how you killed that Umbu just now. This special ability of yours, clearly the Rinnegan, so don't even try to deny it. For the first time in his life, Nagato felt the frustration of having no words. He truly couldn't understand, if someone with sage eyes is roaming around, then aside from himself, that person should be unbeatable. Why would such a powerhouse stoop to petty, dirty tricks? Isn't that the behavior of the weak or small-minded? Why did fate grant that person a second set of Renegan, pitting him against Nagato in a god-level trial? Must he, a champion of justice, defeat that dark representative of humanity to become the genuine savior? Trying to salvage his image in front of his old teacher, Tendo Pain said arrogantly, a god has no reason to lie. With my power, I don't need to team up with anyone. You've investigated Akatsuki's intel, so you should know that Orochimaru is a rogue we're hunting down. The one who allied with him, killed Danzo, abducted the wood-release user, and stole the scroll of seals is a mysterious individual possessing a second pair of sage eyes, a nemesis fate has arranged for me. Nani? A second pair of Renegan. Jiraiya's eyes flew open in shock. But he quickly realized something else and wore an odd expression. Wait, wouldn't that make it the seventh pair of Renegan? Pain had been rendered speechless more times today than in his entire life since his transformation. His divine dignity crumbled even further. But facing the teacher who had once mentored him, he could only explain patiently, those bodies embedded with black rods are just my puppets. Hearing that, Jiraiya's face turned sorrowful. He murmured, so, you really are Nagato. Tendo Pain gazed blankly into the rain. I'm using Yahiko's name to become a god, bringing true peace and wiping out endless war. And so you're targeting tailed beasts and Jinchuriki in your organization, right? You plan to collect all the tailed beasts? Jiraiya demanded. But the peace you get by violent control is never true peace. That's only because you see no further than that, Pain replied impassively. That's the difference between mortals and a god. No one in the ninja world but that mysterious man understands me. Only he's worthy to be my opponent, Pain continued. Go home, Jiraiya-sensei. You've gathered plenty of intel. My real foe isn't the 5 great shinobi nations, only that rival fate assigned me. If you remain unsatisfied, even though you're my teacher, I won't hesitate to kill you. Leaving that warning, Tendo Pain floated upward, heading back toward Omega Kure. Nagato, I will stop you. Jiraiya shouted at his back. Correcting my students when they go astray is my duty as their teacher. Pain ignored him. Watching him vanish into the rainy skies, Jiraiya muttered somberly, someone else out there has a second Renegan, a hidden manipulator. I never imagined the situation was this dire. Jiraiya felt all kinds of emotional turmoil. At first, he blamed everything on Nagato's Renegan. But now he'd learned the Akatsuki leader really was his pupil. Yahiko's death must have changed Nagato, this so-called child of the prophecy, immensely. From the conversation and his own observations, Jiraiya realized Nagato wasn't entirely extreme, he'd just taken a wrong path. Jiraiya trusted his students' words. And that's why it all felt even worse. There weren't just one pair of sage eyes in this world, there was a second pair. That person, unknown even to Nagato, was behind the Konoha crush plan. Why did he kill Danzo? Why seize Yamato, the wood-release experiment? Why steal the scroll of seals and so many other jutsu scrolls? Akatsuki sought tailed beasts, trying to enforce a twisted peace. So what was this mysterious person's goal? The unknown is always most terrifying. After talking with Tendo Pain, Jiraiya had concluded that the person with the second pair of sage eyes was now the most dangerous individual in the ninja world. Deciding he needed to wander again in hopes of unmasking this figure, he let out a poof. And vanished in a cloud of white smoke. It turned out he'd been just a shadow clone. Little did either Pain or Jiraiya know that, far off in the distance, another pair of eyes had been watching them all along, a wood clone of Izayoi. Chapter 103, Pika Pikachu. They didn't fight, huh? Looks like the butterfly effect is getting bigger and bigger, Izayoi mused to himself. Not only did he see Jiraiya and Tendo Pain's meeting, but Izayoi's wood clone also witnessed Pain's 6 paths wiping out the Kumo squad. After obtaining wood release, Izayoi created just 10 wood clones and used them to monitor the entire shinobi world. A wood clone is second only to a white Zetsu clone in capabilities. It can likewise send intel back to the user in real time, and it's way more durable than a regular shadow clone. Even if one were about to run out of chakra, it could find an unlucky victim to drain chakra from, self-sustaining. If only the Tenseigen's telescopic and X-ray vision were able to do eavesdropping as well. In its overhead God's eye view mode or the first-person perspective, it can zoom in on a certain area, but you can't overhear conversations that way. With these 10 wood clones, though, Izayoi's results aren't far behind what the White Zetsu army can do. He can't eavesdrop, but from prolonged monitoring, Izayoi has already picked up signs that a storm is brewing. Because of Izayoi's own moves, the Akatsuki's main base was exposed in advance. All the major powers, wanting to confirm whether Sage Eyes, Renegan, truly exist, have been dispatching squads into Omegakure to gather intel. After those squads vanished mysteriously, the larger nations put pressure on neighboring countries, forcing smaller villages to send their own ninja teams over. But to all these intruders, Tendo Pain shows no mercy. He annihilates everyone. He's not relocating the base at all, as if he's fully prepared to take on a joint assault from the major hidden villages at any moment. Having lost one scouting team after another, the major villages are at a standstill, biding their time. They're waiting to see if Omegakure issues a warning, and whether or not Hanzo the demigod is still in charge. Based on Hanzo's performance and personality back in the Second Great Ninja War, he would normally have delivered a pointed warning in his own style, reminding the big villages that the demigod is still alive and kicking. If Hanzo actually shows himself, then that proves the intel was fake, meaning Konoha just spread misinformation to distract everyone so they wouldn't exploit Konoha's weakness. If Hanzo doesn't appear, it means Konoha's report is likely true. At that point, all the big powers would proceed with a second wave of tests. Once it's confirmed that the Sage Eyes truly exist, war against Omegakure would be highly likely. The legendary Eyes of the Sage of Six Paths are as tempting as the God of Shinobi's Kekkei Genkai would release. Especially now that Konoha once again, after decades, has a would release ninja, Izayoi. No one can tell if Izayoi might someday become an existence on par with the first Hokage. If he does become the God of Shinobi of the new era, Konoha could regain its status as the strongest, and even hold power great enough to upset the balance of the world. Right now, the most sensible move for the other villages would be to unite against Konoha, taking out Izayoi before he can rise to the level of the first Hokage. But obviously, relations between the great villages aren't good enough for any united front. So their only option to counter Izayoi is to cultivate a demon of the shinobi world within their own ranks, someone who could stand up to the future God of Shinobi. The Renegan, the fabled top of the three great dojutsu, is the best bet. Also, none of the factions know exactly what powers the Renegan holds. With a gambler's mindset, someone is bound to make a move. Because Omegakure isn't Konoha and doesn't have that many ninjas. Yet. If anyone jumps the gun, reaching out for those eyes too soon, they'll be in for a harsh lesson. And with how the ninja world looks right now, they'll just have to swallow that loss, unless there's some brainless hardliner. Thinking along those lines, Izayoi glanced in a certain direction and murmured with a faint smile, "A bit more chaos suits me just fine. After a while, I'll toss in another spark to fan the flames." Time flew by, and November was gone in the blink of an eye. With Izayoi's group of 4 using multi-shadow clone jutsu to assist, the interior finishing of his new home was completed even faster than the house itself had grown. From mid-August, when construction started, to early December, which makes a bit over 3 months, Izayoi's new residence was finally complete. Its location is in the southeastern quadrant of Konoha's central district. A few streets to the right lie the village's hot springs. The Hyuga clan, in the southwestern area, is also separated from him by just a few streets. Because the hot springs are in a bustling part of town with high foot traffic, Izayoi bought up all the surrounding houses as well, so his new property is encircled by 4 streets in a perfect square. To avoid interruptions, gawking, and random ninja running across his rooftop, Izayoi, like the Hyuga clan, built 4 tall walls around his property. The front and back walls hold the main and rear gates, the left and right sides have elaborate carved bricks for aesthetics. Within those walls stand two separate structures rather than just one. Toward the front gate is a traditional-style building similar to the Hyuga head family's compound, an integrated courtyard design. It features artificial rock formations, various trees, a pond and stone bridge, and plenty of flower beds, forming an exquisite, natural setting. No one would guess that just outside this house, the city bustles with crowds. Although the outside appears in a classical, wooden style, it's heavily reinforced inside. Izayoi used wood release to strengthen it, making it extremely sturdy. Plenty of seemingly old-fashioned fixtures are actually mechanized, with ninja tools, chakra cores, and intricate ceiling arrays hidden within. At any time, a giant hemispherical barrier can be raised in the courtyard, able to withstand powerful attacks and block all sorts of sensory detection. This traditional complex is quite large, with countless interior rooms, and 3 small hot spring pools, each of which can be either open air or enclosed. Behind it, near the back gate, stands a modern-style villa, again with garden landscaping and a pool both indoors and out. Between the two structures is a huge circular space paved with white tile, also not as simple as it looks. This circular courtyard can actually rise up to form a combat arena. Sculptures on all 4 sides contain chakra cores and more ceiling arrays. Once activated, a barrier can envelop the area for people to fight at full strength. Below ground, there's also an impressive space, Izayoi's underground base. That's Izayoi's new home. Once it was finished, Izayoi threw a series of banquets for the Rookie 9, plus Tsunade and Shizune, inviting them to feast and enjoy his private hot springs. He set aside 3 separate spring pools, one exclusively for Izayoi, the Hyuga sisters, and Karin, the other 2 for male and female guests. Whoa! It's so huge. I didn't realize how big the area was when it was being demolished, but now that it's built, this place is enormous. This is crazy luxurious. Must have cost a fortune. There's no way I could afford land this big even if I did missions my whole life, never mind building a place like this. Visiting Izayoi's place for the first time, the Rookie 9 were stunned. Neither Naruto, as an orphan, nor Sakura, from a civilian ninja family, nor even Inuzuka Kiba or any of the clan kids were prepared for the shock of such grandeur. They were too uneducated in that sense to come up with any fancy words to describe it. Only Shikamaru Nara, sharp-minded as ever, gave Izayoi a meaningful look. It seemed that this early maturing classmate, so much like himself, was harboring quite a few secrets. The land was prime real estate, worth a fortune. To buy this much property alone could easily cost hundreds of millions of ryo. If Shikamaru recalled correctly, Izayoi bought the land before revealing his wood release. At that time, he was merely a jutsu prodigy. Even if the Hyuga clan liked him, they wouldn't funnel such an astronomical sum into him, right? Typically, an S-rank mission pays at least 1 million ryo, maybe up to 5 million. A top-secret, super S-rank, mission might at most break 10 million. Even if Izayoi became an elite jonin, he'd need dozens of S-rank or over 10 super S-rank missions just to pay that off, and that's just the cost of the land. Building a mansion like this costs at least as much as the land, possibly double. So we're talking a minimum of 500 million ryo, maybe more. Shikamaru's Nara clan, Konoha's main supplier of medicinal herbs, wouldn't have the money to build anything like this. Even the wealthy Hyuga clan couldn't possibly gather such a huge sum of money so quickly, in barely 3 months. Clearly, Izayoi's excuses didn't add up. The money must be his own. But where did he get it? No doubt, Izayoi had secrets. Shikamaru wouldn't pry because it had nothing to do with him. At that moment, Ino Yamanaka spotted something and asked, "Hey, Izayoi, aren't you going to hang a name plaque over the gate?" "Not yet. I'll put one up later." Izayoi smiled. "Oh. Right, sorry." Ino stuck out her tongue and clasped her hands apologetically. She'd belatedly remembered that the Senju clan had formally dropped the name Senju long ago to blend fully into Konoha. Even the 5th Hokage was just called Tsunade, not Senju Tsunade. Plaques typically display one's family name. Indeed, her question was a bit rude. "It's no problem," Izayoi said lightly. "But once I do hang that plaque, don't be shocked at what it says." He gave a cryptic grin, sparking everyone's curiosity. Did Izayoi have another clan heritage besides Senju? Shino Aburame glanced briefly at Karin, then nodded as if realizing something. He guessed Izayoi might put up an Uzumaki plaque. The first time visitors began touring the place. The boys wandered outside, marveling at the finely crafted garden as if they were country bumpkins who'd just arrived in the city. Shino, in particular, stopped at an antique-looking tree trunk formed by wood release and couldn't tear himself away. He seemed to see it as a perfect breeding ground for bugs. Out back, Naruto and Kiba noticed the large arena and wanted to try it out. Once the barrier was activated, the two of them had an intense match. The result, obviously, was Kiba's one-sided defeat. Triumphant, Naruto next taunted Sasuke, who had been sneering at the uncultured rabble, and ended up getting pummeled. Currently, Sasuke was too powerful for either Hinata or Karin to handle solo. Against both of them working together, if he stayed cautious and avoided getting sealed immediately, he had a very good chance of winning. Hinata and Karin would need something akin to fate-defying transformations to catch up. While the boys were busy outside, the girls were exploring indoors. Whoa, that's a giant walk-in closet. Hey, is that a sewing machine? All these devices, does that mean Hinata, you can sew your own clothes? Ino and Sakura were wide-eyed upon entering a spacious room. Seeing the glass display closets filled with clothes, shelves of expensive fabrics, plus sewing machines and various tools for making clothes, they felt a wave of envy. Hinata offered a gentle smile. I don't know how to make clothes. All of these were made by Izayoi-kun. Nanny. The two girls gawked at her and then tackled her arms, practically crying as they gritted their teeth. Hinata, did you save the world in a past life or something? It's not enough that you have a privileged background, plus a figure like that. You're gorgeous, on top of it, your boyfriend is super strong, plus he's handsome, kind, and can sew clothes. Ugh, I'm so jealous. Me too. Seeing them flailing around in self-pity, Hinata's pink lips curved slightly upward. But that was only the beginning of their anguish. That evening, when it came time to soak in the hot springs, they were completely overshadowed by how Hinata, despite her young age, was already buoyant in certain areas. Neither had the heart to enjoy a nice soak, they just wanted to hurry up and go home to cry in bed. Worst of all, they might even keep having nightmares about it. They decided that if they ever came back for the free hot springs, they'd avoid bathing with Hinata at all costs. Only Karin counted as a comrade in misery. Of course, the only person who can make Hinata feel insecure is Tsunade, who arrived the next day with Shizune. It'd still be a few more years before Hinata reached Tsunade's range. Meanwhile, Karin and Shizune felt crushed into oblivion, as they ended up barely sticking their noses out of the water, blowing bubbles in embarrassment. Over 2 days, Izayoi finished hosting the Rookie 9, then Tsunade and Shizune. Finally, he could take a breather. Next morning, after a swim, Izayoi showered, tossed on a bathrobe, and slouched on the living room sofa with a relaxed sigh. Ah, there's nothing like being in your own home. You've worked hard, Izayoi-kun. Standing behind the sofa, Hinata gently massaged him with her gentle fist technique, smiling sweetly. You have too, Hinata, it's been a busy stretch, Izayoi said, glancing up to meet her gaze. But his vision was blocked partway, and he smirked mischievously. Hinata, that outfit really suits you. Aren't the designs on it cute? A faint blush immediately spread across Hinata's cheeks. Shyly, she confessed, it's a bit embarrassing. I definitely wouldn't wear it out in the summer. But it is really cute. Because the house had its own heating, Hinata was dressed lightly. She wore white shorts on the bottom and a fitted yellow t-shirt up top, perfectly accentuating her figure. In Izayoi's previous world, that would have been a very standard summer outfit. Even if you had a stunning figure, wearing it outside would just draw attention to your long legs, nothing scandalous, as you're not revealing much else. The catch is, the front of Hinata's yellow tee has a cartoon animal's face, smiling cutely. Hinata doesn't recognize the creature, but Izayoi, who made the shirt, knew exactly what it was, Pikachu. And with Hinata's proportions pressing out the snug t-shirt, the adorable Pikachu face was stretched. That's why Hinata found it mortifying to wear in public. Chapter 104, Invitation, Hanabi is here. Oni-san, wah. On December 12th, Hanabi, the little sister-in-law, finally made her long-awaited appearance. After entering the traditional-style house and finding Izayoi seated on a tatami mat surrounded by a pile of scrolls, Hanabi wasted no time rushing into his arms, letting out a pitiful fake wail. What's wrong? Izayoi casually tossed aside the ninjutsu scroll in his hand and hugged his little sister-in-law back, gently patting her on the back as he asked, Who bullied my precious Hanabi? Tell Oni-san. I'll use the transformation jutsu and help you get revenge. Puffed. Since Hanabi had only been pretending to cry, she couldn't hold back a laugh. Still, she stuck to her act, wiping non-existent tears from the corner of her eye and tilting her head upward to stare pitifully at Izayoi. It's father and the elders, she said plaintively. A cold gleam flashed across Izayoi's eyes. He asked in a serious tone, Are they forcing you to get the caged bird seal? If so, then he needed to pay the Hyuga clan a visit. If the shock value of his would release wasn't enough, he'd make them taste the power of the Tenseigen. At this point, with how obvious his relationship with Hinata was, they still had the nerve to brand Hanabi with the seal. A self-proclaimed noble clan without a single Kage-level shinobi to back them, where did they get that kind of nerve? Caged bird seal. What's that? Hanabi blinked, apparently clueless about the clan's harsher traditions. However, seeing how Izayoi's expression became rather scary, she realized she'd taken her teasing too far. Pouting, she explained, I don't really know what's going on with father and the elders lately. Every day they keep pushing me to train harder, nagging that if I stay lazy, how am I supposed to uphold the clan's honor and stuff like that. They have people waiting for me at the school gates every day after class, and they won't let me go out on weekends either. They won't even let my sister take me anywhere, so I haven't had any time to come see you, Oni-san. Izayoi's face froze for a moment before he gave a helpless smile. He had assumed the Hyuga were being reckless, planning to butt heads with a wood-release ninja. Turns out they were just as pragmatic as ever, already prepared to marry off their heiress, Hinata, and groom the younger daughter, Hanabi, to be the clan's next leader. That explained why Hanabi hadn't visited him all this time. He reached out and pinched Hanabi's cheek, asking with a grin, "So how'd you manage to come out today?" "The elders agreed to let me go this time," Hanabi replied. She took out a letter from inside her robe and handed it to Izayoi. "They told me to deliver this and make sure it gets directly into your hands, Oni-san." Izayoi accepted the envelope curiously and tore it open. Inside was a single invitation. After reading the text, the corners of his mouth quirked upward. "Oni-san, what does it say?" Seeing Izayoi smile like that, Hanabi grew curious. She stood up behind him, leaned forward over his shoulder, and propped her chin on it, peering at the invitation as well. Soon enough, she pouted again in displeasure. "They're so biased. They never gave you any invitation for my birthday party, but for Sis's birthday, they send me to deliver one. So unfair." And with that, Hanabi began tugging at Izayoi's hair, throwing a fit. "I don't care. Oni-san has to come to my birthday party next year, too." All right, all right." With his hair mussed up, Izayoi had no choice but to surrender. He repeatedly assured her, "Next year, I'll definitely come to Hanabi's birthday party. Even if you don't send me an invitation, I'll show up uninvited." Truth be told, Izayoi had already wanted to celebrate Hanabi's birthday in a similar manner to how the Hyuga sisters would spend every birthday with him. But Hanabi's birthday fell on March 27th, a particularly inconvenient time, as it clashed with the fetal movement phase of Izayoi's Tensigen awakening. By the time that ended, her birthday had long since passed. Hanabi, of course, knew nothing about all that. Feeling gratified at Izayoi's promise, she leaned forward, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him on the cheek. Hee. "So that's a done deal, right, Oni-san? If you bail on me, I'll spike your milk with laxatives and spit in it." Izayoi's eyes narrowed instantly. He pulled Hanabi around to face him, smushing her cheeks a bit. With a half smile, half scowl, he demanded, "Spit in my milk. Where'd you even get such a prank? Don't tell me you've already tried it before." "And no, I haven't," Hanabi mumbled. "I only sneaked a drink of your milk. That's not so different from spitting in it." "Wait, how'd you hide it from me?" Hey. "I just topped it off with water. So that's why a few times the taste was off. You little brat, time for a beating." Izayoi flicked Hanabi's forehead, and the two started horsing around on the tatame. It was like not seeing Hinata for a month and reconnecting as though newlyweds, except this was Izayoi's little sister-in-law. Hanabi had missed him even more intensely. In the original story, Hanabi ended up fawning over her older sister, primarily because once she became self-aware, only Hinata treated her gently at home. Her father and the elders were always so solemn. She grew to admire her sister deeply, and after she beat Hinata once in a spar, father and the elders placed huge expectations on her, forcing her to mature prematurely. Yet now, with Izayoi's influence, not only has Hinata changed, but so has Hanabi. In the source material, the reserved Hinata wouldn't have known how to look after a child. But Izayoi, having lived 2 lives, had both the time and patience, and enough knowledge and ability, to train Hanabi. Around him, she never had to worry about propriety or manners, she could be herself, knowing Oni-san would always indulge her. And if she messed up, Izayoi would gently correct her, never raising his voice or scolding her sternly. As for strict training, well, even that ended with him letting her get revenge by biting him, plus healing up afterward. Though Izayoi was only 5 years older, when Hanabi entered the ninja academy, he and Hinata hadn't even graduated yet, but he was already so impressive. Neither her classmates, nor older students, nor even the teachers could compare to him. So Hanabi's hero worship of Izayoi surpassed her admiration for father. After several years, instead of being sis-obsessed, as in the original, she'd become Oni-san obsessed. This was the first time since she had self-awareness that Hanabi had gone so long without seeing Izayoi. Wrestling around, she suddenly pressed her face into Izayoi's chest and spoke in a slightly choked tone, "Oni-san, I've missed you so much." Izayoi froze for a moment, then patted her head. "If you don't want to stay home to train, you can come to Oni-san's place from now on. I'll teach you here, same as before." "Really?" A sparkle lit Hanabi's damp eyes, but then her mood quickly dimmed again. Shaking her head sadly, she said, "But father and the elders would never agree to that. I'll write a letter." You take it back and show them, then they'll agree, Izayoi said confidently. There was a certain dominating air in his voice. He had his reasons for killing Danzo and crippling Root during the Konoha crush. Had Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo stayed in power, Izayoi wouldn't be nearly as free, or enjoy the same status, even with wood release. Now with Tsunade at the helm, Izayoi was Konoha's future and among its strongest. He could be polite and respectful to seniors, or he could refuse outright. The pragmatic Hyuga would definitely give him face. And if they didn't, he'd make them. Hanabi, of course, had no clue how powerful her Oni-san truly was. She simply squealed with delight. Yay! I get to be with Oni-san again. Oni-san, I love you so much. She hugged his neck tightly, gave his cheek a big kiss, and then climbed up on his shoulders, shouting, Oni-san, I want a piggyback ride, let's go look around outside. Sure thing. Izayoi let her have her way. Interlacing fingers with her, he stood up and carried her out into the garden. Oni-san, are all these fish in the pond the ones you caught? Ha ha ha. As expected of Hanabi, you noticed the key detail right away. Hee hee. Oni-san, those trees over there, did you make them with wood release? Some of them, yeah. But the cherry blossom trees, I brought them back from Sakura Street on a special trip. Oni-san, I see a swing over there. I want to swing. No problem. That's exactly why I set it up. Oni-san, get your camera out. Let's take some pictures together. Right, almost forgot. Thus, for the better part of the day, Izayoi accompanied Hanabi around his new home. Once they'd explored the garden and traditional buildings to their heart's content, they headed to the villa. Though the weather was cold now, there was a heated pool indoors. As a young heiress, Hanabi wasn't so interested in old-style structures, but she absolutely loved the modern villa, especially the pool, something she'd never experienced before. So she slipped into a specially tailored school-style swimsuit Izayoi had made for her and jumped right into the heated pool to have fun swimming around. The water's not cold at all. Oni-san, come swim with me. You got it. Izayoi, wearing just swim trunks, dove in too. They raced each other back and forth. After they finished swimming, they went to an indoor court where he taught her how to play table tennis and basketball. Izayoi wasn't sure if ball sports existed in this ninja world, but he'd introduced them here anyway. Besides the gym, there was also a card/poker room. Often if the Rookie 9 came to visit and he was busy, he'd just send them there to entertain themselves with sports or card games, or even spar in the backyard's arena. Tsunade also frequently brought Shizun, playing cards with Hinata and Karin, always walking away as the champion. Hanabi played with Izayoi until evening. By then, Karin had finished her training and was back in the kitchen cooking. Hinata also showed up, presumably to help out. So the sisters ended up having dinner at Izayoi's place. They ate their fill, rested a bit, and then all changed into school swimsuit-like outfits to soak in the private hot spring pool. Blub, blub. Noticing that Squirtle afloat on Hinata's chest, Karin revealed only her eyes and nose above the water, blowing bubbles in misery. Meanwhile, Oni-san, why isn't this hot spring open air? Hanabi asked as she sat next to Izayoi, gazing up at the wooden roof beams. It can be, if you want to see the night sky, he replied with a smile. Yes, yes. Hanabi nodded eagerly. It hasn't snowed today, so I bet the sky's beautiful. Alright, then let's open it up. Izayoi got up to activate the barrier and press a button, causing the mechanized wooden roof to retract itself. Wow, it's gorgeous. Exclamations of delight came from the three girls in the hot spring. Izayoi didn't go back in right away. First he went to the kitchen to prepare some fruit platters and drinks. He hesitated a bit when his gaze landed on a special bottle of sake he'd gotten for Tsunade, but ended up heating it and bringing it along. He'd always heard about soaking in a hot spring with sake, but never tried it. Tonight's atmosphere was perfect, so he was going to break one of the 3 shinobi taboos. When Izayoi returned to the hot spring with the drinks, the girls all shrieked. Hey! Izayoi-kun, are you actually going to drink alcohol? That's one of the 3 ninja taboos. Karin gasped. Izayoi-kun, I don't think that's a good idea, Hinata mumbled, fiddling with her fingers and avoiding eye contact. Hee hee. Oni-san, I'll pour for you, Hanabi cheerfully offered, unconcerned about the so-called taboo. She grabbed the bottle and poured Izayoi's sake. I'm just curious, Izayoi said, giving a light chuckle as he sipped. He wrinkled his brow. What's it taste like? Hanabi asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Hinata and Karin also turned to look. A bit sweet. It's a mild sort. Would either of you like a taste? Izayoi asked Hinata and Karin. No, thank you. The 2 good kids frantically shook their heads. Oni-san, why didn't you ask me? Hanabi pouted. Try sneaking a sip and I'll give you a spanking, Izayoi warned, raising a fist. Yo, Oni-san so mean. Hanabi scooped up a handful of hot water, splashing it onto Izayoi's face. Oh, so you dare splash me? Take this. Izayoi promptly set aside his cup and retaliated with more water. Oni-san's bullying me. Sis, Karin Nichan, help. Hanabi shouted. Hanabi, don't be silly, Hinata chided with a sigh. But Karin giggled and said, I got your back, Hanabi. And so the two girls teamed up on Izayoi, constantly flinging water at him. Before long, someone cheated by using chakra, turning a gentle splash into a powerful water jet, which accidentally hit Hinata in the corner, eyes closed, enjoying a moment of peace. Her hair, wrapped in a towel, instantly fell into a soggy mess. Slowly opening her pale lavender byakugan, Hinata's gaze became razor-sharp. Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams, water flow palm. A column of water erupted, instantly turning the cozy spring into a chaotic battlefield. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Happy Birthday Hinata. A single 3. King Bomb. Plus a plane. Inside the villa's card and board game room, Tsunade, who came during her midday break and dragged Shizun along, was in the middle of a round of Fight the Landlord with Izayoi. No matter how many times the card queen loses, her craving to gamble remains strong. But this time, she was completely thrown off. She had just thrown down a diamond 3 when Izayoi immediately slammed down a king bomb plus a plane, ending the round in an instant. Startled at first, Tsunade then glowered in rage. If your hand was that good, why didn't you take the landlord spot? Who's to blame? Izayoi spread his hands and mercilessly pointed out, you're the one who insisted on being the landlord. Besides, Lady Hokage, your luck is so awful it drags me down. Even with these cards on the same side, Shizun might have scored a pure victory in no time. What did you say? Are you looking for a fight? Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, seething. Calm down, Lady Tsunade, Shizun said with a helpless smile, trying to placate her. Izayoi showed not the slightest fear, shaking his head in feigned pity. Gambling with you is no challenge at all, Lady Hokage. I'm honestly worried you'll end up losing all the military funds the daimyo allocates if you keep at it. What? You think I'd embezzle public funds? Who knows? Once a gambling maniac gets going, they're capable of anything, aren't they? You little punk, if you've got the guts, meet me in the arena for a fight. No thanks. I'd have to pay for any damage to the place myself. Grr. Aya. Watching Tsunade, now yanking her hair in fury yet helpless against Izayoi, Karin entered from outside with a fruit platter. Softly, she said, Izayoi-kun, don't tease Lady Tsunade too much. I'm just speaking the truth. Izayoi stood up with a laugh. Anyway, why don't you step in, Karin? I'm off to do some training. Hold it. Tsunade stopped Izayoi, now looking serious. Let's switch places. The 4 of us can play mahjong, and in the meantime, there's something I want to talk to you about. Izayoi tilted his head, a bit puzzled. Then all 4 relocated to a different table and began a round of mahjong. You've been resting for a good while. When are you planning to take on some missions? Tsunade asked while shuffling the tiles. Sure, you're loaded, but you don't have enough combat credits under your belt. At this rate, you'll have trouble taking the Jonin exam next year. No hurry, I'll wait a while, Izayoi said with a smile. Besides, Shino hasn't been promoted to Chunin yet, and Hinata and I don't want to leave him too far behind. Actually, the Chunin exams are held twice a year, Tsunade explained while discarding her tile. You all remember the big one every July because it's so elaborate, set up for observing the overall strength of allied nations. But some teams that have already produced a Chunin can't take the July exam again because it would create a skill imbalance. Only those who are all still genin can participate in July. Others take the mid-year in-village Chunin exam, which doesn't receive as much hype. Got it. Richi. Izayoi nodded in realization, then put his hand face down. Veins of irritation bulged on Tsunade's forehead, and a hint of cold sweat formed there. She continued, Abirame Shino's pretty capable. Really, none of the Abirame clan members are weak. He should have no trouble with that mid-year Chunin exam. All I'm saying is you'd better get serious next year. Don't stay so lazy, Tsunade said with a sneer. At your age, Kakashi was already a versatile jonin. Tsumo, 7 pairs, Izayoi announced. Are you kidding me? How do you even draw that? Tsunade lost her cool again. She threw her tiles aside. I'm done playing, this is no fun. You can leave but at least settle your tab first, Izayoi said. I'll pay later. Tsunade, who'd been so aggressive a moment ago, suddenly wilted. Changing the subject, she adopted a stern tone. There's something else. Whenever you leave Konoha from now on, be extra careful. Jiraiya sent me some intel a few days back. The rumored top of the three great dojutsu, the Sage of Six Paths eyes, they're real. And apparently, there's more than just one pair. It wasn't actually the Akatsuki leader who teamed with Orochimaru to launch the Konoha crush. It was some mysterious figure whose gender, age, and identity are all unknown, Tsunade said gravely. Taking advantage of the confusion in the village, that person broke into Root's underground base, wiped out Danzo and everyone under him, stole every fallen shinobi corpse, and even abducted an Umbu who was once a would-release experiment subject. What we do know for sure is that the Renegan can utilize push and pull forces, like controlling gravity and repulsion. It can also make puppets out of corpses, preserving the abilities they had in life. Danzo, his men, and that would-release test subject might reappear someday as enemies. Tsunade sounded relieved when she added, fortunately, you were smart enough not to reveal your would-release too soon. Otherwise, during the Chunin exams, that mysterious figure might have targeted you. If Izayoi weren't so good at controlling his expressions, the corner of his mouth might have twitched by now. So it all boils down to a warning to beware yourself. He maintained a solemn face, nodding. Understood, Lady Hokage. I know you have mind's eye of the Kagura, so I'm not too worried about you, but the Renegan is brand new in our world. Nobody knows if there are more powers it's hiding. You need to stay cautious, Tsunade told him, patting his shoulder with a wry grin. By the way, I've prepared a new scroll of seals. If you want to learn some forbidden jutsu, I can hook you up for a price. Don't waste your ninjutsu talent. Sigh. Izayoi shook his head. Selling forbidden jutsu now, Lady Hokage. And you insisted you wouldn't embezzle, this doesn't exactly help your case. Fine, if you don't want it, forget it. You'll regret this, punk. Tsunade huffed and stormed out. Izayoi nearly fired off a retort but swallowed his words at the last second. At that moment, Karin smiled and said, Izayoi-kun, lunch is ready. Just warm it up if you get hungry later. I'm heading over to the Hokage Tower to help out and fit in some training. All right. Keep at it. Once Tsunade and the other two women were gone, the villa felt empty. Hanabi was still in classes right now since she hadn't begun winter break yet, and apparently, Hinata was busy and hadn't come over. The rookie 9 were off on missions. The big villa was all Izayoi's. He didn't feel lonely. He returned to the traditional style part of the house, created a few wood clones, and sent them down to the underground base to train in a particular jutsu. Meanwhile, Izayoi himself went to a tool-filled room, sat at a desk, and continued working on a birthday gift he'd been crafting for Hinata. December 27th. To Konoha and the wider ninja world, it was an ordinary day. But for the Hyuga clan, it was a day of great importance, the birthday of their main family heiress. Since Hinata had showcased such remarkable talent, her standing in the clan had soared far beyond anything in the original story. Even before Izayoi's would-release was revealed, the elders, wanting to secure Hinata's position, repeatedly berated Hayashi, blaming the clan head for violating tradition by refusing to brand Hanabi with the caged bird seal. If they weren't so old, they might have come to blows. Once Izayoi's would-release came to light, Hinata's status rose even higher. The clan elders who already favored her grew even more loving and enthusiastic. Hence, this year's birthday banquet was extraordinarily grand. Since last night, the branch members had been busy decorating throughout the clan grounds. Today, every clan member, main or branch family, got off work early to return home and celebrate Hinata's birthday. The last time it was this lavish was 9 years ago, when not even a diplomatic visit from Kimimaro deterred them from celebrating the heiress's birthday at home. After that, Hinata's birthdays were never so large. The sudden splendor this year set the Hyuga members abuzz with curiosity. A hint of gossip was in the air. Meanwhile, December 27th was also a very special, personally significant day for Izayoi. 9 years ago, he'd used his system's beginner package to change his fate. Without copying Ōtsutsuki Toneri's red tier trait, Izayoi wouldn't be anywhere near his current level, even if he had copied Naruto's sage body, red, or Sasuke's sage eyes, red. Indeed, those are strong, but still behind the Ōtsutsuki bloodline, red. Awakening the Renegan would likely take another 10+ years. But with his Ōtsutsuki, red, plus Prince of the Byakugan, red, Izayoi had already awakened the Tenseigen. Sensing its ocular power, he had a feeling that soon, the Tenseigen would undergo its second fetal movement. Late afternoon, Izayoi finished bathing and donned the white robe given to him by the Hyuga sisters. Turning to Karin, he said, Karin, come with me to Hinata's birthday banquet. Ah. Isn't that, not so appropriate? Karin rubbed her head, a little embarrassed. The Hyuga clan only invited you. If I tag along, won't that put you in a tough spot? Don't worry, you're family to me. They'll just be eager to flatter you, Izayoi said, patting Karin's hair with a smile. Besides, Hinata specifically told me to bring you along. Hee hee. Then I'll shamelessly join in to snag some free food and drinks, Karin said happily, hopping in place. Wait a sec, let me grab the gift I prepared. When she came back out, she was also dressed in an elegant purple kimono with a flower petal design, exuding a hint of noble refinement. They left the house and headed for the Hyuga clan's compound. As usual, Izayoi drew countless stares from the villagers. Many greeted him with enthusiasm. Lately, whenever Izayoi strolled through the central streets, it was always like this, though it had cooled off somewhat compared to the frenzy at first, when he couldn't even walk and had to fly instead. With a polite, masked smile, he nodded back and hastened his steps. After crossing a few streets, they arrived at the Hyuga grounds. It seemed the clan had either received word of Izayoi's departure or had simply been waiting at the gate. Two white-haired elders stood there, backed by a few other clan members, uncertain whether they were their children or subordinates. The moment they saw Izayoi and Karin, they greeted them warmly. Welcome, Lord Izayoi. We are so honored to have you here at the Hyuga clan. Ah. Karin was startled by the show of hospitality. Izayoi, too, froze briefly. Realizing they were apparently high-ranking main family elders, neither had the caged bird seal, he nodded politely. Hello. Sorry for the intrusion. Seeing Izayoi so approachable, the elders' smiles widened. One quickly added, the clan head and Lady Hinata have been waiting inside for quite some time. Please follow us, Lord Izayoi. With that, the two elders took positions at Izayoi's sides, not daring to walk even half a step ahead, merely gesturing for him to proceed. Their eagerness and deferential attitude left Izayoi astonished. Karin was likewise stunned, as were a few Hyuga members who were in the middle of setting up a buffet or something and accidentally witnessed it. Elders in the Hyuga clan are authoritative, highly respected. Their decisions can even override the clan heads. To branch family members, these elders stand just as high as the clan head, usually aloof. But here they were, beaming with wrinkles and humbly flanking Izayoi, looking more like servants flattering their master. It was quite the sight, and their dignified image took a severe hit. Naturally, Izayoi, caught between these two elders, instantly became the center of attention among the Hyuga. Both main and branch families looked on with curiosity, pelting him with their Byakugan stares. Some recognized him, had an epiphany, then grew visibly thrilled. Once Izayoi and the elders moved on, the clan compound filled with chatter, the rumors spreading like wildfire. So that's the real reason for the extravagance of Lady Hinata's birthday this year, to host Lord Izayoi, the newly awakened would-release user. Indeed, Lady Hinata and Lord Izayoi clearly aren't just classmates or fellow trainees. He's the descendant of the Senju clan, the future of Konoha, and their future son-in-law. The entire Hyuga compound buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, the two elders led Izayoi to Hinata's home within the clan. For the first time, he had arrived at Hinata's actual residence. Oniai-san. At the entrance to the clan head's home, Hyuga Hayashi and the Hyuga sisters were already waiting. The moment she saw Izayoi, the younger sibling, Hanabi, showing no restraint, rushed straight into his arms. Neither Hayashi nor the elders scolded her, if anything, the elders smiled even more broadly. The better the relationship between their future son-in-law and the future clan head, the better for the Hyuga. They didn't have to worry that once Hinata married out, she'd cut ties with them. Did I keep you waiting long, Hanabi? Izayoi patted the little girl's head, then set her down and looked over at Hinata's father, Hyuga Hayashi. This was his first time meeting his future father-in-law face-to-face. Leading Hanabi by the hand, Izayoi came forward and bowed slightly. Greetings, uncle. I'm Izayoi, pleased to meet you. Welcome to the Hyuga clan, Izayoi, Hayashi said. Despite his usually stern features, a small smile touched his lips, and he returned the bow. Thank you for taking care of my daughter all these years. The elders all looked gratified, reminding Hayashi, clan head, please be sure to entertain Lord Izayoi properly. Do not slight him. Yes, indeed, another added. Lady Hinata, a happy birthday to you. Now we'll take our leave. We won't impose. Take care, elders. Having already done a walkthrough of the compound with her father, Hinata bowed. After these formalities, Izayoi turned his gaze to Hinata, who looked radiant today, and his eyes lit up. He sincerely praised her. Hinata, happy birthday, you look absolutely beautiful today. She was dressed in her usual white kimono adorned with flower petal motifs and wore a purple sash, though this time it was a formal kimono down to her ankles, with wooden sandals. Her glossy black hair had been styled in a princess cut, evoking the aura of a noble lady. With light makeup on her delicate face and a height and figure akin to her Shippuden version, Hinata shone so brightly that Karin, who still looked like her Part 1 self, felt a pang of inferiority. At Izayoi's compliment, a faint blush colored Hinata's cheeks. Yet she didn't shyly avert her gaze. She smiled softly back, thank you, Izayoi-kun. You look as handsome as ever. They exchanged a warm grin. All right, let's go inside, Hayashi said, guiding them into Hinata's home for the first time. It was an excellent start, meaning Izayoi wouldn't have to wait outside the Hyuga compound anymore whenever he wanted to see Hinata. He could freely come and go. Arriving in the dining room, they found a sumptuous spread already laid out, delicacies of all kinds, along with the traditional red bean rice, mochi, and kelp soup for birthdays. In the center was a 5-layered cake. Sis, time to make a wish and blow out the candles, Hanabi said. She lit them, dashed off to turn out the lights, and then impatiently urged Hinata. Hinata, fully in the mood for ceremony, pressed her hands together in prayer and closed her eyes to wish. Then, showing off her impressive lung capacity, she blew out all the candles at once. Hinata, happy birthday. Once Hanabi flipped the lights back on, Karin stepped up with a meticulously wrapped gift box, smiling, here's mine. Thank you, Karin, Hinata said softly, taking it. Hanabi turned to Izayoi, eyes wide with curiosity. Oni-san, where's your birthday present? Hinata looked expectantly over as well. Izayoi ruffled Hanabi's hair. My gift's a bit special, I'd like to give it to Hinata in private, later. At that, Hinata's excitement only grew. All right, let's eat. Hayashi, the older, more serious adult, invited them to take seats. With him present, the younger crowd held back, including usually cheeky Hanabi, who behaved with good manners. Noticing their reserve, Hayashi only ate for about 10 minutes before excusing himself. I need to attend to something. Hinata, you stay here with Izayoi and your friend. Also, be sure to ask Izayoi for his thoughts. And with that, Hayashi stepped outside. What does he mean by that? Izayoi wondered. There's another banquet being held outside, Hinata explained softly. Father and the elders worried you might not like that kind of scene, or that the clansmen might unwittingly offend you. So they set up a private, family feast. The elders want to meet you too, and they'd like me to ask whether you want to attend the general gathering. Oh, I see. Izayoi nodded, feeling a bit amused. The Hyuga sure were considerate, apparently careful to cater to his preferences. Their deference was truly impressive. He was quite satisfied with his impression of them so far. On the surface, though, he simply shook his head with a gentle laugh. We can do that another time. Right now, I just want to spend your birthday with you. MHM. Hinata nodded emphatically, also preferring something simpler. Oni-san, did you bring your camera? Now that her father was gone, Hanabi showed her true colors, clambering onto Izayoi's lap and teasing him. Sis looks so gorgeous today, aren't you going to get any pictures? Izayoi's eyes brightened. He pinched his sister-in-law's cheek affectionately. You're right. Blame Hinata for stunning me the moment I walked in. Without you reminding me, I'd have forgotten. Rolling up his sleeve, he retrieved his camera from a sealed scroll and loaded fresh film. He snapped a picture of Hinata, who at that moment was chomping down on a big drumstick, cheeks bulging. Hearing the shudder, Hinata turned inquisitively, the big piece of chicken in her hand. Her princess haircut and fancy attire contrasted with the image of her munching a drumstick, and her confusion gave the scene a strangely cute vibe. It was preserved forever on film. Oni-san, can you create a clone and let's all take a group photo, sis, Karin Nichin, and me? Hanabi suggested. You got it. Izayoi and Hanabi, joined by Karin, moved next to Hinata. They gave the birthday girl center stage, while a wood clone snapped a shot of them seated at the table. Initially, it was all normal enough, not disturbing Hinata's mealtime mood. Then, after Hinata had swept clean dish after dish, leaving only most of the towering cake in the center, Izayoi and Hanabi exchanged a mischievous look. They each grabbed a handful of whipped cream. Izayoi slapped a handful onto Hinata's face, making her stare up at him in blank bewilderment, while Hanabi double-crossed her beloved Oni-san and smacked cream into his face. He gazed at her in disbelief at the betrayal. Karin stood to the side, holding back laughter. Click. The shutter popped once more as the wood clone captured the scene. Izayoi-kun. Hinata rose to her feet, fists clenched. Her eyes were in shadow, and a dark aura radiated from her. Ahem. I messed up, all my fault. Izayoi quickly produced a handkerchief, wiping the cream from Hinata's face and gently banishing the gloom around her. Smiling, he changed the subject. I've got a surprise for you, Hinata, let me show you now. He then turned to Karin. You and Hanabi stay here or go for a walk if you want. In the next instant, Izayoi and Hinata vanished without a trace. The wood clone disappeared as well. They vanished. Hanabi, who'd been ready with another piece of cake to fling, squealed in surprise. There wasn't a sound. How did Oni-san and sis just disappear? Karin formed a seal, pushing her Kagura's mind eye to its max. She, too, was stunned. There's no sign of Izayoi-kun or Hinata anywhere in Konoha. That was space-time ninjutsu. Wow, that's amazing. Hanabi didn't fully grasp what space-time ninjutsu meant, but hearing they'd left Konoha in an instant made her eyes sparkle. So Oni-san can just take me traveling anytime he wants now. Chapter 106, Gifts and Be Together. The Land of Lightning was a truly fascinating country. Unlike the Land of Rivers, where chains of mountains led villages and cities sit halfway up or at the base, the Land of Lightning was founded atop towering peaks that pierced the clouds. By day, thick fog shrouded everything, sometimes resounding with thunderous booms of lightning. Its military base, hidden among the clouds and fog, was known as Hidden Cloud Village. Yet at night, especially on those rare cloudless evenings, this country turned breathtakingly beautiful. Look, Izayoi-kun, look. The stars seem so close and so gorgeous. It was 9 o'clock at night. Izayoi and Hinata had climbed from the foot of a mountain all the way to its summit. Hinata, unaware that she had already left the Land of Fire, simply believed Izayoi was taking her on an after-dinner exercise. She cheerfully scaled the slopes. Now, having finally reached the peak, the sense of accomplishment gave her the mistaken impression that this starlit view was Izayoi's birthday surprise. She tugged on his hand, pointing with excitement at the vast starry sky overhead. No matter how beautiful the stars are, they still can't compare to you, Hinata. Izayoi's sudden sweet talk left her cheeks flushing red. But the overwhelming joy she felt right then easily outweighed any embarrassment. Hinata took the initiative, slipping her arm around Izayoi's and resting her head on his shoulder. Gazing at the stars, she said softly, Izayoi-kun, thank you for the surprise. This is my first time viewing the sky from such a height. Hearing that, Izayoi paused briefly. Lowering his head to see the radiant smile and pure happiness on her face, so easily satisfied, he leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Smiling, he said, this is only the beginning. I have lots more surprises in store for you. Taking her now flushed, warm hand, still reeling from the attack, Izayoi led Hinata to a cliff's edge. There, a long stone bench awaited them, clearly prepared in advance. In that moment, Hinata felt her heart melt. She imagined Izayoi scouting the area days earlier to find the perfect vantage point, placing or crafting this stone seat so she could enjoy the view. It was evident Izayoi had been getting everything ready for her birthday well ahead of time. Just like how, at the start of the year, she herself had agonized over what gift to prepare for him. After finally deciding on a scarf and new clothes, she spent ages choosing fabrics, then asked the older women in her clan how to knit, painstakingly stitching it together piece by piece. For the clothes, she hovered over every detail, it had to fit perfectly, and if she wasn't happy with the design or material, she'd start over. Now, the care she had poured into him was reciprocated. A deep sense of two-way devotion filled Hinata with warmth. Even if tonight's surprise was all there was, she felt completely satisfied. After all, every past birthday had come with its little regrets. Back then, Izayoi still lacked her father's and the clan's approval, so he couldn't celebrate her birthday with her alone. Whatever he gave her had to be delivered in the daytime. But from this year onward, everything was different. Izayoi could come and go freely to the Hyuga estate, just as she could freely visit his home. From now on, he wouldn't miss her birthday or Hanabi's, ever again. That thought brought yet another happy smile to Hinata's face. She gently draped Izayoi's arm around her shoulder and leaned into his embrace. Together they sat on the stone bench, gazing up at the sky strewn with countless stars and filled with a silent, romantic atmosphere. Just then, a red gift box appeared before Hinata's eyes, and Izayoi's gentle voice spoke. Happy birthday, Hinata. What's this? Hinata turned her face upward to look at Izayoi, her eyes shining with excitement. Izayoi couldn't resist giving her nose a playful tap. I know you're easy to please, but surely you didn't think just coming here to see the stars was my entire birthday gift, right? Do I seem that stingy? Of course not, Izayoi-kun would never be stingy. It's just. Hinata ran her fingertips over the box, clearly loving it already. Then, remembering something, she giggled softly. Back when you were so poor, your gifts were so funny. What do you mean, funny? You should say they were full of heart. After all, those were handmade by me. Izayoi's hand, resting on her shoulder, promptly shifted to gently pinch her chin. Feigning menace, he teased, I'll give you one chance to reword that, or else I'll use you as my grip trainer. MMF. Izayoi-kun's gifts were full of heart. I really love them, Hinata stammered, her cheeks pinched, words coming out muffled. Humph, I'll spare you since it's your birthday, Izayoi grinned, letting go. Open it up and see if you like it. Okay. Hinata eagerly undid the box. Instantly, her eyes widened, and she gasped involuntarily, wow, such a beautiful necklace. But as soon as she realized just how extravagant it was, she glanced up at Izayoi, pained. Izayoi-kun, this must have been so expensive, you really didn't need to spend so much. It didn't cost me a thing, I handmade it, too, from materials someone kindly gave me. Izayoi pinched Hinata's cheek again, laughing. Take it out and see if it's to your taste. Learning it was again handcrafted by him, Hinata's heart brimmed with joy, overshadowing her worry about how costly it might have been. She lifted the necklace from the box. Her eyes sparkled with multiple hues. Its exterior was simple at a glance. The chain was a string of natural pearls, each shining uniquely under the moonlight. If you looked closely, you'd spot a few diamonds mixed in among the pearls. At either end of the chain rested a round-cut blue gemstone, below which dangled a teardrop-shaped purple diamond. Izayoi cradled that roughly 8-carat purple diamond in his hand and spoke with a smile. Originally, I wanted to set a light purple diamond so we'd each have a gem matching our eye color, but in the end, the pale purple options looked pretty ugly, so I went with the steeper shade, which I think is nicer. Mu-eh. Hinata, speechless in her excitement, leaned over and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Then she pressed the necklace to her chest, beaming. Izayoi-kun, does this necklace have a name? I call it the Margaret necklace, he told her with a grin. Margaret. Is there some meaning behind that name, she asked, curious. Yes, indeed, it's an alternate name for a flower. Izayoi bent and whispered in Hinata's ear, revealing the flower's more common name. After listening, her eyes lit with realization. She nodded. So it's another name for a daisy. I guess Margaret does sound a bit nicer than daisy. Izayoi said nothing more, feeling a rare twinge of embarrassment. Once your mind is in the gutter, you just can't get it out. Let me put it on you. Okay. Izayoi took the necklace from her hands, stood behind the stone bench, and clasped it around her neck. Then he slipped his arms around Hinata from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Do you like it? She nodded vigorously, voice trembling with emotion. It's the best birthday gift I've ever gotten. Thank you so much, Izayoi-kun. Mu-eh. Again, she sealed her thanks with a kiss to his cheek. Glad you like it. But the surprises haven't ended yet. Izayoi swung back around and sat beside her, pulling her into his arms. Without revealing his next surprise, he changed the topic. Hinata, I've always had this lingering question. How'd you find the courage to sneak out of your house all alone back then, wandering the empty streets at night? Oh, that. Hinata blinked. The memory, still clear in her mind, resurged with a mix of guilt, sadness, joy, and relief, an odd jumble of emotions. For Izayoi, December 27th 9 years ago was very significant. For Hinata, that snowy night 9 years ago had been the real turning point. Leaning against him, Hinata spoke in a hushed voice. That day was my uncle's funeral, my father's twin brother, Niji's father. I ran from home because Uncle died in my place. Izayoi said nothing, only hugging her a bit tighter. She went on, 9 years ago today, I was asleep in my room when someone crept in and tried to abduct me. Luckily, father was just returning from outside, caught them climbing the wall with me, and rescued me. But 2 days later, I heard that uncle had died. I didn't understand how or why, only that it was connected to father striking down that intruder. I had no idea I was a victim, too, I just blamed myself for uncle's death. So I ran away from home in my grief. Yet as she spoke of that night, her sadness ebbed, replaced by a warm happiness. She glanced up at Izayoi and said, but I'm glad I did sneak out, or else I'd never have met you. Who knows if we'd have crossed paths at all. She recalled more than a few nightmares of nights imagining that what-if scenario. That snowy night, to Hinata, was fate's turning point. Little did she know about the boy who'd walked circles outside the Hyuga clan walls in a silly snowman suit for hours in the cold, cheeks reddened by the frigid air. Izayoi, though, just pressed his forehead to hers, gently brushing them together, smiling. I'm glad, too, that I couldn't sleep that night, got the whim to step out for some cold air, and ended up running into a runaway princess. Looking into his smiling, sapphire eyes, Hinata felt that same overwhelming emotion she'd felt many times before. At last, she found courage again to speak the words she hadn't managed to say last time, Izayoi-kun, I like you. Izayoi froze for an instant, dumbstruck by the sight of this red-faced girl, who wasn't avoiding his gaze but rather watching him shyly yet steadily. Then he broke into a smile himself and answered, I like you, too, Hinata. Then, shall we be together? She lowered her head, offering her hand. Her heart thundered so hard she was breaking into a sweat, despite the wintry cold. Izayoi knew her limits well enough, so he didn't drag out the moment. Haven't we already been together? He placed his palm against hers. Their hands flipped in unison, fingers interlocking. They shared a gentle smile. Before Hinata could fling herself wholeheartedly into her new boyfriend's arms, they both heard Izayoi say, look, the surprise is here. Hinata followed his gaze to the sky. Her pale eyes widened, catching glimmers of orange-red streaks. She gasped, it's gorgeous. A swath of orange glow appeared among the stars, as if brilliant red meteors were shooting across the horizon. They didn't vanish in a blink. But if Hinata activated her Byakugan to peer closer, she'd realize, these weren't really meteors. They were a rain of falling meteor showers. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, No Chakra Cannon. Toot, toot, toot. While Izayoi and Hinata admired the meteor shower, far away, who knows how many kilometers away, in Cloud Village, alarms started blaring. It was around 9 in the evening, most of the villagers hadn't gone to bed yet. Even those who had were only lightly dozing, so when the alarms went off, something that happened multiple times a year during evacuation drills, everyone rushed outside. What's that? Meteors, it's a meteor shower. Run. Is the world ending? Many villagers had just dashed out their doors only to see the cause of the alarm. Gazing up at the orange-red glow in the sky, they realized it was composed of huge, flaming spheres, massive meteorites descending at high speed, friction with the atmosphere producing a layer of fiery aura that enveloped each one. From far away, it might have looked stunning, prompting some onlookers to pray or make wishes. But for Cloud Village, it was like an apocalyptic disaster. A dark-skinned man, recognizing it was indeed a meteor shower, collapsed to the ground in terror. Just then, a series of flickering silhouettes moved swiftly about. One of them stopped, a dark-skinned, muscular man wearing a flak jacket. He shouted at the stunned villagers. "What are you standing around for? Follow the manual and get to the shelters with the evacuation squads." His yelling snapped them to their senses, and they all scrambled toward the shelters. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Raikage's office, the fourth Raikage stood gazing somberly at the incoming meteors. Behind him, Mabui, dark-skinned and short white hair, spoke urgently. "Lord Raikage, according to the Sensor Corps, those meteors will strike the village in under 3 minutes. Please evacuate at once." "What nonsense. I'm the Raikage, I won't run from danger." The fourth Raikage snapped. Then, grimly, he asked, 3 minutes. Is that enough for the villagers to reach the shelters? "That's too little time," Mabui said, her expression tense. "Only the ones on the outskirts will make it. And even then, we can't guarantee the shelters, or their barriers, can withstand a meteor storm." The fourth Raikage was unsurprised. Swiftly, he issued an order, alert the command squads to gather everyone in certain zones, and have the barrier teams protect them with layered barriers. Even if the village itself is destroyed, we must keep civilian casualties as low as possible. He slammed a fist onto the rooftop railing, shattering it, and gritted his teeth. Damn it. This came out of nowhere. I never should have sent B off to Valley of Clouds and Lightning. If B and I could combine his 8 tails Jinchuriki chakra with my own, we might manage a 4 red yang formation to stop these meteors. The Sensor Corps has contacted the person delivering supplies to Lord Killer B, Mabui said. Lord B may be able to help from a distance. The Lightning and Earth platoons are already in position. Once the meteors descend low enough, they'll launch attacks and layer defenses, trying to weaken the meteor shower and protect the mountain. A bit of the darkness in the Raikage's eyes lifted. He asked in a grave tone, "Has the Sensor Corps identified who's behind it?" "Not yet, but we're certain the culprit is hiding somewhere on this mountain," Mabui replied grimly. "The meteor shower's target is precisely our village. If it's a jutsu caused by someone, that means there's a fixed anchor point, unless this is so terrifying a technique that they can call meteors down anywhere in the shinobi world, at any time. A power like that would only belong in the myths of the Sage of Six Paths." At this, the fourth Raikage's eyes flashed with lethal chill. "So it's Akatsuki taking revenge?" "We can't be sure, but that seems more likely than any other major village." Mabui explained, "No known Kekkei Genkai or secret arts, not even the lost forbidden jutsu, can summon a meteor shower, especially not in such huge numbers. Even Wood Release, famed for ending the Warring States period, can't do this. But if the Sage of Six Paths actually existed, and the rumored top of the 3 Great Dojutsu is real, perhaps bringing down meteors is a power of the Renegan, since, according to myth, the sage created the moon." Gazing at the growing meteor shower, flames blotting out the stars, Mabui looked fearful. If that suspicion was correct, then someone of truly over-the-top power was behind it. Comparing that to the threat of a Wood Release ninja in Konoha would be nothing. Not even the god of shinobi equaled that level, and he was merciful. But this unknown madman unleashed strategic strikes at the drop of a hat. If Cloud Village had drawn the wrath of such a terrorist, even if they rebuilt, they could be destroyed again any second. One of the 5 great nations could be reduced to ruins in all but name. It was doomsday just for Cloud Village. Ninja art, 4 violet flames formation. Voices shouted from various parts of the village. Under the dark sky, multiple rectangular, transparent, violet-hued barriers sprang up, some layered multiple times. Within each barrier, easily a dozen shinobi maintained it, sheltering hundreds of villagers. One set of layered barriers also protected the Raikage's office. The fourth Raikage stared at the burning meteors, now filling the entire sky, nothing to see but fiery light, wearing a stony expression. His eyes reflected that fiery glow and a tangible killing intent. Mabui, who had stood behind him, was gone, off to some unknown task. Finally, that shower of fire, like a flood set to engulf the village, arrived. In that moment, the top of several violet barriers opened wide, releasing countless arcs of lightning that shot skyward like dense pillars. Lightning release, false darkness. Lightning release, Black Panther. Cries rang out everywhere. Meanwhile, a colossal sphere of dark purple-black chakra soared from a distance into the swarm of meteors. Boom. Rumble. After the tailed beast bomb exploded with world-shaking force, a chain of blasts followed, robbing everyone of their hearing. Within the barriers, countless villagers clapped their hands over their ears in pain, many Cloud Nin doing the same. Brilliant, multicolored bursts of flame, like fireworks in the night, lit up the sky above Cloud Village, accompanied by gale force shockwaves. Mountains all around the village shook violently. Rock faces cracked under the windstorm's force. If this had happened by daylight, you would see the enormous mountain on which Cloud Village stood now veined with fissures. Amid the deafening noise, amplified by echoes through the valleys and extending who knew how many kilometers, faint, mosquito-like shouts could still be heard. Ninja art. Heavenly transfer jutsu. Earth release, Earth-style rampart, block them. It was as if stepping on a landmine. The mountains around Cloud Village blew up in spots, magnifying the quakes, sonic booms, and blasts. Even from the distant summit where Hinata, resting in Izayoi's arms, was enjoying the meteor shower, colorful fireworks sprouted among the far-off peaks. Not knowing this was the land of lightning, assuming it was empty mountains, she called out again, amazed. That's what it looks like when meteors explode at night. It's so pretty, even more spectacular than the ones in the land of rivers. You think it's pretty? Izayoi asked, planting a kiss on her cheek. How do you like my surprise? MMM. Hinata nodded, her face alight with joy. Boldly, she gave him a little peck in return, then settled back into his arms, sighing happily. This is my happiest birthday ever. I'll never forget it. Same here. Izayoi lifted her onto his lap, cuddling with his girlfriend as they continued admiring the fireworks and starlit sky. But while Hinata experienced deep bliss in this romantic moment, Cloud Village itself descended into tragedy. The blasts and shock waves, like a raging hurricane, raged on for who knew how long before dying away. Mushrooms of dust rose around the mountains near Cloud Village. Despite fierce winds at that altitude, it would take some time to clear such a vast dust cloud. At that moment, high above the dust-choked region, a lone figure appeared. Surrounded by a red powder-like aura, it wore a black cloak embroidered with red clouds, had orange hair, black piercings, and purple ripple-patterned eyes, Tendo Pain. More accurately, it was Izayoi's wood clone in the form of Tendo Pain. Just as a wood clone is second only to a white Zetsu clone, wood transformation is likewise second only to the advanced disguise jutsu. Ordinary transformation jutsu would dispel the instant you took a serious hit. Only with Izayoi's gold-tier chakra control could you maintain a transformation even while using medical ninjutsu on others. But even he would lose a normal transformation if heavily struck. Hence, his shadow clones never seriously tried to play ninja with Gaara. Now, though, Izayoi's wood clone had no such worries. Even if an attack shattered the wood clone, the wood transformation wouldn't be undone unless Izayoi deliberately cancelled it. With enough stolen chakra, the wood clone could even mimic the near-perfect, false disguise effect. Hovering midair, Izayoi's clone used a gaze that pierced the dust cloud, surveying Cloud Village's condition and relaying that intel to his real body. Right then, Izayoi, sitting with Hinata, occasionally flirting, his eyes flickered with mild surprise, thinking, I figured they could withstand my greeting, but I didn't expect so many survivors. Cloud Village really is the strongest hidden village at the moment, both united and powerful. It's good news, I guess, so they haven't built a chakra cannon. In a world with sealing scrolls, Izayoi wasn't sure whether Cloud Village might have constructed one. So he simply stationed some wood clones to use Tenseig's gravitational pull from orbit, dragging down a ton of meteorites, a meteor shower greeting for the strongest hidden village. He wanted to probe Cloud Village's capabilities. His experiment was concluded, Cloud Village indeed had no superweapon. Satisfied, Izayoi passed further instructions to the wood clone. Floating there, ringed by red dust, Pain vanished. Moments later, a fierce gust scattered the dust cloud over the village, revealing Cloud Village at last. The place was in shambles, nearly all of it turned to rubble. Only about a tenth of the buildings remained even partially standing. Meteor craters of various sizes pocked the ground. Everywhere lay debris from collapsed structures and exploded meteor fragments, burying who knew how many bodies. Shockwaves had penetrated the mountain from above, leaving it riddled with cracks. Scattered around were rectangular violet barriers that had once sheltered villagers and badly injured shinobi. Some had been blasted to pieces, some still alive but moaning in agony. Without those layered barriers, the death toll would have been catastrophic. Seeing the danger had passed, those who had maintained the barriers, exhausted, broke them down to consume military rations and move on to rescue. Medical Nin rushed to treat the nearest wounded. None suspected they had let the wolves in. The instant those barriers dissolved, swarms of red dust manifested in midair, bringing forth a squad of black-robed figures with red clouds on them. Their arms morphed into blades that gleamed menacingly. They launched an assault on the flak-jacketed ninja. Enemy attack. It's Akatsuki, sound the alarm whistle. Don't panic. Barrier squads and medics guard the civilians, everyone else, with me. Their shouts and whistles rang through the quiet night sky. Having endured a meteor apocalypse, Cloud Village now faced its second disaster. Chapter 108, Escape, the real MVP. 1,000 puppets, some made purely of mechanical parts, others constructed from human corpses, had just appeared, and they immediately targeted only the flak-jacketed Cloud Ninja. Some transformed their arms into blades, while others raised a hand to condense golden energy bullets, launching them with a whooshing sound. Ninja are known for their remarkable discipline and swift execution of orders. Despite the devastating sonic blasts from before, the barrier and medical teams still gritted their teeth through the pain, helping direct and evacuate the civilians. The puppet army wasn't interested in them anyway, so the villagers' evacuation went rather smoothly. Meanwhile, the other ninja confronted the puppet forces head-on. Cloud style, Rising Dragon. A blonde woman, tall, curvy, with a build that might even surpass Tsunade's, held a short blade in a reverse grip. Lightning flashed around it under the night sky as she shattered one of the puppets in a single strike. Eyeing its remains, which had only used physical weapons and energy bullets, Samui also glanced at other puppets fighting nearby, some displaying mastery over every elemental nature with only one or two hand seals. Their masks indicated they were human puppets. Samui furrowed her brow and called out loudly. Watch out for the ones using ninjutsu, they're corpse-based puppets that might have kept their powers from life, including Kekkei Genkai. Look, these guys are wearing Konoha headbands. We've got Suna's headbands over here. And Hidden Sound headbands, these are Rogue Nin headbands. I recall that a few months ago, Orochimaru and Tsunagakure plus the Akatsuki unleashed the Konoha Crush Plan on Konoha. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Konoha Elder Danzo Shimura plus his entire root faction were wiped out. The bodies from all three villages were taken away by Sasori of the Akatsuki, and now turned into puppets. Damn Konoha and Suna, can't they stop causing us trouble even after they die? Other Cloud Ninja soon noticed something strange about these puppets, and they shouted warnings, sharing intelligence. Each Cloud squad swiftly picked up on the enemy's features and adapted their own tactics. Little did they know those headbands were mere diversions, meant to mislead them. Each human puppet was actually Izayoi in disguise, fighting until the chakra in its core ran out. If, in its previous life, a puppet's host had possessed some Kekkei Genkai or hidden jutsu, the puppet could now use abilities that even Izayoi himself hadn't learned. For the foes who recognized the puppet's identity and tried to counter its known ninjutsu, the puppet might suddenly unleash a technique that its original self never had, giving it a decisive informational edge, maybe killing in a single blow. Indeed, Izayoi's plan proved effective. Aburame Toryun released a swarm of venomous insects, which merely brushed by two flak-jacketed Cloud Ninja. They instantly collapsed, screaming in agony. Nearby allies shouted. It's the Aburame clan from Konoha, and he's using poisonous insects. Don't let them touch you. One Cloud Ninja leaped up, brandishing a sword cloaked in shape-transformed lightning-release chakra, lunging at Toryun. But a moment later, the men froze in shock. Toryun had just finished weaving hand seals and was spitting out a huge wave of flames. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The Cloud Ninja was swallowed up, screaming as flames consumed him. Elsewhere, each human puppet used similar feints or surprise abilities to wound or kill Cloud Ninja. Meanwhile, pure puppets that lacked advanced jutsu acted in support, some stayed at range, firing energy bullets to harass, others snuck around collecting fallen Cloud corpses, already dead, and retrieving those buried under rubble. With Ranmaru's red-eye technique assisting, they quickly turned invisible and retreated. As Cloud casualties increased, Izayoi alone could see beams of light streaming from the bodies, each one flying off into the distance, harvested loot, so to speak. But the human puppet's advantage only lasted a short while. Soon, the experienced Special Jonin and Jonin commanding the Cloud forces figured things out. Ninjas specializing in taijutsu, who had to engage at close range for best results, now focused their attacks on the simpler, pure puppets, while the mid to long-range fighters switched to bombardment tactics against the human puppets, covering them with elemental blasts, forcing them to defend, and gathering data on their weaknesses. Shortly, a censorine captured key intel and shouted. These puppets have limited chakra reserves. They can't extract chakra while they fight, nor can they recover with soldier pills. Hearing this, many Cloud Ninja brightened, some Special Jonin signaled to employ dragging out the clock tactics. Immediately, the human puppet army lost their biggest advantage, information superiority. Storm release, laser circus. Unlike the puppets in the main cloud forces who fought with mass numbers and firepower, Darui singled out Aburame Torian, who was part of the puppet army's ace, controlling venomous insects, and pelted him with beams of destructive light, blasting away his bugs and tying him down. C. Another of Kimogakuru's top fighters, targeted Yamanaka Kaze, the puppet controlling the mind puppet cursing seal, leaving both major puppet generals locked in combat. With Niyujito absent and Killer Bee not yet arrived, and the fourth Raikage still not even joining the fray, the puppet army was forced into a defensive state. A wood clone guarding Ranmaru's side. Formidable indeed. Expecting to crush the strongest hidden village with just a few hundred human puppets was never realistic. But no sooner had it spoken than its face shifted. Quickly it used Ranmaru's red-eye genjutsu to hide both itself and all other wood clones. Izayoi's Tenseigen had spotted a third party, white Zetsu clones, who had stealthily infiltrated Kimogakure by disguising themselves as villagers, employing the Hosuki technique, Mayfly technique, to search for whoever led the puppets. Several white Zetsu clones peeked up from the rubble, concealing their presence with Mayfly technique, quietly observing the fight between the puppet army and the Cloud Ninja. Likely, black and white Zetsu were already aware of the situation. Perhaps Uchiha Obito was, too, and might be on his way. We need to wrap this up. Come on out, my trump card. Izayoi relayed his next orders to the wood clone that directed the puppet army. Whoosh. In no time, a single kunai blended with the darkness above the Cloud Nin who were exchanging long-range attacks with the puppet troops. Abruptly, around that kunai appeared a haze of flickering shadows, instantly forming countless real kunai, raining down like a torrential downpour. Watch above. Scatter. The sensor Nin first to sense the chakra overhead gave a loud warning. Wind release, great breakthrough. One multi-nature Jonin promptly wove signs and spat forth a fierce gust of wind toward the sky. Pop, pop, pop. A chain of balloon popping sounds rang out, dense white smoke appearing overhead. Even so, a small portion of kunai reached the cloud formation, though their high-speed movement jutsu let them dodge most of it. Next second. A shadow, so dark it nearly merged with the night, flickered among the cloud ranks, a cold glint slicing across the throats of those nearest the kunai's impact site. Slash, slash, slash. A series of cloth-tearing, flesh-rending sounds overlapped. So fast. A veteran Jonin, who hadn't even glimpsed the enemy's form, could only utter that shocked line before going limp, life extinguished. Swish. Having instantly killed those near the kunai, that dark flash revealed itself, Lord Danzo, clad in the Akatsuki cloak, wielding a ninja sword, face cold and expressionless. The three-tomo Sharingan in his right eye spun, warping into a pinwheel shape that glowed red even in the night. A split second later, one unfortunate Cloud Ninja gazed into it by mistake, his expression went blank. Danzo flickered beside him, striking him with a palm. As the man was sent flying, Danzo affixed a Flying Thunder God formula to him. Unaware, two Cloud Ninja instinctively reached to catch their airborne comrade. But then a black blur flashed in their vision. A chilling blade, wreathed in some kind of lightning or wind-type chakra, slashed across their throats in an instant. Their flak jackets tore with a ripping noise, but the fountain of blood had barely started spraying before Danzo vanished again. Neither of them even managed to scream. Slash, slash, slash. With each tear of cloth, Danzo's right eye spun. He alternated lightning and wind chakra for maximum speed, weaving through the Cloud Nin as though no one else existed. In the face of a top-level Mangekyo Sharingan user and breakneck agility, even Kumo's famed swift fighters felt like standing targets. Swords coated in wind chakra for extra cutting or lightning chakra for deeper penetration, each strike took a life or inflicted a grievous wound. If someone was agile enough to respond, Danzo simply froze them with Mangekyo Genjutsu and cleaved them with a follow-up slash, cunningly marking them with a Flying Thunder God formula and sending them tumbling into allied arms. In half a minute, he'd harvested 100 lives. Finally, the stunned Kumo shinobi recognized their attacker. It's Danzo Shimura of Konoha. Spread out. Watch out for the Flying Thunder God technique. Don't pick up your comrades or go near those kunai, that's the second and fourth Hokage's jutsu. Their frantic shouts caused the formation to break, indeed, now rather than massing for covering fire, they scattered in panic. The puppet army seized the moment, hurling wide area or high-intensity elemental ninjutsu at the scattered Cloud Ninja. More beams of light shot skyward as they inflicted a fresh wave of carnage. Meanwhile, the near-depleted puppets and those with almost empty chakra cores stopped focusing on the still-breathing but incapacitated Cloud Nin, instead gathering up the bodies of the dead and vanishing into red-eye invisibility. Yet this advantage soon vanished again. Guillotine drop. While Danzo chopped through Cloud Nin like weeds, the fourth Raikage, who had merely watched from behind, lost patience at last. Covered in a mantle of blue lightning, he appeared midair above Danzo, raising his leg like a battle axe. He slammed down with a roar. Danzo didn't even look up. In a black blur, he vanished. Boom. The instant Danzo disappeared, a deafening boom rattled the area, the earth fragmenting to form a huge crater while shockwaves howled. It's Lord Raikage. All the Cloud Nine, paralyzed by the terror of Flying Thunder God, found new confidence in their leader. Scatter and stay alive, the Raikage ordered in a loud voice. The village doesn't matter. We can rebuild anytime. Your lives matter most. Yes, Lord Raikage, the Cloud Shinobi answered in unison, morale skyrocketing. Under the Jonin's commands, they formed new squads from the scattered ranks, not to hunt more puppets but to guard themselves while launching the occasional ranged jutsu, supporting Lord Raikage in fighting off the human puppets. That settles it. No wonder Kimimaro has so few defectors, what unity, murmured a few white Zetsu clones using Mayfly technique. They concluded that the outcome was now certain. One white Zetsu in particular said with anticipation, so that Mysterious Man is going to appear at last, right? Witnessing their fleeting edge vanish, the puppet army, most of them draining chakra rapidly, didn't bother pressing the fight for just one more synergy drop. They launched a wave of monstrous fire from the outskirts, blanketing the area in flames. When the blaze subsided, a few hundred puppets had vanished. Without a sensing barrier, even skilled sensors couldn't track them. The illusions produced by Ranmaru's red eye could hide them from Byakugan, let alone standard techniques. At once, the battlefield felt far emptier, leaving only the MVP who'd wrought so much damage with a bloody sword in hand, Lord Danzo. Chapter 109, Feel Pain, Shinra Tensei. A vast battlefield that had just been in chaos was suddenly silent. In the open ground, there was only a single person standing. Surrounding him from all sides, over 2,000 Cloud Ninja formed a circular formation, yet they hardly dared breathe. Their bodies were tense, their expressions wary. The only one without apparent pressure was the fourth Raikage. Gazing at Danzo Shimura, who had been turned into a human puppet, the Raikage's face showed both pity and contempt. So the great leader of Root, once a candidate for Hokage, famous as the darkness of Konoha, has become the puppet of a rogue shinobi, forced to perform even the lost Flying Thunder God technique. What a ridiculous disgrace. Danzo said nothing. He simply held a sword in one hand and, with the other, pulled out a kunai, hurling it at the fourth Raikage. Such tricks got old back when I fought the fourth Hokage, the Raikage scoffed, his body cloaked in blue-white lightning. He shot forward with speed akin to a spacetime technique, appearing on Danzo's left side and chopping at him with a knife-hand strike. Danzo vanished into thin air, reappearing near the kunai he'd thrown. But in the next second, the fourth Raikage materialized by Danzo again, his fierce-looking face twisting into a grin that showed his battle mania, excitedly declaring. I've always wondered, at close range, which is faster, Flying Thunder God, or my lightning release chakra mode. Since the fourth Hokage never gave me a definitive answer, you'll pick up where that fight left off. Lariat. Roaring, the Raikage struck again. This time, Danzo didn't evade. Clutching a blade infused with wind release chakra, the natural enemy of lightning, he met the Raikage's knife hand head-on. Given that wind trumps lightning, a half-baked wind release might not be enough, but Danzo had been a wind-style master in life. And after all, Izayoi's wind mastery had reached top level ever since awakening the Tenseigen. Unless the fourth Raikage possessed the unbreakable body of the third Raikage, that blade could slice right through his lightning release chakra. Seeing Danzo's sword coming, the Raikage's face didn't flinch. It looked as though he truly intended to challenge a blade with only a knife hand. But right before they collided, the Raikage vanished again. Liger bomb. A roar from behind. The Raikage, wearing massive metallic guards, drew his elbow back. It was larger than Danzo's head, filled with lightning-charged force capable of shattering rock, aiming right at the back of Danzo's skull. Danzo's back was still turned, locked in a striking posture, as though he hadn't noticed at all. But if one looked closely, there was a thin wooden tendril under his feet, bearing a special marking. Just like the Raikage's sudden movements, when the elbow was about to slam into Danzo's head, he swapped places, reappearing at the Raikage's forearm, swinging his sword. The speed of this slash took even the Raikage by surprise. Acting on sheer reflex, he shifted the angle of his elbow, letting the sword strike his metal guard. Sparks flew. The wind-enhanced sword carved a groove in the armor. Just as it was about to dig deeper, possibly cutting into the Raikage's elbow, he vanished again. Whoever's controlling Danzo like this is a genius. In the distance, black and white Zetsu had arrived unnoticed. White Zetsu murmured in awe, their using would release to craft marks for Flying Thunder God. If their would release extended farther, that puppet would be nearly unstoppable. I wonder how Sasori would feel about this. Black Zetsu said nothing, but once again unleashed his terrifying sensory ability, which could detect even the chakra of Azura and Indra, searching for the hidden mastermind. Finding nothing, he refocused on the fight. Perceiving the would-release aura in Danzo's body, he spoke in a low voice. So that mysterious individual is indeed working with Orochimaru. Danzo's body likely merges Sasori's human puppet techniques with Orochimaru's input. Perhaps that's why the men abducted the Konoha would release test subject, to graft would release onto other puppets, giving them all the ability to share Flying Thunder God through would release. That would be terrifying, White Zetsu gasped at the notion. On the battlefield, Danzo's duel with the Raikage became ever fiercer. They were like black and blue streaks of light flitting about multiple spots in a single second, yet generating no deafening collision, only an unending search for an instant kill. No matter if Danzo warped to a kunai location or dropped white seeds that sprouted tree branches inscribed with Flying Thunder God markings, the Raikage still kept pace. After that first ambush, Danzo couldn't land another surprise blow, and the two looked evenly matched. But compared to the original battles with Minato and the AB combo, the Danzo puppet, forced to rely on would release, was already losing ground. Too slow, too stiff. A wood clone hidden by Ranmaru's red eye stealth side. Though he can use both lightning and wind release transformations, a mere corpse puppet can't recreate the living flexibility. It's enough to trample weaker foes, but against someone on his level, that flaw is glaring. Still. The wood clone's lips curved. Flying Thunder God is not my only trump card. Almost on cue, Danzo's right eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan, suddenly flared with blazing red light. The Raikage, inadvertently meeting that eye, glimpsed a magnified Mangekyo pattern. For a fraction of a second, he was dazed, though his raging chakra began pushing back the illusion. Seizing that moment, Danzo swiftly formed a one-handed seal. Darkness robbed the Raikage of sight. Genjutsu, bringer of darkness technique. Then Danzo lunged in, ready to place a Flying Thunder God mark on the Raikage's body. But just then, a giant octopus tentacle appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the Raikage and causing Danzo's palm to brand the tentacle instead. As if realizing the danger of Flying Thunder God, the tentacle instantly flung the Raikage upward, then popped off, severing itself at the mark. Another silhouette soared skyward, extending other tentacles to catch the Raikage crackling with lightning. Lord Killer Bee. Awesome, the AB combos reformed, we've got this. The Cloud Nin recognized the tentacle's owner, the Raikage's younger brother, Killer Bee, Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Now there's no escape. This time the mastermind will have to show himself, right? White Zetsu said with eager anticipation. Black Zetsu again stretched his sensory powers. Meanwhile, Obito, who had also arrived unnoticed, stared at Danzo's right eye. So Danzo's right Sharingan is Shursue Uchiha's Koto Amatsukami, right? That eye is dangerous, I'll need a chance to retrieve it. He possessed Kemui and generally feared no ninjutsu except powerful illusions. That was why he didn't really fear Nagato but was wary of Itachi, whose Tsukimi might expose his identity as not actually Uchiha Madara. Koto Amatsukami was even more dangerous than Tsukimi. Obito coveted it more than stopping the mysterious figure. Black Zetsu, hearing this, felt exasperated. What an idiot, can't tell which threat is bigger. If Koto Amatsukami was truly that powerful, the puppet master wouldn't have put it in a puppet. That I lacked eternal Mangekyo synergy. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, after Bee rescued the Raikage from Bringer of Darkness, he rapped at his big brother. Damn fool, big bro, look what a mess you're in. If I hadn't showed up, you'd be sliced to bits, like a total newbie, man. But the Raikage wasn't angry. Instead, he showed relief. B, you got here just in time. Let's bring that puppet down together at least. Having nearly been taken out so cheaply, the Raikage had lost any interest in a fair fight. Only killing intent remained. Too dangerous. This Akatsuki is absolutely terrifying. Just a single puppet from Sasori put me on the edge of death. Their rumored Renegan-wielding leader hasn't even done anything yet. Seeing his brother so serious, B dropped his flippant act. Red-tailed beast chakra swirled around him. Wielding two swords shaped like honeybee stingers, he said firmly, then let the punk see what the AB combo can do. At that moment, Danzo silently sheathed his sword, and the Mangekyo in his right eye returned to a three-tomo Sharingan. The Raikage spoke gravely. Going to run. Even with Flying Thunder God, you can't vanish without consequences after such an attack. Our infiltration of a Megakure might have been questionable, but leveling our village is retaliation. You've gone way too far. If you leave with no explanation, you can expect a tailed beast bomb aimed right at your beloved Rain Village. Obito. Black and White Zetsu. What a cheat, White Zetsu stammered. So that mysterious guy just pinned the destruction of Kumogakure on us. We need to warn Nagato, Black Zetsu said in a low voice. Preta Path can absorb chakra, but Kumo has 2 Jinchuriki plus that, heavenly transfer, spacetime jutsu. Not sure if they can airdrop tailed beast bombs. We must be ready. Obito kept silent, feeling outdone. He realized he was the lesser evil. Only now did he understand how Itachi and Nagato had felt. I really am shameless, but that unknown mastermind is even worse. In the next moment, a commanding, emotionless voice rang out from the sky. Akatsuki will be waiting. Everyone looked up. Under the starry sky, an individual wearing the red cloud cloak hovered in the moonlight, seen by all the cloud neen. Purple ripple-patterned eyes glowed coldly, surveying them like a deity gazing upon mortals. The sheer dread behind that gaze made all who saw it shiver. No words were needed for them to realize one thing: Konoha's intel was true. The Sage of Six Paths' fabled eyes, the legendary Renegan, highest of the three great dojutsu, really existed. All present stared in a daze, as if witnessing a god's descent. Meanwhile, Obito turned to Black Zetsu. Any luck? It's too garbled, Black Zetsu growled. Clearly, he's gotten hold of a huge mass of chakra from various people. So now his chakra signature is a mess, at least 100 or more different components. We can't isolate it. He predicted our plan too, Obito muttered, his eye narrowing on the Tendo Pain figure overhead. Loftily, Izayoi, masquerading as Tendo Pain, stared down at the Raikage and delivered Nagato's declaration of war. We chose the strongest village, Kumogakure, to send all of you a message: a god must not be profaned. If you reject this, whether you want a mutual strategic assault, an all-out war, or a coalition to storm a Megakure, by all means come. The Akatsuki will meet you head-on. First, though, survive this. He spread his arms wide. Be careful, scatter. Though they didn't know exactly what the figure intended, the Raikage's face changed drastically. Beside him, Be leapt to full-tailed beast form, wrapping the Raikage in a massive tentacle, already charging a tailed beast bomb. The Cloud Shinobi, who'd felt the Meteor's terror not long ago, sensed impending doom. No one hesitated, they bolted for the shelters or fled to other peaks. Some swift-thinking ninja formed hand seals and roared. Ninja art, 4 violet flames formation. Others who'd mastered multiple elemental natures conjured solid earthen bunkers. But just as these layered barriers and fortifications rose, a cold voice echoed from above. Feel pain. Consider this parting gift. Shinra Tensei. A blinding white light tore through the darkness, engulfing Kumogakure. All the terrified, despairing cloud ninja looked like black and white sketches in a manga panel, as if erased by the sheer brightness. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded. While it didn't compare to the earlier meteor bombardment in sheer spectacle, its lethal impact on Kumogakure was just as dire. Plumes of dust spread outward from the mountain's peak. They swirled around the summit like daytime clouds, hiding its full height. Tremors violently shook this already unstable tower of rock. Had the mountain not dwarfed its neighbors, it might have collapsed outright. Even now, the devastation made it impossible for the village to rebuild there. When the dust finally subsided, the crater-strewn ruin with a few buildings left from the meteor assault was gone. In its place was an immense pit. There wasn't a single scrap of debris or rubble. Everything had been repelled to the outer edges, as if by some inviolable law of repulsion. Thus, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, widely regarded as the strongest, vanished without a trace. Chapter 110, A Call for Kage Summit. Cough, cough. Outside the massive meteor crater lay a colossal wall of debris, or perhaps more accurately, a circular mound of rubble. That mound was full of the rubble, wooden shards, metal fragments, and corpses, everything that had been blasted out of the meteor crater. At that moment, a broken piece of wall shifted slightly. A hand reached out and pushed it aside. Then someone emerged, covered in injuries and dust, so discolored by debris that the dark skin underneath now looked almost gray in the nighttime gloom. Pulling out his upper body first, he coughed violently. Before he could free his legs, his pupils contracted as he stared ahead in a daze. The village. It's gone. Where's Lord Raikage? We need to find our Sensor Nin, hurry and locate both Lord Raikage and Lord Killer Bee. Is the shelter all right? Are the civilians safe? One after another, surviving ninjas struggled out from the rubble as well, similarly stunned by the sight of the gigantic meteor crater. Many voiced urgent concern for the 4th Raikage and the villagers. Unless there's some special summons, a village is never fully manned. Just as the Two-Tails Jinchuriki had been gone, plenty of ninja were away on missions or stationed to protect the daimyo and border strongholds. Those still in the village amounted to at most half, or even less, of their total shinobi force. Even if the village lay in ruins with high casualties, so long as they still had their core members, Kumogakure would remain one of the 5 great shinobi villages. More than the losses, what mattered most were the lives of the 4th Raikage, the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, and the villagers. They were the village's backbone, its strategic deterrent, its bedrock. Thus, the Jonin and Elite Jonin, people of extensive experience and strong mental fortitude, fought back their grief over the destroyed village and dead comrades, leading those still alive. The Sensor Nin were tasked with scanning for chakra signals. Those with Earth Release, despite feeling like every move would break their bones, used jutsu to excavate the rubble for buried teammates and bodies. Luckily, the shelter was intact, though dangerously on the verge of collapse, and they'd lost some barrier specialists who'd protected it. The medics and most villagers, however, were safe. On receiving word, the medical teams rushed over at top speed to treat the gravely wounded. Because the crater was so clean, they even had to shift inside what used to be the downtown area, finding or creating some flat surface there and beginning surgeries on the spot. In no time, agonized wails and tortured screams sounded incessantly, a stifling and miserable atmosphere pervading everything. Meanwhile, the fourth Raikage, battered but merely disheveled, thanks to Killer Bee's protection, sat on a chunk of broken wall. He gazed silently at the seemingly endless meteor crater. What carnage! Up on a cliff near the shelter's mountain, two other figures, Black and White Zetsu, along with Uchiha Obito, were enscathed, looking down. Seeing the scene below, White Zetsu murmured in awe. Black Zetsu stayed silent. Inwardly, he thought it could have been much worse. Ultimate ocular power was on a whole other plane. That caster had only used a fraction of the force. If it had been all out, this, strongest of the 5 great villages, would be no more than a bit of extra hassle. Push and pull forces were just the foundation of that ultimate dojutsu. Even that huge-scale technique which converted massive chakra into a shockwave was only a fundamental move. The mysterious foe hadn't even revealed his personal eye technique. Moreover, Black Zetsu suspected the figure with the disguised chakra might have been just a clone. A true wielder of the ultimate ocular power would have far more chakra than that. Of course, Black Zetsu had no intention of sharing all this. Obito was already rattled by the single, Shinra Tensei, Sayatsu, full throttle. He stood there with trembling eyes, then turned to Black Zetsu. Could Nagato do something on this scale too? If Nagato were at his prime, he could exceed this, Black Zetsu replied honestly. After all, Nagato was someone Uchiha Madara had chosen personally, a hybrid of the Uzumaki and Senju lines. His chakra and vitality surpassed most, enabling him to transplant the Renegan as a child and grow strong enough to summon the Geto statue or use the Samsara of Heavenly Life technique. According to Madara's plan, Nagato should by now have been invincible, capturing all 9-tailed beasts and eventually activating Madara's failsafes, or letting Madara possess Nagato's body and use the Rinne Tensei Jutsu to revive himself. Who'd have guessed Nagato would end up a wreck, forcing Akatsuki to proceed so cautiously? While his 6 paths of pain were strong, they weren't on par with Nagato's direct power. Still, so long as they stayed careful and the 5 great nations didn't unite, Nagato remained unbeatable. Yet an even more formidable foe from the moon must have arrived to oppose the Renegan's user. Black Zetsu noted at least a silver lining, that Mystery Man, though fully aware of Akatsuki, was taking a cunning and shameless approach, seemingly uncertain of beating Nagato in a head-on fight. He wanted to incite a ninja world war, letting the 5 great nations weaken Akatsuki. This implied that his own, ultimate ocular power, might be transplanted as well, leaving him unable to fully use it. Otherwise, he wouldn't rely on such manipulations. Even so, Black Zetsu mentally cursed. Damn you, Amura. Obito had no clue what Black Zetsu was thinking. Hearing his confirmation, he pondered, then said. What if we graft Hashirama's cells into Nagato to restore him to his prime? Obito couldn't hide his awe over the Renegan's power. That scope of destruction was on par with a tailed beast bomb. He'd just witnessed how B's tailed beast bomb was scattered, literally shattered, by that law-like force. If he didn't reclaim his other Renegan, he couldn't match them. Yet he wasn't about to retrieve that eye from the person he'd given it to. And so the Eye of the Moon plan now depended on Nagato's might. But with pain being formidable yet obviously crippled, that left a weakness the enemy could exploit. He or she knew of Nagato's existence and might exploit that. The Renegan and the Geto statue could fall into that person's hands. Even if they didn't seize his Renegan, they could wrest control of the statue. Thus, yes, strengthening Nagato might create an obstacle, but at least he was, on their side, someone simpler than that cunning rogue. Black Zetsu's eyes lit up but then shook his head. In theory, combining Hashirama cells with the Geto statue might indeed restore him to form, or at least get him off that wheelchair. But if we suggest that, Nagato would become even warier of us. He'd never let us touch him. Plus, with his current mindset, he wouldn't accept our help anyway. He wants Hihiko to be the god savior, not himself. Obito fell silent, then said. Then we'll wait for him to face reality, and extend him a warm hand. Gazing down at the wreckage, Obito felt a rare pang of regret. Maybe he'd gone too far. Had he not pushed Kirigakure so hard, the 3 tails wouldn't have died, and they could already have begun capturing tailed beasts. Then he recalled Rin's death, and that regret vanished. Let's go inform Nagato. He activated Kamui, taking Black and White Zetsu away. Down below, Mabui, who had helped guard the villagers via Tenshin no Jutsu, now reported to the 4th Raikage. Lord Raikage, we have the casualty figures, 3,654 dead, with 85% of them being ninja. And 65% of the bodies are missing. The wounded are countless. Understood, the Raikage rumbled. Check the rubble for the ceiling scroll containing our Chakra TV feeds. If it's gone, we'll have to notify the daimyo tomorrow. He must allocate funds so we can compensate all the fallen families. They died as heroes. Yes, Mabui nodded sadly. Just as she turned to leave, the Raikage spoke coldly. Send envoys to the other 4 major villages. I'm calling a 5 Kage summit. Mabui hesitated, but recalling that nightmarish meteor storm and the enemy's utter disregard for all boundaries, she nodded firmly. Yes, Lord Raikage. Back on the mountain summit where the couple had cemented their feelings. Izayoi, who had watched the entire show, did not immediately check his spoils. Instead, he smiled at Hinata. It's getting late. Let's head back. Though she felt a bit reluctant, still wanting to hear more of Izayoi's sweet talk, she'd been used as a grip trainer all evening. Now her body felt weak, almost feverish, so in a way, it was a relief. She nodded quickly. Once Hinata's temperature returned to normal, Izayoi let her cast one more wistful glance at the stone bench. Then he destroyed it, and, using the Flying Thunder God technique, they reappeared in the Hyuga clan's head family home. Izayoi-kun, Hinata, you're back. They had hardly emerged before Karin, sensing them with Kagura's mind's eye, came over with Hanabi in tow. Oni-chan, you and sis went out on a date, huh? Hanabi jumped into Izayoi's arms, clinging like a sloth around his neck, eyes sparkling. That weight you left with sis earlier, was that the legendary Flying Thunder God? You really are sharp, Izayoi teased, tapping his little sister-in-law's nose. But that's a forbidden jutsu from the Scroll of Seals, which I borrowed. Don't tell anyone until it's officially allowed. Hanabi will keep it a secret for you, Oni-chan. She raised a hand to her mouth as though zipping her lips. Good girl. Smiling, Izayoi set Hanabi down and addressed the sisters. It's late, so Karin and I will head home now. Why not stay with Karin-nichan here? Hanabi asked. Not yet, the time isn't right. Izayoi shook his head, casting Hinata a mischievous smile. Anyway, from now on I can visit here anytime I like. Hinata's cheeks instantly reddened. Hanabi, thrilled, said. Then you have to come often, Oni-chan. You promised to train me. Of course. Izayoi pinched Hanabi's cheek one last time before waving goodbye to the sisters. Then, carrying Karin, he flew away from the Hyuga compound. From above, they could see the banquet had ended and everything had been tidied up. Chapter 111, Aftermath and Butterfly Effect. Back at his traditional-style home, Izayoi took a quick bath, warmed up some sake, switched to an open-air setting, and, wearing only a pair of swim trunks, slipped into his private hot spring. Sipping the mild sake, Izayoi summoned the glowing screen to check his earnings for the night. Points, 281,379. Such a pity. Looking at the number, Izayoi didn't seem overjoyed, instead, he showed mild regret. If the bloody mist period hadn't happened, Kirigakure would have been the biggest treasure trove. No matter the world, war is the key to wealth. In 6 years at the academy, all Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke, and the rest of the class contributed only about 20,000 points to Izayoi. But now, through a single Konoha Crush plan plus Akatsuki attacking Kimimaro, Izayoi's point stash soared from a bit over 10,000 to more than 280,000. And that was with at least half of Kimogakure's casualties dying under the Meteor Shower and Ultra Shinra Tensei cast by Izayoi's wood clones. While Meteor Shower and Ultra Shinra Tensei did trigger many base-level, guaranteed drops, they still couldn't match the puppet army's drop rate. Moreover, Kimogakure's emphasis on taijutsu came from the severe scarcity of Kekkei Genkai in their land. The vast majority of their ninja were white tier or green tier at best, occasionally blue tier. Disassembling a blue tier trait yields only a random 3-digit sum of points. All told, Izayoi's windfall this time came purely from large numbers. This inevitably made Izayoi think of Kirigakure. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Kumo, Iwa, and Suna are poor households with very few Kekkei Genkai. Only Konoha and Kirigakure have large numbers of bloodline and secret arts clans. Unfortunately, those 2 wealthy households had been ruined either by their own people or by Uchiha Obito. Kirigakure especially had it the worst. Formerly, it was the village with the greatest number of Kekkei Genkai families, yet in that land, bloodline users had ended up as monsters reviled by everyone. Now the once powerful Hidden Mist village ranked at the very bottom, worse even than Suna. Without the Bloody Mist era, Izayoi couldn't imagine how delicious that village might have been to farm. Most Kekkei Genkai traits are purple tier, each yielding a random 4-digit point total upon disassembly. If he attacked Kirigakure specifically targeting the bloodline families, tonight's gains might well have doubled. But if didn't exist. So Izayoi remained with 2 options, farm a red tier trait to break it down, or spark wars, best if enemy Nin died at the hands of his human puppets. But seeing how tonight's battle went, Izayoi realized the puppet army's shortcomings. Their bodies were stiff, lifeless, poorly focused. Even multiple wood clones couldn't bring out their full power, they struggled even against a half-manned hidden village. If he wanted to harvest a large haul via the puppet army, he'd either have to fish in murky waters again, like with the Konoha crush, or refine them further. The butterfly effects already turned the plot upside down. I'm really curious how things go next. Izayoi murmured with a wry smile, gripping his cup with 2 fingers and draining the warm liquor in one gulp. At that moment, the door opened behind him. Karin, still up. Izayoi said, smiling without turning around, he already knew who it was. Yeah. My energy these days is off the charts. Even if I use multi-shadow clone jutsu to clean the entire garden, I'm not tired at all, Karin said, kneeling behind him. First she lifted the flask to refill Izayoi's cup, then laid both hands on his head, searching out acupressure points. She laughed. Izayoi-kun, lately I've been learning massage and force application from Hinata and Hanabi, so let me give it a try. Appreciate it. But get in here, it's getting colder, Izayoi replied with an upward glance. Noticing that Karin wore the same Squirtle-style school swimsuit as Hinata but without any distortion, he pulled her into the hot spring. Izayoi-kun, turn around and lie at the pool's edge. I'll start with your head, Karin said eagerly. Sure. Just as with the Uchiha massacre, Konoha's downfall plan, and the emergence of a wood-release ninja, word that Akatsuki attacked Kimimaro and wiped out the Land of Lightning's military base soon spread to every corner of the shinobi world, traveling by summoning creature couriers, it even reached Karigakure overseas. In an instant, the ninja realm was in an uproar. Just like Konoha and Sunagakure had done, Kimimaro and the Land of Lightning made no secret of events. They compiled intel on Akatsuki and released it in full, letting everyone know Akatsuki had crossed the line. In this incident, Kimimaro was the victim. Their puppet techniques, surpassing even Sunagakure's, could fashion corpses into human puppets retaining both lifetime abilities and Keki-Igenkai, and even using jutsu the originals never could. The day the Land of Lightning published that intel, Sasori of the Red Sands bounty skyrocketed to second place on the black market at 548 million ryo. Sarutobi Asuma's bounty was nowhere near that figure. The top spot was no longer Izayoi but Tendo Pain, the men with sage eyes who single-handedly obliterated Kimimaro with one strike, a flat 1 billion ryo. Obviously, the Land of Lightning was spending heavily, and they were scared. A group crossing these lines was just too terrifying. If they could call down meteors on Kumo today, they might do the same to the daimyo's palace tomorrow. Next to these two dangerous individuals, a just-graduated would-release ninja who hadn't fully matured seemed trivial. Phew. In a Megakure, Kakuzu found Sasori, who had come for a meeting. Panting lightly, Kakuzu asked, Sasori, I hear you've turned yourself into a human puppet. Could you relocate your heart and donate your current body to the organization? I can help with Earth Grudge Fear, free of charge. Scram. Sasori's real body, concealed in Hirako, gave a low, cold growl. Kakuzu, a bit disappointed, then turned to Tendo Pain. Leader, can I switch partners? I'm suddenly thinking Sasori is the ideal teammate. Kakuzu, what the hell are you saying? I, the great me, am not good enough for you. Haiden shouted indignantly. Shut it. Sasori and I is my partner, Daidara echoed, also annoyed. Neither of those two clueless, comic relief types caught Kakuzu's drift. Tendo Pain responded coolly. No. Pity. Kakuzu glanced at Sasori, then at Tendo Pain, eyes full of regret. After that glacial reply, Tendo Pain cast his gaze over everyone but Uchiha Obito and spoke in a deep voice. I've gathered all of you here in person to inform you of something. The intel released by the Land of Lightning is false. The Konoha crush and the Kimimaro incident were both done by a mystery figure who, like me, possesses sage eyes. His goal seems to be triggering a massive war across the ninja world, using the 5 great nations to weaken Akatsuki, maybe even to deal with me, a wielder of those eyes. From now on, when you act outside, be cautious. Apart from me, Sasori, Itachi, and Kisame, the rest of you still have your information unrevealed. I'm allowing you to discard our uniform and go into hiding if necessary. If you're in danger, contact me through the rings for help. Hearing this, the other S-rank rogues mostly shrugged. Unless they encountered an overwhelming force or faced an elemental matchup that restrained them, hardly anyone could threaten them. Most potential foes were top-level big shots, unlikely to be stumbled upon randomly. Kakuzu, by contrast, brightened with excitement. Meaning Akatsuki is now a target for everyone. So plenty of big shots with bounties will come after us. Behind the scenes, Nagato felt exasperated. Still controlling Tendo Pain, he revealed the second reason for summoning them. This event means Kimimaro will want revenge. According to intel from Zetsu, Kumo has both the 2 tails and the 8 tails Jinchuriki, both perfect hosts that can fully tailed beast transform and fire tailed beast bombs. They also have a time-space jutsu known as Heavenly Transfer. In theory, they could airdrop tailed beast bombs onto a Megakure. We can't rule out the possibility of a war. So all of you will remain in a Megakure for now, helping arrange defense barriers and seals. Now all of Akatsuki grew serious. They didn't fear small ninja squads, but an entire hidden village going all in was different. Leader, you're not considering relocating the base? Kakuzu asked. Not for the moment, Tendo Pain said icily. We're only dealing with one hidden cloud village, nothing special. Whatever that mystery man can do, I can do as well. Reflecting on those scattered photos and intel, the Akatsuki members felt a chill. They had underestimated their leader, two sage-eyed individuals. It was like a new version of God of Shinobi versus Demon of the Shinobi world. Maybe it'd turn into a Sage Eyes war, culminating in a new Valley of the End showdown. Daidara, you joined such a dangerous organization. In Iwagakure, Anoki stared at the intel, face stern. I thought would release was the greatest threat to the future. Didn't guess someone even more dangerous was lurking around. Akatsuki, what is your goal? Ordinarily, seeing Kumo so badly injured, Anoki would have promptly invaded the Land of Lightning. The Third Shinobi War started because Kumo found out Tsuna's third Kazekage was missing, so they marched into Land of Wind. Losing even a backbone figure could trigger war, let alone an entire major village practically erased from the map with massive casualties. This was absolutely an opportunity to strike while they were down. But reading the intel, neither Anoki, Tsuna, who had once been invaded by Kumo, nor Konoha, which had clashed with Kumo and been humiliated by them 9 years ago, felt any desire to kick them when they were down. Because now there were once again transcendent-level fighters, akin to the god of Shinobi or the demon of the Shinobi world. Nobody knew better than the 5 great villages how terrifying such existences were. Tailed beasts were already frightening enough that, even if the Jinchuriki was your ally, your own villagers and Shinobi might still fear or reject them. Yet the god of Shinobi had actually distributed those beasts among the other villages, with Konoha not minding. Now a single being capable of wiping out an entire hidden village or even a whole nation had reappeared after so many years, and one who freely crossed all moral lines. Not only was the Land of Lightning afraid, the other 3 great countries on the continent were, too. The messenger who brought the report asked, Father, shall we contact Daidara for info about Akatsuki, or get him to test the leader's intentions? It's meaningless, Anoki said, shaking his head. Someone with that power must inevitably develop matching ambition. Such a being won't be swayed by comrades. Summon the sensor unit, barrier unit, and research unit, Anoki instructed. We must perfect our village barriers so Kumogakure's disaster doesn't befall us. Yes. His son, Kitsuchi, nodded and turned to leave. Just then the door to the Tsuchikage's office was knocked upon, and a shinobi entered, bowing. Lord Tsuchikage, an envoy from Kimogakure wishes to speak. Hearing this, Anoki's gaze sharpened. He told Kitsuchi, go entertain them. Understood. The balance is utterly broken. I truly worry for the future of the ninja world and Sunagakure. In Suna, Chiyo seemed the only high elder among the major villages who openly felt powerless. Kumo had the AB combo plus its 2 tails Jinchuriki, Iwa had Anoki and 2 Jinchuriki of its own, Konoha had the fabled Sannin and a wood-release ninja. But Suna had only Chiyo, her younger brother Ebizo, 2 elderly relics, and Gaara, a Jinchuriki who had yet to mature. If war broke out now, Suna would be at a massive disadvantage. Her only consolation was that her grandson still lived, and he had become the strongest puppet user ever, surpassing the old generation. But the notion of turning corpses into puppets made Chiyo realize that the disappearance of the third Kazekage might well have been his doing. It was likely that her grandson had gone astray. Thinking about that, she felt both sorrow and a faint remembrance of the technique she was developing. Would its completion let her salvage her grandson? Sister, we may have to ask Konoha for help, Ebizo suggested. During the Uzushio incident, the biggest gains went to Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri. Suna never obtained barrier-related scrolls. Without a large-scale defense barrier, if meteor showers strike, our outcome might be even worse than Kumo's, he added. Indeed, fire outclasses wind. All their wind release might just feed the flames. Looks that way. Chiyo nodded helplessly, worried. I hope Tsunadeheim can set aside our grudges to lend us a hand. Listening to the 2 elders, Gaara's face was intensely serious, his resolve to grow stronger only intensifying. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the Kazekage's office door. In Konoha's Hokage office. That mysterious man moved again, this time targeting Kimogakure, Tsunade said, reading an intel report, brows knitted. Glancing across at Izayoi, who was flipping through the newly compiled scroll of seals, she said somewhat apologetically, sorry, but none of my grandfather's signature would release moves were recorded. I can't help you with that. No worries, Lady Hokage. Allowing me free access to the scroll of seals is more than enough. Izayoi flashed a grin. I'm more curious about the second Hokage's forbidden jutsu than the first's would release, anyway. Tsunade shrugged. Fine by me. It's all going to be yours eventually, whether sooner or later. Not one of those old coots is coming out to stop you. Plus, times are dire, everyone wants you as strong as possible. From that remark, one could tell that between Naruto and Izayoi, Tsunade regarded Izayoi more highly. She'd made her choice. Though Naruto had helped her overcome her hemophobia, reminding her of Nawaki and Dan, she was still the Hokage, she had to prioritize Konoha. Between a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and a wood-release user, Konoha's stance decided for her. Izayoi nodded confidently, with my current chakra, I can single-handedly cast the 4 Red Yang formation. Even if a meteor shower hits Konoha, I can block it. Ha, now that's reassuring. Tsunade burst into laughter. Then her face hardened in threat, so get going on missions. I'm giving you a strict order, get promoted to Jonin next year, or else I'm investigating your financial records and seizing your estate. In that case, I'll have to report the Hokage for embezzling public funds at the gambling table. Who said I embezzled anything? You got proof. Do you have proof about me, Lady Hokage? I'm Hokage, in Konoha I'm on top. My word is proof. If you're unhappy, become Hokage yourself. Tsunade crowed smugly. TCH. Tsunade, you'll regret this. Slamming the scroll shut, Izayoi stormed out. Tsunade scratched her head in confusion. Why do I feel like I've heard that line before? It's oddly familiar. Shizun and Karin had watched the entire scene. With a wry smile, Shizun said, My lady, last time you said something quite similar to Izayoi. I see. Tsunade nodded in realization, then frowned again. But I didn't slam the door. It's not that kind of déjà vu. Chapter 112, refused. Just after Izayoi left, a Konoha ninja in a green flak jacket knocked on the door and entered, dropping to one knee respectfully. Lady Hokage, an envoy from Kimimaro requests an audience. Having been absorbed in her work, Tsunade frowned upon hearing this. They should be focusing on rebuilding their village and taking revenge on Akatsuki right now. Why are they sending people here to Konoha? I'm not sure, replied the ninja. According to the gate guards, the envoy is made up of 3 students of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, led by the Kumo Jonin Samui. They're not entering the village, they're waiting at the gate, asking to meet you, Lady Hokage. Tsunade crossed her arms, appearing thoughtful. Then she turned to Karin, now wearing a little black suit, rectangular glasses, looking more like a proper secretary, and said. Karin, go and bring them here. Unlike Inoki, who deliberately sent his son to entertain the envoys, Tsunade wasn't inclined to give the Kumo group any special trouble. Although the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning weren't allied nations, and Konoha and Kimimaro were effectively enemies, Kumo was still one of the 5 great shinobi villages, one of the pillars preserving balance in the ninja world. They had almost certainly come regarding Akatsuki, and Tsunade was curious what the 4th Raikage intended. Yes, ma'am. Karin blinked slightly, then nodded respectfully. However, when she arrived at the village gate, she nearly had a seizure. What is this? Is that size even humanly possible? Fixing her gaze on Samui, whose bust put even Tsunade's to shame, and outclassed Hinata's by a distinct margin, Karin reflexively glanced down at her own feet. She suddenly regretted taking this errand. She should have let Shizun-senpai come instead. Luckily, Karin was still young, so losing here didn't count as humiliating. She composed herself quickly, gave Samui's team a polite, mask-like smile, and introduced herself. I'm Karin, the Hokage's secretary and student. Please come with me, Lady Hokage has agreed to meet you. We appreciate it. The frigidly beautiful Samui, face expressionless, nodded. Omoi and Karui, who had been looking rather unfriendly and extremely wary of their surroundings, followed Karin to the Hokage's building. Because it was her first time welcoming foreign visitors, Karin wasn't chatty, nor did the envoy team initiate small talk. However, spotting Karin's hair color, Samui spoke up. You're of the Uzumaki clan. Yes, Karin answered with a smile, briefly patting her hair. Perceiving a note of puzzlement in Samui's voice, she asked, is there a problem? No. Samui shook her head. She couldn't very well say how grateful she felt for the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, or that if the previous Raikage hadn't led a campaign to wipe out the Uzumaki homeland, Kimimaro might never have obtained barrier-type sealing scrolls to minimize casualties this time. Stating such a thing aloud would change the entire nature of their visit. Though Samui personally did feel grateful, she hadn't been involved in that genocide. Following Karin into the Hokage's office, Samui's squad finally came face-to-face with one of the legendary female ninjas still active in the world. Lady Tsunade, Samui said, bowing respectfully. Omoi and Karui, who had been bristling, also showed respectful manners. After all, Tsunade Hime wasn't merely the granddaughter of the god of shinobi and one of the legendary Sannin, she was celebrated as a medical master throughout the ninja world, an enemy who would still be called lady even in a confrontation. Those kunoichi across the shinobi world who felt they were the equals of men generally idolized Tsunade. Samui, too, had aspired to be like her. When she saw Tsunade's own assets, Samui inwardly sighed, as expected of Lady Tsunade. Meanwhile, Tsunade's eye twitched at the sight. She looked Samui over, scanning that remarkable figure, then lifting her gaze to Samui's pale skin, remarking. Didn't think Kumo had anyone, your type. Samui maintained her deadpan expression. Not just Tsunade, many people carried such stereotypes. From childhood, Samui, due to both her complexion and her figure, was something of an oddity in Kumo, and only through diligence and willpower had she become a Kumo Jonin. In that village of predominantly strong, dark-skinned nin, she was quite the success story. Though Samui said nothing, Tsunade sensed some of her background, she developed a bit of admiration for this woman, who seemed on par with herself. So her tone turned more serious. Take a seat. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Once Samui's team sat down, Tsunade skipped the pleasantries. What's a thinking, sending you here to Konoha? Lord Raikage told us to give this letter to you, Lady Hokage. From the collar of her apparently four-dimensional outfit, Samui produced a letter and handed it to Shizune, whose lips and brow were twitching as she felt its warmth. Shizune wasn't sure how she managed to pass it to Tsunade. Seeing Shizune turn slightly pale, Karin felt a tinge of sympathy and some amusement. Lately, she herself enjoyed the same benefits as Hinata and Hanabi. After absorbing Izayoi's chakra, Karin had felt noticeably more energetic, even her nearsightedness had vanished. Rumor had it Hinata's figure partly owed thanks to Izayoi. If Karin also followed Hinata's methods, once she grew up, she might not match Hinata, but at least she'd easily surpass Shizune-senpai. Contemplating that, Karin found herself daydreaming about how she'd look in the future. Tsunade opened the letter. After scanning a few lines, she frowned again, murmuring. So they've become enemies, after all. The letter contained more detailed intel. The Land of Lightning's public statement had only mentioned Sasori surpassing puppet skills and raised his bounty, without mentioning Root or Danzo. That part they shared privately with Tsunade. Clearly, Kumogakure was extending goodwill to Konoha. Finally, the letter invited Tsunade to a 5-Kage summit. A 5-Kage summit? Reading that unfamiliar phrase, Tsunade sighed, how many years has it been since my grandfather's time, since the ninja world last held a 5-Kage meeting? The shinobi village system had been founded by Senju Hashirama, other countries and clans had followed suit. The original goal of the 5-Kage summit was to discuss how to improve the ninja world and eliminate warfare. Before the First Shinobi World War, thanks to the god of shinobi, the nations generally got along. But with the outbreak of the wars, hatred ensued, and the 5-Kage could no longer sit calmly at one table. Hearing the phrase, 5-Kage summit, now, Tsunade's gaze turned distant. If even the formidable Kumogakure was willingly proposing this, there must indeed be a threat on the order of her grandfather Orochimaru Madara, a transcendent-level force. Both Akatsuki and that mysterious men constituted huge dangers. Recalling that the other ninja villages still didn't know of the mysterious men, Tsunade decided. Placing down the letter, she nodded. This intel is vital, it confirms our prior suspicions. We not only have to secure the remains of our fallen shinobi, we even need to guard the graveyards. As for the 5-Kage summit, I will attend. Samui's team looked visibly unsettled. Right, how did we not consider that angle? But remembering the giant meteor crater that was their village, they stiffened again, unsure if the destructive jutsu had touched their graveyard too. Tsunade, ignorant of their thoughts, waved them away. Shizune, please see our guests out. Yes, Lady Hokage. Shizune was about to lead them away when Samui abruptly stood. Lady Hokage, may I ask if the wood-release ninja Izayoi is currently in Konoha? All three women gave her a questioning look. He is, Tsunade replied. Why do you need him? Karin eyed Samui warily, what is this big-chested woman looking for with Izayoi? On learning Izayoi was in the village, Samui's expression brightened slightly, revealing the second reason for her visit. We've heard the first Hokage had a wood-release jutsu called Four-Pillar House, able to create sturdy, permanent buildings. He used it repeatedly to build housing in disaster-afflicted areas, performing many good deeds. Our village would like to hire Izayoi to use his wood-release to rebuild for us. Ah, I see. The three Konoha women nodded in realization. Tsunade was just about to accept on Izayoi's behalf when something occurred to her. She instantly lied without blinking. Izayoi is one of Konoha's Hokage candidates and has the privilege to select his own missions. You have to ask him personally. If he agrees, there's no problem. Then please allow me to see Izayoi, Samui said calmly, as if this was all expected. A wood-release ninja would certainly have special status in Konoha. Karin, take them to find Izayoi. Yes, Lady Hokage. Karin respectfully nodded, guiding Samui to Izayoi's residence. At the sight of his home, lavish as a daimyo's mansion, Omoi and Karui stood agape. Samui, sensing Izayoi's high status, promptly told her subordinates. Omoi, Karui, wait out here. Yes, Captain. Once Karin escorted Samui in to meet Izayoi, he was briefly taken aback by her request. Hiring the men who'd helped destroy the village to reconstruct it, this was a first, even in both of his lifetimes. But with Samui standing there earnestly, posture lowered, not the slightest trace of her usual aloofness, Izayoi merely shook his head and gave a faint, cool smile. I refuse. Izayoi, if you agree to help, Lord Raikage is willing to pay the equivalent of 3 Super S-rank missions, Samui pressed. If that isn't enough, we can keep negotiating. Money isn't the problem. Izayoi's smile grew a fraction colder. My girlfriend is Hyuga Hinata, the Hyuga clan's main family heiress. Samui paused in confusion, then something clicked, and her expression shifted. I'm sorry to have bothered you. She bowed, her heavy thunder swaying, and then, downcast, she departed Izayoi's residence. She'd assumed it was a simple matter, only to discover that this Hyuga main branch heiress was Izayoi's girlfriend. Samui had heard rumors about her village's old plan. Realizing they'd never actually managed to steal a Byakugan, Samui felt like she'd just hoisted a rock only to drop it on her own foot. Chapter 113, The Mysterious Third Party, Second Sage Eyes. Konoha Year 61, January 1st. For most people, today was a day to celebrate the new year. But for the 5 Kage and their escorts, it was a day spent on the road. Because they sought to avoid surprises and losing the initiative, the 5 Kage summit was never held in any of the 5 great nations. So, just like in the original storyline, the 5 Kage summit made use of the Land of Iron as the venue, and Admiral Mifune of the Land of Iron was invited to serve as the summit's host. Only the Land of Iron, whose strength was second only to the 5 great ninja villages, could safeguard the 5 Kage and command their respect. The very day after Samui's squad departed Konoha, Tsunade set out for the Land of Iron with 2 personal bodyguards. Those 2 bodyguards were none other than Izayoi and Hatake Kakashi. That evening, they camped in the wild. Seated in a wooden house created by wood release, 4-pillar house technique, Kakashi ate roast boar from their hunt. He complimented Izayoi. Your wood release is better than Tenzo's, proves an experimental subject can't match a real senju. Before Izayoi could speak, Tsunade, gnawing a large boar leg, grinned proudly. I never met that wood release experimental subject, but wood release isn't just any Kekii Genkai. Anoki's dust release is a Kekii Tota, formed by fusing 3 nature transformations. By contrast, wood release might look like a fusion of water and earth styles, but at its core is yang release chakra. In terms of vitality and yang release chakra, nobody can compare to the Senju or Uzumaki clans, not even the Akimichi. Regardless of that test subject or, say, a random person with massive chakra stumbling upon wood release, they couldn't match Izayoi's mastery. The gap in yang release is simply too big. Saying that, Tsunade instinctively went to pat Izayoi on the shoulder, but he dodged in distaste. Glancing at her greasy hand, she resumed devouring the boar, speaking indistinctly. Also, Izayoi inherited the blood of the Senju and the Uzumaki both. Not only did he awaken my grandfather's wood release, he also gained the 2 unique powers of the Uzumaki clan. Who's to say his blood is not purer than my grandfather's? Kakashi's eyes flashed, he regarded Izayoi meaningfully. That's why Sasuke awakened wood release. Sasuke awakened wood release. Tsunade asked, surprised, reflexively turning toward Izayoi. You transplanted your cells into Sasuke? Yes. Izayoi nodded, lying without blinking. When Itachi Uchiha returned to the village, Sasuke took it pretty hard. If I hadn't helped him, I worried he'd yield to Orochimaru's temptations and go astray. A few years back, my mind's eye of Kagura sensed a very interesting chakra. That person's chakra possessed both the Sharingan's and would release his aura. Unlike Kakashi-senpai, who's constantly draining chakra, this person's chakra never diminished, the 2 energies balanced each other. Combining that with accounts of Lord First and Uchiha Madara, I hypothesized that would release and the Sharingan could counterbalance each other, letting someone wield both at once. And as it turns out, I was right. Izayoi smiled at Kakashi. Sasuke's strength can't have disappointed you, right? Not at all, it's far beyond not disappointing, Kakashi mused. At this rate, I won't be able to match him soon. Maybe, once the mid-year Chunin exams end, I'll do like Kurenai and hand Team 7 over to him. Tsunade frowned a bit, then fixed her eyes on Kakashi's left eye hidden by his headband. If would release can suppress the Sharingan, do you want to transplant Izayoi's cells like Sasuke did? No. My ocular power's not as strong as Sasuke's, so I'd rather remain as I am, Kakashi refused, shaking his head. He'd lost friend after friend, he had Northwest more drive to get stronger. Anyway, the new generation had Izayoi, Sasuke, and Naruto, so he needn't risk himself. Being content was enough. Seeing Kakashi's state of mind, Tsunade didn't press the issue further. Honestly, she was somewhat impressed he never collapsed, defected, or left the village like she once had. After dinner, Tsunade dragged Izayoi and Kakashi into playing a card game. Since Tsunade was giving money away, Kakashi happily accepted. He'd earn a bit, then go buy Jiraiya's new Ika volumes. And since Izayoi was her main creditor, he joined too. Plus, if Tsunade started winning abnormally big, that probably meant a huge incident was about to happen, one beyond even Izayoi's ability to control. The Land of Iron lay north of the Land of Fire, bordering the Land of Fields. Unlike the Land of Fields, where one travels through forests and plains, the Land of Iron's terrain was harsh, similar yet not identical to the Land of Rivers. A chain of snowy peaks gave it a perpetually wintry climate. Especially in winter, the deep snow posed a grueling test for a ninja's Shunshin no Jutsu. Even with Tsunade's party, it took more than 2 days from Konoha to reach the Land of Iron. Lady Tsunade, it's been a while. Upon receiving the news, Mifune came out immediately to greet her. He addressed her by a respectful but admiral title rather than the specialized style used for other kage. Mifune. I almost didn't recognize you. Tsunade, recalling her interactions with him in the Second Great Shinobi War, sighed softly. Time spares no one, but Lady Tsunade remains every bit as beautiful, Mifune said. Ha ha ha, it's my special jutsu, aren't you jealous? After bantering briefly at the entrance, Tsunade asked. So, who's already here? I'm not the first to arrive, am I? The Raikage and Ōtsutsuki have arrived, Mifune answered honestly. We're just waiting on the Kazekage and Mizukage's representatives. Makes sense. Tsunade nodded, recalling something and grimacing a bit. Sunagakure still hasn't chosen a 5th Kazekage, so it's likely that old Lady Chiyo's coming. Ugh, I really don't want to see that poison-happy crone. Mifune gave a slightly awkward smile. Then he spotted Izayoi, wearing a green vest for this formal occasion, quite unusual, and his eyes lit up. So that young man must be Lord Izayoi. Yep, even in a neutral country, folks hear about him, Tsunade teased. Then she pointed at Izayoi. He's the Admiral Mifune of the Land of Iron, leader of the samurai. You'll probably deal with him one day. Her words also introduced Izayoi to Mifune, implying that he was the future 6th Hokage. Admiral Mifune. Izayoi bowed politely. Such a talented youth. I grew up hearing of Lord Hashirama, always wanted to see him, but never got the chance. Mifune smiled. I hope I can witness another golden era in my lifetime. As the leader of a neutral country, Mifune was among those most eager for Izayoi to mature, and the world to have peace. Izayoi merely smiled, saying nothing. After finishing the small talk, Mifune led Tsunade's trio into the city, arranging lodging at the Admiral's residence. 2 days later, the representatives from Sunagakure and Kirigakure also arrived. The 5 Kage summit convened in the Land of Iron's conference hall. A single spotlight shone on a table bearing 5 Kage hats, each a different color, respectively marked, wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. Those 5 kanji represented both the 5 chakra natures and the 5 great countries that ruled the ninja world. As the light widened, it illuminated 6 figures around the table, 4 men, 2 women. 1. The 4th Raikage, who had called the summit. 2. Admiral Mifune, host of this meeting. 3. Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of Konoha. 4. Chiyo, acting Kazekage of Sunagakure. 5. Anoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. 6. Ginshur, not an interim Mizukage but equal in status, representing Kirigakure. Further back, in the audience area, stood many samurai as well as bodyguards from the 5 great shinobi villages. Tsunade's guards, Izayoi and Hitaki Kakashi. Chiyo's, Baki and Gaara. Anoki's, Kitsuchi and Akatsuchi. The 4th Raikage's, Darui and Ginshur's, Terumi Mei and Ao. Seeing Ao seated near Terumi Mei, Izayoi sidled over to Kakashi, who, in a rare show, was solemn rather than lazy, and asked in feigned ignorance. That eye-patched guy, he's the so-called Byakugan killer from the high-priority bingo books. Yes, Kakashi nodded, quietly reminding him, but remember, this is neutral territory. Don't do anything foolish. Just asking, Izayoi said with a smile. While Izayoi sized up Ao, the other village's guards were quietly sizing up Izayoi, the wood-release user. Before Sasori and Tendo Pain rose to the top bounties, Izayoi had ranked first in the underworld. And before Akatsuki shattered all norms, every major village viewed Izayoi as the biggest future threat. Gaara stared at Izayoi with complicated emotions, recalling the Konoha crush. Temari, for her part, remembered Hinata, wondering whether that, impossibly well-endowed Byakugan girl, had grown any stronger. Terumi Mei, 28, in her prime, exuding a certain mature charm, quietly remarked. So that boy is Izayoi. Heard he only graduated last March, but he doesn't look it. Ao's right temple bulged, his uncovered eye scanning Izayoi. His left eye flickered behind the eye patch. His chakra is enormous, on par with the One-Tail's Jinchuriki from Suna. So at that age he's already as strong as a Jinchuriki. What happens when he's grown? Terumi Mei's face turned grim. If the next generation of Kage included her and Izayoi, the thought of competing against such a monster weighed heavily on her, even though she herself possessed 2 rare Kekkei Genkai. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage themselves began talking. Lord Gensher, I'm surprised to see you here to represent Kirigakure, Anoki said, feigning mild amazement while inwardly speculating. The other Kage similarly wondered. After all, Chiyo was already an example, an elder acting as Kazekage. Gensher made no secret of it, replying honestly. The Mizukage has passed away. I am representing Kirigakure for this summit, regarding Akatsuki. You don't mean? Tsunade and the others stiffened. Indeed, the Mizukage died because of Akatsuki, Gensher said. Even our village's Bloody Mist era was all orchestrated by them. The Mizukage had long been controlled by Akatsuki's genjutsu. I see. They all showed sudden realization, finally understanding why Kirigakure had used such brutal methods to train its ninja. It was not that they wanted kill-crazy weapons, but that the 4th Mizukage had been manipulated by illusion. What kind of genjutsu can control a Kage, especially a perfect Jinchuriki? Chiyo wondered aloud. Instantly, all eyes turned to Tsunade. Her expression grew dark, not because they suspected Konoha but because it reminded her of the Nine-Tails incident 13 years earlier. Very few abilities could suppress tailed beasts, Wood Release was one, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan was another, the Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing chains yet another. A strong enough individual might do so too, e.g., the 3rd Raikage stalemating the rampaging 8 tails. But specifically controlling a tailed beast, the illusions of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the legendary Mangekyo, were known for that. 13 years ago, Uchiha Itachi had still been a small child. So the Nine-Tails attack might have had another culprit. All of Kushina's midwives had died, after all. Out loud, Tsunade said in a serious tone. Sharingan Genjutsu can control tailed beasts, but at least a Mangekyo-level power is required. Plus, the timeline for the Bloody Mist and Itachi's age don't match. And we still know little about the Sage Eyes. We can't rule out that the Renegan may also dominate tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. I doubt the Sage Eyes, Gensher replied, shaking his head. Ao used his Byakugan to confirm that the Een release chakra controlling the Mizukage was extremely similar to the Uchiha's Sharingan. Bang. After silently listening all this time, the 4th Raikage slammed a palm on the table, startling his guards behind him into tensing up and flickering to their Kage's side, eyes wary, ready for a fight. Konoha again. He pointed at Tsunade angrily. First Danzo and Root, now the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan, Hokage, you owe me an explanation. Is your brain made of muscle? What's it got to do with us? Tsunade retorted, black lines creasing her brow. I know your village was leveled, and you're upset, but remember, Konoha was a victim too. The Uchiha clan's been gone for years, leaving only Itachi as a Mangekyo user, and the timeline doesn't match the Bloody Mist era. If it really was done by Akatsuki, either they have 2 Mangekyo users or the Sage Eyes can indeed control tailed beasts, and not until Itachi joined them did the Akatsuki leader entrust him with that job, which then got exposed. Of course, it's also possible it wasn't Akatsuki's doing. What do you mean? Tsunade's last remark promptly drew everyone's attention. They weren't fools, they instantly gleaned her implication. All eyes focused on her, awaiting the explanation. Arms folded, Tsunade said solemnly. What I'm about to tell you may sound unbelievable, but keep it in mind anyway. According to intel Jiraiya collected, there isn't just one set of Sage Eyes, there are 2. Nani? Impossible. The 5 Kage all froze in shock. A single Renegan already produced a transcendental force that obliterated Kimimaro. If there were 2 such owners, then they had 2 transcendent war potentials. Was the world reverting to the era of the god of shinobi and the demon of the shinobi world? Tsunade ignored their outcry. Jiraiya's shadow clones infiltrated a Mega Kure, and one clone even spoke with the Akatsuki leader. The existence of a second Renegan user came from him. Furthermore, the Renegan can animate puppets that use ninjutsu and summoning, but such puppets have distinctive black rods in their bodies and Renegan eyes, which don't match the puppets that attacked Konoha and Kumo. A puppet army might sound like Sasori's style. The 4th Raikage scowled. But can we trust anything the Akatsuki leader says? I'm not fully convinced either, but... Tsunade locked eyes with Chiyo, whose face looked grim. Puppet Master, can you really manipulate hundreds or thousands of puppets without chakra threads, supply them all huge amounts of chakra, and even make them cast ninjutsu? Are you puppet masters known for ninjutsu prowess? Hearing that, the fourth Raikage's face changed again, grasping the crucial detail. Indeed, it was an enormous chakra supply, all sorts of 5 elements ninjutsu, and techniques beyond anything the original bodies had. If that puppet horde's master was Sasori, then not only was Sasori a puppet genius, he was also a ninjutsu master with monstrous chakra. Chiyo realized someone was framing her grandson. She shook her head. A puppet is a puppet master's weapon, it can't stray too far from its user. Even magnetic release controlling metal demands a ton of chakra and doesn't have that large a range. Such wireless puppets that can cast ninjutsu aren't genuine puppet arts. But the Renegan's puppets do operate wirelessly, Tsunade insisted. Jiraiya witnessed them personally, seeing them use ninjutsu and summoning. However, the Akatsuki leader's puppets don't match those which invaded Konoha and Kumo. According to Jiraiya's deductions, whoever owns the second Renegan disguised themselves as Akatsuki in those incidents, aiming to spark chaos so that we 5 great nations would crush the Akatsuki leader for him. They each want to destroy the other, maybe to ensure their Renegan remains unique, or maybe fighting over some secret only Renegan users know, something that could overturn the ninja world's balance. The 5 Kage's expressions shifted between gloom and shock, leaving them wordless for a long time. The implications were too heavy. If it were only Akatsuki, they could gather forces, a Megakure was its base. But if the Konoha crush, plus the incidents with Kumo and Kiri, were caused by a mysterious third party disguised as Akatsuki, then they'd all been pawns. They'd fight till both sides were weakened, and then that third party would show up. How would they handle it then? Chapter 114, Investment. The hall remained quiet for a while, until Inoki finally spoke up slowly. So you're saying that these sage eyes are like the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan, in that some abilities might be similar, while others differ? Who knows if it's even true, the fourth Raikage said coldly. The sage eyes have always been a legendary power that doesn't appear in any records, not even in the Warring States period. Now all of a sudden they show up, and not just 1 pair, but 2. How is that possible? Believe it or not. Tsunade rolled her eyes. I only came to this 5 Kage summit to share that intel with you, so you don't all fall into the mystery man's trap. This incident can't be separated from your Konoha. The fourth Raikage continued his accusations. I can overlook Root and Danzo's issues, but why do those puppets use Konoha's signature jutsu and forbidden techniques? Danzo's corpse even had a Mangekyo Sharingan, plus would release and Flying Thunder God. Hokage, you owe me an explanation. Without waiting for Tsunade to respond, the fourth Raikage turned his gaze on the other Kage, his expression livid. And as for your villages, all the Akatsuki members who've been exposed are S-rank rogues from your ninja villages. Each of you owes me an explanation as well. Seeing how the fourth Raikage was dumping blame on them, the other Kage all looked grim. Chiyo lacked any confidence to speak, but Inoki had no patience for the fourth Raikage's attitude. He shot back sarcastically. Hard to believe such words come from a Kage. Since when are rogue nins deeds tied to their home village? Did we fail to destroy his records or forget to place a bounty on him? If that's the logic, shouldn't your Kumogakure first owe Konoha an explanation? To my knowledge, the second Hokage died thanks to rogues from your village, but I don't recall any explanation on your part. Also, if my memory isn't mistaken, the ninja tools used by Kinkaku and Ginkaku are still sitting in Kumogakure. Aren't such lethal weapons supposed to be handed over to Konoha? What did you say? The fourth Raikage roared, eyes bulging. Inoki gave a scornful snort. Kid, your hot-headedness can't compare to your father's. If you want to fight, be it a one-on-one duel or an all-out war, I'm game. Talk. Right as the fourth Raikage and Inoki were about to start a shouting match, Mifune rapped on the table, speaking in a calm tone. Lord Raikage, Lord Ōtsutsuki, please compose yourselves. The topic of this summit is how to handle Akatsuki, which has crossed the line. The fourth Raikage snorted as he sat back down. Without mincing words, he said. I doubt the intel the Hokages provided. My suggestion is that we unite and attack Megakure, and wipe out this terrorist group formed of S-rank defectors from your villages. I disagree. Inoki folded his arms and said evenly. I do know a bit about Akatsuki. It's a mercenary band of S-rank rogues who gather on the black market for secret commissions. I even worked with that organization a few times. They deliberately stayed mysterious. Now, all of a sudden, they're making a splash, even revealing the location of their main base. It's far too suspicious. I used to think they stayed low-key because they were preparing something, and now they've come into the open. But Tsunade Heim's intel explains my doubts. There may well be a hidden third party wanting us to move against Akatsuki on their behalf. That's just your conjecture. The fourth Raikage responded. Perhaps so. Inoki seemed unbothered. But I trust Tsunade Heime's intel. Also, Iwagakure has no grudge or feud with Akatsuki. We won't be joining any crusade. I hope you won't regret it when they set their sights on IWA, the fourth Raikage snapped. If it comes to that, I'll accept it as bad luck. Anoki retorted slyly. The fourth Raikage's veins bulge on his forehead. Tsunade, propping her chin on her hands, spoke seriously. I also believe Jiraiya's intel. Of the villages here, only he managed to infiltrate Omegakure and have a conversation with Akatsuki's leader. Setting aside whether that leader was lying, if the Konoha crush, the Bloody Mist business, and Kumo's destruction were all Akatsuki's doing, it implies that whoever manipulated Danzo's corpse to use the Flying Thunder God is indeed an Akatsuki member. We didn't fully detail this when we released information last time. Besides suffering heavy casualties, Konoha lost the Scroll of Seals and a would-release test subject. Tsunade wore a solemn look. That happened in August, while the Kumogakure incident was at the end of December, only 4 months apart. If in 4 months they could master the Flying Thunder God, a jutsu that only our second Hokage and fourth Hokage ever knew in 61 years of Konoha's history, and let Danzo's corpse wield would release, then they must also have learned plenty of other forbidden jutsu from the scroll. Even if we all unite to assault Omegakure, taking down an Akatsuki that can use Flying Thunder God wouldn't be easy. If they don't actually know the Flying Thunder God, it indicates a hidden third party and would push Akatsuki entirely against us. Maybe wiping them out would be good, but if the assault failed, we'd be open to revenge anytime from that second set of sage eyes. Hearing that, everyone except the fourth Raikage fell silent. The Raikage snarled. What, are you scared, Hokage? And do you really think a rogue band with the sage eyes will just stay quiet as hired guns? You think what you like. In any case, Konoha isn't joining any campaign against Akatsuki, Tsunade said, rolling her eyes to show her position. Realizing that neither Iwagakure, whose power was second only to Kumo, nor Konoha supported attacking Akatsuki, and that her own side had only lost one Kazekage and some forces, and her own grandson, Sasori, was an Akatsuki, Chiyo immediately chimed in. I believe the Hokage isn't talking nonsense. And because of Orochimaru, my sand village suffered grievous losses in the Konoha crush, leaving us extremely short on manpower. We just can't pull it off. At that, the fourth Raikage's dark face grew even darker. Seeing that 3 villages opposed striking Akatsuki, Ginshur, who'd considered using them to handle Akatsuki, had no choice but to give up the idea, saying slowly. Although Kirigakure only recently ended the Bloody Mist era and is also short on manpower, if there's a joint move against Akatsuki or the mysterious third party, we'll abide by majority rule. A pleasant way of putting it, but its subtext was also that Kirigakure would abstain. You'll all regret this. The fourth Raikage smacked the table to pieces and left without looking back. The other 5 Kage, knowing he was blowing off steam, ignored it. Hokage, I'd like to propose a deal. Just as Tsunade was about to leave with Izayoi and Hatake Kakashi, Chiyo suddenly called out to her. A deal. Tsunade eyed Chiyo with some distaste. Chiyo didn't mind Tsunade's attitude. She gave Kakashi a deep look and said to Tsunade. We in Sunagakure are willing to deepen our alliance with Konoha, and in times of dealing with external threats, we can even let you take command. What's your condition? Tsunade asked. We want a complete barrier system, Chiyo replied gravely. If that mysterious third party truly exists and is planning to plunge the ninja world into war, they'll eventually set their sights on my sand village and on IWA. We need a barrier capable of withstanding meteor strikes. Hearing that, Anoki, who'd been about to leave, drifted over, smiling. Tsunadeheim, we in IWA would also like to make a similar deal with Konoha. Count Kirigakure in if possible, Ginshur added, walking over as well. Normally, Tsunade would have mocked them for daydreaming. But recalling Akatsuki, the mysterious men, and the sight of Kumo turned into a giant meteor crater, Tsunade frowned and fell silent. Quickly, she reached a decision. If you want a deal, send someone to Konoha to negotiate. That was all she said before leaving with Izayoi and Kakashi. Exiting the venue, they didn't linger in the land of iron and set out for Konoha at once. The other large villages did likewise. None of the 5 Kage knew if, while they were away from their home villages, Akatsuki, or that mysterious third party, might take the opportunity to attack. Flickering behind Tsunade, Izayoi gazed straight ahead, but his thoughts drifted back to the land of iron. A slight grin curved his lips. They're getting smarter. Lord Raikage, don't let me down. After tasting the profits of war, Izayoi found himself a bit addicted. At first, his initial goal had been to gather 990,000 points before Shippuden concluded so he could upgrade his Ōtsutsuki bloodline, red, to some unknown level, and he'd be satisfied. But now he felt his ambitions could grow bigger, aiming to upgrade 2 of his red tier talents to unknown new levels. To do that, he'd have to continue making things rough on the ninja world. After all, if aliens ever arrived, Those who shared ties with the Ōtsutsuki, like Izayoi, would be on the front lines. Right now, he was merely asking them for an investment. Chapter 115, Kumo's attacking the Omega Kure. January 8, Konoha year 61. At Izayoi's new home, an invisible barrier suddenly rose, preventing any outsiders from entering and blocking all forms of sensory detection. Click. Click. Iiza. Izayoi-kun, are we done now? On the veranda of the traditional building, camera shutters kept snapping, punctuated by the embarrassed voice of a young girl. One SEC, Hinata, hold on a bit longer, I'm switching angles, slurp. Izayoi called out excitedly, and at the end, it almost sounded as though he swallowed his own saliva. He couldn't help it, the current sight of Hinata was simply too enticing. She wore a sheer, translucent gown custom-made by Izayoi, a white, short-sleeved top with a blue split skirt on the bottom. Not only did it perfectly showcase her figure, it also exuded a half-revealed allure. On top of that, her pose right now was practically lethal. She was bracing her hands on the floor in a handstand, her legs drawn like a strung bow, head tilted up to gaze forward, in her pinkish lips rested a red arrow. Indeed, Hinata had once again been coaxed by Izayoi into shooting artsy photos. Originally, she had worn a shrine maiden outfit out here on the veranda to practice archery. Then Izayoi popped up out of nowhere, camera in hand. Being photographed was one thing, but as it went on, Hinata somehow found herself agreeing to switch to this outfit, which, despite not being revealing, was more embarrassing than her Pikachu and Squirtle t-shirts. Under Izayoi's direction, she assumed poses that really made her brain start to overheat. All right. At long last, Hinata heard Izayoi's voice let out a sigh of relief. Hastily, she lowered her legs, prepared to go inside and change back. Hinata, wait. Izayoi suddenly called out to her, producing a sword from who knows where. Laughing, he said. Let's take a few more shots. We did archery just now, so now let's do sword dancing. Let this be the last time, Hinata murmured, cheeks reddened. She still couldn't deny Izayoi's requests. Sure. Immediately, Hinata took up the sword and began a sword dance around the garden. At Izayoi's urging, she tried her best to set aside her shyness, adopting a frosty beauty with sharp, piercing eyes. If she'd been wearing a flowing robe, she'd look just like some proud, noble lady from a famous swordsmanship clan, emanating razor-edged grace. But dressed in the translucent gown, she gave off a pure yet seductive vibe and sense of contrast that practically overwhelmed Izayoi. Shooting photo after photo in rapid succession, Izayoi abruptly regretted choosing the Tensigen route for himself, rather than a personal dojutsu path like the Sharingan or Renegan. If he'd gone the Sharingan route, then his current eye that reflects the heart would likely involve time, maybe traveling to the future. Even though the first 10 years had gone by so quickly, Izayoi felt that this second decade was crawling along at a snail's pace. He nearly finished a roll of film and was about to end the session, when Hinata, her bashfulness just under control, suddenly created a shadow clone to snatch the camera away, while her real body pulled Izayoi into a sword duel. With Hinata all but handing him a golden opportunity, Izayoi naturally took advantage. Fetching a sharp sword, Izayoi accidentally sliced at Hinata's attire during their mock fight, cutting gashes here and there. Its semi-opaque look now went even further, nearly making Hinata's clone self-destruct with embarrassment. Yet fortunately, it wasn't her first time doing an art shoot. Compared to her first fiasco, this was much better, still within acceptable limits. And now, Izayoi was her boyfriend. Whenever they went out, Hinata no longer had to hide their relationship. She could openly hold Izayoi's arm, even share the same food. Fulfilling her boyfriend's little hobbies, she considered part of being a good girlfriend. Particularly since Hanabi had resumed classes, Karin had to go help at the Hokage's office and also train daily, and Sasuke was obsessed with training and missions, showing off his strength, leaving nobody around to vie with her for Izayoi-kun. Hinata had grown quite addicted to that kind of atmosphere. After they worked up a sweat, the pair went for a swim and soaked in the hot spring, then changed into gym clothes to play basketball in the indoor court. Izayoi went man mode a few times, showing off, dribbling through tight coverage with both hands, then one big leap from near the free throw line, dunking so hard that he ripped the hoop from the board. The next day, Izayoi took Hinata, both donning snowman outfits, and used Flying Thunder God to teleport to the Land of Iron for a skiing trip. Once they got tired of skiing, they started a snowball fight, Izayoi letting Hinata fully use her Byakugan so it nearly tripped him up, leaving snow all over his head. Feeling embarrassed and angry, Izayoi tackled Hinata, and the two rolled down the slope in a giant snowball, brawling until they nearly triggered an avalanche. This blissful life, however, only lasted a few days before Tsunade came in to punish these two slacking lovebirds. Izayoi-kun, Hinata, Tsunade-sensei wants you at the Hokage's office. Shizune already went to inform Shino. At Karin's summons, Team 8 finally reassembled after more than 2 months. Noticing that Izayoi and Hinata weren't wearing their green flak jackets and no longer displayed an ounce of ninja aura, Abirame Shino couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. I thought you'd both retired. Since Tsunade took over as the 5th Hokage, the other squads had been frenetically taking on missions. The rare times everyone had a moment to gather, the other rookies would come over to Izayoi's place for a meal and swap stories about their latest tasks. Team 7 had the best adventures, not only encountering a rogue nin armed with the sword of the thunder god in the land of tea, but also helping Fujikaze Yuki, who posed as a celebrity actress, actually Princess Kazahana Koyuki of the land of snow, reclaim her throne. Though Team 6 and Team 10's experiences weren't as dramatic, they still faced bandits, rogue wanderers, and even small village shinobi, padding their records with multiple C-rank and B-rank missions. Team 8, on the other hand, had only logged 2 C-ranks and 1 A-rank since October, then did nothing. Shino had basically been retired at home for over 2 months. Or so he wondered, did those two forget him and slip away using their chunin privileges to go on missions alone? He'd repeatedly tried to come to terms with it, even resigning himself to the possibility that maybe he wouldn't mind if the Abirame turned into the Inosuka, he just really wanted missions. Sensing Shino's resentful aura, Izayoi and Hinata both gave apologetic smiles, realizing they owed him. Izayoi even patted his chest, promising. Don't worry, Shino, I'll rack up enough achievements so you can qualify for the mid-year chunin exams. Even if lazy mode hit him, worst case, he'd do like during the fetal stirring period and Yuza would clone to double up, Shino wouldn't notice it was a clone, so he wouldn't feel upset. We'll see, Shino said, losing faith in Izayoi's assurances. Maybe once he became a chunin, he'd sign up for ANBU or something, leveraging his abilities in obscurity. No one else noticed Shino's pessimism. When Team 8 finished exchanging greetings, Tsunade spoke firmly. I summoned you this time for an S-rank mission. Nani? Hinata and Shino both flinched in mild shock. Shino, adjusting his shades, asked. Doesn't an assignment of that level require Kurenai-sensei to lead us? Having Kurenai wouldn't help, Tsunade replied with a shake of her head. Aside from Karin, only you in Team 8 can do this mission. Hearing that, Shino and Hinata quickly turned serious, awaiting Tsunade's explanation. Without delay, Tsunade revealed the details. According to intel from the ANBU, Kumogakure is preparing to launch retaliation against Akatsuki, and their forces have already moved toward the Land of Rain. Your job as Team 8 is to observe Kumo's and Amagekyure's movements. If war breaks out, compile the battle situation into intel and send it back in real time. Then Tsunade looked at Hinata. Hinata, do you have a summoning beast yet? No, Hinata said, shaking her head. Then, like Karin, you should contract with Shikatsu Forest. Tsunade instructed. That way, if you need to pass intel along, use summoning to call Slug Sage. Hand her the scroll, and she'll deliver it to me immediately. Yes. Hinata replied, delighted, nodding earnestly. Straight away, Hinata was led aside by Karin to sign the Shikatsu contract. Meanwhile, Tsunade addressed Izayoi with a solemn tone. Be sure to stay hidden. If you're discovered, I authorize you to abort the mission. Though Izayoi possessed would release and had developed no seal arts and flight ninjutsu on top of that, enough to threaten even a Kage in principle, everyone still believed he wasn't fully grown. Humans only reached their prime after adulthood. Before that was just the growth phase. Even after Shippuden, Naruto and Sasuke were still getting stronger, and at age 19, Naruto, without six-path sage mode, yin-yang release, or truth-seeking orbs, still defeated Ōtsutsuki Toneri even after letting half the nine tails out. Sasuke at that age could blow up half a meteor with just a Chidori. Until Boruto, when the two became depleted, they were constantly growing. A part of why Tsunade refused any crusade against Akatsuki was her wish to protect Izayoi. A few more years, and he'd hit full strength, granting Konoha a super-tier fighter. Then even Sage Eyes wouldn't scare them. If not for Hinata's Byakugan, its long-range vision surpassing typical Hyuga limits, and how crucial the intel on Kumo and Akatsuki was, Tsunade wouldn't risk sending Team 8 on something so dangerous. Understood, Lady Hokage. Izayoi also nodded solemnly. Head out. Tsunade waved. After taking the official leave docs from Shizun, Team 8 left the Hokage's office, hurried home to pack, then regrouped at the village gate, bound for the Land of Rain. Though it wasn't Sunday, Amegakure uncharacteristically had clear skies. Having received the Angel's announcement, the civilian populace took shelter underground. Thus, in the broad streets of Amegakure, only around a dozen figures remained, namely, the entire Akatsuki, each effectively Kage level. It was a lineup that would make even the great shinobi villages uneasy. Apart from, in turn, Tobi plus Black and White Zetsu, along with the seldom-seen Konan and the Five Paths of Pain, all the rest, led by Tendo Pain, were S-rank rogues notorious in various villages. Uchiha Itachi, who at age 13 massacred his entire clan, erasing the grandest bloodline in the ninja world. Hoshigaki Kisame, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, dubbed the Tailless-Tailed Beast. Kakuzu, once the strongest of Takigakure, now a famed bounty hunter on the black market. Sasori of the Red Sand, who once annihilated a small country, currently outranking even the would-release ninja, at 2nd place on the black market bounty list. Tendo Pain, who obliterated Kimogakure with a single move, crossing all lines, becoming the first to exceed 1 billion bounty, the head of Akatsuki. And those whose details remain unrevealed, Haiden and Daidara. All of them had gathered on Pain's usual rain-watching rooftop, gazing upon the rare sunny sky. It's coming. From Black White Zetsu abruptly giggled. 2 of them, indeed. As if echoing his words, 2 enormous black spheres materialized far above Omegakure, one in the south, one in the north. Tendo Pain, still expressionless, floated into the air. Simultaneously, a shout rang out somewhere in Omegakure. Summoning Jutsu. Boom. The Predapath, Gakido, on the rooftop vanished in a plume of smoke, reappearing beneath the southern-tailed beast bomb. Shinra Tensei. As that dignified voice resounded, a terrifying repulsive storm instantly formed, a greenish curtain surging skyward. Under the green aura's coverage, the tailed beast bomb looked as though it was being erased by an invisible eraser, vanishing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 116, War between Kumo and Aim. It didn't explode. High atop a rocky mountain that offered a view of Omegakure stood countless figures, dark-skinned and fair-skinned men dressed in standard-issue flak jackets. On the ground in front of that rocky peak, 2 massive beasts stood side by side, the 2 tails Jinchuriki, Yujito ni, and the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, both in full-tailed beast transformations. On top of the Hachibi, 8 tails, stood the 4th Raikage and his secretary, Mabui. Gazing at Omegakure, which showed neither a mushroom cloud rising up nor signs of a barrier in place, the 4th Raikage said in a low voice. No giant blast, huh? And no barrier either. Could that large-scale repulsion attack actually be directional? Next to him, Mabui, sweat beading slightly on her forehead, spoke. Lord Raikage, in my current state, I can only do 3 more transmissions. Her heavenly transfer technique could teleport objects instantly to a specified location, provided the user had line of sight or a way to sense the target location. But the larger the transmitted object, the greater the user's chakra consumption. Transmitting 2 small mountain-sized tailed beast bombs in one go, even for a jonin like Mabui, took an enormous toll. You've done enough, Mabui. Go take a rest, said the 4th Raikage with a nod. Then he issued another directive, since aerial strikes aren't working, we'll try something else. B. Yujito. Yes sir. No further words were needed, Killer Bee and Yujito immediately grasped the Raikage's meaning. Both tailed beasts once again tilted back their heads, opening wide. Blue chakra condensed into one sphere, purple-black chakra condensed into another, swiftly forming tailed beast bombs, each at first no bigger than a fist compared to the tailed beast's body, yet inflating rapidly like balloons. In a blink, these 2 compressed energy orbs, each the size of a small mountain, hovered above the 2 tails and 8 tails. One was purple-black for the 2 tails, the other pitch-black for the 8 tails, but both contained enough destructive power to flatten small mountain ridges or annihilate a large shinobi village's urban district. Whoosh, the sharp whistle of projectiles tore the air. The 2 tails fired its tailed beast bomb, which streaked across the sky toward Omegakure like a cannonball. A moment later, slightly delayed, the 8 tails fired another tailed beast bomb, seemingly charging it more heavily, so it chased after the first along the same curved trajectory. When the 2 tails tailed beast bomb neared Omegakure, the 8 tails tailed beast bomb suddenly sped up from behind, colliding with it as though hitting it from behind like a billiard ball. Yet the forward tailed beast bomb wasn't knocked off course. Instead, the 2 orbs burst into dazzling light, blossoming like fireworks. Boom. 2 near-simultaneous, earth-shaking explosions roared so loudly that even Team 8, some 20 kilometers away, heard it. For those hidden around Omegakure gathering intel from various countries, it was positively deafening, as if their hearing had been stripped away. 2 tailed beast bombs detonated into a colossal blaze, swiftly expanding in every direction. Omegakure lay in one of those directions. Clearly, the 4th Raikage's alternative plan was a close-range chain blast. Not knowing how their enemy had nullified the tailed beast bomb in flight earlier, they made it explode prematurely. But just as the blast wave was about to envelop Omegakure, a 4-sided translucent red barrier appeared out of nowhere, like a massive, transparent crimson box encasing the entire village. Even the blazing shockwaves that could have buried or disintegrated a mountain were simply reflected when they impacted that red barrier, ricocheting outward as though they had struck the metal door of a secure vault. The red, transparent barrier didn't so much as flicker. For Red Yang formation. At that sight, the 4th Raikage's face darkened dramatically, and through gritted teeth he said. So there's no mysterious third party, after all, clearly only Akatsuki could have done it. The 4 Red Yang formation might be classified as an A-rank jutsu, but it was widely considered the strongest defensive barrier in the shinobi world. To invoke this barrier, 4 elite ninja each had to have Kage-tier chakra reserves. Its defense far surpassed that of 4 purple flames, strong enough to confine a Kage-level fighter, by dozens of times. Formerly, aside from Konoha and Uzumaki, no other village possessed it. After the joint assault wiped out the Uzumaki clan, Kimimaro had seized certain barrier-based scrolls. In principle, only Konoha and Kumo should have the knowledge to use it. Even if other villages had the instructions, they might not be able to deploy it. Yet now, the 4th Raikage saw it in use by Akatsuki. Coupled with Tsunade's claim that the Scroll of Seals was stolen, the organization must have obtained it from Konoha. Only Izayoi knew the truth, that Uchiha Obito had provided it to Nagato. They even have that barrier. Not just the Raikage but Kakuzu, too, was shooting a suspicious look at Tendo Pain. Leader, are you sure you and Orochimaru weren't behind that Konoha crush? But Tendo Pain ignored him, directing his gaze at Black White Setsu. How does it look? White Setsu answered cheerfully. Our pieces are in place. We can stir up a commotion anytime. Tendo Pain gave a slight nod, then turned to the Akatsuki members in an indifferent tone. Our opponent is Kimimaro, the strongest of the 5 great nations. A third-party interference is also possible, so I won't force anyone to fight. You can remain in a Megakure to help maintain this barrier, you can join the battle, or you can leave. Stop the chatter, hurry up and open the barrier. From within Hiriko's shell emerged Sasori's real body, brandishing a scroll and looking eager. I've been itching to find out how my art measures up to that man's art. Yeah, me too, me too. Daidara chimed in, crossing his arms with a longing expression. Meteor showers, turning Kimimaro into a crater. I can't even imagine how artistic it was. That guy might be watching us right now, no way I'd miss out on a show like this, Watching the 2 kindred spirits so fired up, Hayden hefted his triple-bladed scythe with a bloodthirsty grin. Lord Jashin's all about war. I can't wait to taste their blood, damn it. As expected of my senpais, so brimming with spirit. Whether from revealing his true self or feigning it, Obito, in his Toby persona, responded with ridiculous flamboyance, saluting. I'm just an intern, but I'll do my best to learn from you senpais. I wanna fight, too. All I care about is money. Kakuzu said coolly. Kumo used to be the top-tier ninja village, so a lot of its shinobi's heads carry major bounties. Let's hope they're not all dead from last time. Count me in as well. Kisame flashed a shark-like grin. Those 2-tailed beast bombs got same Hata all worked up. We'll have a great feast today. I'm in. Compared to Sasori and the others, Uchiha Itachi was terse as usual. Seeing them all volunteer, Tendo Pain's expressionless face briefly showed a small smile, then he resumed his blank look and said. Although exposing ourselves early wasn't in the plan, since Akatsuki's goal is to achieve peace and realize everyone's dreams, we were bound to clash with the 5 great nations eventually. If war is inevitable, let this conflict proclaim our group's presence to the shinobi world. With that, Tendo Pain floated higher, leading the way toward the Kumo forces. The rest followed. Daidara conjured a white bird to carry Sasori. Konan spread her wings, flanking Tendo Pain from the other side. Kakuzu, Hayden, Kisame, and Itachi pressed forward at ground level, while Black Zetsu sank into the earth using the mayfly technique. Toby, Obito, flailed cartoonishly behind them in pursuit, as though struggling to catch up to his senpai. Reaching the barrier's edge, the 4 Red Yang formation vanished. Moments later, 5 more figures joined them, soon clearing a Megakure, rushing toward the Kumo forces. Leaving only the outer path behind, the entire Akatsuki had mobilized for the first time. At once, this spectacle came into view for the Kumo forces and countless hidden foreign spies. Before the 4th Raikage could give an order, raucous commotion erupted from among the Kumo ranks. Bakai, what the hell are you doing? Ah. Bastard, why are you attacking me? Seize him, the guy's gone mad. Is this a genjutsu? A disguised enemy infiltration? No, his chakra is normal, not under genjutsu, nor does it look like a transformation jutsu. Appalled, incredulous shouts rippled through the Kumo ranks. Hearing the uproar behind them, the 4th Raikage glanced back, frowning. What's going on back there? Appearing with a flicker, Mabui responded at once. Lord Raikage, all of a sudden we have men attacking comrades with no sign of genjutsu or disguised transformation. We're subduing them for interrogation, the chaos should be over soon. If they're not under illusions, execute them on the spot, the 4th Raikage said coldly. Whoever raises a hand against allies at a time like this is punishable by death, enemy or ally. Yes, my lord. Mabui relayed the order. Soon, the comrades who'd attacked were immediately executed. Their corpses, to everyone's shock, turned into white Zetsu clones. What are these monsters? Some of the Kumonin, forced to kill their own, stood aghast. Others, particularly Mabui and the sensor units, were drenched in cold sweat. So it was a transformation jutsu all along. No way. Is Akatsuki's infiltration that advanced? They can mimic chakra flow. It must be this monster's personal ninjutsu. Wait, who else might be a fake? In a flash, seeds of paranoia sprouted among the Kumo ranks, their morale taking a blow before the fight even started. Veteran Jonin quickly calmed them, yelling. No panic. Pair up with those you know, use the standard sign language to confirm your identity. That'll unmask the fakes. Heeding that, the Kumo ranks rearranged themselves into small squads, using sign language like mutes to test each other. Shortly after, more bloodshed broke out as the remaining white Zetsu infiltrators were exposed and killed. While they were busied removing saboteurs, the 4th Raikage commanded Killer B. B, test them again. Let's see how exactly they nullify tailed beast bombs. Roger that, big bro. Killer B answered, letting the Hachibi form another black-tailed beast bomb, aimed to blast the now close-by Akatsuki. If it detonated, the Akatsuki might get caught in their own explosion. Yet none of them slowed, it didn't faze them. Stepping forward, the Preta path shifted again, intercepting the sphere. In onlookers' eyes, it seemed like suicide. But when Preta path collided with the tailed beast bomb, no explosion occurred. Instead, the tailed beast bomb halted midair, shrinking at a visible pace, liquefying like water that streamed into Preta path's outstretched hand. Ninjutsu absorption. Many onlookers gulped at the sight. Even the 4th Raikage's face tightened. They can absorb tailed beast bombs. Is that the Sage Eye's power? With so many black rods jammed into him, plus those ripple eyes, exactly like Tsunade's description of a Renegan puppet. So perhaps that mysterious third party is real, if it's the puppet's ability or the Renegan's power. Damn it, big bro, we gotta take that guy out first. B said. The Raikage frowned, ignoring that remark. Everyone scatter. Because Tendo Pain, up above, had climbed to an even higher altitude, just like in December. Seeing him levitate there, plenty among the Kumo forces who'd survived that previous attack felt a chill of foreboding. They scattered at once. Which proved wise. Absorbing the chakra transmitted by Preta path, Tendo Pain swelled up like an overinflated balloon. He soared even higher, lifting both hands toward the Kumo ranks, uttering one mild phrase. Shinra Tensei. A massive invisible vortex of repulsive force howled forth. Had it been raining, the entire region of rainfall would have vanished instantly. Even so, the churning airstream hammered across the terrain where Kumo's men had just stood. Boom. The thunderous crash pulverized that rocky mountain and left a great gouge in the earth, throwing dust high into the sky. It was the clarion call of war. Countless silhouettes emerged from that billowing dust, forming a crescent-shaped perimeter around the Akatsuki. Facing 2,000-plus Kumonin in flak jackets would strain anyone short of Tendo Pain himself, even the Kage-tier membership of Akatsuki. Then Black Zetsu's upper half rose from underground, and White Zetsu raised 2 fingers with a playful grin. Arise, my White Zetsu army. Immediately, a field of white sprouted up like some bizarre budding crop, morphing into White Zetsu clones that numbered twice as many as the Kumonin, front and rear, left and right, black and white, forming an odd, yin-yang diagram. Yo-ho! A shriek echoed. Haiden had targeted a random lightning-clad Kumonin, swinging his bloody triple scythe for a direct taijutsu engagement. That shinobi, raising his blade to parry Haiden's blow, was about to meet him head-on, when his eyes abruptly flew wide in horror. A giant wave of flame flared from behind Haiden. In seconds, scorching fire engulfed both the shinobi and Haiden. Aya! They screamed, consumed by flames. The Kumonin quickly burned to a crisp. Meanwhile, once the flames subsided, Haiden was still there, rolling around, the residual fire vanishing from his body at a modest rate, only scorch marks that slowly healed. Kakuzu, you bastard! I hadn't even started my ritual. Haiden howled. I got zero ecstasy from that, just real pain. No time for your drawn-out nonsense, Kakuzu retorted. You be our shield. The hell you say? I'll damn well curse you to death, you freak. Haiden's rant abruptly ended when lightning flashed across him. A savage slash took his head. Kakuzu, help me. Up in the sky, Deidara watched swarms of lightning-fast Kumonin like they were pouring cold water over him. Man, in this world, what's more disgusting than these Raiden users? He turned to Sasori. Sasori bro, time to do our old combo. Let's descend. The white bird soared downward. Sasori raised both arms, indifferent to friend or foe as he spewed 2 giant flame serpents into the throng of White Zetsu clones and Kumonin. Behold the synergy of our art. Deidara laughed, tossing out 2 white birds that circled the flaming serpents, then crashed into them, producing dual blasts of intense flame that incinerated White Zetsu clones and Kumonin in the area. When the flames cleared, 300 puppet soldiers, each tethered by chakra threads, materialized out of thin air. Seeing that, the surrounding Kimonin, who loathed Sasori bitterly, still reeled in alarm. Elsewhere, Kisame and Itachi seemed to be taking it easy. Kisame never deployed any large-scale Sutten. Instead, he was in a one-on-one scuffle with a Kumo taijutsu user, letting same Hata feed bit by bit. Itachi, for his part, refrained from major ninjutsu, sticking to illusions to toy with those attacking him. Tobi, Obito, did likewise, leading Kimonin on a cat-and-mouse chase, making them accidentally strike their own allies. Meanwhile, Pain's Six Paths and Konan fought at the intensest point. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Konan, hovering midair, fired a barrage of paper cranes from her outspread wings, forming an aerial bullet curtain. Each crane had hidden tags ready to blow. Bullet orb. Before the paper swarm could bombard the ground, a flurry of azure blasts soared up from below, colliding with the paper stream. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed, blossoming fireworks in mid-sky. When the smoke cleared, a giant cat wreathed in blue fire and dark stripes, the two tails, sprang up, lunging at Konan overhead. Konan braced with her wings but was knocked further upward. Just as Yujito opened the two tails' mouth to release a giant fireball at Konan, a winged multi-headed dog also leapt into the air, each jaw biting into the cat's blazing body, dragging it back down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More shrill whistles as a dozen homing missiles, launched from the Azura path, slammed into both the dog and the two tails, erupting in blossoms of flame. From within those blasts, roars thundered. Lightning release, double lariat. Suddenly, red-blue flickers streaked by like teleportation, materializing behind the Preta path. Their elbows, wreathed in tailed beast chakra and sizzling lightning, hammered down at its neck from both sides. But Preta path didn't flinch. He merely reached out to seize base form Killer Bee's arm. The contact yanked his feet off the ground. Next second, all the tailed beast shroud around Bee vanished, as if siphoned away into Preta path. Worse yet, Bee's chakra started draining from his body. He grimaced, immediately re-invoking a partial tailed beast form so that an octopus tentacle seized Preta path, then severed itself to break free. Meanwhile, a fresh giant tentacle snatched the airborne fourth Raikage, pulling him back. Shinra Tensei. An invisible wave of force slammed into Bee's severed tentacle and the Raikage, smashing them into the ground. When the dust cleared, the Raikage was unscathed, standing by Bee. "Hey, numbskull bro, you see that?" Bee asked. "Yeah." The Raikage glared at Tendo Pain, descending gently, and eyed the other battlefield. Akatsuki Sasori, controlling an army of puppets, was only gaining slight advantage over the Kimonin. His face grew grim. So maybe that mysterious third party is really out there, after all. Could it all just be an act? If not, do we keep fighting? Be pressed. Not sure. We'll keep trying, the Raikage hissed. We've already declared war, so there's no turning back. If he's not the killer, then we'll just seize his sage eyes for ourselves. Gotcha. We'll show him the Real AB combo. Chapter 117, Sudden Appearance of the Third Party. There was no superfluous talk at this high-level showdown, every second was a dazzling contest of wits and combat. Backed by 5,000 white Zetsu clones diverting the enemy's firepower, Akatsuki opened with a powerful, sweeping offensive. Both the Kimonin on the field and the spies from other nations watching in secret could feel the immense difference in raw numbers and strength. But that early advantage was only temporary. As always, shinobi battles are battles of information. Unless someone's power is so far beyond normal that sheer numbers can't stop them, another dimension of strength entirely, two common weaknesses remain for ninja: they are fragile and have limited chakra. A single well-placed kunai can kill if it hits a vital spot. An explosive tag can also kill if it goes off on you. And once you run out of chakra, you're no different than an ordinary person. Every Kimonin in a flak jacket was at least Chunin level, a small elite among ninja. Under normal circumstances, each of them already had the ability to lead a team on missions. In wartime, a group of such Chunin, commanded by more experienced Jonin, would have even greater efficiency in all areas: combat, reconnaissance, medical, sealing, and so forth. At first, Akatsuki's side displayed a huge numerical advantage, but soon the Kumo forces collected enough intel on them and gradually started applying pressure in return. Take Daidara, for example. After dropping Sasori onto the ground, he flew overhead on his giant white clay bird, acting like a bomber, scattering explosive clay animals of various sizes to blanket the battlefield indiscriminately. Before he could fully enjoy his bombarding, however, a Kimonin attempted to pre-detonate the clay using lightning release. When lightning jutsu struck the explosive clay in midair, those bombs failed to explode in the sky. They even became duds upon falling to the ground. That guy's techniques are earth-natured, everyone used lightning against him. The Kimonin swiftly spread this intel. He's airborne and troublesome. Let me handle him. So Darui stepped forward, clapping his hands and firing multiple laser-like blasts of strong lightning toward the airborne Daidara. Storm Release, Laser Circus. Storm Release combined the destructive power of lightning release with the fluid control of water release, so its beams chased Daidara's bird in the sky like homing missiles, matching every climb, dive, and speed change. TCH. They already figured that out. Daidara tried throwing more clay bombs at the laser barrage, but they were destroyed before he could detonate them. He cursed under his breath. If I didn't have to worry about friendly fire, I'd show you fool C4, Karura. Humph. Unable to avoid the lasers, Daidara abandoned his white bird and leapt down, landing beside Sasori. Noticing Sasori was now wielding the third Kazekage puppet and commanding a puppet army plus his magnet release trump card against over 100 kimonin, yet failing to secure a clear advantage, Daidara quipped. Sasori bro, looking a bit cornered, huh? Shut up. Give me a hand, Sasori replied curtly. As a puppet master, Sasori despised going up against foes adept at Kenjutsu and Taijutsu, especially fast specialists. His parents had died at the hands of Konoha's White Fang, but most kimonin excelled at nin taijutsu, effectively making them mini White Fangs, across the board, a natural counter to Sasori. Watch out for his poison needles. Anyone poisoned, fall back to the medics immediately. C and Samui led the assault against Sasori. They had already destroyed nearly 100 of Sasori's puppets, yet found no real satisfaction suppressing him. Instead, their hearts only grew heavier. Completely different from those man puppets seen during the incident at Kumo. No chakra lines were hidden inside them, their material was inferior, they couldn't use the 5 basic nature transformations. Sasori himself looked rather taxed and treated his third Kazekage puppet like a precious gem, clearly not faking it. Which meant he truly wasn't the one who manipulated the puppet army last time, or who turned Danzo's corpse into a puppet that even bested the 4th Raikage for a time. Likely, Tsunade's intel about a hidden mastermind had been correct. They were just being used as a tool in someone else's plan to destroy Akatsuki. Realizing that, Shur and Samui, and many kimonin who'd also guessed the truth, could only grimace darkly. Yet since the Raikage hadn't ordered a retreat, they were bound to keep fighting. They believed in their Raikage's judgments, he wouldn't wage a pointless war. Meanwhile, the immortal duo wasn't doing well either. After Kakuzu sewed Heiden's head back on with Earth Grudge Fear, Heiden managed to score a second victim, drawing the shinobi's blood. Then in front of everyone's shocked eyes, he slit open his own abdomen to draw a huge volume of blood, traced out a ritual pattern, and performed his curse right then and there, instantly killing his target. But that display, while intimidating, was also monumentally foolish. Once Heiden took blood from a second kimonin and moved to stand in his symbol again, they immediately deduced the jutsu's weakness. If not for Kakuzu and his masked monsters providing timely support, the kimonin would have dismembered Heiden on the spot. So just like in the original story, the immortal duo, extremely dangerous in single duels or surprise attacks, got pinned down quickly once their methods were exposed. In contrast, the ones who had yet to reveal their full power, Kisame and Itachi, still held the upper hand. Each time the enemy felt they had gleaned some intel on them, these two revealed a new level of ability or synergy. Their strong rapport, silent coordination, plus their own formidable skill left the kimonin, whether chunin, jonin, or elite jonin, feeling utterly hopeless, like they were up against the 5 Kage themselves. The only one still clowning around was Tobi, Obito, who refused to show any real abilities or kill a single foe, as though toying with the kimonin. Meanwhile, behind the mask, his Sharingan surveyed the entire battlefield, evaluating each Akatsuki member's performance. As Obito had guessed, Itachi and Kisame were a cut above the rest. In particular, with just his 3 Tomo Sharingan, illusions, and crows, Itachi could toy with enemies. He had scarcely used fire release at all, never mind the Mangekyo. Whenever large-scale ninjutsu threatened him, Itachi either used Shunshin to evade or called on Kisame to handle it. Kisame, fortunately, was loyal to Obito's cause, or the pair's synergy could overthrow the organization's balance anytime. As Kimonin, White Zetsu's army, and the main Akatsuki members clashed, Pain's 6 Paths plus Konan, and the AB combo with Yujito, tacitly shifted their battlefield to an expansive rocky zone, so as not to cause friendly fire collisions with their immense power. Konan soared overhead, launching ordinary paper shuriken and exploding tagged paper from her wings in a hail of attacks, while the giant clay bird soared above the 2 tails that hopped through the craggy terrain below. Nearby, the dog summons, the chameleon, and the ram hammered away at Niyujito's Matatabi while intangible bombs flew from Azura Path. The terrain turned into a war zone. On the otherwise barren plains, Pain's 6 Paths faced off against the AB combo in a top-tier showdown. Lightning release, Liger Bomb. Wrapped in bluish-white lightning, the 4th Raikage flashed in like a teleport, fixating once more on Preta Path, the one who could absorb ninjutsu and chakra, a huge threat to Killer Bee. Shinra Tensei. From the lineup of Pain's other bodies, Tendo Pain just raised a single hand, calmly releasing a repulsive shockwave that sent the Raikage flying. Human Path and Naraka Path flicked their sleeves, launching a volley of sharp black rods like arrows at the Raikage as he was flung skyward. Just before the rods hit the target, a giant octopus limb shot out and intercepted them. Thinking it was a typical block, he suddenly realized the black rods embedded in his tentacle were draining him. Forced to cut it free, he brandished two swords to slice away at the rest. Yo, numbskull, do not let those black rods stab you, they disrupt your chakra. Bancho Tenin. B's warning had scarcely finished when a mighty gravitational pull yanked him upward toward Tendo Pain. At the same time, Predapath charged in with Azura Path behind it, the latter detaching its wrist to fire off a barrage of missiles. Human Path and Naraka Path swept the area with their shared vision from Nagato, searching for the lightning-swift Raikage and guarding Tendo Pain during his 5-second interval. Which proved wise. Taking advantage of the octopus limb smokescreen, the fourth Raikage vanished. A second later, he appeared behind Tendo Pain, lightning-sheathed hand chopping at the back of Pain's neck. Human Path and Naraka Path vanished in a flicker, no attempt to block him, because Tendo Pain's 5-second cooldown was up. Shinra Tensei. Once again, Tendo Pain's invisible wave knocked the Raikage flying, churning up dust. Freed from gravitational lock, B saw missiles looming closer, so he summoned even more ferocious chakra, an ominous deep red cloak sprouted 8 tails behind him. Fully half-transformed, B dashed forward with savage speeds far surpassing earlier, slipping between Predapath and Azura Path, heading for Tendo Pain. When the Raikage landed, he vanished in a flash of blue-white electricity, reappearing overhead and slamming a lethal kick at Predapath. Bancho Tenin. Tendo Pain's voice rang out again, the invisible hand of God yanking Predapath aside. Boom. The Raikage's foot hammered the ground, smashing it to pieces and raising a dust storm. Whoosh, a bolt of lasers sliced through the dust. Azura Path opened its mouth, firing a laser cannon plus another salvo of 10 missiles in quick succession. Human Path and Naraka Path closed in to shield Tendo Pain, with Human Path spraying black rods to corner B, and Naraka Path unleashing a large wave of flame release. Like Tenka-level synergy, it all coalesced to break B's momentum. But B, ignoring the wave of fire and the black rods, inhaled and spat an orange beam of energy powerful enough to rip through the flames between Human Path and Naraka Path, heading straight for Tendo Pain. Shinra Tensei. Again Tendo Pain calmly raised a hand. A translucent white barrier shaped around the blow, deflecting B's beam. Then, as the barrier vanished, there was a tearing noise. Whoosh, the fourth Raikage aimed yet another blow from behind. Tendo Pain jerked back, sidestepping the blow while firing a black rod from his palm. Yet the Raikage's reaction speed was too fast, he flickered away from the rod, reappeared at Tendo Pain's side, and again chopped at him. But just as before, the white glow of Shinra Tensei's barrier halted the Raikage's attack, repelling him violently. A cluster of black rods, flames, and missiles now hammered B, but he quickly grabbed the Raikage as they both tumbled, sprouting into full-tailed beast form to block the rest. Ruhar. A monstrous bellow rang out as B's body morphed into the 8 tails. Across the battlefield, Tendo Pain's face tightened, not at the enormous adversary but because his field of vision had lessened. It turned out Predapath, attempting to slip behind Kumo lines to siphon the tailed beast's chakra, had abruptly lost Nagato's connection. In a flash, the Raikage had destroyed him with a single blow. As expected of a Kage, none of them can be underestimated. Nagato muttered from afar in a Mega Kure, severing his link to Predapath. Naraka Path retreated to resurrect him. Impressive. One Path of Pain already taken out so soon, commented a masked figure far off in the land of water, Izayoi disguised as the Mysterious Man, receiving real-time reports from his wood clone. He praised AB Combo wholeheartedly for their strong performance, then lightly laughed. But the other paths are also Tendo Pain's shackles, the more they rely on those bodies, the more Tendo gets dragged down. At full power, Tendo's only real weak point is that 5-second cooldown. At this rate, they'll definitely lose if they keep fighting. Maybe I should lend them a hand, for not disappointing me so far. With that, the Mysterious Man opened a large scroll behind him, while pinning down a battered figure on the ground, a man covered in tadpole-shaped curses, clothes dusty but still handsome and dignified, the six-tails Jinchuriki from Kirigakure, Utakata. And at that moment, the man in the swirling mask was sitting upon Utakata's body. Who are you? Utakata rasped, his voice feeble, pinned by the throat. Apologies, can't reveal that. The masked figure opened the large scroll one-handed, while gripping Utakata's neck with the other. His hollow-toned laugh echoed from under the mask. No need to fret, I just want to borrow your chakra. Immediately, Utakata's eyes widened in despair. With no way to speak, he sensed his chakra, and the beasts, rapidly draining away, siphoned by this unknown man. If his sensing was sharper, he'd notice the masked man's chakra signature was changing, becoming identical to Utakata's. Meanwhile, from the open scroll, a puff of white smoke rose, revealing a red cloud black-robed puppet Danzo. It picked up the big scroll, slinging it onto its back. Without using Flying Thunder God to vanish, it simply stood at the masked man's side. Once the man had drawn out a huge volume of chakra using wood release to alter his own chakra flow, he rose up, placing a hand on Puppet Danzo's shoulder and making a half-seal. Ninja Art, Heavenly Transfer Technique. With no warning, Puppet Danzo disappeared. He reappeared from the land of water, far from the shinobi continent, instantly into the center of the battlefield in Omega-kure, where Kumo's forces clashed with Akatsuki. Thus combining wood clone plus Tenseigen plus Heavenly Transfer, the masked man had effectively airdropped Danzo onto the battlefield. To Tsunade, it might appear as though they learned the Flying Thunder God in 4 months, but in truth, this Tenseigen user had only taken 3 days to master it. Day 1, Perceive Spacetime Boundaries. Day 2, Convert Chakra to an Everlasting Formula. Day 3, Achieve Genuine Teleportation. Likewise, after reading the sealing scroll stolen from Kumo, he swiftly mastered Heavenly Transfer. With Tenseigen plus an enormous line of sight thanks to his wood clones, he could teleport anything or anyone to any place in the shinobi world, even puppet troops, no harm done. Currently, that's precisely what he was doing. Having dispatched Puppet Danzo, the masked man glanced down at Utakata. In another minute, your binding will be released. Thanks for your help. If I need more from you, I'll drop by again. Then his figure vanished without warning and reappeared upon a mountaintop from which the battlefield was clearly visible. There, invisible to ordinary eyes, stood Ranmaru, and 2 of his wood clones, operating puppet armies that attacked both Kumo and Akatsuki indiscriminately. All 3 remained cloaked from sight, controlling the battlefield from the shadows. Floating into the air, the masked man headed for the battlefield, this time with no attempt at stealth. His chakra presence shone bright as the full moon, instantly alarming every combatant below, plus the hidden observers from various nations. Countless heads jerked upward. Some, distracted, were immediately slain by puppet ambushes. It's that bastard. Pain's 6 paths and the AB combo halted their fight, gazing at the airborne speck. The 4th Raikage gritted his teeth. That cunning scum has finally decided to show himself. Tendo Pain's zombie-like face revealed rare battle spirit, murmuring. Such chakra, as expected of my fated rival. He ignored AB combo and, with his newly resurrected paths, dashed toward the main battlefield. AB combo followed suit. So did Konan and Yujito from their own battlefront. If the masked man hadn't shown, they would have kept fighting, their hatred was irreconcilable. But with him suddenly present, they all shared a common enemy. Continuing their own fight would only give that enemy the advantage. Watching the mighty Akatsuki All-Stars, plus the AB combo and Pain's 6 paths converge, Izayoi, standing alongside Shino and Hinata, exhaled. That lineup. Can my real body handle it? Indeed, the man in midair was Izayoi's real body. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, I am Ōtsutsuki Toneri, from the moon. So he's finally shown up. On a mountaintop overlooking Amigekure's battlefield, merged with earth and vegetation via mayfly technique, revealing only its upper half, Black Zetsu watched the fight. White Zetsu quietly noted. From the look of that chakra, it seems this time it's the real body. White hair, plus that level of chakra. Indeed, it's someone from that bloodline, Black Zetsu said gravely. Record his chakra signature. After the battle ends, we'll set up a massive net to track him. Even if we can't find him directly, we must locate the portal he uses to return to the moon. Got it, White Zetsu acknowledged, releasing its sensory powers to record the chakra signature of the figure in the sky. Meanwhile, Obito, who had just been toying with the Kumo shinobi, letting their attacks pass right through his intangible body, stopped fooling around. He looked skyward at Izayoi's figure, eyes full of wariness. Without fighting, Obito already sensed from Izayoi an overwhelming pressure. He'd only felt a comparable sense of dread from 3 others, disregarding Madara himself, Tendo Pain, Itachi, as he was now, and the late Minato. Now, Izayoi was the 4th who gave him that feeling. He never showed his face before. Why appear so suddenly now? Obito wondered to himself. Could it be this entire scheme was orchestrated to wipe out the Akatsuki in one fell swoop? Such massive chakra, you sensed it too, same Hata. Kisame patted the restless, thrashing sword in his grip, which trembled as if it wanted to escape. He grinned toothily. Itachi said nothing, only lifted his gaze toward the sky, uncertain what thoughts stirred in his mind. So sorry bro, look, it's that kid from last year. On the art duo side, Deidara exclaimed excitedly. Sasori's expression also lightened with a faint smile. So it truly was him controlling that army of human puppets. 10 billion Ryo in the flesh. Kakuzu muttered as he looked up at Izayoi, a tinge of hunger creeping into his voice. By contrast, the Kumo forces glared at Izayoi with hatred, their gazes full of killing intent. The remote fighters among them even looked ready to fire off jutsu at him right then. For them, this was the fiend who destroyed their village, slaughtered their comrades, snatched up their dead for puppet making, and now reappeared as an enemy. At that moment, from the distance, a figure rose into the sky to stand at the same height as Izayoi. Gazing at the masked form, no eye holes at all, Pain's Tendo Path asked the question on everyone's mind. Who are you? Below, the allied yet still hostile forces of Akatsuki and Kumo, busily demolishing the puppet troops, all pricked up their ears. Those top-tier individuals with spare stamina to observe the king versus king confrontation in the sky turned their gaze upward. Who am I? A voice with an echo effect resounded from behind the pure white mask. He gave a mocking laugh, like a classic film villain. Weren't you all looking for me all this time? Yet so long has passed, and you've gathered no intel. That's surprising. Pain didn't respond, merely intoned coldly. Remove your mask. Someone destined to be my adversary, claimed by others to possess a second pair of the sage eyes, should not be skulking in shadows like a cowardly rat. Second pair of sage's eyes. Ah, so that's the intel you've gathered. The masked man gave a theatrical pause, then let out a playful sneer. Pain's eyebrows twitched. What do you mean by that? Heh, for monkeys such as you, even knowing about the sage's eyes is already quite impressive. The masked figure began in a tone that seemed almost praise, but it turned faintly cold. But my eyes aren't that of the six-path sage, that failure. Those words, not loud but like a breeze, ruffled across everyone's ears, and gave many present goosebumps. At that moment, be they knowledgeable or ignorant, all froze in disbelief, staring wide-eyed at the masked men in the sky. He called the sage of six paths a failure. So the sage is actually real. Then Ninshu was also real, meaning he truly created the moon. That's impossible. Could this be the ninja world's deepest secret? Many, less mentally robust, lost their composure. More than a few Kumonin were thus distracted, and some were promptly felled by the puppet troops. Stop kidding me. Even the S-rank members of Akatsuki, some of them who usually dreaded nothing, looked stunned. The oldest among them, Kakuzu, grew uncertain about everything. You're telling me there was an even older era before the Warring States period? Then why is there no historical documentation left behind at all? A failure's eyes. Itachi and Obito, plus a few others, felt their pupils contract. They sensed the masked man's utter contempt. He didn't revere or fear the six-path sage's Renegan. Could there exist a dojutsu equal or even superior to Renegan? Hey, Ato, B said, back on the battlefield after regrouping. He used his usual rap style, flailing about excitedly. The sage's eye versus an unknown eye. Ancient secrets about to blow us sky high. This is sick, yo, it's insane. Sure is real, B, the eight tails responded. We tailed beasts were originally created by the sage of six paths. Huh. The moment B heard that, he was struck dumb, so flabbergasted that he forgot to rap. This alone shook him to his core. While the commotion flared below, the masked man in midair reached a hand up to that featureless mask, laughing. Rejoice. Perhaps you'll become the first monkeys ever to witness these eyes. So saying, he removed the mask in full view of all present. A face, pale complexion, youthful handsomeness, even its eyebrows as white as the hair, came into everyone's view. It was identical to the adult image of Ōtsutsuki Toneri. But no one was focusing on his face. Their attention was entirely on his eyes. Those eyes, what were they? From a distance, they appeared a pale blue-white color, with faint white radiance around the pupils, forming a dynamic corona-like pattern. Closer in, it wasn't exactly a floral pattern but a ring of subtle white light that circled the black pupil like a solar corona, emanating terrifying ocular power. Though the name of that dojutsu was unknown, a single glance left even Nagato's physical instincts, and the Renegan's reaction, warning him, these eyes were truly on par with his own. Hence, Tendo Pain once more asked. Who are you? What do you call those eyes? Tossing aside the shattered remains of his pure white mask with a wave of invisible repulsive force, the white-haired man no longer sounded casual or playful. His tone was as coldly dignified as Pain's, the haughty condescension of a higher life form toward lesser creatures. He answered with a formal self-introduction. I am Ōtsutsuki Toneri, from the moon. I possess these Tenseigen eyes. My mission on Earth, reclaiming the ghetto statue. A pin-drop hush spread over the battlefield. The ghetto statue. Pain fixated on that phrase. Did that mean the Outer Path statue he'd summoned in the past had originally been on the moon? Though perplexed, he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he asked. Is the Tenseigen also a sage's eye? Monkeys like you have no business knowing such things. Ōtsutsuki, Izayoi, released a wave of gravitational energy, crushing the leftover mask fragments to powder. Then he raised his left hand to brush through his snow-white hair. Without further nonsense, he pointed his hand at Tendo Pain, unleashing an invisible pulling force akin to Bancho Tenin. So these eyes also have universal pull. Yet Tendo Pain remained unshaken. He lifted his palm. Shinra Tensei. Your repulsion is far too weak, Izayoi sneered. Then his own pulling force flipped to repulsion. No great explosion was heard, but everyone seemed to see the sky flash green for the briefest instant. Sensory Shinobi felt the intangible wave as if an ocean surge soared overhead. Tendo Pain, with no time to resist, was engulfed like a helpless child, hurled away from the battlefield's airspace. Before the watchers could even blink, Izayoi's figure vanished from midair. When the Censornin frantically tried to relocate him, a thunderous sound drew their eyes. Boom. It turned out Izayoi had appeared right before Pretapath, who'd just rejoined the fray after being repaired. Pretapath failed to react, and with a single blow, the men smashed Preta's face, severing Nagato's link to it. Observing all that in real time, Nagato cut off his control. With that single strike, Pretapath was lost again. Naraka Path tried to dash over for repairs, but had no time. Izayoi flashed over to Naraka Path, grabbed his face, and slammed it to the ground. An invisible repulsive wave erupted. Whoosh! The ground caved in wide, sending dust swirling out in a perfect ring that blew away the rest of the paths, and allies or foes in range. By the time dust cleared, the spot had become a giant basin. At its center lay Naraka Path's broken corpse, black rod snapped loose, link severed from Nagato's control. In but an instant, Izayoi had eliminated the second and third most dangerous paths, Preta and Naraka, leaving only Tendo and Azura Path. Just as Nagato prepared to refocus on the battlefield, space rippled near him, warping into a small swirling hole. Out of that distortion came a figure. Tobi, Obito, stepping away from the chaos. Seeing him, Nagato's expression sharpened. Madara, what are you doing here? Chapter 119, boosted Nagato. Madara, what are you doing here? At this moment, Nagato was far more wary of Obito, who was masquerading as Uchiha Madara, than he was of Ōtsutsuki Toneri, the Tensigen wielder. At least Toneri, or Izayoi, had voiced his intentions, he was here to recover the Gedo statue. But Nagato still had no clue what Obito in disguise actually wanted. Especially since the Yin-Yang release black rods and the Six Paths technique all came from Uchiha Madara, who had also assisted him, apparently without conditions, in capturing tailed beasts. That was altogether too suspicious. Nagato did not believe that the legendary Ashura of the ninja world would be so benevolent. And now, with Konan not around, and the paths of pain down to only Tendo and Azura, Obito had suddenly appeared before him. It was very hard for Nagato not to suspect Obito might be making a move. Yet Obito showed no concern about Nagato's wariness. Emerging from the Kamui space, he assumed Uchiha Madara's stance and spoke in a low voice. Nagato, you can see now that pain is not a match for that kid. So what? Nagato said impassively. Do you want me to retreat, or are you finally dropping all pretense and fighting in person? My injuries aren't healed yet. I can't use my ocular power much. Obito gave the same old excuse but continued with an oddly significant tone, however. I can restore you to your prime. Nagato countered. If you really had a way like that, why not use it on yourself? Precisely because this method exists, this old leftover relic that I am can still stand before you. Obito laughed. What method? Calculating Uchiha Madara's age in his head, Nagato believed the story. Among the 5 Kage, the oldest was Inoki at 76, yet he was but a junior to Madara. Kakuzu, who hailed from the same era as Hashirama and Madara, was already 88. Without Earth Grudge fear, Jiangu, he would likely have died long ago. But this Uchiha Madara, in front of him still looked like a young man. Under Nagato's Renegan vision, the left half of Obito's body radiated potent Yang chakra, while his right eye radiated potent Yin chakra. Plainly, he possessed a secret jutsu similar to Earth Grudge fear that prolonged life. Suddenly Obito said. Tobi. Without waiting for Nagato's confusion, Obito's body quivered, white matter extended from him, and ultimately formed a separate white Zetsu clone at his side. This one differed from the other white Zetsu clones, its face was a spiral vortex with just one eye hole, but no visible eye behind it. Hilu, I'm Tobi. As soon as Tobi spawned from Obito's body, he saluted Nagato and asked a bizarre question. Boss, it's our first time meeting, tell me, what does having the urge to poop feel like? From tone to voice, he was identical to the usual, clownish Tobi Obito had played up until now. At that, Nagato immediately realized why this ninja world's Ashura had sometimes acted so frivolously and unscrupulously. The Tobi persona was actually this peculiar white Zetsu clone. He stared at Tobi, apparently pure Yang released chakra in humanoid form, and then looked back at Obito. So this Tobi is the method you speak of. Tobi's only part of it. You'll also need this. Obito retrieved from his Kamui dimension a test tube of green fluid. What is that? Asked Nagato. Obito's next words made Nagato's expression instantly change. Cells of Senju Hashirama. Or you might call them white Zetsu cells. I see. Nagato again sized up the Toby clone, finally grasping the secret behind these non-human creatures brimming with yang-released chakra. They were all derived from Hashirama's cells. You want me to inject Hashirama's cells? Nagato's face grew guarded. I know Konoha once attempted wood-style experiments. Everyone who took Hashirama's cells ended up exploding and dying. How can you be sure I won't share that fate? Because you have the Renegan, plus Toby and the Geto statue, and your bloodline. Obito raised his hand, causing a seedling to sprout, half-truthful as he said. Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan balance each other, a fact I learned after the battle at the Valley of the End. I transplanted Hashirama's cells into myself, which kept me alive, led to awakening wood style, and produced Toby. The Renegan stands above the Sharingan. Its ocular power dwarfs ordinary dojutsu. The Pretapath can absorb all energy, including Hashirama's cells. Even if any unexpected reaction arises that Pretapath can't handle, you still have the Geto statue. You also descend from the Uzumaki clan, close kin to the Senju. In the Warring States era, Senju and Uzumaki families intermarried constantly. So each family's descendants carried blood from both lines, some so strongly they show reversion. Like you. Chosen by the sage's eye, your chakra surpasses any average Uzumaki or Senju by far. Undoubtedly, your Senju blood is highly awakened, so you'll have extraordinary compatibility with Hashirama's cells. With the Renegan, Toby's help, plus the Geto statue if needed, you won't just fuse with Hashirama's cells, you'll awaken an even more powerful wood style than mine. Those words finally swayed Nagato. Ordinarily, no matter how Obito sugarcoated it, Nagato would remain cautious and refuse. He wanted Yahiko, not himself, to become God, forging a new world under the name Pain. By his own power, he might well have done it. But the appearance of Ōtsutsuki Toneri had put real pressure on him for the first time. That other man's Tenseigen, equal to his Renegan, came with no crippling disability. His 6 paths of pain, broken down from Renegan's power, couldn't even slow that foe. Once that man finished off the paths, he would surely come after Nagato, the outer path. At that point, how would a feeble invalid hold out against someone in full health? Thus Obito's rescue arrived precisely when Nagato needed it. Still, Nagato suspected Obito might booby-trap the cells or kill him under cover of the operation. He'd always kept his guard around Obito and Zetsu. Seeing Nagato still hesitate, Obito dropped the clincher. Don't you want to protect Yahiko and Konan? At that, Nagato instantly decided. Face resolute, he said. Fine. What's the procedure? Toby. Got it. Obito handed the tube to Toby, who hopped to Nagato and said with a grin. Boss, I'll have to attach myself to you now, please don't fight back. Do it. Nagato nodded. In the next moment, Toby's body spread open like a carnivorous blossom, enveloping Nagato's figure but leaving his head exposed. Then Nagato's palm, beyond his own control, lifted the test tube. A tendril of vine sprouted from his fingertip, inserted itself into the tube, and sucked out the fluid within. Thump. Next second, a mighty heartbeat echoed through the dimly lit chamber, fitted with barrier seals, so loud in the hush. Nagato's eyes flew wide. A sharp object had pierced his left chest, as if that invasive fluid was being pumped directly into his heart. His weakened, slowing heart suddenly leapt violently, not with panic but a surging, revitalizing power. Boss, use Pretapath to absorb my wood-style chakra. Toby's voice sounded in his ear. Nagato quickly activated Pretapath, drawing in Toby's yang-released chakra. An invisible white aura took shape, like a glass bubble around him. A miraculous scene occurred. Inside that aura, Nagato's emaciated, skeletal frame, sunken cheeks, pale skin, and brittle red hair started changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. As if turning back from old age to youth, in moments he became a fair-skinned man with healthy coloring, glossy red hair, and a handsome, youthful face. He was originally only 32 years old. Before, he'd looked like a frail old man. Now, he truly resembled a man in his prime. Seeing Nagato in this state, Obito's single eye behind the mask filled with shock and dread. He had underestimated Nagato's synergy with Hashirama's cells. With the slightest help from Toby and that test tube of high-purity cells, Nagato had rapidly cast off his crippled form and returned to the prime he never truly experienced, far stronger than before. Even Obito, with his unbeatable Kamui, felt helpless if he had to fight Nagato at this level. Unbelievable. Nagato himself felt stunned. Before, having his chakra devoured by the Geto statue had made him only able to use Shinra Tensei in crisis, while normally any large jutsu required splitting power into the paths. But now, he sensed a massive new reservoir of vitality and chakra, and even an additional nature transformation. His eye power soared as well. I'm about to be drained, boss, Toby said weakly. Nagato smiled gently, thank you, Toby. Crack, snap, sounds echoed as the wheelchair, also his remote link for controlling the paths, fractured. The black rods impaling him ejected. Yet Nagato felt only a faint sting, and the injuries promptly healed. He stepped free of the broken wheelchair. After so many years of paralysis, he again stood upright, indeed, no sign of any infirmity, as if he had never been crippled at all. Had he not known Pretapath or used the ghetto statue, or if he'd not carefully endured, it would have been impossible. But now, thanks to Toby, it was instant. Summon. Nagato quickly formed seals. In a burst of smoke, Tendo Pain reappeared, a lifeless corpse, Yahiko's body. Having lost the remote link via black rods, it lacked Renegan as well. He gazed at Yahiko's face like a dear friend, softly saying, "Yahiko, at last I can protect you and Conan again. Once I've dealt with that threat, you'll remain Pain, still the god of this new world." Closing Yahiko's eyes, Nagato rose. His aura had changed profoundly. For the first time in decades, a man truly worthy to be called beyond Kage level, an absolute apex had been born. Obito, seeing this, asked, "Want me to take you there?" "No need. I'd like to get used to this body, and this power." Nagato shook his head, then vanished in a blur of speed. Obito also slipped back into the swirling Kamui dimension. So there was that kind of turn of events. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield in the Rain Country, Izayoi, currently in the midst of fighting as Toneri, easily defeating Tendo Path and pinned by the AB combo, suddenly turned his head toward Omega Kure, eyes lighting up in surprise. Because the secret chamber was so dark, and the Tensigen lacked eavesdropping powers, and his main attention was on the battlefield, Izayoi had been unaware of the conversation between Nagato and Obito. He only now sensed Nagato's chakra growing stronger. Yet as he looked more carefully, he saw Nagato, restored youth, wearing the Toby battle suit, stepping out from the secret hall. He's got red hair, a handsome young face, Izayoi thought. So that's the real Nagato. Instead of being alarmed, I'm rather pleased. Distracted, he gave the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee an opening. Their joint elbow strike hammered forth. Lightning release, double lariat. But while Izayoi let them come close, his eyes barely shifted away from Amagekyu's direction. Next moment, the pair's bodies catapulted backward like arrows from a drawn bow. Originally I planned to see if the system had new mechanics, using everyone's presence. But it looks like I've triggered an unforeseen butterfly effect. A smirk pulled at Izayoi's lips as he reflected. This just gets more and more interesting. Chapter 120, Fight Beyond Kage Level. Toby, how can I restore your strength? Rushing toward the battlefield with Shunshin speed while getting used to his new body, Nagato posed this question as he traveled. Because he had clearly felt Toby's power and importance. If he were to remove Toby, Nagato suspected he would have to relearn how to walk from scratch, like a small child. But wearing Toby as a sort of armor, Nagato now felt brimming with vitality. Even though he wasn't a taijutsu specialist, he could move as fast as a violent gust of wind, hardly any slower than a typical body flicker technique. After absorbing Toby's chakra, Nagato sensed that his already enormous chakra was like a vast ocean, immeasurably abundant. Even his newly awakened wood style, derived from injecting Hashirama's cells, now felt astonishingly augmented. All these benefits came from Toby. Nagato could hardly imagine just how powerful they would become if Toby returned to his former strength, coupled with Nagato's current might. Moreover, to the being who had helped him this much, Toby, Nagato, who also possessed Hashirama's cells, harbored not the slightest wariness that he felt for Madara, only a deep sense of gratitude. "Boss, my power can only be restored by absorbing Yang-release chakra and wood-style chakra," Toby stated openly. "Right now, there are only two ways to do that. First, let me absorb your chakra, exactly like you just absorbed mine. Second, you can use the Pretapath to help me absorb Tailed Beast chakra, because Tailed Beast chakra is the purest of all, and Tailed Beast bombs themselves consist of Yin-Yang chakra." Tailed Beast chakra, huh? Got it. Nagato nodded and silently picked up speed. Before long, he had left Omega Kure. During that short time, he had already gotten a handle on his new body. So instead of continuing with Shunshin leaps, he shot straight upward into the air. Since repulsion is a rule-type power and can't provide thrust for flight like wind release, Nagato directly employed the Azura Path's ability, causing both arms to transform into cannon barrels, blasting out rings of fiery jet thrust, like a jet engine, rapidly propelling him toward the battlefield. Just like Izayoi, the Toneri figure, with his moonlit chakra overshadowing all else the moment he appeared, Nagato's immense chakra arriving so swiftly immediately caught the attention of every keen sensor on the field. What is that? Is he the leader of Akatsuki? But, he's not coming from that direction. Such terrifying chakra, like a tailed beast. Omega Kure, has such a monster. Could he be the real leader of Akatsuki? All eyes of Kimogakure's forces and the various nations' spies turned in shock. Those with poor mental fortitude were already breaking out in cold sweat. Even the Akatsuki members wore grim expressions, eyes full of caution. Does our Akatsuki even have someone like that? Chakra on this level, even our leader can't surpass it. Wait, pain is always covered in black rods. This man doesn't have any rods, yet he has Renegan eyes. Could he be our true leader? All the various pairs or trios conversed, but only Konan, who hovered in midair, raised her trembling hand to her mouth, tears welling up, rolling down her cheeks. Nagato, that's wonderful. Her voice choked with sobs but was filled with joy. As if hearing Konan, that fiery tail of thrusters soared close, halting right in front of her. Konan, you've done well. Let me take over from here, Nagato said with a confident smile. Konan nodded firmly, flapped her wings, and promptly left the battlefield. Because she knew perfectly well that she was Nagato's sole weak spot. As long as she wasn't on the battlefield, Nagato would be invincible. Watching Konan fly away, Nagato looked down across the battleground. Though his voice was youthful, it carried the weight of authority. I'll be taking over this battlefield from here. All Akatsuki members, withdraw. Looks like he really is our boss. Didn't think the true pain would be a young guy, just like that Tenseigen brat. That's a chakra befitting someone said to wield the sage's eyes. Still, with that hair color, our leader must be an Uzumaki. So is the Renegan actually some hidden Kekkei Genkai of the Uzumaki clan? We're pulling out, I have a hunch the next fight will be epic. At once, the Akatsuki members sped off in afterimages, exiting the battlefield. Not only had they sensed danger, when the fourth Raikage recognized a man with no black rods on his face but Renegan eyes, he too felt a bad omen. Without hesitation, he roared. All forces retreat immediately. Return to the land of lightning. Yes, Raikage-sama. These were all elite ninja, discipline at maximum. With no delay, they became streaks of color fleeing the scene. High-level jonin or special ops also guarded weaker allies, launching jutsu at the puppet forces so they wouldn't get sniped from behind. But soon they realized they'd worried too much. Those human puppets vanished without warning, each teleporting away with the flying thunder god. Seeing this, the Kimogakure ninja were startled rather than relieved, hastening from the field. Even the puppet forces had abandoned the fight, signifying that the true battle about to unfold was on another level. Watching as Kimogakure's forces and the human puppets left, the last surviving white Zetsu clones also disappeared underground. Very soon, only 5 figures remained. They were Nagato, floating in the sky, Izayoi on the ground, and the AB combo plus Yujito ni forming a triangle around Izayoi. Even so, Izayoi paid no attention to the AB combo or Yujito, focusing solely on Nagato up in the air. Clusters of bubbles no one else could see drifted around Nagato. Before Izayoi could identify the text within those bubbles, Nagato dropped down from the sky. A thunderous boom rang out as if some heavy object had landed, sending up clouds of dust. Bansho Tenin. He hadn't even stepped out of the dust, yet his voice carried to the fore. Hearing the name of that jutsu, the minds of the Kimogakure trio conjured images of that bizarre, pull-like gravitational force. But that strange gravity did not rip Izayoi off the ground. The one pulled from the earth into the dust was Killer B. The fourth Raikage's face grew alarmed, reflexively suspecting a trap, that the Akatsuki and this so-called Ōtsutsuki Toneri might all be on the same side. After all, they presumably shared a common enemy, didn't that make them temporary allies? Yet Nagato had attacked them first, not Izayoi. It was hard not to think it a conspiracy to wipe them out. But seeing Nagato seize his younger brother, the Raikage instantly increased his chakra flow, flashed like lightning into the dust, successfully severing that gravitational hold. The next moment, as expected, he was blasted back outside, the dust swirling away with him. Whoosh! From Nagato's arm shot a huge laser beam that flew at the still airborne Killer Bee, too fast to dodge. Without hesitation, Bee half transformed into tailed beast form, spewing an orange-red energy beam to collide with Nagato's laser. Boom! A roaring explosion ensued, echoing in the ears of both departing Kumo-nin and the distant Akatsuki. It almost sounded as if it had erupted right beside them, spurring the Kumo-nin to race faster from the field. The Akatsuki members halted, perched on mountaintops or afloat on Daidara's white bird, gazing at the mushroom cloud rising from the battlefield. "Bee, watch your feet." Amidst the mushroom cloud, Bee had not used his sensing, so he couldn't locate the enemy. But at that moment, he heard the Hachibi's shout. Glancing down, he saw wooden tendrils sprouting from the ground, thickening into branches. Transformed into a humanoid beast, Bee leapt nimbly over 10 meters. The next instant, he was drawn even faster back down. Bansho Tenin. The eerie pull yanked Bee to the earth. Before he could go fully tailed beast mode, branches bound him like rope, wrapping him like a dumpling. A mocking voice piped in his ear. "Hello. Checkmate." Wood style, silent strangling binding. Right afterward, Nagato's voice came. "Hachibi Jinchuriki, I'll be borrowing your chakra." Blood-red-tailed beast chakra drained from B, traveling through the branches into the swirling dust. In the blink of an eye, he regressed from half-beast form back to normal. His own chakra, along with the Hachibi's, was draining away so fast that resistance was futile. Moments later, that clownish voice echoed again from the dust. All fed, all fed. Toby is back to full HP. A formless gale whirled forth, scattering the mushroom cloud. B. The fourth Raikage worried, furious shout rang out. Before he could flash step over, Nagato flung the wood-bound B at him, severing the wood-style connection. The Raikage hurried over, catching B. In fury, he locked eyes on Nagato, whose expression remained calm and collected. Nagato didn't even look at him, instead gazing unwaveringly at Izayoi, who had never once tried interfering. In a quiet tone, he directed a warning to the 3 Kumo ninja. Withdraw. The fight to come is beyond your league. Nagato was avoiding accidentally killing the Matatabi and Hachibi Jinchuriki, or else the tailed beast plan would face a new delay. You think you know who you're talking to? I am Akage. The fourth Raikage, as if stung by indignation, tossed B to the partially transformed Yujito. Yujito, you carry B away. I'm going to settle things with them. Yes, Raikage-sama. With that, Yujito, also ever efficient, carried B and sped from the battlefield. So in the blink of an eye, only Izayoi, Nagato, and the Raikage remained. But unfortunately, whether Nagato or Izayoi, neither paid any attention to the nearby Raikage. They simply locked eyes, both meticulously sizing each other up. Nagato employed the Renegan's chakra vision, estimating Izayoi's chakra and ocular might. Izayoi probed the status entries, drifting around Nagato, delighted by what he saw. He had discovered that Nagato's trait entries were extremely luxurious. Renegan, gold. Superkage aptitude, gold. Chakra control, gold. Kekkei Genkai, wood style, blue, gold. Ninjutsu master, purple. Uzumaki bloodline, purple. Senju bloodline, purple. Ōtsutsuki lineage, purple. Summoning master, purple. Sealing prodigy, blue. Medical prodigy, blue. Puppet prodigy, blue. Genjutsu prodigy, blue. Taijutsu prodigy, blue. 4 gold, 5 purple, and 5 blue, totaling 14. Apart from his own, it was the first time Izayoi had seen someone's trait entries reach double digits. Though not as crammed with red or purple plus gold entries like his own, that board alone made it obvious just how formidable Nagato was. After all, many of Izayoi's traits weren't yet fully realized, while most of Nagato's had already translated into real strength. He truly was that mid-story, ultimate boss, a paragon at that arc's top level. During this examination, Nagato's Renegan and wood style also seized Izayoi's notice. And yet, Izayoi wasn't so fixated on Renegan's rank as he was on the fact that Nagato's Renegan lacked any prefix, clearly indicating it had been transplanted rather than awakened. As for Nagato's wood style, it dazzled Izayoi's eyes. He had never before seen a dual-color trait line. Possibly it was due to wearing Tobi or harnessing Tobi's Mokutan chakra. Izayoi also had vivid memories of Tobi. Not from the original story alone, in which Tobi took over Yamato's body and stalled an entire allied shinobi force, but also because even after the infinite Tsukuyomi ended, Tobi had tried to attach itself to Yamato again, tenaciously clinging on. If it hadn't been drained by the infinite dream and divine tree descending, it might have succeeded. Your eyes aren't Renegan, so how do you know of the ghetto statue? Fixing his gaze on the Ōtsutsuki Toneri, a youth presumably younger by 10 or 20 years, Nagato abruptly tested him. Earlier you mentioned your mission here is retrieving the ghetto statue. So was the ghetto statue stored on the moon? In that case, do you know what powers the statue holds? Nagato feared that if Izayoi knew the ghetto statue could seal tailed beasts, then if Izayoi failed to reclaim it, he might simply go after Jinchuriki, sabotaging Nagato's tailed beast plan. Before Izayoi could respond, Tobi, afraid this moon dweller would reveal that the ghetto statue was actually the Ten Tails, rushed to interfere. Boss, why chat him up? Just capture him with the human path and read his soul, no. And with that, Tobi seized control of Nagato's arms, clapping them together. Wood style, nativity of a sea of trees. The earth rumbled, fissures spreading, as serpentine green vines sprouted out in droves, leaves blooming and tangling, swelling into a verdant tsunami surging toward Izayoi. Already fully ready for battle, Izayoi gave no nonsense. He simply raised his hand, unleashing a tremendous repulsion blast. In an instant, an astonishing scene took shape. That sturdy wave of greenery, even resistant to fire, simply burst apart like bubbles into 100,000 fragments. Shinra Tensei. Nagato answered with a shockwave of his own. Unlike earlier, when Tendo Pain was quickly annihilated, Nagato was now in perfect form, at the same power rank as Izayoi in terms of chakra control. The chakra both unleashed simultaneously was nearly equal, meaning neither could blow the other away with Shinra Tensei alone. Hence, the fourth Raikage was the one who suffered. The collision of two invisible storms became a swirling avalanche of air, forming a dome of transparent white that expanded outward. Because it surged so rapidly, it resembled a light-speed moving wall, knocking the Raikage far away at once. Anything inside that bubble, nativity of a sea of trees, the surrounding mountains, was merely brushed by that warped airstream and instantly pulverized into dust. Having tumbled who knew how many meters and crashed into a peak, the Raikage sprang off a broken slab of rock to keep away from that white bubble until the shock waves ended. Only then did he come to a halt. When he turned to look back, his gaze trembled, pride and self-respect now shattered mercilessly. He saw that Izayoi and Nagato were little more than two dark silhouettes in the distance, and the entire surrounding had become a desolate plain. Those mountains, corpses, puppets everywhere, all had been shoved to the horizon by that transparent white expansion. Before these two individuals, the mighty fourth Raikage, until recently the leader of the strongest village and famed among the world's top ninja, wasn't even worthy to stand close and observe. So this is what it was like for my grandfather's generation, confronting the first Hokage and the Shura of the ninja world, Madara. At that moment, the Raikage realized how the prior 5 Kage had felt, and why the stories of the god of shinobi were so dramatic. Because in the face of super-tier strength, the 5 Kage could scarcely compare to ordinary bystanders. What the hell? This is too insane. So this is the leader's real power. Besides the sage eyes, he even has wood style hidden away. No wonder he calls himself a god. A very similar strength, that so-called Tenseigen must indeed be another sage eye. Are we witnessing a new Final Valley showdown? The Akatsuki members felt no better than the Raikage. Even the arrogant Haiden, stunned, turned to Kakuzu. Kakuzu, you fought the first Hokage, how'd you survive? Kakuzu just fell silent. Whoosh. Back on the battlefield, Nagato and Izayoi had already clashed fiercely. The moment after their dueling shockwaves cancelled, Nagato had unleashed the bizarre gravitational pull again, yanking Izayoi off the ground toward him. Meanwhile, from Nagato's other arm came a mechanical transformation that fired a huge laser to probe whether Izayoi's Sage Eye possessed the Predapath's absorption. For those at the Super Kage level, mere stats crush any Kage, no intelligence needed. But if the foe equals yourself, ninja battles revolve around intelligence. That laser had barely shot forth when Nagato's legs also lifted, letting him zoom forward at Izayoi. Yet Izayoi likewise raised one hand, releasing a twisted pull, forming a water spear with the other and hurling it at Nagato. Water release, hard whirlpool cutter. Facing the flying spear, Nagato immediately cut off his Azura laser and switched repulsion back on. A transparent wall of air shattered the spear, continuing on to crash into Izayoi. Izayoi did the same, repulsion instead of attraction. Their collision once more caused a swirl in the air, swelling into a translucent white bubble expanding. Unlike earlier, it soon vanished. As each landed, both gleaned uncertain data needing further proof. Nagato could simultaneously harness Deva Path plus Azura Path, but apparently not Deva plus Predapath. Absorbing ninjutsu into chakra was more optimal than simply blasting away with Shinra Tensei. As for the Tenseigen, it might not have Predapath's effect, or perhaps Izayoi simply disdained using it. With those thoughts, Izayoi and Nagato, as if by tacit agreement, rushed each other again. Simply flinging Shinra Tensei around would be endless, they needed other methods to subdue an equal. Using Renegan or Tenseigen to see each other's chakra, as soon as one tried to mold nature transformations for ninjutsu, the other would notice instantly. Observing no such moves, they closed in for a taijutsu showdown. Bolstered by Azura Path and Tobi, Nagato launched a solid straight punch. Izayoi's Tenseigen, almost able to peer a fraction into the future, saw through it. He refrained from meeting it with monstrous strength, instead feinting a strike and flickering aside, leaving just an afterimage. Nagato's fist extended serpentine branches that merely penetrated Izayoi's afterimage. Izayoi appeared behind Nagato, not striking him physically but raising a hand crackling with lightning, forming a bolt lance that fired. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. It was swift but failed to pierce Nagato. Just before striking him, it collided with a translucent white barrier. Unlike a normal Shinra Tensei's repulsion, this barrier seemed to absorb, reducing the lance back to pure lightning chakra that fed into Nagato's body. Moreover, Nagato's back rippled, his clothes whitening and sprouting what looked like countless little mouths that spat out a barrage of wooden spikes. Wood style, cutting technique. At such short range, and with only partial intel, even Izayoi was nearly caught. Seeing the spikes magnify in his sight, he instantly launched Shinra Tensei. A moderate repulsive wave easily flung the wood spikes away, also sending Nagato airborne. But while Nagato tumbled away, he had somehow formed a seal with both hands. Spinning midair, he fired a black orb at the heavens. Chibaku Tensei. That black sphere froze up high like a tiny black hole, unleashing monstrous gravity. The ground cracked beneath. Boulders large and small rose into the air. Izayoi unleashed a repulsive shockwave to shatter the floating debris, then aimed it at that black orb. It merely wobbled upward slightly, still radiating powerful pull. Clearly, that shockwave alone couldn't destroy the same rule-based gravitational core. With limited altitude and time, he also couldn't charge an even bigger wave. And Nagato wouldn't just stand by letting him. At the edge of the gravitational field, Nagato had already landed with 2 shadow clones by his sides, each unleashing a different colored chakra. 5 sorts of elemental chakras, their colors distinct, spewed forth like pillars, merged, then erupted into a swirl of multi-hued waves that, aided by Chibaka Tensei's upward pull, rushed Izayoi from below. With Chibaka Tensei above and the 5-element combo below, even if Izayoi's shockwave scattered the multi-element surge, the black hole overhead would seal him. Under these conditions, it looked like his only choice was to flee with Flying Thunder God. Yet, with a slight smile, he simply extended his hand at Nagato in the distance. Next second, the real body of Nagato was yanked off his feet, pulled into Chibaka Tensei's range, swiftly flying at Izayoi. Impossible, why is his Bancho Tenin so huge? Nagato finally looked startled. Even at full capacity, he couldn't pull at that distance. Making matters worse, his 4 clones on the outskirts tried to use Bancho Tenin to pull him back, to no avail. Their attraction was dwarfed by Izayoi's. "Boss, what a chance, close in." Tobi's excited voice resounded in Nagato's mind. Remembering Tobi's ceiling of Killer Bee, Nagato let the foreign pull haul him in. Quietly, he readied himself to cast a repulsion wave in case Izayoi unleashed Shinra Tensei. But the next move Izayoi made widened Nagato's eyes, and also caught Tobi unprepared. Izayoi puffed out his cheeks, spitting a mouthful of dust, swirling out like black haze. A fire release technique known as the hiding in ash and dust. Using dust to obscure vision or ignite into a wide fire attack. Against Renegan's sight, that was worthless. And even if it ignited in a chain reaction, that would be weaker than the 5-element synergy below. Nagato stayed on guard, someone this strong wouldn't do meaningless acts. Sure enough, a small flame lit within the dust, forming an orange glow but not igniting the entire cloud into a full-scale fire explosion. Then, 4 more flame glows of various colors flickered around the orange glow, orbiting and colliding into it. 5 colors merged. They briefly cycled in a kaleidoscope, turned purple-black, then radiated a piercing white brilliance. Boom. A thunderous blast shook the skies. The distant watchers, Akatsuki, Kumo, and hidden scouts alike, shielded their eyes, squinting at the brilliant white orb shining like midday sun. Sensor Ninja's eyes widened with dread. What monstrous elemental fusion, what jutsu is that? Its chakra is on par with a tailed beast bomb. Is that sphere going to expand enough to reach us? Look, it's shrinking, thank goodness. The white sphere, before it could expand fully, shrank like a balloon losing air. When it had shrunk to about human size, a black silhouette appeared within. Eventually the dazzling glow condensed into a translucent white barrier, revealing Nagato inside, now in Predapath mode. As for Izayoi, the Chibaka Tensei, and the 5-element ocean on the ground. All gone. Having absorbed 2 giant elemental ninjutsu, Nagato's chakra not only remained undiminished, it felt even stronger. Yet his expression grew heavier. He set foot upon the earth again, raising his gaze to the sky. A sky without rain, but black as pitch. At some point, the dense clouds had glowed a fiery orange. Moments later, meteorites rained down like a storm of fire. In the distance, the 3 groups saw orange-red shooting stars streaking from above. The Kumo troops, especially, recognized the scenario all too well, shuddering in memory and hate. Simultaneously, fear overtook them. Is this the end of the world? This can't still be ninjutsu, how can shinobi do that? The spies from other nations likewise froze, dumbfounded. Even the Akatsuki were jolted. Only Daidara cackled with delight. Sasori bro, look, that guy is summoning meteors again, except now it's a whole shower. So artistic. So beautiful. Idiot, who do you think you're cheering for? Sasori snapped, though his own eyes betrayed appreciation for Izayoi's artistry. Whether an eternal beauty or a fleeting momentary one, Izayoi had achieved both extremes. Tobi, can you block all that? Nagato asked, gazing at the falling meteor shower. If boss and I do it together, we sure can. Tobi's comical tone soothed Nagato, who laughed, what do I need to do? Boss only has to keep pouring out the chakra. With Tobi's final word, Nagato clapped his hands again, converting his chakra into abundantly vibrant wood-style energy. Then Nagato and Tobi's overlapping voices shouted out the technique with which the god of shinobi once ended an era. Wood-style, deep forest emergence. Rumble. In the watcher's eyes, countless vines swirled upward like enormous green serpents. The descending meteors and the ascending sea of green crashed in a red-green mosaic of warring blasts, like a pair of giant hands, or heaven and earth colliding. For those spectators, it was as though they witnessed the end of days. Hence, they truly felt the might of Superkage level, the same God of Shinobi realm. Chapter 121, Too Strong. In this era, the largest-scale explosion the shinobi and civilians of the 5 great nations had ever witnessed, one that truly terrified them, was the tailed beast bomb. That was a strategic-level power capable of instantly destroying several small mountains and influencing the flow of a battlefield. But now, whether it was the Chunin and elite Jonin in flak jackets, or the Akatsuki members who could threaten the 5 Kage, they all felt that a tailed beast bomb's might was, well, apparently not such a big deal after all. Even the perfect Jinchuriki, Yujito ni, and Killer Bee, for the first time ever, felt their own insignificance. All around them, in the distance, visible to the 3 factions, rose an orange-red mushroom cloud that had not yet fully formed, ascending with a vivid glow. Before the reverberating roar could sweep in from afar, a terrifying shockwave had already formed, turning into a howling gale that rushed across the terrain. Many Kumo Nin, feeling they'd been at a safe distance, were now flipped onto their backs by the onrushing wind. Even those who reacted in time, using chakra to anchor their feet to the ground, were forced to shield their eyes against the intense blast, raising hands in front of their faces. They could do nothing but hunker down as the storm-whipped dust and the quaking earth came rolling over them. In the blink of an eye, the entire unit was thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, on Akatsuki's side, both Deidara and Sasori, riding on the white bird, were blown away and had to abandon their main aerial fighting platform, landing on a rocky peak to keep watch from there. Though they themselves could handle the wind, the dust, and the tremors, the mental shock they suffered was greater than that of the Kimimaro Nin. In a time without any super-spec combatants, these S-rank missing Nin of Akatsuki were considered the top handful of the shinobi world. Even facing a Kage one-on-one, they might not lose. And if they wished to flee, it was child's play. Not long ago, Itachi and Kisame had roamed freely in Konoha, one of the 5 great nations, coming and going as they pleased. Yet at this moment, these typically insolent figures all felt how minuscule they were. Compared to those 2 on the battlefield, they were no different from the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, mere playthings in their hands, who wouldn't even need to unleash these vast-scale techniques against them. Just the thought of being targeted by such beings made their scalps tingle. Fortunately for them, one of those monsters happened to be their leader. With such a person behind them, Akatsuki's circumstances were ironically more favorable than those of the great nations. They didn't know how long that meteor barrage continued before finally coming to an end. In the process, the wind and swirling dust had long since engulfed all 3 factions. Only those 20-plus kilometers away, like Hinata, remained unaffected, while everyone else saw only an endless wall of gray. The shockwaves and quakes caused by the crashing meteors made even elite shinobi, typically well-trained, struggle to keep their footing. The tremors were even felt in Amegakure. Fortunately, most of Amegakure's structures were steel, built on firm foundations, and further protected by a barrier. Konan had returned already, none of the villagers fled out of the underground shelters in a panic. Once the continuous roar, coupled with the howling gale, finally died away. A gust cleared the dust for those 3 factions. Looking to the place where Izayoi and Nagato were fighting, they saw nothing but a massive zone of thick, dense dust, like drifting into a desert, with a sandstorm about to crash down on them. Boom. Just as the sensor Nin were preparing to form hand seals and push their sensing to full, trying to gauge those monsters' chakra levels, that dull gray dust cloud ahead abruptly ripped open. More precisely, the dust cloud's upper layer was violently dispersed by some terrifying blast of air. Yet that surge of air was not a standard repulsive shockwave. What is that thing? You've got to be kidding, another meteor. All 3 sides trembled again, eyes wide and tongues tied. What they saw was indeed a meteor. But unlike those from the earlier meteoric downpour, this one did not ignite from the atmosphere and turn into a blazing giant fireball. It simply descended like a massive mountain. A dreadful current of air not only blew away the dust at the top of the cloud, but also burst open a huge hole in the blackened sky, revealing the blue skies and bright midday sun. Shinra Tensei. Before the colossal meteor could scatter the remaining dust or crash into the ground, raising even more dust, an invisible blast of force spread outward, distorting the air currents and becoming something like a hidden divine hand that caught the immense meteor in midair. Suspended in place, the meteor's lower edge suddenly cracked and, at visible speed, the damage spread up toward its top. In the span of a few blinks, the mountain-like meteor crumbled into countless shards, which then shot upward into the sky, as if determined to turn the clouds above into Swiss cheese. After the force wave faded, that hole in the clouds had not yet closed when, boom, another giant meteor began plummeting down. By now, the 3 factions had become numb. Another quake rumbled across the land. A towering Buddha statue, easily over 100 meters high, endowed with hundreds of massive arms, rose from the ground. No sooner had the statue emerged than those numerous arms unfurled behind it, each producing a slicing gale. With a power akin to one punch can shatter a mountain, they struck the incoming meteor. Once again, that colossal falling boulder was smashed into pieces, at the expense of numerous wooden arms being crushed as well. When the meteor burst apart into a rain of rubble falling from the sky. Yet again, from the hole in the clouds dropped a third giant meteor. The massive wooden statue, still mid-strike, was no longer able to destroy it the way it did before. But standing atop the statue's head, Nagato remained utterly unflinching. He made the statue tilt its head back, its mouth yawning wide, unleashing 5 different chakras which merged into a blazing 5-fold column of flame, rocketing up. The flames collided with the giant meteor in midair, bursting into a spectacular fireball as bright as a tailed beast bomb. One more time, the shockwaves ravaged the field with hurricane-like winds. They're on another level entirely. How many times have they unleashed attacks on par with, or even stronger than, tailed beast bombs? Don't they have any limits? Could this be how the Valley of the End was formed? Engulfed by the gale, the 3 factions stared with blank faces. Even perfect Jinchuriki eventually tire out, no one can fire tailed beast bombs indefinitely. Yet these 2 monsters kept flinging around moves beyond tailed beast bomb scale. That kind of chakra, that level of ninjutsu mastery, made everyone question themselves, are we really the elite of the 5 great nations? We're all shinobi, so why is the gap so massive? As the third meteor turned into an enormous aerial firework, the hole in the cloud canopy revealed no new falling meteor. But from that hole, a tiny black dot drifted down, that was Izayoi, in the guise of 19-year-old Ōtsutsuki Toneri. He still looked as aloof as a lofty god. His Tenseigen eyes shone down on all living beings like a deity gazing upon mortals. But if one looked carefully, one could see his breathing was slightly labored, and a bit of sweat had formed on his pale forehead. Indeed, even his vast stores of chakra were heavily drained after the chain of large-scale attacks. Nagato, similarly, showed signs of fatigue down below. If not for absorbing the 8 tails chakra, he'd doubtless be in worse shape. After all, whether it was a Shinra Tensei, full throttle, wood style, wooden golem, or the earlier 5-element flame pillars, each demanded a tremendous amount of chakra. And Izayoi had likewise consumed enormous chakra unleashing so many gravitational attacks. If not for the Tenseigen's far sight allowing him to lock onto meteors in outer space, he could never have summoned so many meteor showers or 3 Tengai Shinsei. Even if he did try, he'd have no means to precisely direct them without the telescopic vision. Seeing his Tengai Shinsei attempts fail to decide the fight, and facing Nagato's Predapath, Izayoi realized that purely defeating him would require physical force. Wood style was out of the question, it couldn't be exposed yet and, even if it were, it wouldn't surpass Nagato in the Tobi battle suit. Unless Izayoi knew the 8 gates and could open the 7th gate now, summoning a meteor barrage was his only recourse. He just hadn't expected that Tobi plus Nagato could also use wood style, nativity of a world of trees or the wood golem. Clearly, Nagato's gold-tier wood style was a real combat asset. Wearing the Tobi armor, Nagato felt as formidable as the Valley of the End's Uchiha Madara cloaked in tailed beast chakra, perhaps even stronger. After all, that Madara lacked the Predapath, whereas Nagato possessed not just the 6 paths but also the Geto statue as a trump card. The Soul Dragon technique would be an external combo of Predapath and human path. Hovering aloft, Izayoi and Nagato probed each other's chakra with their ultimate dojutsu, concluding that their remaining chakra was shockingly close. Nagato, having absorbed B, did have a marginal edge, but that meager difference couldn't grant an advantage. If Izayoi called another meteor storm, Nagato would be forced to burn through more chakra to block it. Conversely, even if Izayoi came out slightly ahead in chakra, defeating Nagato would be nearly impossible. The 3 factions still lurking about could provide unlimited batteries for Nagato to recapture tailed beasts. And the same for Izayoi. 2 fighters of equal power and similar abilities, a fair one-on-one, couldn't produce a victor. One needed outside help or a vital weak point to break the standoff. Hence Izayoi involuntarily cast a glance toward Omega-Kure. Seeing that, Nagato felt a sudden jolt. If only his Bancho Tenin had a wider range, he'd immediately pull Izayoi down from the sky. He was about to channel the wooden golem with 5-fold nature transformations for another combo, when suddenly Nagato's face changed, eyes going wide. The same happened to Obito and Black Zetsu, whose Mangekyo and formidable sensing had continued to lock onto Izayoi. TSK. High above, Izayoi abruptly inhaled sharply, reflexively raising a hand to his eyes. The next second, his mouth twisted into an excited smile as he muttered. Finally. So you refuse to be suppressed after all? Within both Nagato and Obito's Shaka-vision, plus Black Zetsu's sensing, a torrent of chakra was erupting in Izayoi's brain, flowing into his eyes. What had been a severely spent, nearly extinguished ocular power now boiled back to life. As for Izayoi, he felt as though his eyeballs were squirming, as if something was burrowing around inside, painful, itchy, yet oddly pleasant, making him near useless for fighting. This was much like Sasuke in the original story, after transplanting Itachi's Mangekyo and entering a recovery period. So Izayoi lowered his hand, closed his eyes, and pointed down at Nagato, still maintaining that haughty tone. I'll leave the ghetto statue in the hands of you, thief, for the time being. The battle between us, no, between Tenseigen and Renegan, has only begun. He vanished without warning. Retreat. At last the three factions awakened from their trance, hurriedly giving the order to leave the land of rain. The Moon Men had fled, leaving only the super-tier Akatsuki leader. If he chose to settle accounts now, they'd all perish. Even the proud fourth Raikage withdrew. For from now on, the strongest was no longer the five great nations, but a return to those days of God of Shinobi versus Ashura. Or rather, a new era. He himself could not die yet, his duty as Raikage was to ensure Kumobakure's survival in this new era. Izayoi-kun. Some 20 kilometers away, Hinata looked worriedly in his direction. Others might not be sure whether Ōtsutsuki Toneri was Izayoi, but she knew perfectly well that the youth in midair was his true body. She, too, was the fourth occupant to notice the chakra inside Izayoi's brain. She'd encountered this scenario last March. She didn't understand Tenseigen's fetal awakening period but knew that when Izayoi was in this condition, he'd enter a lengthy phase of weakness. Hence she was extremely anxious about Izayoi's Mokutan clone possibly being affected, exposing his identity. The war has ended. Let's go home. Izayoi's wooden clone merely smiled softly at her, then led the team to Shunshin back toward the land of fire. Of course he knew what worried her. If it were just a normal shadow clone, it might vanish the moment the real body lost focus. But a wood clone was different, unless the original dispelled it, it could remain indefinitely by absorbing outside chakra. And Tenseigen's special powers, including its first, fetal awakening, wouldn't hamper a wood clone's existence. Realizing this, Hinata sighed in relief. Gazing at Izayoi's back, her eyes shone, revealing her unabashed admiration and fondness for her boyfriend. Were Abirame Shino not present, and if that Izayoi were not simply a wood clone, Hinata might have rushed into his arms at that moment, letting out all her emotions. Her boyfriend truly looked so incredible just then. Chapter 122, Second Awakening. They say, one stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. News of the ultimate showdown between the moon visitor, Ōtsutsuki Toneri, and the leader of Akatsuki spread faster than that of the Uchiha massacre, the Konoha crush plan, the rise of the wood-style user, and even the destruction of Kimobakure. Barely after the battle had ended, the four great shinobi villages, which had arranged for spies to gather intel upon hearing Kumo was about to bomb Omegakure, immediately learned the outcome. Within a day, more detailed information was compiled into files and placed before each of the five Kage. Even the smaller nations and minor villages heard about it by the second day. Keywords like Moon Visitor, Ōtsutsuki Toneri, Tenseigen, Renegan, Ghetto Statue, Meteor Shower, and would release swiftly spread through every corner of the ninja world. It quickly overshadowed any limelight on the wood-style ninja named Izayoi, that the Akatsuki leader, actually descended from the Uzumaki and Senju clans, possessed not only the Renegan but had also awakened would release, utilizing Senju Hashirama the god of shinobi's nativity of a world of trees and a wooden Buddhist statue to withstand a colossal meteor. Both may be wood-style users, yet the Akatsuki leader had already risen to the status of a god of shinobi, whereas Izayoi had only graduated last year, nowhere close to the same league. With the Sage of Six Paths eyes and the wood release of the god of shinobi, Nagato instantly became recognized across the shinobi world as the single strongest, bar none. And no one objected. For Nagato's feats were simply too frightening. He founded Akatsuki, whose ranks were filled by S-rank rogues from all major villages, and the strongest duo of Kimogakure, the AB combo, were no more threatening to him than mere children. Had there been no moon visitor, Nagato would already have been hailed as the new god of shinobi in this era. Furthermore, just before Ōtsutsuki Toneri departed, his words caused many sleepless nights for the five great nations. In this new era, the mightiest force might no longer be the god of shinobi's wood style, but rather the legendary Sage's Eye. That matchless power of push and pull was practically from another dimension, completely on a different scale from the ninjutsu of the five great nations. Fortunately, there were two wielders of that otherworldly power. And they were enemies. Had there been only one, then truly none of the five great villages could have slept. They'd go to bed only to awaken and find themselves following in Kimogakure's footsteps, reduced to rubble or turned into a vassal of Omegakure. After all, not every super-tier power is like Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi. If some of them had such absolute might, they would likely become another Uchiha Madara. Who would have thought the mysterious figure was real, and even from the moon? In Iwagakure, Inoki clutched the documents and the secretly taken photos, his eyes trembling with shock. The photo of that giant wooden figure especially reminded him of the day Uchiha Madara used Susanoo. Could that rumored godlike power of the Uchiha, the Susanoo said to kill anyone who laid eyes on it even once, grow that large to rival the god of shinobis would release. What on earth is the Geto statue? Inoki murmured. At that moment, he believed Jiraiya's conjecture. All wielders of the Sage's Eye were fighting over something powerful enough that even in such a monumental battle, the Akatsuki leader still hadn't used it. The era ahead might lose control. Floating near the window, Inoki gazed at the blue sky and murmured. Iwagakure can't remain an outsider forever. Incredible that such power truly exists. In Kirigakure, Meiteorumi shook her head. If they had that kind of power, why didn't the god of shinobi and Uchiha Madara unite and conquer the shinobi world back then? Unaware of the true might behind Wood release and the Sharingan, Mei had only assumed that Wood style was a group combat trump card that suppressed tailed beasts. She never imagined Wood style could create a colossal giant capable of easily smashing down supersized meteors and unleashing moves on par with a 5-element combo. Such power alone would be enough to dominate the shinobi world, no need for two monsters. That Konoha once possessed two super-tier powers yet never unified the ninja world seemed unbelievable. Ōtsutsuki, that's a foreign surname. Beside her, Genshin eyed the intelligence, struggling to recall any memory of it, but found none. He muttered. Geto statue, the thief, Tenseigen. Could there be some sort of pathway connecting our realm to the moon? Perhaps an ancient shinobi clan named Ōtsutsuki relocated to the moon for reasons like the Geto statue. The loser's eyes, maybe they were enemies of the Sage of Six Paths. The old master rubbed his forehead. What was once a myth is now reality. That ancient ninju power is back. Who can say if this is good or bad for our era? In just a few months, the shinobi worlds become unrecognizable, even to me. In Sunagakure, Chiyo stared at the reports and photographs, her voice filled with helplessness and despair. She found herself wishing Suna could trade locations with Kiri. Even if the continent was in chaos, at least they could hide beyond the sea. But that was impossible. Perhaps our only hope among the 5 great shinobi villages lies with Konoha's wood-style user, Ebizo noted calmly. We can only hope the Akatsuki leader and that moon visitor remain locked in stalemate, giving that wood-style shinobi time to grow, or, failing that the moon visitor gains the upper hand. Those outcomes are the only chance we 5 great nations get to breathe. At the very least, all through the Warring States period and even these past few decades, that so-called Ōtsutsuki clan never once intervened in our affairs. Their appearance now seems tied to retrieving the Geto statue. That relic able to bring ancient shinobi back into the open must be something truly dreadful. Akatsuki sure isn't some bunch of rogue nin who just huddle for warmth as mercenaries, that much is certain. Chiyo sighed. No matter which side triumphs, it's more than our sand village can handle. All we can do is await the final outcome, hoping it won't prove too tragic. Ebizo said nothing, looking at the pictures in silence. This is the sorrow of the weak, left at the mercy of others. Renegan Plus would release. Could the so-called Sage's Eye in legend actually be the true Kekkei Genkai of the Uzumaki clan? Back in the Hokage's office, Tsunade felt less concern at Nagato also having awakened would release than puzzlement over Karin and Izayoi's would clone in front of her. Could it be the actual bloodline relates to that Sage of Six Paths from the old myths? And indeed, Tsunade had unwittingly stumbled on the truth, Izayoi thought to himself while skimming the scroll of seals. Karin just gave a little smile. Coming from the sticks of Kusagakure last year, she'd never heard of such ancient secrets. Seeing no response from either, Tsunade kept reading her latest intel, frowning slightly. So the Renegan, Tenseigen, both are Sage's Eyes, yet the ninja world's myths only mention the Sage of Six Paths and his Renegan. Logically, the Tenseigen user should be the loser, so why does that Ōtsutsuki Toneri call the Sage of Six Paths a loser with the loser's eyes? Could the Sage of Six Paths himself have been the loser, with the Geto statue taken by a Tenseigen user who spirited it off to the moon, leaving this ninja world to him? Arg, these ancient figures, these powers, why do they keep popping up one after another? Tsunade buried her hands in her hair in frustration. Izayoi finally spoke with a light laugh. And isn't that also good news? If the myths are real, that means super-tier power could yet be linked to our own bloodlines, so there's hope we might one day match that level, don't you think? Seeing how even a realm-shattering force failed to cow Izayoi's confidence, Tsunade, Shizune, and Karin froze a second. Then Karin's eyes shone with admiration, Shizune's with approval, and Tsunade, after a moment of resignation, smiled wryly. It looks like my Een seal can preserve my youth, but not my spirit. Guess I really am old after all. As though making a decision, she spoke seriously. Take the scroll of seals home with you. Your strength is the village's top priority now. If anything goes wrong, I'll bear it as Hokage. In that case, thanks, Lady Hokage. I won't stand on ceremony. Ōtsutsuki. Tenseigen. In the Hyuga clan's compound, Hyuga Hayashi murmured over the photo of Ōtsutsuki Toneri. Never expected that lineage to truly exist. Does that mean we Hyuga descend from the sage's line? The caged bird seal, could it be linked to that lineage? Why did our ties break off so suddenly? Whatever all the outside factions thought, Izayoi's true body had no interest. He used the Flying Thunder God to return to the underground basement of his traditional estate, activating a barrier and remaining there all this time. Except for Hinata, no one knew that Izayoi they saw outside was just a wood clone feasting on chakra to maintain the disguise. Just like last March, Hinata gently tended to the blinded Izayoi's daily needs. But unlike before, she and Izayoi were now officially in a relationship, so she sent a shadow clone to inform her father and stayed on as though it were natural. Whereas last year she was gentle and mild, she now had a mischievous streak, surely learned from Izayoi. While caring for him, she or her clones would frequently snap pictures and sometimes played pranks, collecting embarrassing photos or blackmail material, unafraid of his vengeance once he healed. She also asked curiously, Izayoi-kun, can your Tensigen evolve further like the Sharingan? I can sense my ocular power growing, presumably it'll keep progressing. Izayoi nodded. Or I'm unlocking a greater power. Hinata's expression turned odd, could these sages' eyes really be the Uzumaki's hidden Kekkei Genkai? Izayoi, eyes wrapped in bandages, just smiled without replying. Whenever the Konoha 11 or Tsunade and Shizen visited, Hinata used a shadow clone to accompany Izayoi's wood clone in greeting them. When no one else was around, she'd help him wander outside for fresh air or soak together in the hot springs, giving him Byakugan-style massage therapy. No longer shy like the previous year, both acted perfectly at ease in the knowledge they were boyfriend and girlfriend. This shift spurred Hinata to new courage, steadily increasing her immunity to embarrassment. She took on caring for Izayoi like a duty of a future wife, a shift that replaced her timidness with gentle warmth, making both realize they were growing up. Unlike the half-month, first awakening, last year, Izayoi, now having awakened the ultimate dojutsu, entered a second awakening phase. Across a single week, his Tensigen finished its fetal movement, absorbing chakra exuded by his brain and cells to manifest the second stage of all creation power. When at last his brain ceased generating the chakra, his eyeballs stopped that peculiar throbbing, and the new powers stabilized, Izayoi immediately removed the bandage and opened his eyes. Visually unchanged, Tensigen was still as beautiful as ever. But around the faint white glow like a solar aura, the pupil had gained an even deeper depth, giving off a startling ocular power. Any weaker foe meeting his gaze would uncontrollably tremble, as if his look could literally kill. Across from him, camera in hand, Hinata secretly snapped photos of Izayoi in this state. He appeared to gaze intently straight ahead. In truth, his vision was penetrating the underground chamber like a massive invisible net, encompassing the land of fire and several neighboring countries, even portions of the major nations. Switching to God's Eye vantage, half the ninja continent lay within Izayoi's detection range. Then going back to first-person view, he looked up through the basement, through the atmosphere, and directly at the moon. A dilapidated city, a man-made sun, the palace within that sun, and a gigantic Tensigen. He even saw the 13-year-old Toneri, still not in his prime 15 to 17 years, with chakra even less than Uzumaki Naruto, managing his daily life with puppet proxies and unable to observe the ninja world. Now the boy was fully in Izayoi's sight. Such an insane range of far-sight and X-ray. Izayoi inwardly clicked his tongue. The second awakening's basic power boost even startled him. The giant Tensigen can watch the ninja world only because it combined all the branch families Byakugan, and possibly those of the main family as well. Meanwhile, merely on his second awakening, Izayoi could oversee nearly the entire realm. By the third awakening, or the final stage, his Tensigen might well rival or even surpass that giant Tensigen. Certainly, it was on a wholly different level from Toneri's Tensigen that got smashed in one punch. Are my eyes just that special? Or is it due to the sage's eye, red, trait, he mused, leaning heavily on the latter. After all, the Renegan is about merging two polar extremes, whereas Izayoi merges three. Toneri was nowhere near fully mature, whereas Izayoi had already completed the second awakening. Feeling his newly expanded chakra sense, Izayoi began examining the universal force in stage 2. Just like the first awakening, the Tensigen's second awakening granted him immense improvements to vision plus 3 new abilities. 1. Yin-yang release, the technique he'd longed for. Like sealing arts, it can vary extremely in scope. Without skill, you can only create black rods like Nagato and Obito. But with mastery, combining yin-yang and sage arts along with all 7 nature transformations can produce the legendary jutsu beneath even the highest level, the truth-seeking balls. Going further, possibly even replicating the Sage of 6 Paths, creation of all things. The sage wasn't an innate god but transcended into one. After death, he could still wield truth-seeking balls via yin-yang release and 6 Paths senjutsu. Now Izayoi had the beginnings of that path. Thanks to being a transmigrator with top-tier potential, he could one day acquire Tensigen chakra mode and the truth-seeking orbs. 2. Mind sphere, mirroring the Renegan's human path. It can harvest a target's thoughts, project illusions of their memories, or even forcibly implant itself to control their mind and actions. That surpasses the human path's ability to forcibly rip out souls. However, the human path can subdue spirits and is immune to illusions. Mind Sphere is unique in controlling the enemy, but it lacks the human soul mastery of the Renegan. 3. Chakra Sphere, mirroring the Pretapath's absorption. Like Mind Sphere versus Human Path, it's similar to but distinct from Pretapath. The latter can create a force field to fully absorb ninjutsu. Direct contact drains the opponent's chakra. Meanwhile, Chakra Sphere can't create an all-range absorption barrier. Instead, it forms a glowing green orb in the hand that can devour any incoming jutsu, then shoot out as a beam that pierces a foe, siphoning their chakra on impact. The user may reclaim that stolen chakra or turn the orb into a bomb. The stronger the chakra, the more devastating the explosion. If you drained a full Jinchuriki, its blast might rival, or surpass, a tailed beast bomb. All three are support abilities. Alongside repulsive/attractive forces and infinite puppet mastery, Izayoi now had an arsenal of offense, defense, buffs, and mass creation, an all-purpose combatant. Only a dimension-shattering finishing move akin to the Renegan's final arts was lacking. Izayoi couldn't help the grin tugging at his lips, excitement plainly showing. Hinata, noticing, quietly scooted closer. Izayoi-kun, are you sensing new powers? His memory flashed back to his first Tenseigen awakening. He turned his focus to her and gave a mischievous smile that set her heart racing. Yes, he said, would you like to see? Blushing, the girl hesitated but eventually nodded. He gave a soft chuckle. Come on, let's watch a movie together. Izayoi first turned off the lamp, pulled Hinata into his arms, and the two snuggled under the covers. A gentle green glow split the darkness like a firefly, illuminating them in a warm glow. Holding Hinata close with one arm, Izayoi raised his other hand and formed a translucent, crystal-like green orb. Under her curious gaze, images began to appear in it, memories from Izayoi and Hinata's childhood encounters. Izayoi-kun, is that? Hinata's eyes sparkled with pleasant surprise, staring at him. It's my memories, he said with a grin, gently tilting her chin. Don't speak, keep watching. MHM. Hinata nodded repeatedly, lying within Izayoi's embrace, eyes alight on the glowing sphere. Scenes flickered like a slideshow, their meeting at 3 years old in that snowy night, reuniting at age 6 in the academy, vowing to train together in tree climbing and water walking, sparring in taijutsu, picnicking, chasing each other in snowman suits. Watching their younger selves in the sphere, Hinata grew gradually entranced. Originally, Izayoi planned to show her some indecent clips, but somewhere along the line, he lost that mischievous urge. Instead, he just held her quietly, face beaming with contentment. Chapter 123, New God of Shinobi. Aftermath of the battle. During the week in which Izayoi awaited his Tenseigen to complete its awakening, the uproar sparked by the Akatsuki leader and the moon visitor did not gradually subside, on the contrary, it intensified. As one of the main protagonists in that colossal battle, and also one side of the ninja world, Akatsuki found its stronghold in a Megakure not turned into a forbidden zone, but rather into the ninja world's hottest tourist attraction. Recently, wave upon wave of visitors, draped in rain, came by just to see this realm once ruled by the demigod and now under the command of the so-called God of Shinobi of the new era. Indeed, in these past few days, Nagato's brilliance grew ever brighter and his fame ever more accepted. Many believed Nagato to be the new God of Shinobi for this era. Because the moon visitor was an outsider, and while Nagato might be the Akatsuki's leader, he also was the leader of a Megakure, one of us in the ninja world. No one knew exactly what that Geto statue was, but most folks figured it would be better to keep it in the hands of our own than leave it to some whimsical moon visitor. In any case, even if war did erupt, it would be a major nation's shinobi war, having little to do with ordinary people. Hence, not a few now regarded Nagato as a hero of the shinobi world, the savior defending it all. Minor nations around the area secretly reached out to the Rain Daimyo recently, looking to pledge allegiance. The Rain Daimyo, waking one day to find such unexpected good fortune, was thoroughly astonished. When did my military base change hands like this? And it wasn't the demigod but rather the new age god of shinobi. What kind of super multiplier is this? In this era where even open fighting among ninja generally spares the aristocracy, unquestionably, the Rain Daimyo is the most favored by fortune. Nagato. Jiraiya, Nagato's teacher, was equally thrilled as he read the comprehensive reports while roaming the ninja world in search of information on the mysterious figure. He seemed to arrive at some misunderstanding, his heart full of joy. So that's what you meant about limited knowledge, Nagato. The Geto statue, the moon visitor, the Tenseigen. So your reason for gathering the tailed beasts is to single-handedly face the sage child from the moon and safeguard our shinobi world. Nagato, you truly are the child of the prophecy. All of Jiraiya's burdens vanished. In his view, the disciple whose demeanor had drastically changed into cruelty and brutality had, in fact, never changed at all. He was the same lovable child as ever. Their shared dream, ending war and bringing peace, remained. Gathering tailed beasts might not be for dominating by force, but to watch over the ghetto statue and protect the world from the moon-based Ōtsutsuki clan. After all, with Nagato's current power, he hardly needed tailed beasts to quell the ninja world. The Biju were mere playthings. Had the shinobi world possessed a broader perspective, no one would have believed that people could reside on the moon and that ancient sage heirs had emigrated there, if not for Ōtsutsuki Toneri's self-proclaimed origins. But everything the moon visitor had done recently, his puppet army and other actions, had labeled him as the villain. Compared to the well-behaved Akatsuki occupying merely one territory, it was this unrestrained outside intruder who truly instilled terror. Hence, once Nagato became recognized as a hero and savior, the hefty bounties on Tendo Pain and Sasori of the Red Sand were swiftly removed from the underworld. Replacing them was a bounty on the moon visitor Ōtsutsuki Toneri, at a stunning 1.5 billion ryo. Even a great nation's daimyo would find that figure painful, equivalent to an entire year of military expenses. Plainly, multiple nations had pooled resources to offer that reward, because the ninja world, at present, had a common enemy that demanded unity. But we're an organization of rogue ninjas, weren't we labeled terrorists? How'd our leader suddenly become the world's savior? In a megakure, the members of Akatsuki, gathered for a meeting, all wore perplexed expressions. A few days ago, they were S-rank missing mean hunted by every country, labeled as terrorists. Yet in just a matter of days, the supposed top terrorist in the ninja world, their leader, was now hailed as a champion and savior, while they themselves, the heroes who aided him, had become loyal subordinates of the heroic side. This identity shift left even a veteran like Kakuza feeling dazed. He'd spent most of his life labeled a criminal. How had he suddenly become a good guy? It's all political theatrics, Black Zetsu said bluntly, pinning down the truth. That does match the style of those bigwigs, Sasori replied in his puppet armor, voice low. After decades, everyone forgot how terrifying the might of the god of shinobi and the Ashura of the ninja world once was. Now that they've glimpsed the destructive clash between two super-tier powers, the high-ups of the five great nations must be racked with sleepless nights. After all, our Akatsuki is a group of missing nin. Those mighty lords surely fear we might turn our fangs on them, so they polish up our leaders, hero of the ninja world, or savior persona in secret. That way, if we truly sought to rule the ninja world, we'd lose public support, never garner the huge following that the god of shinobi once did. Even if we won, we'd be labeled conquerors and tyrants, and the five great nations, once toppled, could still revive by capitalizing on that. If we disregard reputation and forcibly seize power, they can still dangle that, maintaining your heroic name, as leverage and salvage some of their interests. I see. Deidara and Haydn, upon hearing that, exchanged glances and found themselves somewhat relishing it. Then Deidara sneered, politicians are scumbags, yeah. Guess we gotta keep an eye on the leader's real body, or he'll prove as scheming as that old man in Iwadakure. Kisame, eyeing Tendo Pain, gave a toothy grin, leader, you've revealed your body's secrets, so why use a puppet at a meeting again? Perhaps the real you is busy training, always so diligent. True, yeah. Leader, you turned out to be from the Uzumaki and Senju clans, awakened would release, yet never joined Konoha. Maybe you bear grudges against the nations that destroyed Uzushio, planning to lead a megakure in retribution. Deidara added excitedly. Bringing on a fourth great ninja war would be awesome, Lord Jashin thrives in rivers of blood. Haydn folded his arms in anticipation. The others ignored those two's chatter, gazing at Tendo Pain, awaiting an official statement. This meeting clearly wasn't just a casual discussion but must have important announcements. Sure enough, a figure stepped from the shadows to stand beside Tendo Pain, a youthful, handsome Nagato. Apologies. My body was unwell before, so I couldn't meet you all in person, Nagato said, instantly startling the Akatsuki members. Not from his sudden appearance, but rather from his gentle tone, completely at odds with Tendo Pain's lofty, self-deified style. While the group was still adjusting, Nagato set his hand on Tendo Pain's shoulder. Truth is, I'm not the leader of Akatsuki, Tendo Pain is. What do you mean? Everyone turned in puzzlement toward Nagato. Tendo Pain's real name is Yahiko. He was Conan's and my dearest friend, the true founder of Akatsuki, Nagato explained solemnly. Though he's dead now, I'll carry out his will, forging a new era with no war so that everyone's dreams can come true, under his name. Therefore you must accept this, Pain remains our real leader of Akatsuki. A hush fell. They wondered if Nagato had a split personality, but they could sense his feelings for Yahiko and Conan. They began to see him in a new light, a leader who was deeply loyal to his friends. After emphasizing Yahiko's status, Nagato then took out a handful of rings, placing them on the table, each one bearing the symbol of Akatsuki. Leader, why are you giving us new rings? We already have some, Deidara said, raising his own AO ring. Yeah, what's the point, spares? Haiden chimed in. Everyone else eyed the new rings with wariness. Even Itachi, with his 3 Tomo Sharingan active, observed the chakra within them, mind brimming with thoughts. These are newly forged using the Renegan and would release, engraved with my summoning technique. All of you, replace your old ones. Nagato's face grew serious, delivering a staggering revelation. Barring any surprises, Ōtsutsuki Toneri's Tenseigen has now completed its evolution. What? Shock seized the entire Akatsuki at this impossibility. Can a sage's eye evolve, like the Sharingan does? Kisame blurted in disbelief. I'm not certain, Nagato shook his head, then gave his analysis. He left the battlefield that day not because we were evenly matched, but because his brain had abruptly secreted enormous chakra to his eyes, rendering him temporarily unable to wield his dojutsu. His Tenseigen likely shares similarities with my Renegan, yet he's missing the 6 paths jutsu and yin-yang release. Even his gravitational powers aren't as complete as Tendo. It seems he hasn't awakened them. Yet now, from what we see, it isn't that he lacks the 6 paths jutsu, he just hasn't unlocked them yet. At that, Nagato's face turned grave, though this heaviness was more about Uchiha Madara than Ōtsutsuki Toneri. That the sage's eye can evolve startled the entire group, but it also unsettled Nagato, giving him a new realization. The 6 paths jutsu and yin-yang release might not be something created by the sage of 6 paths and locked to the Renegan. Possibly, the Renegan inherently wields them. If so, why did he himself need someone else to grant him the power of the 6 paths and yin-yang release? He'd sensed the Geto statue's presence but never detected any significant changes in his eyes. Before, he assumed that was merely normal for the sage's eye. But after witnessing how Tenseigen can evolve, he began to suspect otherwise. If another sage's eyes keep evolving but his Renegan cannot, and all its abilities had to be given to him, what does that imply? Nagato once had no idea of Uchiha Madara's agenda, but now he thought he had a clue. These might be Madara's eyes or perhaps obtained from the Sage of 6 Paths ruins. Because the Uchiha clan lacks the strong life force of the Uzumaki and Senju, even if Madara transplanted Hashirama's cells and awakened would release, he couldn't truly control the Renegan. His advanced age forced him to pass the Renegan on to Nagato, then at an opportune time, supply him with the 6 Paths Jutsu and yin-yang release. And what's that timing? The Geto statue. Connecting with Toneri's remarks, the Geto statue certainly isn't only for ceiling-tailed beasts. It's evidently something the Moon's guardians protected for a millennium and are now exposing themselves to retrieve. There must be secrets known only to a true sage's eye wielder. Hence, Nagato's greatest fear became Uchiha Madara, not the Moon visitor. He was extremely wary that if he collected all the tailed beasts, Madara might betray him, or they may already have rigged something in his body. Otherwise, why help him regain his powers? Of course, Nagato told none of this to Konan, keeping it to himself. Nonetheless, in his mind, the biggest threat now was Madara, not Ōtsutsuki Toneri. Unaware of Nagato's reasoning, the Akatsuki members exhaled in mild relief. So basically, Sasori said gravely, that Brat's next evolution would be more like Pain's 6 Paths, broadening his capabilities. Then next time, his puppet army's strongest puppet might not be Shimura Danzo but the 6 Paths of Pain themselves. Correct. Nagato nodded. Even if his Tenseigen fully awakens, he still can't defeat me. To seize my Geto statue, he must find ways to weaken the Akatsuki first, presumably by hunting all of you, just as he incited war to have Kimogakure bomb Omegakure. But now that I've recovered my peak condition, I'll also strengthen Pain, with no more distance restrictions. If you encounter danger, pour chakra into your rings to trigger the summoning technique. That will summon the 6 Paths of Pain, who can also reverse summon me. So even if you operate solo, you won't fear that guy targeting you. With that, Nagato exuded the aura of a Pokemon champion. Akatsuki felt assured. Their fear of that overpowered threat vanished, they no longer needed to hide in Omegakure but could roam unrestrained as missing Nin. Soon they exchanged their old rings for the new ones and dispersed. Soon only Nagato, Tendo Pain, and Konan remained in the meeting room. Konan, because of the incoming tourists, the village will be bustling. Sorry to trouble you. Nagato said with a smile. Apart from village business, I'll let Pain handle anything else. Understood, Konan nodded. Now that Nagato had fully regained his youth, her own spirit soared. With him revered as the hero and savior, though a result of those meddling politicians, she recalled the original path for the 3 orphans. Perhaps they'd once gone astray, but now they'd returned to the right track. Nagato would surely transform the world for the better. Carrying such thoughts, Konan left with a gentle angelic smile, and Tendo Pain followed behind her. Nagato sat alone at the main seat, radiating an aura of authority as he spoke. All of you, come out. No sooner had his words fallen than the space beside him warped to reveal a palm-sized black hole. Uchiha Obito emerged from the vortex, settling on a stone chair. Black Zetsu, who had just departed, emerged from the ground. Have you located a path to the moon? Nagato asked Black Zetsu. There must be a concealed seal blocking that route, and he can use Flying Thunder God, so no sign of residual aura or smell, White Zetsu replied, shaking his head. Nagato didn't seem surprised and turned to Obito. Where did you get the 4 red yang formation? The Uzumaki clan scrolls, the Konoha ninjutsu library, or the scroll of seals, or from Kimogakiru's library. If you require Uzumaki sealing arts, I can obtain them, Obito said indifferently. Your would release plus Uzumaki sealing, along with your Renegan's Predapath, would approach, authentic would release. Seeing Uchiha Madara dodged the question, Nagato dropped the idea of gleaning Konoha's sealing library from him. Serious, he spoke, I need more of Hashirama's cells. Can you get them? Originally unimpressed by would release, Nagato, like Mei Terumi, had harbored incomplete notions. Yet once he wore Tobi's armor to unleash nativity of a sea of trees and the wooden golem, he learned why the god of shinobi was so formidable. Even with his Shinra Tensei, full throttle, he could hardly contend with Senju Hashirama. His God of the New Era moniker was a bit unearned. Consequently, Nagato yearned for more of Hashirama's cells, to enhance his own would release. With that plus Tobi's suit, he'd be even stronger. Obito hadn't anticipated this request. Beneath the mask, his Sharingan flickered toward Black Zetsu, as though exchanging glances. Eventually, Obito responded softly, after creating the White Zetsu, I have precious few Hashirama cells left. But I do know someone else has quite a stash of them. Chapter 124, Orochimaru is in danger. Obito's secret revealed. Wind release, judgment. On the sparring platform at Izayoi's residence, a boy's shout rang out. A gigantic beam of light shot forth violently, slamming into the transparent walls of the barrier. Then, its size shrank into a narrow line, carrying astonishing cutting power and speed, slicing in half both the raised circular platform and Izayoi's wood clone. When the wind release beam vanished, the barrier encircling the arena slowly disappeared. The severely damaged stage also sank back down. Not bad at all, you mastered wind release, judgment so quickly. Looks like you're doing well developing your Sharingan, Izayoi said, clapping in praise. TCH, it still took a lot of effort just to beat one of your wood clones. Uchiha Sasuke cocked his head in slight arrogance, though he was obviously in a good mood. Even if it was merely a wood clone and he'd used his knowledge advantage plus a final unexpected wind release, judgment at the end, he had finally scored a victory over Izayoi for once. It's impressive enough to be able to defeat even one of my wood clones, Izayoi said, speaking the truth, although his clone had been heavily sandbagging. Am I strong enough now to kill that man? Sasuke asked with eager anticipation, his pride clearly rising. It's going to be very difficult. Izayoi shook his head, deciding to reveal some of Uchiha Itachi's capabilities to Sasuke. Speaking slowly, he said, according to our village's collected and compiled intel, the Mangekyo Sharingan doesn't just grant far superior insight and detection over the 3 Tomo Sharingan, its illusion-casting prowess leaps by an entire level and can even control tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. And that's just its baseline. The Mangekyo Sharingan is known in legend precisely because the person who awakens it gets special, formidable abilities in both eyes. Then, once the Mangekyo user becomes proficient with those eyes' powers, they can unlock a hidden third ability, what let the Ashura of the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara, fight the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, as well as Susanoo. Susanoo. Sasuke raised his brows. Before Sasuke could ask more, Izayoi continued with a smile. You've heard about the pinnacle battle that took place a few days ago, right? MHM. Sasuke nodded emphatically. By now, ninja and commoners alike, everyone from elders to self-aware children, knew of that so-called Battle of the Century, of the New Era. People from many nations had even traveled all the way to the Land of Rain to view the scarred battlefield, just like how people once went to the Valley of the End to gaze upon the stone statues. Uchiha Susanoo is also called a godlike force from which few survive after witnessing just once, Izayoi said with a faint smile. Susanoo corresponds to the wooden golem seen in that pinnacle fight. Hearing this, Sasuke's pupils constricted. In sheer disbelief, he trembled slightly. Why, you can't be serious. The Mangekyo Sharingan can achieve that sort of scale. Of course, provided you have enough ocular power. Izayoi simplified, would release uses yang release, yang, chakra as the source of life, the more yang chakra you spend, the greater the quantity and quality of the trees. So long as my own chakra and my skill in nature and shape transformations are sufficient, I too can produce that level of giant wooden figure. Likewise, the Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo uses release chakra as its core, materializing that chakra into the shape of a giant. If your release chakra is strong enough, the giant you manifest will be that big. In theory, if your chakra were infinite, you could form a giant even larger than the wooden golem in those photographs. On the flip side, if your chakra isn't strong enough, you can't form a complete giant's body. You'd only get a skeletal frame or half body. Hence, Susanoo has a stage classification. Only a fully bodied giant is the true Susanoo. I see. Sasuke caught on quickly and murmured, so that's why he longs for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hoping to gain everlasting ocular power and replicate the true Susanoo that rivaled the god of shinobi, just like our ancestor Uchiha Madara did. Perhaps, Izayoi shrugged, not ready to reveal the harsh truth just yet. So I basically need to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan to go after that guy for revenge. Sasuke asked unhappily, feeling that his prideful confidence had yet again been ripped away by Izayoi's explanation. He's not so invincible, Izayoi corrected. At age 7, Uchiha Itachi had already awakened the Mangekyo. Barring him also grafting on Hashirama cells, every time he uses its power, his ocular ability wanes. There's a chance he can't even form half a Susanoo now. At this stage, the only real threats from him are the illusions cast by a Mangekyo user and those unique powers in his left and right eyes. If you learn Sage Mode at Ryuchi Cave, or combine 3 natures into a Super Typhoon serial spheres to develop a dust release secret technique, that should be enough to match him. After finishing, Izayoi suggested, if you want to be certain, master both first, then go avenge yourself. Great. Then teach me dust release, Sasuke said at once. Currently, I'm busy. Why don't you first visit Orochimaru at Ryuchi Cave and learn Sage Mode, Izayoi retorted. No sooner had Izayoi said that than his brow rose in surprise. Noticing Izayoi's expression, Sasuke asked, something up? One of my wood clones just delivered news, something happened on Orochimaru's end. I'm going to check on it. Izayoi left only that line. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Sasuke's pupils contracted. Startled, he exclaimed, the Flying Thunder God technique. That guy is Izayoi. Because of the recent Clash of Gods, the Renegan II would release, and Flying Thunder God all became hot topics in the ninja world. Sasuke naturally recognized this instantaneous disappearance was a spacetime ninjutsu. But he never doubted Izayoi was Ōtsutsuki Toneri. After all, as Izayoi's close friend and foster father figure, Sasuke also knew Izayoi enjoyed the privilege of viewing Konoha's scroll of seals freely. He was merely astonished by Izayoi's monstrous talent. Not only had he mastered 5 basic nature transformations and many advanced combos, but also the famed Flying Thunder God, known to date by only 2 people. And he'd achieved it with such speed. Truly a disheartening gift. Somewhere underground in the land of fields. Within a hidden laboratory, Orochimaru, who had been researching white Zetsu cells in his body with Yakushi Kabuto, now dripped with cold sweat. He was staring at 3 arrivals who had all but materialized out of thin air in 3 different ways, focusing on the red-haired youth standing in the middle. Orochimaru's hoarse voice let out a laugh. Never imagined a small fry like me was worth the Akatsuki leader personally coming. How very flattering indeed. Orochimaru, you can't escape, White Zetsu teased with a sly grin. Pains already set up the 4 red yang formation outside. Unless you know the Flying Thunder God, you might as well surrender. Orochimaru fell silent. Glancing at Nagato, who, compared to long ago, only looked slightly older, he murmured, never expected those 3 little brats back then to reach such heights. He abandoned thoughts of fleeing, unless Ryuchi Cave performed a reverse summoning on him. With Nagato here, the new god of shinobi, it was impossible to run. Besides, judging by appearances, the masked man used spacetime ninjutsu. The depths of Akatsuki far surpassed his guesses. As Orochimaru readied for death, Nagato spoke calmly. Orochimaru, per Akatsuki's rules, a traitor typically faces one outcome, death, with the ring reclaimed. But out of respect for Jiraiya-sensei, if you hand over the Hashirama cells, I can spare your life. That was why Nagato's real body had come. If it were Tendo pain alone, for Yahiko's godlike dignity, Nagato would have unhesitatingly killed Orochimaru, used human path to extract his soul, and forcibly rummaged for secrets. Now, though, it was the original Nagato here, revealing a certain degree of magnanimity. Hearing that, Orochimaru was quite startled. He wouldn't have expected such words from the strict leader of Akatsuki, who required all members to wear uniforms and paint their nails. With a wary look, Orochimaru gave a chilling laugh. Oh, so you came for the Hashirama cells. That's easy enough, so long as you send my subordinates away first, I'll hand them over. Seeing Orochimaru show such concern for his underlings, Nagato smiled faintly, and without pretense replied, I know what worries you, Orochimaru, but it's pointless. My Renegan's human path can tear out someone's soul and read their mind, and my animal path can turn targets into puppets that carry out summons. Even if you tried hiding the Hashirama cells in the summoning world, I could kill you and extract them via your corpse. At that, Orochimaru sweated profusely again. As long as Yakushi Kabuto survived, he didn't fear death. If both he and Kabuto died, he could rely on the cursed seal on Mitarashi Anko, reviving when she was near death. Provided no one knew Anko's cursed seal secret. But now even that felt worthless, because the Renegan could devour souls, and gain access to all of one's secrets. If Nagato tore out his soul, he'd lose everything. Sensing Orochimaru's thoughts, Black Zetsu spoke in a raspy voice. It would seem this legendary Sannin is hiding secrets we don't know. Leader, perhaps soul ripping's best, White Zetsu suggested with a grin. Nagato's expression remained impassive, smiling gently. Orochimaru, which will it be? The choice is, to refuse. A strange voice answered for Orochimaru. Under Nagato and the other two's gaze, a tree branch sprouted at Orochimaru's side and rapidly took on Izayoi's form. You are. Eyeing the black-haired youth, Nagato's eyes twitched. White Zetsu immediately identified him. Konoha's would release ninja. Izayoi. Izayoi-kun. Orochimaru called out, uncharacteristically stirred. In his previous body, a woman's, he had never had such a rescue feeling. Orochimaru, you seem pretty shaken, Izayoi teased. Ehe, you see me at an awkward moment, Orochimaru replied with a grin. Aside from that so-called Ōtsutsuki Toneri and yourself, probably no one else could face the new god of shinobi without this sort of reaction. Oh, so you used would release to slip through the four red yang formation, I take it. Nagato raised a brow, carefully studying Izayoi. Not bad. Just a wood clone alone holds quite a formidable volume of chakra. You are indeed the rightful master of wood release. Privileged to receive the savior's praise, Izayoi fired back with mock politeness. Nagato didn't catch the sarcastic tone. Instead, he asked in puzzlement, if I recall, Orochimaru is an S-rank missing nin of Konoha, so why would you, the future 6th Hokage, be associated with a rogue? Or is his rogue nin status fake? A rogue nin can always be absolved, Izayoi replied smiling. Orochimaru is the ninja world's most extraordinary scientist. He can't just be killed off by you all. Izayoi-kun. Orochimaru never expected Izayoi to speak so highly of him. Judging by Izayoi's words, once he became Hokage, he planned to pardon Orochimaru completely. Nagato didn't mind that it was only Izayoi's wooden clone. Repeating what he'd said earlier, as long as Orochimaru hands over Hashirama's cells, I'll forgive his betrayal. That's my promise. Such a commitment from the world's strongest ninja was on par with the vow of the god of shinobi in ages past. That said, Nagato, different from the supremely imposing Tendo Pain, now wore a calm, gentle look, which carried a persuasive warmth. Orochimaru made up his mind, prepared to trade away his final stash and fully sever ties with Akatsuki. But then, Izayoi spoke up, they're just Hashirama cells, why not get them from the big sucker? Everyone turned to him. Izayoi's gaze shifted from Nagato's face to the masked men who had been silently observing. With a mischievous smile, he said, he's got half his body made of Hashirama cells, after all. If you drew a few vials from him, that'd definitely rocket your wood release to the next level. Right, Uchiha. Obito. Nagato, question mark. Black Zetsu. Uchiha Obito. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Uchiha Obito's Fiasco. A strange silence fell over the laboratory. Everyone's gaze focused on Uchiha Obito, who had just been quietly observing and enjoying the show. Nagato turned his head and fixed a strangely intense stare at Obito. At that moment, he suddenly felt that getting or not getting Hashirama's cells was no longer important. Compared to improving his wood release, he was more eager to figure out Obito's true identity. If Nagato had turned to look at Black-White Zetsu just then, he might have found his answers. Black Zetsu's expression was inscrutable, staring at Izayoi, wearing that playful smile, as though in deep thought. White Zetsu, on the other hand, looked utterly dumbfounded, eyes brimming with disbelief. He never imagined that aside from them, someone else out there knew Obito's real identity. Only Orochimaru and Yukushi Kabuto, both unaware that Obito was pretending to be Uchiha Madara, were left gaping at him in astonishment. Orochimaru even exclaimed in awe. A living Uchiha, aside from Sasuke and Itachi. Then that space-time jutsu we saw, was it a Mangekyo Sharingan exclusive ability? Uchiha Obito didn't respond, as he hadn't yet recovered from the shock and anger in his heart. If someone here could sense emotions, they would realize that Obito's feelings were in turmoil, swirling chaos in his mind. Luckily he wore a mask, otherwise the expression on his face would have let Nagato see that he need no longer treat him so warily, or hold him in such esteem. Seeing Obito remain silent, Nagato's suspicions of him only deepened, and he couldn't help asking. Madara, what's going on here? Who is Uchiha Obito? Observing this, Black Zetsu couldn't help cursing inwardly. You fool. Merely hearing your real name was called out and you lose your composure. Where's the mental fortitude you had when you orchestrated the Nine-Tails rampage and manipulated Kirigakura from the shadows? What? Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru and Yukushi Kabuto both jerked back in alarm at how Nagato had just addressed Obito. Orochimaru, near incredulous, exclaimed. That legendary shinobi from the past, didn't he supposedly die at the Valley of the End by the first Hokage's hand? After speaking, Orochimaru and Kabuto both turned in unison to look at Izayoi, abruptly realizing why Izayoi was calling that man Uchiha Obito. At last, Obito snapped out of it. Using Madara's voice, he forced a laugh. So, not only could you sense that I possess Hashirama's cells, but you even discovered my Sharingan. Not bad, an authentic would-release heir of the Senju indeed, makes me think of a young Hashirama. It was as though he hadn't even heard the name Uchiha Obito, nor insisted he was Madara. But his line of talk set off all sorts of conjecture. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, Izayoi clapped vigorously. Excellent acting. Sparks of blue-white electricity danced around Izayoi's palm as he gave Obito a thumbs up. Kakashi would be so moved, he'd probably run a Chidori through Rin Nohara's heart and flash you a thumbs up in return. Boom. That remark was like a lit fuse detonating a bomb. The instant Obito, who had just managed to repress his emotions, heard it, the scene of Kakashi's Chidori piercing Rin's chest played in his mind. Just like then, when he first witnessed that with his own eyes and his Tomo Sharingan instantly evolved into a Mangekyo, Obito's chakra flared uncontrollably, bursting outward from his body in a raging aura. Seeing Obito like this, Black Zetsu couldn't help tilting his face upward, inwardly groaning. This is bad. Meanwhile Nagato's lips curved faintly upward, like a heavy stone lifting from his heart, leaving him at ease. At this point, whether or not he got Hashirama's cells no longer mattered. He'd found the greatest payoff, he no longer had any doubts. In Nagato's view, Uchiha Obito, once believed to be an immortal near-centenarian who could stand toe-to-toe with the god of shinobi, who even outlived that god by decades, was now revealed to be merely a small-timer playing spooky charades, so timid he wouldn't even show his real face. He was no true threat. Though Nagato still didn't know exactly where Obito obtained the Six Paths Jutsu and Yin-Yang release, the only thing worth cautioning against was his phase through space-time ability. The real foe was that unknown benefactor who bestowed him those powers. That might be the real Madara, or the descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. Regardless, that person was the Renegan's true owner. Whether it was Obito or Black Zetsu, both were but pawns for that hidden mastermind. Another mysterious enemy had popped up, yet Nagato remained calm. Because he was certain that person must be dead. Obito and Black Zetsu had come seeking him not just for the Geto statue, but possibly also for Rinne Tensei no Jutsu. That person evidently wanted to use Nagato to resurrect a second life. Surely there was some contingency planted on Nagato, either in his body or in the Renegan. Once triggered, it would force him to cast Rinne Tensei and bring that mastermind back from the dead. But now that Nagato had recovered his full strength, these two had made no move on him. Combining that with the conditions for resurrection, the caster having to see the target's remains to summon the soul, Nagato deduced the final step required a key these two might hold. Hence, Nagato almost wanted to tear them apart right here. But his reason told him otherwise. Another unknown pawn might lurk in the shadows. If he acted rashly, he'd lose the initiative entirely. For Konan's sake, for Yahiko's dream, he had to remain composed. You see. Look how upset he got. Izayoi wore an expression as if to say, well, there you have it, pointing at Obito who had become unhinged. Then he turned and smiled at Orochimaru. Omoshiroi. Orochimaru also studied Obito with interest, chuckling. Ah, I recall the fourth Hokage had 3 students. Apart from Kakashi, there was indeed an Uchiha who died in the war, his body never recovered. So that was you. Furthermore, that Sharingan in Kakashi was apparently a parting gift from that dying Uchiha comrade. Yakushi Kabuto scrutinized Obito's mask with amusement. Kakashi's eye is the left one, while the mask here is designed with a hole on the right side. It perfectly fits the story, no. Obito, you have become a clown. Seeing him stared at like a caged monkey, White Zetsu's gaze showed a trace of pity. His identity exposed, Obito could no longer maintain his foothold in Akatsuki. Both Nagato and Itachi would no longer fear him. Even if Nagato didn't cast him out, Obito would lose all leverage. If this news spread further, Konoha's honors of wartime hero would be stripped away. People might even desecrate his grave, discovering it was all a sham. Apart from Kakashi, no one would care for him again. Black Zetsu stayed silent, surreptitiously eyeing Nagato, hesitant about using a spiritual possession jutsu on him. But as soon as that powerful sensing ability from Nagato came to his notice, he abandoned the idea, resuming his hidden stance. Obito, touched on his raw nerve, abruptly calmed down. He didn't explain how Izayoi found out but asked. How did you discover it? And why are you so certain? That was the biggest question swirling in his mind. Logically speaking, they were from different generations. When Obito set the Nine Tails loose on Konoha, Izayoi was just a baby. Even the person who knew him best, his old teacher, was clueless about his identity. So how had Izayoi learned? And with such confidence. Because I'm not blind, Izayoi retorted, staring at him as if he were a fool. When I was a student in the academy, you'd occasionally pop into the village to wander around. Every year on November 15th, you'd go to the cemetery to pay respects to a girl named Rin Nohara. The mask only has a hole on the right side. Investigate the connection between Rin Nohara and Kakashi, and any non-idiot can guess your identity. Once again, Obito fell silent. What an imbecile. Black Zetsu cursed mentally. Leaving behind such an obvious clue. Nagato and Orochimaru's group, for their part, were completely assured of Obito's real identity now. In your youth, you could stroll around Konoha at will without me noticing. This does confirm your would-release awakened quite early, Obito conceded. Impressive indeed. At least as a child, you hid it well from me. Now the atmosphere was on a hair trigger. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto stood behind Izayoi, gazing wary toward Nagato's party. But Nagato ignored them, turning to Obito. Got anything else to say? I'll give you an explanation. We'll take these few people down, and you'll get the item you want. Obito said no more. He unleashed a Mangekyo Sharingan Genjutsu to seize control of Orochimaru. But before he could do anything else, Izayoi smiled and spoke softly, naming a jutsu that made them all tense. Would release, nativity of a world of trees. Rumble. A violent trembling coursed through the entire lab and the underground base. Then the floor cracked as thick, towering tree roots burst out, like giant serpents, displacing earth and stone. In the blink of an eye, the underground base was submerged in a sea of greenery. Even the four subordinates outside maintaining the four red yang formation were disrupted. Soon, as thick roots with budding leaves violently pushed up the ground, cracks spread. Having to avoid the entangling vines and trunk-like tendrils, Pain had no choice but to deactivate the barrier and leap away. This region of the land of fields was mostly plains, with Orochimaru's base hidden underneath one of those grasslands. From a distance, one could see huge green serpents rising from below, each rearing up like small peaks. Seismic ripples spread throughout the grasslands. Once everything calmed down, that endless grassy plain had unexpectedly gained a lush forest, as if a brand new oasis had sprung forth. Someone not in the know might think that was the land of fire's great forest. Amid that newly born forest, Nagato, who'd never seen Konoha's forest of death, couldn't help marveling at the towering trees like small mountains. He exclaimed. What incredible yang release chakra. At his age, to have so much chakra. He really is the same type as me. Atop one of those giant trunks, black White Zetsu reappeared. Sensing the chakra of this vast forest, White Zetsu couldn't help praising. What a wood release. Without our leader's help to infuse yang release into Tobi, that level of jutsu is way out of his reach by comparison. Black Zetsu said nothing, mind sinking to an all-time low. He now felt exactly like Chiyo in Sunagakure. How did everything change so drastically in just a few months? The ninja world is unrecognizable. At first, they only had to deal with Ōtsutsuki Toneri and Nagato. Then it turned out that Toneri was a trueborn Tenseigen wielder, not some transplant, possibly matching the genuine Renegan. Now there was Izayoi, a legitimate would-release successor, who had discovered Obito's identity, and who also possibly carried the Uzumaki blood's unique powers like Nagato. Black Zetsu felt the script was totally out of his control. At least the real body of Madara was still in his hands. Using the Geto statue, White Zetsu cells, plus Hashirama cells, they had managed to restore Madara's corpse to youthful condition. If only they could manipulate Nagato into casting Rinne Rebirth to resurrect Madara, they'd get a living Madara with would release plus Sharingan plus Renegan, in his prime. Neither Toneri nor Izayoi would be a threat. Recalling the earlier sense of vigilance from Nagato, though, and realizing Nagato was on guard, Black Zetsu felt it best to keep a contingency plan. Still, the pressing issue was Obito's fiasco. Even as a living yin-yang being, Black Zetsu had a splitting headache. So long as they lost the initiative, he didn't much mind, but Obito was now completely losing face. Black Zetsu worried that Obito might be cast out of Akatsuki, making things even more precarious. You idiot. Black Zetsu cursed inwardly, then sank underground via a mayfly jutsu to meet up with Obito and Nagato. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, in that dream, everyone's wish become reality. At that moment, Uchiha Obito was in a very foul mood. He had originally been on the sidelines, watching to see how Nagato would deal with Orochimaru. Though Izayoi's appearance had come as a slight surprise, it actually made the show more entertaining in his eyes. But he'd barely gotten a taste of this drama spectacle when he himself became the spectacle's target. That Madara persona he used, which had always served him well alongside Kamui, quite handily intimidating Nagato and Uchiha Itachi, was now unceremoniously ripped away. And it was all because every year he went to pay respects to Rin, and back in the year of the Uchiha's downfall, he often snuck into Konoha to observe the promising seedling known as Uchiha Itachi. From this, he'd left a trail. And the one who discovered the trail turned out to be no more than a kid who had been attending the Shinobi Academy back then. It left Obito both startled and deeply shaken. Such sharp intellect, combined with legitimate wood release, and multiple self-created S-rank secret techniques, plus abundant chakra. That brat might be even more terrifying than Nagato or that so-called Ōtsutsuki Toneri. Before Obito could think further about this, a figure appeared before him. "What's your explanation going to be, Madara, or rather, Uchiha Obito?" Nagato asked with a smile. His demeanor was completely different from the wariness and solemnity he previously showed. Yet at the sight of that smile, Obito realized clearly, never again would this man treat him with caution or as an equal, as he used to. "Let's talk inside." Before Black-White Zetsu could show up, Obito used Kamui to form a fist-sized vortex that swallowed him and Nagato both into it. Nagato did not resist, letting Obito pull him into the Kamui dimension. "What's that idiot doing now?" Seeing this, Black Zetsu, fused with the surrounding plants, lost his composure at last. Is Obito planning to divulge everything about Lord Madara's plan to Nagato? White Zetsu asked worriedly. "These two pawns, they've both slipped out of our control," Black Zetsu said in a grave tone, his resolve to make backup plans growing ever firmer. "So, this is your dojutsu space?" Within Kamui's dimension, dimly lit and filled with rows of stone pillars, Nagato looked around curiously before resting his gaze on Obito. "In this place, you can't phase yourself anymore, right? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you for dragging me here? Killing me wouldn't accomplish anything, would it?" Obito sat cross-legged, feigning nonchalance but ready at any moment to activate Izanagi. "I hope you've got a satisfactory explanation." Nagato gave a vague response. Seeing that Nagato made no move, Obito secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since he wasn't being attacked, it meant his true strength remained undisclosed, and there was still some wariness on Nagato's side regarding his dojutsu. If he could manage to explain things well, they wouldn't have to tear each other's throats out, and he and Black-White Zetsu could remain in Akatsuki. Organizing his thoughts, Obito asked, "Do you recall our very first conversation?" Hearing that, Nagato's mind flashed back to that rainy day when Yuhiko was still alive, and their ideals hadn't yet changed. But soon after they'd appeared, disaster struck. He was no longer the simple youth he once was, so his eyes chilled as he responded coolly, "I remember." "So what?" Unaware that Nagato had already pieced together quite a bit, Obito still assumed Nagato was recalling Yuhiko's death scene. Continuing his performance, Obito said, "At the time, I told you, where there is light, there is shadow. If there's a concept of winners, then inevitably losers exist too. The desire to safeguard peace stems from a sort of self-interest that will trigger war. If one wants to protect what one loves, hatred will be born. This is an inseparable causal relationship. Not even the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, with all his invincible power, could sever this rule-like causality of the world. But..." Obito pointed at Nagato's eyes and said gravely, "Your Renegan can accomplish what he could not." Instinctively, Nagato raised a hand to feel his eyes, then stared at Obito and said in a certain tone, "The ghetto statue." "That's right. Would you like to know why Ōtsutsuki Toneri came to reclaim the ghetto statue?" Obito asked. At once, Nagato's pupils shrank as he asked in a low voice, "Why?" Indeed, that was Nagato's biggest point of curiosity. Not just for him, the entire ninja world wanted to know. Anything that could incite a battle between two wielders of sage eyes had to surpass even the Renegan in importance. Nagato only knew that the ghetto statue could seal tailed beasts, plus use the chakra chains to instantly annihilate anything it touched. But he refused to believe that alone was worth a millennium-old clan from the moon fully exposing themselves, risking all to retake it. Obito obviously knew the ghetto statue's true power. Sure enough, Obito raised a single finger, voice low and solemn as if reciting scripture. "Everything is united with me, the perfect form that unifies all." Nagato furrowed his brow slightly and repeated that statement to himself. Then he asked, "A perfect unification of everything. Are you implying the ghetto statue reabsorbs the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts? And what does that prior line mean? What is a Jinchuriki?" Obito's remark came like a bolt from the blue. Nagato's eyes went wide, shock on his face. "You're saying..." "Exactly. The ghetto statue has another name, 10 Tails. Obito explained slowly. "There is a stone monument passed down through generations in the Uchiha clan, inscribed by the Sage of Six Paths. Only someone with sufficiently powerful ocular powers can interpret it. All these secrets about the ghetto statue and Renegan jutsu, I gleaned from that stone. Our Uchiha clan bears the mission of guiding the Renegan's owner onto the correct path." Obito went on, pointing again at Nagato. "Once the ghetto statue recovers the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, it will revert to its original form as the 10 Tails. At that point, the 10 Tails will wield overwhelming power. Its tailed beast bombs can swiftly bring the entire world to heel, letting you achieve peace. Moreover, the 10 Tails also has the power to sever all causality. Spreading his arms, Obito fervently depicted his vision for Nagato. By becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, you gain the mightiest chakra. Then, using a genjutsu covering all ninja lands, you plunge every being into an illusionary dream. In that dream, everyone's wishes become reality. There are only winners, no losers, only peace, no more war, only love, and no hatred. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Storm is approaching. Watching Uchiha Obito's near-maniacal demeanor, Nagato frowned and said, "Have you gone insane? Forcing everyone into eternal slumber in a genjutsu world, isn't that the same as annihilating humankind? The difference is that in one scenario, people pass away in happiness within a dream, where all their desires come true, no fatigue, no betrayals, no pain or illness, whereas in the other, they are brutally killed, or enslaved by the strong, betrayed by those close, or devoured by the ghetto statue." Obito retorted. "Humans and shinobi have such short lifespans as it is. Rather than letting them perish amid the flames of war, experiencing the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death, and witnessing the darkness of humanity, why not let them enjoy the wonderful dream of an illusory world, painlessly and happily dying in the end?" Nagato silently regarded Obito, then suddenly let out a soft chuckle. "Ah, so you're just a runaway. Aren't you longing to see Yahiko again?" Obito asked, sounding as though someone had struck a nerve. "Of course I do." Gazing into the dimness of Kamui's dimension, it was as if Nagato could see the three of them, himself, Yahiko, and Konan, both in childhood and after they'd grown, murmuring softly, "For so many years, on countless nights, I've dreamt of Yahiko, dreamt that he never died, dreamt of how he would have changed this world, even dreamt he fulfilled his ideals, brought an end to all war, and delivered lasting peace to the shinobi world, hailed as a savior. Yet every time I woke up, it all vanished." Those purple eyes then turned downward to Obito, and Nagato spoke calmly, "Even an eternal dream can't change one fact, that the Yahiko in the dream is fake." "But," Nagato continued, "the will and ideals Yahiko left behind are real." Raising one hand and clenching it, Nagato's expression grew resolute. "If mutual understanding alone can't achieve peace, then I, inheriting Yahiko's original ideals, will put an end to the endless wars with overwhelming strength, so everyone lives under a piece of high-pressure control." "And when you die, then what?" Obito asked quietly. "Not even the god of shinobi could be immortal. How will you escape that fate? Once you're gone, won't the shinobi world plunge back into conflict, like during the first great ninja war? When I die, I'll leave the ghetto statue to all the nations, so that every nation can wield that power, keeping each other in check," Nagato said. "As long as every country can use the might of the ghetto statue, no one will dare act recklessly." "Humph, suit yourself." Obito gave a cold snort. "The Uchiha clan's mission is to properly guide the owner of the Renegan. If your method is wrong, then the sage's will that dwells in you will naturally pick a new successor, and that would prove the stone tablet's method correct." Nagato said nothing for a long moment. Finally, he spoke, "Let's go back outside." Hearing this, Obito quietly exhaled once more. Whether or not Nagato believed him, it meant their crisis had passed. He and Black White Zetsu could stay in the Akatsuki for now. Still, Obito kept himself on guard for any trick from Nagato, ready to activate Izanagi should Nagato come close. Luckily, Nagato didn't attempt a sneak attack using the human path. Instead, both returned to the outside forest from the Kamui dimension. Back outside, Nagato didn't break off their relationship either. Gathering the 4 paths of pain who had accompanied him, he simply said, "Leader." Black White Zetsu's form emerged from the ground, still showing deference toward Nagato. Not even glancing at Obito, it said nothing else. "Let's head back. You two remain as you were." Leaving those words behind, Nagato and the 4 pains answered in unison, turning into puffs of white smoke and disappearing. Clearly, they'd all been recalled by reverse summoning. Only after releasing a powerful sensory sweep and confirming that Nagato had truly departed did Black Zetsu speak in a grim tone. "Obito, what did you tell Nagato? It doesn't affect his existence or our plan." "That's enough," Obito said, then warped away with Kamui. "Can we trust him?" White Zetsu asked. "It no longer matters, that fellow was never reliable to begin with. This time I really owe you, Izayoi-kun." Elsewhere, Orochimaru was thanking Izayoi. "A trivial matter," Izayoi said with a smile. "But Lord Orochimaru, you'll likely need to change bases again." "No problem. The key materials were all sealed in scrolls anyway. It's just too bad about the lab equipment. It'll cost a lot of money and time to reacquire," Orochimaru said nonchalantly. "That black and white fellow has an ability to merge himself with earth and plant matter. If not for my would release's natural suppression against him, I fear your chances would be grim," Izayoi explained. "Sasuke plans to learn Sage Mode, so you may stay with him in Ryuchi Cave for a while. Once Sasuke has mastered the Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode, I'll hand you the Shinigami mask, so you'll have ample ability to protect yourself." Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and with an excited look he chuckled, so quickly that he can qualify for Sage Mode practice. It seems his compatibility with Hashirama's cells is better than I thought. Orochimaru-sama, Sasuke is someone I've spent years training up to be my second-in-command, Konoha's future Uchiha Madara. Izayoi gave a cool warning. Don't cause me any trouble, or else, despite how highly I value your talents, I'll seal both you and that curse mark on Mitarashi Anko in the village. Hearing that, Orochimaru's pupils shrank, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He forced a smile, voice trembling a bit. Izayoi-kun, how do you know? No ninjutsu in this world is perfect. They all have weaknesses, just like elemental jutsu having mutual affinities. Izayoi spoke plainly, making no attempt to hide his scorn. When you were a child, you thought no adult could be beaten. Upon becoming a genin, you'd see the jonin or 5 kage as unreachable. But when your power reaches a level unattainable for ordinary men and geniuses alike, you realize, their abilities and power are but childish and frail. Izayoi tapped his own chest, fixing his gaze on the cold-sweating Orochimaru, unapologetically saying, the first Hokage's wife, being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, had her mind's eye of the Kagura sense good and evil. As for me, I only needed training in the spirit transformation technique to sense the aura of souls. The state of your own soul right now, and that fragment hidden inside the curse mark, both lie completely exposed before my mind's eye. So don't disappoint me. With that, Izayoi's body inflated, transforming on the spot into a towering tree. This, too, had only been a wood clone. Orochimaru-sama, are you all right? Yakushi Kabuto asked, supporting Orochimaru while sweating just as profusely. Though it was only a clone, the oppressive feeling Izayoi had left surpassed even that of Nagato and Uchiha Obito. Long ago, Madara, Ōtsutsuki Toneri, Izayoi, Obito. Uzumaki, Ōtsutsuki, Senju, Uchiha. Renegan, Tenseigen, would release, Mangekyo Sharingan. The god of shinobi Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Nagato, Ōtsutsuki Toneri, Izayoi, these super-level combat powers. Orochimaru whispered while gazing at the giant tree looming over him, grasping at the inspiration in his mind. He muttered. How are these 4 clans, these 4 bloodlines, interconnected? Why is it that only they can awaken power so great even the 5 Kage are left in the dust? Why can the Sharingan and Hashirama cells counterbalance each other? How do the Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and the Sage of 6 Paths interlink? Are the Ōtsutsuki enemies or allies of the Sage? Suddenly, a white flash of insight flickered through Orochimaru's mind, his eyes going wide. The ghetto statue, the tailed beast plan. Orochimaru's body began trembling with excitement. Orochimaru-sama. Yakushi Kabuto asked anxiously. I'm fine, in fact, I'm doing exceptionally well. Orochimaru gave his all-too-familiar wicked smile, then cast his gaze at that enormous tree in front of him. Kabuto, a new storm of the era is about to break. This is an era both fortunate and unfortunate. We'll discover the truth of this world, only to confront absolute helplessness. Because after all, we are merely mortals. After settling matters with Orochimaru, Izayoi practically shooed Uchiha Sasuke away from his home, sending him off to meet Orochimaru in Ryuchi Cave. He and Hinata, meanwhile, ended their vacation and began helping Aburame Shino rack up mission achievements. By leveraging his status as a puppet master, Izayoi had already learned that the Hidden Village's internal Chunin exams would happen this March. It was quite a special month. Students from the Shinobi Academy's grades 1 to 5 would have their annual evaluations, deciding each grade's top student. Grade 6 students faced their graduation exam. Unexpectedly, there would also be a closed-doors Chunin exam that month. Because he also wanted to farm mission results for himself and Hinata, preparing for this year's Chunin exam, Team 8 no longer took C-rank missions, starting from B rank and above instead. Moreover, Izayoi didn't take any more escort missions, those were just too time-consuming. Escorting foreign clients might eat up weeks for travel, or even half a month or more if the client lived somewhere remote. Hence, Izayoi exclusively picked assassinations or espionage tasks. Initially, he planned to see if any war or conflict missions might appear. But thanks to Nagato and Ōtsutsuki Toneri's battle shaking the world, plus the 5 great nations' unanimous restraint, no small country dared stir up trouble or get used as a proxy. All large nations likewise feared drawing Toneri's attention and becoming pawns in his fight with Akatsuki. So the ninja world had fallen into an odd state of peace, sending a wave of assassination requests to the mission offices. With open warfare off the table, everything was done in the shadows. In just 1 month, Team 8 completed 13 B-rank missions, a truly astonishing pace. Aburame Shino's record was now approaching final boss levels among genin. Even Izayoi and Hinata themselves only needed a few more A-rank missions to qualify for the Jonin exam. Tsunade was immensely gratified, feeling that her own retirement was at last on the horizon. During this month, the buzz caused by Nagato and Ōtsutsuki Toneri's climactic clash was finally dying down. No matter whether a civilian or shinobi, elderly or children with enough awareness, life simply had to go on. Under the five nations' deliberate orchestrations, Akatsuki, tied to a Megakure, was painted as a positive entity. Because Nagato commanded overwhelming power, no one dared demand Amagekyu's daimyo put pressure on him or force him to surrender the S-rank rogues in Akatsuki. They worried it might upset the balance. Seeing the five great nations not band together against Akatsuki, many shrewd clients in turn went to a Megakure to make commission requests, finding the fees cheaper, with plenty of elites on hand, and a leader reputed as the new god of shinobi. Amagekyu's civilians and shinobi, or even the members of Akatsuki themselves, discovered their lives improving. They all knew it was thanks to Nagato. Nagato, for his part, understood that the great nations were simply making superficial concessions to lure him in. If he lacked lofty ideals, merely wanting to hold onto his territory, such perks would indeed be satisfying. But Nagato's goal was bringing peace to the entire world. Right now, more commissions only meant more funds in preparation. Once the Three Tails revived, Akatsuki would begin its moves. So whether or not this was the nations duping Nagato or Nagato duping them remained to be seen. In this state, time moved along, soon bringing them to March of the 61st year of Konoha's calendar. Just when Konoha's first semester Chunin exam was about to start, the ninja world, calm for 2 months, suddenly saw new turmoil, triggered by a major event that drew everyone's attention. Chapter 128, Emergency Summon, Nagato's new move. Gentle Fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Within the traditional building's dojo came a girl's spirited shout, followed immediately by the sounds of bam bam bam. Cut to inside the dojo, a ponytailed little sister-in-law, usually clingy and coquettish, was now sporting bulging veins at her temples, her hands enveloped in blue chakra aura as she struck at Izayoi, who stood motionless in place. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Her slender, jade-like fingers hit each key pressure point through the clothing with precision, intending for the chakra at her fingertips to penetrate cloth and flesh, invade the body's interior, and damage the meridians along with the 5 internal organs. The forceful bursts of chakra conjured a gust of wind that sent both Hanabi's and Izayoi's clothes fluttering. After finishing the 64 palms, Hanabi did not stop. Instead, she spun around in a 360-degree turn on the spot, gathering power into her palm and striking Izayoi's back with a crisp shout. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. Chakra turned into a shockwave bursting forth from her palm. Yet the sight of the chakra wave piercing through Izayoi from behind did not occur. The shockwave collided with Izayoi, as if encountering a wind release, exploding with a boom. First, the wave repelled Hanabi's petite hand, then blasted her backward. Before the young girl heavily hit the ground and rolled a few times, Izayoi instantly appeared behind her, catching her midair. "Ow, my hands hurt, it hurts so much." Hanabi cried out in pain, blowing on her reddened, swollen hands with all her might. Once the sting had dulled a bit, she tearfully gazed up at Izayoi, accusing. "Oni-chan, is your body made of steel or something? How can it be that tough?" "Wrong guess," Izayoi said cheerily. "My body's harder than steel, you know." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and held out a forearm for her to see. Watching her little mouth latch onto his forearm and siphon chakra, Izayoi kindly explained. Wood release is a bloodline limit that fuses water release and earth release. Yang chakra can boost the power of wood release, but it can also enhance the traits of water release and earth release. A moment ago, Oni-chan employed wood release chakra to cast a defensive wood release, earth guard, so my body's defense is tougher than diamond. If you want to push me back, you'd need to learn the monster strength punch or unlock the 8 gates. Wow, that's incredible. Releasing Izayoi's arm, Hanabi's face was full of awe, then she pouted with a hint of grievance. But Oni-chan, how could you use that technique on me? You knew I'd only just learned the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, I couldn't possibly break your defense. Izayoi stroked Hanabi's head, smiling, because Oni-chan wanted to teach you a new trick. Want to learn it? MHM. Hanabi nodded repeatedly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. What kind of trick, Oni-chan? Watch closely. Izayoi stood upright and looked toward a wooden training dummy in the distance. He raised his hand and thrust forward 2 fingers as if forming one hand seal. Whoosh, something invisible flew out like an arrow. Boom. In a flash, the wooden dummy in the distance exploded to pieces. Hanabi stared slack-jawed at where the dummy had been, so astonished she couldn't form words for a moment. Once she snapped back to her senses, she looked up, eyes shining. Oni-chan, how did you do that? That's a more refined version of vacuum palm, or you might call it an external chakra burst, like merging monster strength punch with gentle fist. Izayoi laughed. In simpler terms, it's just even more advanced chakra control. As long as your chakra controls at my level, then whether it's gentle fist or monster strength punch, both are basically about controlling chakra outwardly. The only difference is, your Hyuga clan typically has moderate chakra, so you practice gentle fist in synergy with your Kekkei Genkai. Meanwhile, the Senju clan has huge chakra reserves, so they harness explosive chakra to create a steel fist. But you and Hinata are special, you can follow a path that unites softness and hardness. Again making a jab motion, Izayoi smiled and continued imagining, think about it, if that single finger of yours had power like mine, plus injecting chakra into the enemy's body before it bursts, can you picture the outcome? Oni-chan, you're amazing. You really are Hanabi's idol. Hanabi flung herself at Izayoi, hooking her legs around his waist and arms around his neck, gazing worshipfully upward. Once you make jonin, I'm going to request early graduation so you can be my personal sensei, okay? Izayoi assumed she was joking, so he supported her by the backside and teased, well then, say Izayoi sensei for me a time or two. Izayoi sensei. Izayoi sensei. Izayoi sensei. Hanabi decisively repeated it 3 times, then, before giving him any chance to object, she planted a fierce kiss on his cheek, hopped down, and darted out, her triumphant giggles echoing behind. Then it settled, Hanabi's going to go talk to father right now. Ah. Izayoi found himself slack-jawed, practically able to fit a fist in his open mouth. By the time he recovered, the little sister had dashed off without a trace. He gave a wry smile as he stepped out from the dojo, deciding to go find Hinata and lodge a complaint, or at least see if one sister's debt could be settled by the other. Just then, a black blur flashed onto the veranda. Catching sight of an Umbu uniform, with a cat mask but noticeable purple hair, Izayoi narrowed his eyes. Something up, Yugao. Izayoi Dano, the Hokage requests you in the Hokage's office at once, an urgent summons for Team 8, Yuzuki Yugao knelt on one knee, speaking respectfully. Even the Umbu typically wouldn't kneel to a mere chunin. But Yuzuki Yugao was no ordinary Umbu, she served as a personal guard in the Hokage's office. Having observed that Tsunade and the upper echelons all recognized Izayoi as Konoha's sole heir to the Hokage seat, she was thus exceedingly deferential to him. Hearing the words, urgent summons, Izayoi's brows lifted slightly. He nodded, got it, I'll go right now. Yes, sir. With that, Yugao nodded and vanished into afterimages. Izayoi likewise used Shunshin, racing toward the Hokage's building. Along the way, he quickly contacted one of his wood clones outside to see if something major had happened in the ninja world recently. Soon enough, the wood clone transmitted 2 images in real time. One showed a partially ruined city occupying half the frame, presumably a previously bustling settlement in the Land of Wind. In the other, a large number of Sunanin, enough that the group seemed to be in the thousands, were combing the Land of Wind. Whether searching for enemies or for something else was unclear. But combined with that prior image, searching for an intruder seemed likely. Izayoi frowned. That city doesn't look destroyed by a jutsu. Rather, it looks like explosion tags. Could it have been Conan's doing? But my wood clone's always keeping tabs on the Akatsuki, so I'd know if Conan had made a move. And such a large force, over 1,000 Sunanin, mobilizing means a huge event. Is it from the original storyline, filler, or something triggered by my butterfly effect? Whatever. If it's not something I recall, it's probably minor and not worth worrying about. He quickly put it out of mind, reaching the Hokage's office. Yo, Izayoi. Upon opening the door, he spotted 4 familiar silhouettes, Team 7. Seeing Naruto greet him with a wave, Izayoi raised a hand in response but also gave them a peculiar look, mouth curling slightly. Looks like the major incident has nothing to do with me. Possibly some storyline from my previous life that I either never watched or forgot. Maybe a flashback arc. Probably filler. Izayoi silently grumbled. Before he could think further, his expression turned serious. The wood clone had just transmitted another scene. In that scene, Nagato used the shape-shifting technique on some white Zetsu clones to create duplicates for the members of Akatsuki, him included, and Obito stashed them in his Kamui dimension. Apparently Nagato, guarding against Izayoi's Tenseigen, was choosing to hold meetings inside Obito's Kamui dimension. Probably why he didn't tear into Obito, they needed him and that dimension for secrecy. That's new. Did regaining his youth also improve his wits? Izayoi muttered inwardly. Chapter 129, Jello Stone. Hey you, what's with that look in your eyes? Noticing Izayoi's strange gaze directed at them, Uchiha Sasuke appeared somewhat displeased. You guys got an urgent summons too? Izayoi asked. Urgent summons? What urgent summons? Team 7 froze, then Uzumaki Naruto pointed at Tsunade and shouted, Granny Tsunade, is there some mission you gave them? You urgently summoned Izayoi's team but not ours, are you belittling us? That's not fair, not fair. Before Naruto could finish, he yelped and clutched his head in pain. Kakashi had flicked him on the forehead, reprimanding him, "You idiot, don't talk to the Hokage like that." Tsunade, however, didn't mind, she actually found it quite endearing. After all, the yet-to-mature Naruto, with whisker marks and this personality, felt so similar to Nawaki, or rather, he was reminiscent of the younger times and the dear faces in her memory. "Here's your mission scroll. Talk it over with the client yourselves." Tsunade tossed a scroll to Kakashi, then shot Naruto a half-amused glare. "I can tell your performance in the Academy's academic classes was near the bottom. Each squad's captain is different, some are more well-rounded, some excel in taijutsu, some specialize in genjutsu or sensory skills. Izayoi's Team 8 is Konoha's strongest sensor unit. If I urgently summon them, it's obviously because this mission demands keen sensory support. You're not a sensor, are you? How could you help?" "What's so sensory about Izayoi's skill set?" muttered Uzumaki Naruto. "If you're heading out on a mission, take extra care," Izayoi kindly reminded them. "Huh? Why?" Team 7 was perplexed. "Judging from your past missions," Izayoi teased with a playful grin, 8 or 9 of every 10 wind up well beyond the expected rank. "You might find yourself caught up in another unexpectedly dangerous mission again this time." Team 7 was instantly covered in metaphorical black lines, unable to refute. Indeed, more often than not, they got stuck in above S-rank fiascos, but they still didn't earn extra pay or credit for them. "You jinx." Tsunade also rolled her eyes at Izayoi, then motioned for Team 7 to leave. Not long after they took off, Hinata and Aburame Shino arrived at the Hokage's office. Folding her arms, Tsunade said seriously, "I've urgently summoned you for a support mission. Yesterday, and again in the pre-dawn hours today, a mysterious army suddenly attacked the Land of Wind's port cities. They possess extremely advanced steel warships. Their troops wear fully equipped suits of armor, and they can wield powers akin to jutsu. Because their warships move so quickly, and launch nighttime or dawn raids, and because these enemies apparently have no chakra in their bodies, the Sand Sensor Nin can't track them. Left with no other option, they appealed to us, their allies, for help." From a drawer, Tsunade took out a scroll and tossed it to Izayoi. "Your mission is simply to help Sunagakure locate where these enemies are. You don't need to engage them otherwise." "Yes, ma'am." Team 8 bowed in acceptance, then exited the Hokage's office. Izayoi went to sign the travel papers, while Hinata and Aburame Shino returned home to pack. Before long, the three reassembled at Konoha's main gate. By coincidence, they ran into Team 7 again. "Huh. You guys are going to the Land of Wind too?" Upon hearing Team 8's destination, Naruto was surprised and then, excited, extended an invitation. "If that's the case, how about we travel together? Might be fun on the road." "Though I wouldn't mind traveling together," Izayoi replied. "We're in a hurry, so we'll set out first. Adios." He flashed a carefree wave and the three streaked off in afterimages, disappearing into the distance. Watching them vanish, Kakashi and Sasuke were each lost in thought. Meanwhile, in Obito's Kamui dimension, using earth release to assemble several stone pillars into a wide platform, then fashioning a round table with wood release, there sat 10 figures, all the Akatsuki members shape-shifting jutsu replicas. "Not bad, Toby, so you can do all this too." Deidara admired the dark Kamui space, addressing Obito, who was seated not far away. "Haha, it's nothing, Deidara-senpai, nothing at all." Obito scratched his head in feigned embarrassment, playing up the clumsy Toby persona. But aside from Deidara and Haiden, who were easily fooled, the others watched Obito with more seriousness. "A spacetime technique, eh? I never imagined our Akatsuki harbored such a talent," Kakuzu rumbled. "Behind that mask might be some big shot from the bingo book. Such a powerful ability, yet a mere intern." "That's daunting," Kisame chuckled. Itachi merely opened his 3-tomo Sharingan to peer at Obito in quiet analysis. Seeing that Obito, too, was just a shape-shifted duplicate, Itachi then averted his gaze. "Why bother holding this meeting in such a manner?" Sasori asked in a low, gravelly voice. "Did someone locate that Ōtsutsuki Toneri? Are we preparing a counterattack?" "We'll be meeting this way from now on," the expressionless Tendo, Devapath, said. "The Tenseigen of Ōtsutsuki Toneri has sensor abilities that surpass the Renegan. We suspect his meteor summoning relies on that advanced perception, even seeing outer space, letting him gather precise intel on us and call down his meteor storms with pinpoint accuracy." At these words, the Akatsuki members' faces changed. "If he really can see that far, then it's basically an upgraded Byakugan, right?" Kakuzu said, startled. "Hey, you're not wrong," Black Zetsu mused inwardly. "But if an enemy lurks somewhere unseen and unsensed, stealthily watching, it gives them all the creeps." Tendo Pain continued, "Yesterday afternoon and before dawn today, my main body sensed from the direction of the Land of Rivers huge bursts of an unusual energy, each fleeting momentarily. And at those same times, the Land of Wind suffered attacks from a mysterious army that bombarded the port cities along their coast. Half the city was laid to waste. Yet they didn't use ninjutsu or explosive tags. They used shells from a steel battleship and some sort of energy akin to chakra. All the soldiers wore full suits of armor. Moreover, Zetsu discovered their headquarters isn't offshore but a flying mobile fortress. Armored soldiers. A moving fortress. Sasori grew intrigued at once. Is the ninja world's technology truly that advanced? White Zetsu smiled. From eavesdropping nearby, we know they attacked the Land of Wind under the banner of building some ideal nation, but in reality, they're just searching for a mineral called Jelal Stone. Jelal Stone? What's that? Deidara asked, puzzled. Not sure, but likely connected to that energy they're using, White Zetsu answered. Tendo Pain said coolly, my main body is very interested in that energy and the technology of that moving fortress. Sasori, Deidara, Itachi, Kisame, you're all closest to the Land of Wind and the Land of Rivers. Go bring back those guys who can use that special energy, and their mobile fortress as well. Got it. Kisame grinned, glancing at the art duo. So should we team up or go separately? Sasori said, I'm more interested in those armored soldiers, and I know the Land of Wind well. I also have informants in Sunagakure, so I'll handle that region. Then let the moving fortress be Kisame bro's job with me, Deidara nodded. Zetsu's clone will assist. If you get in a tough spot, you can summon the 6 paths of pain, Tendo Pain stood up. Meeting adjourned. Not using Flying Thunder God to spare chakra, Team 8 took 3 days to reach Sunagakure in the Land of Wind. You're the Hyuga heiress, the Abirame genius, plus the wood release ninja. In the Kazakage's office, Chiyo eyed the trio with mild astonishment. Didn't expect Tsunade to send you here. Seems she really cares this time. We're under orders to aid the Land of Wind, Izayoi said bluntly, not bothering with pleasantries. I need a full briefing, and then someone to guide us to the nearest attacked area so we can check for leftover scents. Elderly as I am, I won't play around with pleasantries either, as the Land of Wind's in dire shape, Chiyo admitted. She clapped her right hand, and a familiar figure opened the door and entered. Temari, take Izayoi Dano's team to the latest site, Chiyo commanded, addressing Temari politely so she'd do the same for Izayoi. Yes, Lady Chiyo, Temari responded respectfully. Leaving the Kazakage building, Izayoi sensed Temari hesitating to speak. He broke the ice with a smile, long time no see. Long time no see indeed. Temari's tension eased up seeing him initiate the conversation. She bowed slightly toward Izayoi in gratitude, Izayoi Dano, thank you for sparing Gaara's life back then. Izayoi paused, then smiled, no need for thanks. Your village must have paid a hefty price. Even so, Temari said sincerely, thank you for not killing Gaara. After discovering Izayoi's the wood release user and analyzing that he'd awakened it long before, Temari had been filled with both lingering fear and gratitude. With that power, he easily could have slain Gaara in the Chunin exams and extracted Shikaku, yet he never did. Then again, the official finals stage would have been the perfect place to reveal wood release and become a hero of Konoha, but he still chose mercy. Temari had kept that kindness in her heart. Gaara's return to Suna and personal changes over the year had made her all the more grateful. I'll accept your gratitude. Let's hurry with our mission, Izayoi said, shading his eyes as he gazed at the scorching sun overhead. We're in the Land of Wind, it's so hot I fear I'll get tanned in a day or two. That's because you aren't wearing any cloaks, Temari grinned. Let's get you some cloaks and fresh water first. Having purchased those, Temari led Team 8 out of Sunagakure toward the most recently attacked location. On the road, Temari engaged Hinata in awkward small talk, not wanting to be a poor host. Meanwhile, Izayoi used wood clones to keep watch over the Land of Wind. Thanks to his Tensigen, though powerful for large-scale surveillance, it wasn't omnipotent. There were limitations. 1. He couldn't eavesdrop on conversations, nor was he skilled enough at lip-reading. 2. He only had an overhead perspective or a first-person viewpoint. He couldn't simultaneously watch multiple spots. 3. If the target was an ordinary person with no chakra to stand out, Izayoi couldn't find them easily without a prior lock-on. Despite scanning the Land of Wind these past 3 days, along with the help of his wood clones, he had only managed to spot traces of that mysterious army. Their troops wore high-quality armor and had no chakra. They'd arrived on a steel warship, an amphibious vessel, that after each raid vanished again, now hiding somewhere in the desert. Since they didn't sail away and had no chakra, Izayoi couldn't locate their base. Izayoi decided this must be an anime filler plot he hadn't seen in his past life, or a butterfly effect triggered by him. After all, an army with no chakra, but advanced warships, would have been memorable if it were canon. If it wasn't, so be it. Suddenly, Izayoi's brows knitted slightly, an almost comical look on his face. Seeing this change, Abirame Shino asked, what is it? No big deal, just remembered something, Izayoi said vaguely, though he almost wanted to smack his own forehead, cursing inwardly, relying too heavily on the Tenseigen makes my brain a bit lazy. His wood clones, in real time, were delivering 2 fresh visuals. 1. A vantage view revealed 2 strong chakra signatures. Zooming in, it turned out to be Sasori and Deidara, finding a steel warship concealed somewhere in the desert. The other, Uzumaki Naruto had gone missing, and Team 7, with Ninja Hound Pakin's help, tracked down a hidden fortress in the mountains. Inside that fortress was an entire force of armored soldiers. It was evidently the mysterious army's main base, located in the Land of Rivers. They'd just traveled through that same Land of Rivers on their way to the Land of Wind, but apparently, they saw nothing suspicious. They had concluded it was clear because they didn't sense any strong chakra. The strong clue was that the fortress used no chakra, so it had blended in perfectly. But Sasori and Deidara's presence signaled they must be acting under orders, or possibly investigating out of curiosity. Perhaps this was the reason for that secret Akatsuki meeting. Next came a new feed from the clone monitoring Team 7, just in case they had another over-the-top mission. Once Izayoi saw it, an idea flashed in his mind. He thought that if he could carry out his plan, all of Nagato's newly raised challenges might instantly vanish. Thus Izayoi ordered his wood clone to act. Meanwhile, in that fortress in the Land of Rivers, Team 7, tracking Naruto's scent, ran headlong into a pair of figures in the corridors. Uchiha Itachi. Seeing one of them, Sasuke's expression contorted with hatred, his killing intent nearly tangible, causing Haruno Sakura's face to go pale. Chapter 130, Perception Battle, and Sasuke's resolved. Itachi-san, what a coincidence, once again we've run into your little brother. Facing Team 7 on the opposite side, Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help but give a playful grin. This time that would release ninja isn't here. Shall we make sure they remain here? Itachi Uchiha made no reply. Instead, his 3 Tomo Sharingan was fixed on Sasuke, who had likewise activated his own 3 Tomo Sharingan. Inwardly, he felt a surge of surprise. What's going on? It's only been 6 months since we last met, so how has Sasuke's chakra grown this strong? What has happened to him during this time? Sasuke, don't be rash. Those 2 over there are both S-rank missing Nins. Standing on guard, Kakashi Hatake had already lifted the headband off his left eye, exposing his 3 Tomo Sharingan, and was sweating slightly. He warned in a low voice, I'll hold them off. You all go find Naruto and get out of here quickly. Yeah, Sasuke, let's go look for Naruto first, Haruno Sakura pleaded, her face pale. But Sasuke seemed not to hear them. He raised one hand, gathering a bright blue energy sphere about the size of a soccer ball, which then split off 2 smaller billiard ball-sized energy orbs inside it. Seeing this, both Itachi and Kisame, as well as Kakashi and Sakura, all showed expressions of alarm. Itachi-san, your little brother's possibly learned that dust release-like secret technique too. Kisame's teasing smile vanished at once. He laid one hand on the hilt of same hata and was about to dash over, while Sasuke was still condensing the technique to absorb his chakra. However, Sasuke's move was faster than Kisame expected. The 2 small orbs rapidly became blue-white in color, and on colliding with one another, made the soccer ball-sized sphere also turn a blinding white. Storm release, judgment. Supporting the energy sphere, Sasuke pressed it forward. Instantly, it morphed into an enormous laser like a beam, blasting at Itachi and Kisame. Since they were stuck in a corridor, the space was quite narrow and the beam's girth was massive, making it impossible for the 2 to dodge by simple body flicker. Moreover, lasers travel at extreme speed. Itachi, even with a reaction measured in a few hundredths of a second, couldn't form a counter in time. And once fully formed, that laser-type secret jutsu couldn't be absorbed even by same hata. Hence, both Itachi and Kisame unhesitatingly dove straight out the window. The laser blasted through the corridor to its end, triggering an ear-splitting roar. Failing to kill them with that one big move, Sasuke immediately ended storm release, judgment, then also leapt out through the window. Sakura, follow Pakin to find Naruto, then leave at once. Regroup with my shadow clone, Kakashi instructed, and chased after Sasuke. But the thunderous roar of Sasuke's laser attack inevitably drew the attention of the flying fortress. What happened? Inside the fortress, Heidu frowned as he was hosting Naruto, recently brought in by Temujin. Heidu, Dano, I'll go have a look, said Temujin, a golden-haired knight in silver armor, respectful in tone. I'll come help, Naruto spoke up eagerly. Then I'll trouble you, Naruto, Heidu smiled. Once the 2 were gone, however, Heidu's face sank. He took out a photograph, showing the merchant Team 7 had been escorting. Except the real focus wasn't on Team 7, but on an older man with a pet stoat perched on his shoulder. Staring at the old man, Heidu muttered, a stoat as a companion. Could he be a descendant of that bloodline? His face then revealed a sly smile, let both sides meet and we'll soon find out. Temujin, I hope you won't disappoint me. That guy sure acts all righteous, but shows his true colors right away. What a schemer, a white Zetsu clone said in a hushed voice from a hidden corner, eavesdropping. Simultaneously, it transmitted the intel back to the main white Zetsu in real time. Black Zetsu immediately shared the message with Obito. White Zetsu reporting, Itachi and Kisame have run into Hatake Kakashi and Sasuke. They're fighting now. Aren't they supposed to capture that moving fortress? Why'd they run into that deadweight Kakashi? Obito asked, puzzled. White Zetsu replied, Team 7 is on a mission. Naruto stumbled across that fortress's officer by chance. They fought briefly, but the officer ended up inviting Naruto to tour the fortress. Kakashi and Sasuke came to find him, ran into Itachi and Kisame, just pure coincidence. That's too big a coincidence. Obito grunted, then his body swirled away via Kamui, leaving only a single line in the air. A brother versus brother fight, HM. Well, I'll go watch. Idiot, didn't I tell you not to attack? You just had to, and now the entire ship's wrecked. Heh. That's not fair, Sasori, bro. Those armored soldiers turned out immune to your poison. One of them could even fly, and if I hadn't struck in time, she would have escaped. I'd already used my ace, magnet release, to seal the exit. Even a pair of wings wouldn't have helped her flee. Why didn't you say so earlier? Inside the huge steel vessel hidden under the desert, the art duo had just dealt with all the armored troops. Sasori had taken out a massive scroll from one of his puppets, and was in the process of collecting the bodies of these armored soldiers, along with the vessel's high-tech equipment. Meanwhile, Deidara carried the captive bat woman Chimera. The two bickered as they walked out of the steel ship. Yet the moment they emerged onto the surface, they both fell silent. Staring at 19 human puppet-like figures, each riddled with black rods, no longer wearing Akatsuki robes, but clad in the white robes of the Ōtsutsuki clan, Deidara frowned, pressing a hand to his head. Sasori, bro, that Toneri kid again, right? Obviously, came Sasori's muffled voice from within Hirako. A faint excitement laced his tone. No one else. This time nobody's going to interrupt, so I can finally witness that guy's artistry. Haha. Deidara likewise laughed aloud, hopping onto a white clay bird and soaring into the sky. He aimed at the puppet legion and challenged Izayoi in the distance. All right, little brother, let's have an art showdown. Explosions and the puppet legion slammed into each other in the desert, casting up huge clouds of dust. In the distance, the white Zetsu clone who had guided them muttered in exasperation, those two fools, locked on by the Toneri kid again, are they gonna end up played like fools? I'd best hurry to inform our dear Nagato. So he swiftly relayed the situation to Black Zetsu, who in turn compiled it into a brief, sealed intel scroll for Nagato. Immediately upon reading it in coded form, decipherable only by himself, Konan, Obito, and Black Zetsu, Nagato frowned. He pondered. Indeed, he's noticed. Seems his eyes, or his clones, have been watching us this whole time. But it appears he can't perceive that special energy, or he wouldn't have simply gone after Sasori and Deidara. What exactly is that energy? Why is it somewhat similar to my would-release chakra? Nagato recalled that fleeting spike of power he sensed the other day. Had he not regained his prime and implanted Hashirama cells, thus enormously heightening his perception, he wouldn't even have detected it. Putting together Black Zetsu's intel and that ephemeral energy, Nagato reckoned it must be tied to the mobile fortress melding into the mountains. Jelal stone, what exactly is that? Looks like I'll have to act personally. With that, Nagato set down the scroll, shaping a ring from wood release and yang release, and inscribed some letters onto a wooden plaque. Softly he called out. Zetsu. Here, leader. A white Zetsu clone popped up. Nagato handed over the ring and plaque, dismissing him with a wave. The white Zetsu clone sank back underground. Meanwhile, the wood clone spying on Nagato transmitted the situation in real time to Izayoi. The two owners of the Renegan and Tenseigen were making new moves again. For the first time, Izayoi felt real pressure, grasping firsthand that a ninja's battle indeed came down to an intel war. Previously, he'd always been unstoppable with future knowledge, but now, he lacked any advantage from his past life memory. And the enemy had gleaned information about his Tenseigen, preparing countermeasures. Aware that Nagato's next move was unknown, Izayoi found himself truly forced to stay alert. Strangely enough, despite the tension, his own blood boiled with excitement. This is what it's like to have a genuine adversary, so thrilling. So while continuing his extortion of Temari, making her do all the search while Hinata and Shino handled reconnaissance, Izayoi quietly advanced a piece in their chess match. Nagato had white Zetsu, Izayoi had wood clones of his own. One for close-range infiltration, the other for long-range surveillance, each had its own strengths. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Returning to Team 7, Sasuke sprinted down the outside of a mountainous wall. His hands formed seals and, facing Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki below, spat out a pitch blackish fireball. What a fierce fire release! Kisame gasped, again struck by surprise, brimming with a desire to challenge him. But recalling whom the boy faced, Kisame nonetheless glanced at Itachi. Itachi-san, shall I take this one, or you? Kisame, handle Kakashi. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Itachi responded as he formed seals, raising his fingers to his mouth and exhaled a strand of flame that also turned pitch black, surging upward. Boom. Two blackish fireballs collided, exploding into a billowing wave of flame overhead. Just as the fiery tempest formed, it was suddenly cleaved in half. Uchiha Sasuke, clad in crackling blue-white lightning, with the Kusanagi sword in hand, tore open the swirling flames in an instant and zoomed down like a lightning bolt. How fast, Kisame marveled anew, fully acknowledging Sasuke's might. He no longer treated him as a mere kid. Itachi said nothing, hurling a handful of shuriken at Sasuke, then letting his body dissolve into a flock of crows that dispersed in midair. The crows fluttered down to the ground, reforming into Itachi's figure. Kisame likewise finished a quick set of seals, covering himself in water that formed a shark-like aura, also descending to the ground surface. Shadow clone technique. Parrying the thrown shuriken with his sword, Sasuke formed seals one-handed. A cloud of smoke rose on his right side. Once the fog cleared, a shadow clone darted off at top speed. Before the Kisame-Itachi duo realized Sasuke's clone's destination or plan, Sasuke's main body was already thrusting his Kusanagi sword. The blade turned into a beam of lightning, piercing Itachi's right shoulder. Yet, an instant later, that Itachi turned into a flock of crows scattering about. A substitution with crows. With 3 Tomo Sharingan and fire and lightning release of this level, plus water releases shape and nature transformation. It's as if he's become a different person, truly terrifying progress, Kisame muttered, still finding it hard to believe that this was the same boy Itachi had trounced half a year earlier. Yet Sasuke's display only further piqued Kisame's curiosity about the coming brotherly duel. Hence, Kisame put away same hata, looking over at Kakashi not far off and grinning, how about we stand aside and watch them have their family reunion without interference? You Akatsuki people, why did you appear here? Kakashi demanded warily, his Sharingan riveted on Kisame, alert for any chakra fluctuation. Though Nagato's become known as this new era's god of shinobi, along with the label of a savior, thus brightening Akatsuki's reputation somewhat, none of that applied to the veterans of the 5 great nations, who continued seeing Akatsuki as an enemy. Especially after Jiraiya's intel showed Akatsuki wanted the tailed beasts. Kakashi couldn't help but suspect Itachi and Kisame were here for Naruto. Sorry, can't tell you, Kisame responded, baring his teeth. I suppose it's about Naruto, right? Akatsuki's goal is the tailed beasts, Kakashi pressed. Kisame's eyes flickered in mild surprise, a mocking undertone appearing, it seems your Konoha does know quite a bit. As expected from the strongest shinobi village. But you guessed wrong this time. Our target isn't the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Kisame raised his gaze to the slope above, spotting Uzumaki Naruto racing toward them, carrying Temujin. Doesn't look like we'll get a peaceful show, after all. Kisame immediately formed new seals, water release, exploding water shockwave. His mouth ballooned, spewing an immense burst of water that quickly expanded into a surging mini-ocean around them in the mountain pass. Sasuke and Itachi both had to shift positions in the sudden flood. Treading the water's surface, Sasuke seized the chance to strike again. He brandished the Kusanagi sword in one hand, while his other arm wriggled oddly. Beneath Itachi's suddenly alarmed eyes, Sasuke's arm extended multiple liquid-like vines, morphing into a tall tree trunk. Had Itachi not retreated, he would have been instantly trapped and swallowed. Watching that giant tree, Itachi retreated hastily, pain flickering in his gaze. I see, so that's why your chakra has grown so powerful. In order to kill me, you even took such a life-threatening risk, transplanting Hashirama's cells, or maybe Izayoi's cells. Sasuke. I understand your resolve now. But, your hatred is still not enough. In the depths of Itachi's Sharingan, 3 Tomo joined together to form a pinwheel, signifying that he was truly prepared to fight in earnest. Chapter 131, Sasuke's Sage Mode, and Kekkei Mora. Just how powerful is Uchiha Itachi when he gets serious? Perhaps no one really knows. Obviously, Sasuke and Itachi stood close by, and vines sprouted into a huge tree to swallow him in an instant. Yet as Itachi sprinted across the water's surface, he instantly appeared behind Sasuke. Even Sasuke's 3 Tomo Sharingan failed to see Itachi's body flicker path, he merely sensed a gust of wind passing by, and then behind him came Itachi's impassive voice. You have grown stronger. But with such a half-baked wood release, lacking the same eyes as mine, your idea of killing me is too naive. Once he spoke, Itachi raised a kunai to stab Sasuke's back. Sasuke curled his lips in a sneer. Killing you is enough. Suddenly, several wooden spikes sprouted from Sasuke's back, striking Itachi's body. In a flash, Itachi's body emitted muffled sounds as more wooden spikes sprouted inside him, stabbing outward through flesh and bone. Blood splashed, flesh tore, truly a gruesome sight. Sasuke spared only a glance at the dying corpse before turning his gaze toward some point in the distance, addressing the empty air with a blank expression. So this is the Mangekyo Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Or maybe a special Mangekyo ocular technique. As Sasuke's words fell, the mortally wounded Itachi corpse vanished like a mirage. In the direction Sasuke was staring, another figure materialized and scathed. It was indeed Itachi. Beholding Sasuke, whose face no longer bore rage but rather a stark, even overly composed calm, Itachi said placidly. It looks like you've learned quite a bit. Humph, I know far more than you can imagine, Sasuke sneered. For instance, why you spared only me back then, why you kept tormenting me, and why you told me that, if you kill the one most dear to you, you'll awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. All of that was because you wanted me as a spare part, to obtain an eternal Mangekyo. Hearing that, Itachi's composure finally faltered, his eyes widening slightly. Yet inwardly he felt a hint of relief. Originally, he had intended to use Tsukuyomi to reveal the secret of the Mangekyo Sharingan to Sasuke. Now it appeared no such step was needed. Sasuke, it seemed, had encountered an even better guide. Outwardly, Itachi maintained a cold expression. So Izayoi told you all this. And the wood release you wield, did you transplant his cells? Konoha did those Hashirama cell experiments, and all test subjects died. Only that incomplete would release from a not yet fully grown user would let you survive, thus obtaining half-baked Mokuton. Hey, doesn't matter whose cells they were, so long as it lets me kill you. Sasuke smirked. Seems your Mangekyo Sharingan's illusions are no big deal, either. Now let me show you a taste of real illusion. With that, Sasuke formed seals, shouting. Genjutsu, bringer of darkness technique. In the next instant, Itachi's field of vision was swallowed by darkness. You even know such a forbidden technique, he mused inwardly, secretly pleased. This indicated he had guessed right. Izayoi, that future 6th Hokage, was guiding Sasuke. Izayoi must have imparted not only his cells, but also the secret of the Mangekyo, as well as the forbidden bringer of darkness, plus original storm release moves. That meant Izayoi placed huge importance on Sasuke, cultivating him as a second-in-command. Exactly what Itachi had wanted. Killing him, avenging the clan, eradicating an S-rank criminal in Konoha's eyes, then inheriting his eyes to gain the eternal Mangekyo, Sasuke would be a Konoha hero, restoring the Uchiha name. And if in this new era Sasuke stood alongside Izayoi as Hashirama and Madara reborn, then Konoha, even facing both Renegan wielders, might still stand a chance. If not victory, at least survival. Yes, that was precisely what Itachi had hoped for. Still, gazing at Sasuke's chakra glow in the darkness, Itachi silently added, Sorry, Sasuke, but you haven't got the same eyes as I do. Right now, I can't afford to die, not until I gather more intel. With a sidestep as if avoiding something, Itachi landed a punch in the blackness, producing a pained grunt. Spinning, he delivered a fierce kick, thump. The blue, glowing chakra, shape in his vision was sent flying. Then Itachi's Mangekyo flared with an ominous gleam. The inky darkness receded at once. Sasuke, tossed back onto the water's surface and clutching his stomach, wore an incredulous expression. Itachi's voice was flat, tinged with scorn, further revealing the Mangekyo's superiority. Your eyes do surpass the ordinary 3-Tomo Sharingan, enough to break free of my Mangekyo illusions without too much trouble. But lacking the same eyes as mine, you can't fathom their true power. Any illusion is merely an embodiment of Yin release chakra. Your Yin chakra is far too weak. Even a forbidden technique, level illusion means nothing before my Mangekyo Sharingan. Now witness a real illusion. Itachi repeated Sasuke's line from before, abruptly widening his eyes. Tsukuyomi. Sasuke's pupils contracted, he froze up. Yet after only a second, violet markings suddenly emerged around his eyes. Both brothers broke into heavy gasps, drenched in sweat. Itachi clutched the eye imbued with Tsukuyomi, staring at Sasuke's similarly panting figure across from him, face in utter disbelief. Why you broke Tsukuyomi? What power is this? Though physically fatigued from enduring Tsukuyomi's extended torment within that split second, Sasuke, with violet markings around his eyes, let out a triumphant scoff. So that's your Mangekyo's unique ocular art. Looks like it's nothing special after all. So that chakra, so it's natural energy that freed you from my Tsukuyomi, Itachi muttered, abruptly shifting to confusion. I've heard rumors about 3 great summoning realms hosting sages that mastered senjutsu. Is this so-called sage mode? When did you learn it? Sage mode. It's no big deal. Hard. Heh, Sasuke sneered with arrogance. Took me a week. So that's it, Hashirama cells. Itachi surmised inwardly. Aloud, he murmured, hence why you made a shadow clone earlier. Sasuke had no time for Itachi's musing, racing to use every second. He raised a massive swirling energy sphere in his hand, full of swirling wind energies, wearing a self-satisfied grin. Though I can only maintain this for 3 minutes, that's enough. I actually meant to save this move for Izayoi. But I'll let you see it first, something not even Izayoi can do. The moment he finished, the swirling energy sphere expanded dramatically. Inside, 2 swirling orbs also grew in size, colliding into one another. In Itachi's sight, Sasuke hefted the half-man-tall sphere of white light, then hurled it while shouting. Sage Art, Storm Release, White Dragon. A whoa. A thunderous roar, echoing among the mountains, drew attention from afar. The rest of Team 7, now fighting 3 versus 1 plus Temujin, along with Kisame, all turned to look. They beheld a colossal white dragon blast into the sky, becoming a beam of light like lightning striking downward, and their faces showed shock. That's enormous chakra, what jutsu is that? That release. Did Izayoi show up, or is that Sasuke's jutsu? Naruto. That also, a ninjutsu. Temujin's eyes shook with disbelief, followed by elation. No, I sense an energy I recognize. Could Heidu Dano have made a move? Huge as the white dragon was, it struck at lightning speed, plus it carried Storm Release's ability to lock onto targets, no place to hide. As with original story Sasuke's Karin, Itachi had no time to burn it away with Amaterasu, and substitution with Crow's or standard body flicker were useless at such velocity. Hence, Itachi wasted no time unleashing the Mangekyo's third power. Reddish-orange chakra poured out, instantly manifesting a skeletal giant's upper torso. The white dragon crashed into it, the senjutsu-enhanced storm release causing cracks in the giant's bones. Itachi's face changed in alarm, intensifying his yin chakra output so the skeleton sprouted connective tissue, flesh, and an outer robe of chakra, thus elevating to Susanoo's second form. At that stage, the white dragon's inflicted cracks healed swiftly. Bolstered by senjutsu chakra or not, the attack could no longer break through. Even so, Itachi remained profoundly stunned. He had never expected Sasuke to hide such a trump that forced him to reveal Susanoo. You brat, a brat indeed. Overseeing all this with his Tensigen, Izayoi's would clone spat curses while transmitting it live back to the true body. Upon receiving the intel, Izayoi's eyes flashed coldly. If not for bystanders, a vicious grin would be spreading over his face right now. That kid, so he learned Sage Mode early and even invented Sage Storm Release. He never told me, huh? Looks like he needs some discipline. At the same time, Izayoi couldn't help feeling impressed by Sasuke's talent. Just 2 months to master Sage Mode, further building upon Storm Release, Judgment to create an even faster, more formidable variant with Water Release-like control, an astonishing feat indeed. Could Sasuke's talent for Senjutsu rival Uzumaki Naruto's Sage Body level genius? Or was there another reason? Frowning inwardly, Izayoi pulled up his hood and switched to his Tensigen's far vision and X-ray senses to observe Sasuke's condition. Initially, nothing seemed amiss, but then Izayoi paused, pupils contracting in wild excitement. He nearly let out a yell if not for the onlookers present. So that's it. So that's how it works. In that instant, a lingering doubt in Izayoi's heart was resolved. He had often wondered how Hashirama Senju Sage Mode came about. Did he learn it from Shikatsu Forest, or did he spontaneously figure it out by pushing his sage body to the limit? It now appeared to be neither purely one nor the other. Hashirama's quick Sage Mode and endless stamina to battle, plus his ability to share loads of Senjutsu chakra with Madara, all came from his Sage Body plus Wood Release. Sage Body gave perfect natural energy affinity, while Wood Release carried a watered-down version of the Shinju's property. The divine tree could absorb a planet's energy to produce chakra fruit. Hashirama's Wood Release likewise could absorb chakra, enemy bodily and spiritual energy. Once his Sage Body sensed natural energy, his Wood Release would pull the energy in. Unlike Uzumaki Naruto who had to absorb nature energy manually, Hashirama simply turned on his Wood Release pumping system and gulped all he wanted, instantly turning it into Senjutsu chakra. If it ran out, he sucked in more. With a chakra volume dwarfed only by tailed beasts, Hashirama's Sage Mode was basically infinite. At this, Izayoi felt anew the raw might of Wood Release. Super Kage tier shinobi could do plenty with it, but it was truly unstoppable at 6 paths level. In the hands of a 10-tails Jinchuriki, Wood Release embodied the divine tree's power, pairing with infinite Tsukuyomi to subjugate the entire ninja world. Indeed it transcended bloodline limits to a Kekkei Mora or bloodline encompassing level. Izayoi had also realized the secret behind that foreign army. No wonder they can channel something akin to Wind Release, which his Tensigen can't pinpoint as normal chakra. It's natural energy. No wonder that woman who fought Sasori and Deidara shapeshifted into a giant bat and used sonic blasts, just like Hyuga's partial sage transformation. But they didn't rely on themselves for absorbing nature's energy. They used some kind of object as a medium. Attacking the land of wind must be about searching for that item. Indeed, his wood clones had glimpsed Heido's photo brandishing with a sinister look. The old man in the photo was likely tied to that item. Thus, Izayoi quietly changed his own game plan. Just as he was about to move his piece away, Nagato's piece dropped onto that same square. A white Zetsu clone carrying a ring and wooden tile arrived at the moving fortress, activating the summoning formula inscribed upon them. With a pop, the corpse of the animal path appeared on the ground. Soon its eyes snapped open, turning into Renegan. Summoning technique. Animal path formed seals, slapped his palm on the floor. Another white puff, a handsome red-haired boy stepped out. You've done well, Zetsu. Leaving that comment, Nagato vanished in an instant body flicker, no telling whether the Tenseigen user might be lying in ambush. He had to seize every second. Chapter 132, How to Sage Mode. Why does that brat possess such power as well? In one of the rooms within the mobile fortress, Heido gazed out the window at Uchiha Sasuke, who was unleashing Sage, Storm Release, White Dragon below. Shocked by what he saw, his eyes were also gleaming with delight as he muttered. Could he also be a descendant of that lineage? Does he, too, possess a Jello stone? Just as Heido intended to continue observing whether there was a chance to see Sasuke, a sudden presence emerged behind him. Wood release, smothering binding technique. Wooden tendrils sprouted from the floor, entangling Heido like tight ropes and binding him into a human bundle. Who's there? Startled, Heido turned around. Once he glimpsed that it was a red-haired youth, however, he found his body already immobile. Without a moment's hesitation, Heido immediately activated the Jello stone embedded in his hand, absorbing its power. Instantly, his hair turned from brown to white, his scara became pitch black and his irises glowed red, his skin likewise changed from a human complexion into something like steel in hue. Crack, crack, crack. The wooden bindings emitted crisp snapping noises as Heido effortlessly broke free. 4 fleshy growths sprouted from his back, like 4 thick prongs, and surged violently, hurtling toward Nagato like battering rams. What a bizarre energy. Is that also from that stone? Nagato, eyes on the glowing, cyan-lit stone on Heido's back, brought his hands together and murmured. Shinra Tensei. Boom. A tremendous blast shook the surroundings. Invisible force waves shattered the chamber's interior. The 4 charging flesh pillars were flung backwards, and Heido himself crashed through the fortress wall, hurtling outside. Lord Heido. The explosion drew everyone's attention. Below, Temujin stared at Heido in midair, face full of shock, and shouted in alarm. At that moment, a figure flew out from the fortress's haze. Seeing this individual, Ataki Kakashi's face changed drastically. Naruto, run. He urgently called out. At the same time, he formed seals and produced 2 shadow clones. Fire release, hiding in ash and dust technique. Kakashi spat forth a massive cloud of ash that obscured Kisame's line of sight. Moments later, several figures leapt from the dust, Kakashi and his clones whisking Uzumaki, Naruto and Temujin away. Release me. I have to help Lord Heido. Temujin brandished his knightly sword and activated the Jello Stone's power, destroying one of Kakashi's shadow clones. Then he rushed off toward Heido. Temujin. Naruto yelled, instinctively about to break away from Kakashi's grasp and go help. Idiot, do you want to kill everyone? Even Kakashi rarely raised his voice so severely. That man up there is the leader of the Akatsuki. Their objective is to capture tailed beasts, that monster inside you. That red-haired kid just now isn't your ally, he was even an enemy a moment ago. He doesn't want to leave, either. Going after him like this is suicidal, you'll drag us down, possibly even our entire village. Naruto, never having seen Kakashi so fierce, froze up. Kakashi, having opened the first gate of the 8 inner gates for a burst of speed, grabbed Naruto and hurried to where Sasuke was, Sasuke pinned down by Itachi's half-body Susanoo. Kakashi spoke quickly in a low voice. Sasuke, how much chakra do you have left? Use your widest range technique to cover us so we can retreat. Got it. Sasuke glanced resentfully at Itachi, then formed seals with both hands, shouting. Wood release, nativity of a sea of trees. Rumble, rumble. The waterlogged earth shook, countless tree branches burst from underground, rapidly sprouting leaves and becoming full trees, spreading in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the foot of the mountain was transformed into a wooded grove. Surrounded by this sea of trees, Uchiha Itachi ended his second to form Susanoo. The Mangekyo Sharingan receded back to 3 Tomo form. Standing atop a tall tree, he looked first up at Nagato in the sky, then at the distant Team 7 swiftly escaping. Letting out a quiet breath, he thought. I sure was startled by Nagato's sudden appearance there. He had initially feared Nagato had come for the 9 tails, almost panicking. Fortunately, the other's target seemed to be that fortress's leader. Kisame then showed up next to Itachi with a quick body flicker, teasing. Itachi-san, they got away. Shall we chase them? The 9 tails isn't our assignment right now. Let's await the leader's orders. Itachi replied blandly, though there was tension beneath his calm mask. Kisame gave a knowing chuckle, turning to where Team 7's chakra signature had vanished. Didn't expect your younger brother, whom you easily beat half a year ago, to force you to reveal your trump card now. At this rate, if he truly obtains eyes like yours, won't he be beyond your control? It's fine. Everything's going according to plan, Itachi responded flatly. But his eyelids trembled slightly. Going through Tsukuyomi and activating Susanoo continuously wasn't easy on him. Fortunately, he had made a habit of avoiding direct fights over the years, leaving Kisame to handle most battles, so his Mangekyo had not been overused. Nonetheless, his body was worsening, and his total chakra dwindled yearly. He probably only had 3 to 5 more years left. He used to worry that he might not hold on until Sasuke's power matured. Now, however, that was clearly not an issue. At Sasuke's current rate, perhaps in just another year or 2 he would be strong enough to kill Itachi. Even if still just 3, once Sasuke killed him for vengeance, the Mangekyo would awaken. All that remained was ensuring certain truths remained hidden and that someone would guide Sasuke to the eternal Mangekyo. Itachi figured he still needed one final contingency. Perhaps it was time to pay a visit to the future 6th Hokage. At the same time, high in the air, Nagato had finished his fight. Bansho Ten-in. While hovering, Nagato raised a hand and unleashed that uncanny attractive force like an invisible hand, dragging the airborne Heido back. His other hand extended wooden vines to restrain Heido once more. This time, Heido had no chance to break free before Nagato upped his chakra output, softly chanting. Sealing technique, 4-limb waiting seal. The vines radiated a bluish aura, black spider-like inscriptions crawling out from the chakra aura, swiftly covering Heido's entire body. Instantly, he could not even speak. Nagato didn't descend but created a wood clone mid-air. The clone pressed a hand onto Heido, using the Pretapath to absorb his power. With the Jello Stone's energy siphoned away, Heido returned to normal. So that's your energy. The wood clone that absorbed Heido's power abruptly widened its eyes, morphing partway into a monster before automatically reverting. In place of that distortion, faint red sage-like eye markings appeared. So it's actually natural energy. Nagato, absorbing the info from his wood clone in real time, murmured. Yet it's not merely normal natural energy. It also contains a life force akin to Mokutan's yang release. Presumably from that stone. He stared at the glowing stone on Heido's right hand. This must be the Jello Stone. Let's see exactly what it is. Nagato laid a hand on Heido's head. Ignoring the man's desperate, silent pleas, he directly employed the human path, yanking out Heido's soul. Countless memories surged into Nagato's mind. Filtering through them, he extracted crucial intel about the Jello Stone. Then, thoroughly assimilating that information, Nagato's expression grew astonished. So the Jello Stone can conjure inexhaustible wells, livestock that mature overnight, continuous bountiful harvests, anti-aging studies, ecological synergy. The ninja world once had an entire empire built around this stone. How is it that no trace of it remains? No, it's not that. The knowledge was never truly gone, only fewer and fewer people knew, and they likely emigrated overseas. From Heido's corpse, Nagato retrieved a photograph. Seeing the elderly man with a ferret in the picture, he mused quietly. So perhaps I'll find the answer on him. Let go of Lord Heido. A shout echoed up from below. Nagato glanced downward and saw Temujin launching a green slash skyward toward him. He was about to act, but the Sage Mode empowered wood clone beside him flew down first. No Renegan ability needed, only a single punch from the clone. Fist and slash collided, the latter shattering into green gusts. Temujin, who had unleashed that blow, stared in horror as the clone soared toward him. So this is Sage-style chakra. The wood clone observed its unharmed fist, murmuring. Natural energy, combined with wood release, truly a perfect match. This life force also augments yang release. If I possessed more of those stones, I wouldn't even need Hashirama's cells to enhance my Mokutan. I'd just keep leveling it up. With that in mind, the wood clone fixed an intense gaze on Temujin. So the boy was presumably one of that empire's descendants. That old man with the ferret likely knew where to find the Jello Stone's underground veins. So the clone swiftly subdued and sealed Temujin using Mokutan. Nagato's main body then formed a half-seal, closing his eyes to fully activate his sensing ability and scan for Team 7's location. Seconds later, he snapped his eyes open, scowling. The Tensigen. That cursed eye. Moments ago, Nagato had sensed a familiar chakra, the Ōtsutsuki Toneri type, lurking near Team 7. But then, both that chakra and two life signs, one large and one small, vanished without warning. Based on faint signifiers, those were the old men and the ferret from that photo. Evidently, he had targeted Hato, while the Tensigen user had seized the old men. At that moment, Nagato was thankful he came in person. Otherwise, he'd have gained nothing. Reflecting on it, Nagato concluded. The Jello stone veins are very likely hidden underground in the land of rivers or the land of wind. For now, I can confirm that the Tensigen's user has a Byakugan-like supreme vision yet can't detect white Zets emerging with the earth or sense natural energy, just like my Renegan can't either. So I can have Zetsu's clone search for veins matching the stone's signature underground, along with my wood clone scanning with large area perception. If he finds it, the chakra might expose its location. And he lacks wood release, it won't synergize strongly with that stone's energy the way mine does. Thus it's less beneficial to him. Even if he obtains it, he'll at best learn Sage Mode. As for the life force aspect, it won't increase his strength nearly as much. Unless the Jello veins lie somewhere else entirely, he can't monopolize them. With all that in mind, Nagato felt more secure. He returned to rummage through Hato's fortress for final spoils. In case he couldn't locate the Jello stone veins, at least he would keep these smaller stones. With them, he could sense natural energy on his own, no stone required, allowing him to replicate Hashirama like indefinite Sage Mode. On the other side, the Izayoi would clone that had gone off to borrow some Six Tails chakra from Utakata's side, tracked the old man with the ferret and extracted the needed intel via Mind Sphere. Seeing the old man's memories, the clone mused. An ancient empire, the Jello stone veins holding enough power to destroy half a continent. This rings a faint bell. Yet he truly couldn't recall the storyline in detail, certain only that it was from a movie arc. Izayoi was now sure why he had zero recollection, it must be from some filler, seldom discussed movie. The only anime original arcs he half remembered never mentioned this. Indeed, it had to be from a lesser-known film. So this explained how Sage Mode turned into flip the switch mode for Nagato's clone. Coupled with the fact that Mokutan provided an edge in synergy with natural energy, one could see how unstoppable that synergy was. Hence Izayoi recognized that if he wanted to master Sage Mode himself, the best route was likely the same as Hashirama's approach, not reliant on any summoning place's contract but forging his own path, just as the first Hokage had. Chapter 133, Sage Mode Mokutan. Izayoi, Hinata, Shino, thank you all. About 2 hours later, outside a damaged steel warship, Temari bowed in gratitude to Team 8. Izayoi glanced at the ape men and werewolf, both sealed up by the Sand Ninja, and asked with feigned ignorance, so this settles it. Yes, as long as we've captured these two, we can get them to spill the location of that army's headquarters, Temari replied with a nod, brimming with confidence. These armored troops aren't shinobi, and though these two officers can become monsters and wield power akin to ninjutsu, they're still just ordinary people. They can't possibly stand up to our Sunagakure. In that case, just report to Lady Chiyo, Izayoi said. Izayoi, please return with us. Allow Sunagakure to show you some hospitality, Temari offered earnestly. No need, maybe next time, Izayoi politely declined, giving a reason. Konoha's semi-annual Chunin exams are about to begin, and Shino still needs to participate. Seeing his firm refusal, Temari could only smile and nod. All right then. If one day you'd like to visit Sunagakure, have the gate guards contact me. Will do. We're off. Ja-ne. Izayoi flashed a cheeky two-finger salute, then departed with Hinata and Shino. Meanwhile, the other battle had also ended. Already damaged, the steel warship was shattered into pieces by the fighting. Debris lay strewn across the desert sand, part from the steel vessel, part from Sasori's puppet army, and part from Izayoi's own human puppet legion. You two are hopeless. Earlier, why didn't you just summon your boss out here? Among the puppet legions, which each had black stakes driven into them and could draw chakra at any time from their main body, only 5 remained. One puppet, its skin jet black and massively muscled, clearly forged from a Kimogakure corpse, was sitting atop another puppet, teasing the defeated Sasori and Daidara. Both of them had black rods embedded in their limbs, sealing their movements and preventing them from molding chakra. TCH, losing is losing, just means I was outclassed. The real body of Sasori, ever proud, declared coldly, my art doesn't measure up to yours. Kill me or slice me up, do as you please. Beside him, Daidara, clearly unwilling, shouted, Toneri, Chama, if you have guts, yank out these black rods. I still have one last self-destruct technique, an ultimate art that dwarfs even C4, Karura. Not even your lightning release could find its weakness. It absolutely won't be inferior to your meteor bombardment. You're not afraid to die, the puppet asked, curious. Toneri-chama, who do you think you're looking down on? Daidara, seeming deeply offended, raised his voice. Then, as if possessed, his eyes turned feverish. When I die, I'll become true art. That final explosion, though this is a desert, it'll leave marks that last for who knows how long, so the entire world can admire my craft. Including you, Toneri-chama, you'll remember me forever, HM. At the end, Daidara closed his eyes in a kind of reverent bliss. I won't deny it. I guess I really won't forget you, the puppet said in a low voice. Indeed a fool that's tough to forget. Sasori also nodded in agreement. If you don't believe me, then free me so I can show you my ultimate fleeting art. Daidara struggled in vain, thoroughly pinned down. Standing up, the puppeteer murmured, that was quite fun. If you want to pull out those rods yourselves, be my guest. You're not going to kill us? Sasori and Daidara blurted in unison, taken aback. If earlier you'd summoned your big boss, you'd be dead right now, the puppeteer snickered. But your personalities. I appreciate them. Consider this a thank you for last year's little gift. Also, thanks for those attributes of yours. Having completed its mission, the puppeteer vanished without warning. Daidara gawked at where it disappeared, shouting, that's so damn cool. Toneri-chama, you really are a top-class artist worthy of my admiration. We survived. But next time we might not. Sasori's tone remained calm. In the end, if we can't even handle his puppets, then once the final showdown between him and the leader arrives, even if that boy spares us, we'll be unable to withstand the fallout. That stage alone, just thinking of it is exhilarating. Daidara's eyes glowed with anticipation. When that day comes, I'll self-detonate ahead of time, so both unstoppable powerhouses of the shinobi world can witness my ultimate fleeting masterpiece. Sasori, the puppet master, briefly clenched his brow in dismay. Just like that, the incident in the Land of Wind began inexplicably and, thanks to two unstoppable powerhouses intervening, ended just as enigmatically. By the time Tsunagekyou's interrogation unit managed to coerce the ape woman and wolf woman into talking, then led an armed search along the coast and inland of the Land of Rivers in pursuit of the enemy base, that mobile fortress had already been seized by Nagato. Tsunagekyo assumed the enemies had foreseen the plan and fled, so they continued searching aimlessly. Even by the time Konoha's half-year Chunin exams ended, the sand search turned up nothing. But the enemy no longer attacked, so the matter was left unresolved. As for Team 7, the ones whose client was snatched away, they were not punished upon returning. After all, the culprit was that moon visitor, Ōtsutsuki Toneri. Even the fortress's leader drew Nagato himself out. One can guess how unstoppable that is. So long as they all returned alive, Tsunade felt thankful enough, there was no need to blame them. Indeed, things proceeded exactly as Tsunade surmised. After Tsunagekyo withdrew, Izayoi and Nagato continued clashing through subterfuge across the Land of Wind and Land of Rivers. Nagato now possessed the mobile fortress and the remainder of Heido's Jello Stone, while Temujin, the key, was imprisoned in a Megakure. Nagato didn't fully know Temujin's significance but found from Heido's memories that Temujin was a descendant of that ancient empire and could harness the Jello Stone's power without going berserk. Meanwhile, Izayoi, who had taken away the old man and his ferret, knew precisely that Temujin's blood could activate a summoning-style dimension rift. With that dimensional rift, one could theoretically devour the Jello Stone's entire vein, rumored to be powerful enough to devastate half the continent. Hence, the secret duel between Izayoi and Nagato was simple, both were entrenching their pieces. Izayoi had already learned from the old man's memories that the Jello Stone vein was sealed beneath the Land of Rivers in some mountain caverns. The Empire had cast protective illusions so advanced that even the Tenseigen far-seeing eyes and the mind's eye of the Kagura detection sense couldn't perceive that hidden energy. The same presumably applied to Nagato's Renegan and White Zetsu. If they actually found that monstrous energy capable of ravaging half a continent, presumably White Zetsu would have reported it long ago. Still, Izayoi left multiple wood clones behind, each in turn keeping watch at that mineral deposit. Nagato, for his part, also assigned many White Zetsu clones to the Land of Wind and the Land of Rivers, all searching for that distinctive turquoise-hued mineral with its extraordinary signature. At the same time, Nagato produced several wood clones of his own to roam as ordinary citizens or small-time ninjas, vigilantly scanning for strong chakra signatures, ready to deploy the moment the Tenseigen user showed up. After a month standoff, neither side had anything tangible. Could my guess be wrong? Reading a coded message from White Zetsu confirming they had thoroughly scoured the lands, Nagato quietly reflected. Or is there such a well-hidden seal or barrier that even we can't detect? Is Toneri just biding his time too? Unwilling to concede, Nagato instructed the White Zetsu clones via sealed note to stay and keep monitoring the Land of Wind and Land of Rivers. So, each side was still waiting, unwittingly giving Izayoi precisely the chance he needed. Finding no watchers above or below, Izayoi's watchers realized that indeed, neither Nagato nor White Zetsu had found the deposit. Yet mindful of potential traps, Izayoi tested them further, embedding a mind sphere in a civilian to wander that area for days, while a hidden wood clone with Ranmaru observed for any sign of Zetsu infiltration. Confirmed there was no sign of White Zetsu at all. At last, the wood clone left Ranmaru behind. The disguised civilian carried Ranmaru while cloaked, descending into the deeper passage behind the illusion sealing the Jello stone. Inside were ancient inscriptions about the Empire's achievements and downfall, describing the stone's capabilities and extreme dangers. There was also a summoning-style array needing Temujin's blood to open a swirling dimension that could devour the entire deposit if triggered. Ranmaru placed a flying thunder god seal, set up a sensor-blocking barrier, then loosened a floor plate. Beneath the ground lay the deposit. Ranmaru's special red eye plus the wood clone's Tensigen still perceived nothing from that chunk of earth, yet he could physically excavate the turquoise-hued stone. Via earth release and ninjutsu, Ranmaru liquefied part of the land. Instantly, that chunk of earth plus the stone deposit vanished into a vacuum. Ninja art, heavenly transfer technique. After sealing away part of the deposit, Ranmaru replaced the flooring, a faint green glow sealing the seam. Next, he and the civilian disappeared via flying thunder god technique. Victory. Deep beneath the ancestral building, Izayoi gazed at the newly appeared mass of jello stone, corners of his mouth lifting in a triumphant grin. That was the power of intelligence disparity. Nagato never imagined that Izayoi's Tensigen included something akin yet distinct from the human path, mind sphere, capable of reading and controlling minds, plus Ranmaru's near undetectable red eye. No matter how dire the storyline, with no advantage from canon memories, Izayoi could still come out on top. So, this is the Jello stone. Izayoi lifted a turquoise chunk about the size of a fist. If it were pure light formed into a sphere, it'd resemble his Tensigen's mind sphere. No one would guess it contained potent natural energy and life force. Without the right know-how, it could reduce someone to a mindless beast. But with skill, it could power up an entire domain, conjure infinite water sources, instantly maturing livestock, anti-aging research, etc. Now let's see how such natural energy, invisible even to Tensigen or the mind's eye of the Kagura, can be harnessed. Izayoi mused quietly. But instead of personally absorbing it, he extended a wooden tendril from his right arm, forming a wood clone. The clone did not bother with the smaller rock but picked up a basketball-sized chunk. Immediately, it invoked Tensigen-style chakra absorption. A swirl of green radiance bathed the turquoise chunk, forming a brilliant orb. Soon, that green chakra returned to the clone's body, leaving the stone transparent, depleted. The wood clone's face contorted in monstrous agony, revealing sharp fangs and bestial features. But within 2 seconds, those traits vanished. In their place, red sage-like markings adorned its eyes. If it disabled the Tensigen, its irises turned gold. Coordinating Tensigen absorption, yin-yang release creation, and Mokuton synergy, the wood clone had subdued the stone's natural energy, merging it with its chakra for an instant sage transformation. So, this is sage mode, wood chakra. Receiving that info in real time, Izayoi placed his hand on the clone's shoulder, siphoning the newly formed sage wood chakra for himself, instantly manifesting that red eyeshadow as well. Savoring his body's changes, Izayoi exhaled a faint laugh. So that's all it takes. No difficulty at all. Chapter 134, Sage Physique. This stone, perhaps natural energy, is only one of its properties. While Izayoi was giving his assessment, the voice of his wood clone suddenly reached his ears. He saw the wood clone lift a hand, clench it into a fist, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Immediately, the information was relayed in real time to Izayoi's mind. After digesting the information, Izayoi's eyes glinted. Then, by using the Tensigen's chakra absorption, he drained the energy from the jello stone in his hand, about the size of a billiard ball. When the blue-green energy entered his body, Izayoi's outward appearance did not change, he remained in sage mode. As for his aura, it didn't seem to grow stronger either. However, Izayoi's eyes widened in surprise. He clicked his tongue and said, "What tremendous, pure life force." The real-time information transmitted by the wood clone concerned its own body, in precise terms, the sensation of Mokuton, wood release. Although Izayoi had siphoned away its Senjutsu chakra, he could not absorb the life force contained in the Jello stone's energy. The Jello stone is not something that forms naturally. And that unnamed kingdom didn't simply use various stones for combat. More importantly, they used the life force within them to create all sorts of things that brought convenience to life, developing technology, inventing many items that even this era doesn't possess, preventing aging, etc. Both the dragon vein and the Jello stone's veins contain enough power to destroy a continent, but the dragon vein power has a time-space attribute, while the Jello stone's veins have a life attribute. Earlier, when the wood clone absorbed a jello stone about the size of a basketball, it was like Nagato donning Tobi's battle armor, the wood clone's Mokuton power had been enhanced. Or put another way, had its yang release chakra grown stronger. An increase in yang release chakra means an increase in physical energy, which also indicates that the cells have been affected by the life force. At that moment, Izayoi seemed to realize how the people of that empire rapidly grew their clan overnight, how they created high-yield crops, perpetual water sources, and so on. He also finally understood why Nagato would personally step in just to deal with a small fry like Heidu. This life force is simply the perfect supplement for wood release. As long as one can strip away or control the unhealthy elements of the jello stone, namely its natural energy, then the life force is the clearing bonus, a direct boost to chakra and would release proficiency. Moreover, that unhealthy element is only unhealthy for other people. For Izayoi and Nagato, it's something that also increases their strength. In other words, for Izayoi and Nagato, this thing has zero downsides, like an elixir that instantly powers them up. No wonder Nagato has been dragging this out with me for so long without giving up. He must have discovered this a while ago, Izayoi said in amazement. The wood clone also looked at the jello stone before him and sighed, what a pity. That lament referred to how the wood clone can't repeat what it did just now and help the main body absorb energy from the jello stone, using the stone's natural energy to perceive natural energy in the environment and thereby cultivate a true sage mode. Although natural energy can be absorbed, its life force can't be. Even if Izayoi were to reabsorb the wood clone, that portion of life force would no longer be pure, it wouldn't increase physical energy but would instead reinforce would release chakra. Because Izayoi isn't sure how many jello stones the veins contain or how big a boost he can get from them, he doesn't want the wood clone wasting it. Only his real body can absorb the jello stone's energy. In that case, the number of jello stones Izayoi can absorb each day is limited. Because cultivating sage mode requires taking big risks, you must have huge reserves of chakra. Only with massive chakra reserves can you withstand the feedback from natural energy and fuse it into senjutsu chakra in the correct ratio. If the natural energy absorbed goes beyond those proportions and can't be fully converted to senjutsu chakra, there will be severe backlash. In the mildest scenario, one might turn into a monster, in the worst, you could die outright. A genuine sage mode can only be cultivated personally by Izayoi. Also, before Izayoi absorbs another jello stone, he has to expend all his senjutsu chakra to avoid imbalance. This part is simple enough, let the wood clone use Tenseigen's chakra absorption, while Izayoi focuses on recovering his own chakra. Once that's done, he can continue absorbing more jello stone energy. But that too would be a waste, squandering the jello stone's natural energy. Is there a way to let the body itself absorb this natural energy, or at least put it to better use? Izayoi gestured for the wood clone to teleport away. He remained in front of the pile of jello stones, sitting cross-legged, arms folded in thought, sifting through the vital pieces of intel he has revisited time and again since arriving in this world, data that even time can't render blurry. In the original work, there's very little information about natural energy, yet it's extremely important. For example, Gamamaru approached Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo in hopes that Hagoromo and his brother would destroy the divine tree. Because ever since the divine tree took root, the world's natural energy decreased with each passing year. Natural energy might be the planet's life force, or at least part of it. Chakra fruit also contains natural energy. In theory, once Kaguya Ōtsutsuki ate the chakra fruit, she gained access to its senjutsu component as well, but, having ascended to godhood in one step, she may have considered that beneath her. Or perhaps, given her unique and tangled combat history, she simply never bothered. However, as her eldest son, the moment Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo first arrived at Mount Myaboku, he sensed natural energy. Under Gamamaru's guidance, he instantly harnessed senjutsu chakra. Moreover, Hagoromo didn't have any sort of eye markings, nor did his pupils change. In the original story, when Uchiha Madara absorbed senjutsu chakra from Hashirama, he too had no eye markings, but the Hashirama face on his chest developed a pattern. Except for Hagoromo, every other person who has mastered sage mode has some kind of colored eye marking, and their pupils change as well, including Hashirama. Yet there is one more person who, at the very end, showed no eye markings, just like Hagoromo. That is Uzumaki Naruto, in his six-path sage mode. And Naruto just so happens to be the transmigration of Asura's chakra. He was born inheriting the body of a sage, i.e., a true sage physique. I see, Izayoi muttered, eyes glinting. Ōtsutsuki bloodline, plus a sage physique. Hagoromo, as Kaguya's son, was born with horns, a top-tier endowment that didn't require something like the two powers unite as one ritual to gain the ultimate dojutsu. His Ōtsutsuki lineage is certainly higher than just red. And his sage physique was developed after birth, but it could be inherited by his descendants. There's a good chance it's also higher than red. That kind of sage physique is undoubtedly the result of his Ōtsutsuki lineage plus the chakra fruit. Similar to how Izayoi acquired his red Ōtsutsuki lineage and gradually unlocked various attributes. The first time he learned medical ninjutsu, he instantly unlocked medical prodigy, and so on. I need to confirm something, Izayoi said, using the Tenseigans far's eye, shifting his viewpoint to a base on some remote island. He watched a young man with orange hair intently. Bubbles of text surrounded the boy, and one purple bubble in particular caught Izayoi's eye. Sage transformation, purple. It's not there, Izayoi said flatly. Then he switched perspectives again, now focused on Uchiha Sasuke, who was currently training hard. Bubbles appeared around Sasuke as well. After transplanting Hashirama's cells for over half a year, Sasuke's strength already ranked among the top tiers. The power in Hashirama's cells kept stimulating Sasuke's Indra chakra, and his chakra reserves grew by the day, granting him the qualifications to train in senjutsu. He has even mastered Ryuchi Cave's Sage mode. This boost in chakra also stems from the two powers unite ritual, allowing Sasuke, like Uchiha Madara, to accomplish things even Nagato couldn't, such as upgrading Mokuton. When Sasuke first transplanted Hashirama's cells, his Mokuton was the same blue grade as Nagato's. But now Sasuke's Mokuton has risen to purple, on par with Tenzo, Yamato, and Izayoi himself. Of course, even though they are all purple grade, Sasuke's Mokuton is still worlds apart from Izayoi's. Izayoi, with his red grade Ōtsutsuki lineage, has Mokuton just like Hashirama's, it can absorb chakra. Whenever certain conditions are met, Izayoi's Mokuton can be upgraded to gold grade. Meanwhile, Sasuke's future potential might allow him to cast Advent of a world of flowering trees and the wooden dragon technique like Edo Tensei Madara, and that would be his limit. It's not there, Izayoi repeated after checking Sasuke's entries. He then switched to Jiraiya. Still nothing, he said. This nothing refers to the fact that none of them, whether it's Hyuga, who can Sage transform, Sasuke and Jiraiya, who have genuine Sage modes, carry a Sage physique entry. By contrast, Naruto, who hasn't even begun formal senjutsu training yet, does have the red Sage physique entry. He's the only one who can have no eye markings upon receiving the six-path Sage mode. Because once he gains Hagoromo's powers, his Sage physique temporarily becomes higher than red grade. Unfortunately, his Ōtsutsuki lineage remains at blue. If he ever loses the six paths power, he'd revert to his old self. After analyzing all this, Izayoi's lips curved upward in excitement. He murmured, so perhaps, I can also cultivate a Sage physique after the fact. Because his chakra likewise originates from the chakra fruit, and his Ōtsutsuki bloodline has reached red grade. His setup, i.e., his stats, isn't as high as Hagoromo's, nor is his chakra as pure as that of the first person to inherit the chakra fruit. But Izayoi doesn't need anything above a red grade Sage physique. Even if he can only unlock a white Sage physique, that's good enough. As soon as he unlocks a Sage physique entry, no matter if it starts at white, he can use points to level it up to red and beyond. With that possibility in mind, Izayoi didn't hold back with Mokuton any longer. He immediately tried it out. He created another wood clone, letting it absorb his senjutsu chakra. Then, his real body once again drew upon a Jello Stone's energy. Natural energy and life force surged into his body. The latter was quickly absorbed, while the former circulated within his chakra pathways, without fusing into senjutsu chakra. For other people, even someone like Kisame Hoshigaki, or Kakashi Hatake without the burden of the Sharingan, this amount of natural energy would be uncontrollable. Only someone with the Ōtsutsuki bloodline, the Tenseigan, and mastery over wood release and yang release, like Izayoi, can subdue and control it. Seated cross-legged, Izayoi formed a meditative hand seal, attempting to use the natural energy in his body to sense the natural energy in the environment. Perhaps because the ambient natural energy was too thin, the wood clone brought him another basketball-sized Jello Stone. Izayoi placed it on his lap and absorbed its energy completely. As the natural energy in his body surged, Izayoi could no longer remain calm. His body swelled slightly, and his meridians began to ache. If he continued, he'd soon develop beast-like traits. With no other choice, he fused the natural energy into senjutsu chakra, once again entering Sage mode. This state might make it easier to sense natural energy, the wood clone remarked. But that'd just be Sage mode, not a Sage physique, Izayoi replied, shaking his head. While in Sage mode, Izayoi found his mind exceptionally clear. Plus, the wood clone had an even more independent consciousness, so dispersing it later wouldn't leave Izayoi fatigued. They began brainstorming together. All of a sudden, the wood clone seemed to have an idea. Using their real-time mental link, it said, the reason the six-path Sage managed to acquire a Sage physique without any visible signs is that his Ōtsutsuki lineage was higher grade, and his chakra came directly from the chakra fruit, so perhaps it was rich in natural energy. Your own setup isn't as high as his, so you can't get a Sage physique just by absorbing natural energy. However, your hypothesis is that a higher-level Ōtsutsuki lineage can eventually cultivate a Sage physique. So why not do what you did with two powers unite, first master a true sage mode, then use would release plus yang release to convert all your chakra to senjutsu chakra. That way, natural energy is constantly present in your body, and maybe that'll gradually change your cells. Given how the system works, even the slightest change should unlock a new entry. Then you can spend points to upgrade it, right? Upon hearing this, Izayoi's eyes lit up. He looked at the wood clone in admiration. Brilliant, no surprise, coming from me. Smugness crept across the wood clone's face. I was just in too much of a rush, Izayoi said with renewed determination. There's no way to unlock such an entry so easily. Let's follow your method. First, master a true sage mode. Then, like how Goku and Gohan stayed in Super Saiyan form through all of the Cell Saga, maintain sage mode as my baseline state. Let Senjutsu chakra, with its 1:1:1 ratio of physical, spiritual, and natural energy, slowly affect my cells. If soaking in a hot spring can eventually make you faint from it, I refuse to believe these cells wouldn't be affected. With his objective now clear, Izayoi felt elated. He got up and left the underground base to find Hinata and share his excitement, while also giving her a gift. After all, the Jello stones aren't just his perfect supplements, they're also a boost to anyone with the Ōtsutsuki lineage. Chapter 135, Marinated by Senjutsu. Izayoi-kun, what's going on? Today was a holiday, and the Hyuga sisters, who had grown accustomed to coming over to Izayoi's place whenever they were free, were in the tailoring room working on something. Izayoi didn't need to go looking for them. The moment they sensed his chakra, the two sisters appeared before him. However, when they saw Izayoi's current appearance, they were momentarily stunned. Hinata felt that Izayoi's current look was strangely familiar, as though she'd seen it somewhere before. Hanabi, on the other hand, came closer and asked curiously, Oniai-chan, did you put on makeup? Why are you wearing colored contacts today? At this moment, Izayoi had already deactivated the Tensigen. Red markings extended around the corners of his eyes, and his originally blue pupils had turned golden. Though his aura felt more subdued and close to nature, the calm look in his eyes now carried an even greater sense of majesty. From the sister's perspective, he was still as handsome as ever, just in a different style than usual. What do you think? Izayoi said with a smile, patting Hanabi on the head. Hee, I'll find out soon enough. Hanabi nimbly jumped onto Izayoi, wrapping her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck, drawing her face close to his for a good look. A second later, Hanabi wore a look of surprise. These aren't colored contacts, and that eyeshadow isn't makeup. Oniai-chan, how did you do this? Hanabi, don't be a brat. Hinata reached over and lifted her younger sister off her boyfriend. Then she looked at Izayoi and said, Izayoi-kun, is this your sage mode? Did you sign a contract with Shikatsu Forest too? Smart guess, but no, this isn't Shikatsu Forest sage mode. Izayoi reached out and pulled Hinata into his arms with one hand while taking hold of his little sister-in-law's hand with the other. He teleported them into the villa's living room, sat them down on the long sofa, and said with a grin, I have a surprise for both of you. What kind of surprise? Just like always, the two sisters took their spots on Izayoi's left and right, one clinging to his arm, the other lying across his lap. Their Byakugan, faintly tinged with a hint of pale purple, gleamed with curiosity and a little anticipation. Looking at those two lovely, delicately pretty faces, no matter how bad Izayoi's mood might be or how tired his body felt, he would immediately feel relaxed and healed. Izayoi used one hand to cup the cheek of his little sister-in-law, who was lying on his lap, pouting her lips under his gentle pinch. With his other hand, he pulled Hinata closer, lifted her chin gently with a finger, and offered her his forearm. Then he smiled and said, Hinata, give it a little bite. Sure. Hinata nodded. She was already used to Izayoi's daily feeding. Oniai-chan, me too. But before she could lean in and bite gently, Hanabi, who had been lying on Izayoi's lap, sat up, grabbed Izayoi's other arm, and sank her teeth into his shoulder. If she slid just a bit further, she'd practically be a little vampire. As they applied a bit of pressure with their teeth, a familiar blue chakra manifested at the bite marks and, like liquid, flowed into the sisters' bodies. Usually, whenever they absorbed Izayoi's chakra, Hinata and Hanabi would feel a cozy warmth coursing through them, like drinking hot water on a winter's day. But today was different. This time, it felt way too hot. Their fair skin flushed a warm shade of pink. Their pores opened up, and to Izayoi's surprise, white steam began to emanate from the sisters' bodies. Their eyes grew wide in astonishment, yet they gradually took on an intoxicated look, as if they were tipsy. Someone who didn't know better might have thought they weren't in the villa's living room but soaking in a hot spring somewhere. Wake up, are you two okay? Even Izayoi's loud calls couldn't snap them out of it. They continued to look dazed and flushed. Hey. You've wandered onto the wrong set, girls. This is Naruto, not some risque drug-fueled fever dream, Izayoi griped to himself. He had expected that the Jello Stone's life force, transmitted through his physical energies, could also be shared with others, especially the sisters, who could raise their chakra limits by drawing on his. But he had never imagined the effect would be this extreme. Hinata and Hanabi's condition was like mixing up your scenes in an entirely different genre. They were just one step away from their clothes bursting at the seams. It took a good few minutes before the steam dissipated and their flushed red temperatures finally calmed down. Once they returned to their senses, both sisters blinked and gave Izayoi the same wide-eyed look. Their gazes were remarkably clear. Right after that, however, Hinata blushed a deep red again. She pulled free from Izayoi's arms and stared at him, her voice trembling. I, Izayoi-kun, you. Her words came out in fits and starts. She had no idea how to express her emotions. Hanabi, drenched in sweat and wearing a similarly complicated expression, still found her curiosity outweighing her doubts. Oniai-chan, how come your chakra is different today? Why, does it taste so good? She didn't say that last part out loud, but that was what she truly thought. And Hinata shared her sentiments. If Izayoi's usual chakra was like a beneficial tonic that warmed them inside and relieved fatigue and injuries, then this new chakra was as if they were just chomping down on raw medicinal herbs. And these herbs were way too potent, just one bite made them overheat and break into a sweat, as though a surge of spicy heat had rocketed up into their brains. If they hadn't still been biting him, they might have ended up drooling silly grins. In short, they had gotten high off it. Why don't you check your bodies or activate your Byakugan to see if anything's changed? Izayoi said, instead of explaining further. At the same time, Izayoi carefully watched the entries that only he could see hovering around the two women. Ever since Hinata's red grade entry had finished its cooldown, Izayoi hadn't taken a close look at their entries. Now that he did, he saw that both sisters had made tremendous progress. Hanabi had gained a new entry. Taijutsu Genius, blue. Hinata had gained 3 new entries. Medical Genius, blue. Taijutsu Genius, blue. Sealing Genius, blue. In addition, her chakra control, which had been blue, had advanced to purple. Her Jonin aptitude, blue, had become Kage-level aptitude, purple. But amid these red, purple, and blue bubbles, a dazzling golden bubble now appeared for some reason. Spotting that golden bubble, Izayoi paused and asked, Hinata, what's your Byakugan's maximum viewing range right now? Hinata, who had just activated her Byakugan, did some mental math and replied, it's about 35 kilometers. That's amazing, sis. Mine doesn't even reach 10 kilometers. Hanabi gaped in astonishment. Izayoi followed up, aside from your increased range, is there anything else different? My X-ray perception is stronger too. Not only can I see more tenketsu points on a target, but I can also determine which meridians are stronger, weaker, or especially crucial based on chakra flow. My gentle step twin lion fists have gotten noticeably more powerful. In addition, this applies to myself as well. Now I can release chakra through more of my own tenketsu points, which has greatly boosted both my gentle fist techniques and my monster strength punches. Once I learn the Int Seal, I'll be ready for the next stage of combining gentleness and force in perfect harmony. When she finished, Izayoi abruptly asked, have you tried releasing your chakra through the Byakugan itself? Eh? The Byakugan can do that. Hinata and Hanabi exclaimed, startled. It's something to experiment with in the future, Izayoi answered with a smile, though inwardly he was astonished. A viewing range of 35 kilometers was enough to upgrade her Byakugan entry to gold, completely different from what had happened in his own case. When Izayoi's Byakugan had first climbed to gold grade, he could see 50 kilometers away. Plus, besides having a Prince of the Byakugan, red, entry, he also possessed an Ōtsutsuki bloodline, red, dot. Hinata was only a Princess of the Byakugan, red, and, by combining with Izayoi's chakra, she had advanced her Byakugan to gold in just 3 years. Yet the range was still at 35 kilometers. Clearly, her eyes were undergoing some unknown transformation. Izayoi became more and more certain that unlike him, Hinata, and likely Hanabi, wouldn't awaken the Tenseigen. Their Ōtsutsuki bloodline was still at a mere blue grade. Of all the red entries Izayoi had seen, nothing had outclassed the Ōtsutsuki bloodline yet. If Hinata's Byakugan were evolving into the Tenseigen, it would probably take her at least a decade, maybe 2 or 3, just to reach gold grade. She might even be on her deathbed by the time she awakened the Tenseigen. That's how hard it is to evolve without a high-grade Ōtsutsuki bloodline. But in contrast, Hinata had only absorbed Izayoi's chakra for 3 years, and her Byakugan was already at gold grade. It was almost certain her evolution wasn't toward the Renegan or the Tenseigen, but rather some unknown, third path. Izayoi suspected she could follow the path of the Ōtsutsuki from another planet, like Kinshiki Ōtsutsuki, awakening a unique dojutsu derived from the Byakugan. If Izayoi didn't have such a wide variety of advanced entries himself, he might never have guessed that. But since he had so many, plus the Jello Stone as a power source, it seemed possible Hinata might truly become his retainer. With that in mind, Izayoi decided to double down and share more of the Jello Stone's life force with Hinata and Hanabi, curious to see just how powerful they could become. Hinata, unaware of Izayoi's train of thought, simply gave a gentle nod at his suggestion. You two are all sweaty. Let's go for a swim. Sure. Afterward, as usual, the trio indulged in various forms of recreation. Once they got bored, at Hanabi's request, Izayoi used the Flying Thunder God technique to take them traveling outside Konoha. They spent 2 days relaxing. Then Izayoi began his training. The Jello Stone was an unexpected windfall that might become the key to breaking the current stalemate. Its appearance gave Izayoi hope that before he fully unlocked his sage physique or finished evolving the Tenseigen, he could become strong enough to defeat Nagato. He had to prepare for round 2. Before the Shippuden era began, Izayoi needed to accumulate 990,000 points, enough to upgrade a single red entry to a new, unknown rank. If that proved impossible, then he had to get very close to that threshold. Otherwise, once Shippuden started, Toneri Ōtsutsuki could mobilize the power of the giant Tenseigen to monitor the ninja world, putting Izayoi at a disadvantage. Because the seal on the moon still wasn't broken, and Izayoi had no way to locate the spatial passage to get there. His ability to manipulate gravity wasn't true flight, not at the level of traveling through space the way extraterrestrial Ōtsutsuki do. This was exactly why Izayoi longed to raise his Ōtsutsuki bloodline to an even higher level. He had a strong hunch that if he upgraded it to that new rank, he'd undergo yet another transformative leap, maybe rewriting fate all over again. The following day, Izayoi left a wood clone at home to guard the place while the real body teleported off the ninja continent to the island where Hyuga resided. He injected Mokutan chakra into the ground from a distance, remotely growing a small tree branch engraved with the Flying Thunder God seal. Izayoi teleported to Hyuga and struck him with a mental sphere, reading his memories instantly before Hyuga could even see him clearly. From Hyuga's memories, Izayoi discovered what he needed. Hyuga's sage transformation caused him to go berserk whenever he entered an area dense with natural energy. By recalling Hyuga's episodes of loss of control, Izayoi could identify which places had particularly high concentrations of natural energy. In fact, outside of the 3 great sage regions, nowhere could top that underground ruin in the land of rivers for cultivating a true sage mode. After all, wherever there were veins of Jello Stone, the ambient natural energy had to be extraordinary. But training there was too risky. If Nagato or Black Zetsu discovered him by chance, he'd be forced into a fierce battle and might even lose large quantities of Jello Stones. Izayoi decided to be cautious. He found an area abundant in natural energy and sent several wood clones to patrol with Mokutan chakra, keeping watch for stray white Zetsu clones. Meanwhile, the real Izayoi had the wood clone back home send him a batch of Jello Stones via teleportation. Sitting cross-legged, Izayoi began absorbing the Jello Stone's energy. Whenever he sensed an imbalance, he switched into sage mode. Eventually, the ground beneath him produced a wooden platform, which rose on top of a slim stone pillar that seemed far too narrow to hold his weight. Yet Izayoi remained perfectly steady, his body and mind tranquil, as though melding into nature. Moreover, thanks to the strong local natural energy, Izayoi only needed 2.5 days to sense nature's energy. Then, in another half-day, he managed to draw it into his base state and refine genuine Senjutsu chakra. In just 3 days, he had mastered a true sage mode. But that was only the beginning. His next challenge was to absorb huge amounts of natural energy so that his vast ocean of chakra could be converted into Senjutsu chakra, letting sage mode become his normal state, so he would essentially eat and sleep in sage mode, keeping natural energy within him at all times. Through that process, his chakra would influence his physical and spiritual energy, and those energies would in turn affect each and every one of his 130 trillion cells. Eventually, his body would be marinated enough to exhibit sage-like traits. At that point, the system should judge him to have a sage physique and unlock the corresponding entry. Chapter 136, Black Zetsu's Contingency Plan. While Izayoi was using his own body as a test subject in hopes of unlocking the sage physique entry, over in Omegakure, Nagato, having left the administration of the village to Konan, had already entered a secluded training phase. In a hidden underground facility lined with barrier seals, the light was so faint you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Even if Izayoi looked over using the Tenseigen, he would only see a single cluster of blue chakra, indicating that just one person was inside. That person was Nagato, hailed as the god of shinobi in this new era, the ninja world's acknowledged strongest, and the child of the prophecy in Jiraiya's eyes. Yet no one knew that beneath Nagato's seat lay the demonic statue of the outer path, the mysterious object that had garnered so much curiosity from ninja and ordinary people across the world. Everyone wondered why 2 wielders of sage eyes fought so bitterly over the statue. Finally, I've done it. In the darkness, Nagato opened his violet ripple-patterned eyes. Faint red flares flickered at the corners of his eyes. If a lamp were lit, you'd see that Nagato's eye corners were traced with red markings. Just as I suspected, the demonic statue of the outer path hides secrets no one knew about. It's definitely not just the container Uchiha Obito mentioned, Nagato thought to himself. Now, he could enter a genuine Sage mode. Unlike Izayoi, who had mastered Sage mode in a mere 3 days, aided by large amounts of Jello Stone, Nagato had already been training for over a month. He'd used up all the Jello Stone he'd obtained from Heidu, but even so, while he could now instantly enter Sage mode, it wasn't truly the real thing. Because, unlike Izayoi, a transmigrator, who knew exactly which areas contained abundant natural energy, and who had contracted with Mount Myoboku, Nagato had neither that knowledge nor any such contract. When Nagato went searching for a quiet place to painstakingly sense natural energy on his own, he suddenly picked up a faint hint of it, right at the head of the demonic statue of the outer path. So, he began training right atop its head. Within just a week, Nagato had mastered a genuine Sage mode. Pairing that with wood release and creative use of yin-yang release, the moment he stepped into Sage mode, he could absorb large amounts of natural energy and sustain the form for a long time. His offense, defense, and sensory abilities all skyrocketed, raising his power even further. The first to notice Nagato's change was Black Zetsu, whose sensing powers detected it. He spoke in a low, gruff voice. Nagato has grown stronger again. He might be on par with Lord Madara by now, right? White Zetsu exclaimed in wonder. All that life force in those stones has restored his body to its absolute peak, his chakra has risen again. If he were to wear Tobi's armor, he might actually surpass Madara, Black Zetsu rasped. But right now, the stronger he is, the better it is for us. Can we really still get him to resurrect Lord Madara with power like that? White Zetsu asked. He has the Renegan, and we can't plant a curse seal in his heart. Madara's eyes are literally in his possession, so we can't use a transcription seal on them, and he's so guarded against us. Is there still any chance to possess him? That depends on whether our contingency plan works, Black Zetsu said, although his tone was dripping with confidence. When Nagato emerged from his secluded training, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu promptly appeared before him and handed him a scroll. After scanning the coded message inside, Nagato placed a hand over the scroll, erased the chakra script, wrote new instructions, and returned the scroll to Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu read it, nodded, and departed. Shortly afterward, a black hole about the size of a fist appeared out of nowhere. Its terrifying pull warped Nagato's body before sucking him inside the void. Almost 2 months have passed, and still there's no sign of any unfamiliar, powerful chakra in the lands of wind or rivers. Within the Kamui dimension, Black Zetsu was reporting to Nagato. White Zetsu couldn't help griping, "Leader, could it be you were wrong? Maybe that so-called Jello Stone vein isn't even located in the land of wind or rivers. It's more likely that I was correct and that Ōtsutsuki Toneri has already seized control of that vein," Nagato said calmly. By now, he's likely training in Sage mode as well, which would make his chakra supply greater than it was a few months ago. We should be prepared to start round 2 at any moment. Hearing that, both Black Zetsu and Obito, whose face was hidden beneath his mask, looked visibly shaken. "So, have you completed your Sage mode training?" Obito asked. "Yes. I can now enter it at will," Nagato nodded. "Then, can you defeat him now? If his power hasn't changed and I'm outfitted with Tobi's core, then I'll have at least a 70% chance of winning," Nagato said. "And if your space-time ninjutsu could lock onto his position, we'd have a 90% chance. But both of us know that's impossible. Given his meticulous style, whenever he shows up again, he'll be strong enough to surpass the version of me from a few months back. That means we have to be fully prepared, for the worst, even." Nagato analyzed calmly. "Next time he appears, he might have 6 paths level abilities on par with mine. He might also possess a Sage mode and an even more massive chakra pool, along with an army of puppet warriors. In that final part, we need to consider carefully. Unlike me, his 6 paths technique is unique. His yin-yang release could let him control multiple puppets, maybe his entire puppet army, all linked via those black rods. The last time he only used a dozen or so humanoid puppets to defeat Sasori and Deidara with ease. If not for Sasori's prior dealings with him, those 2 might never have returned. And those human puppets didn't even include anyone with a Kekkei Genkai or Shimura Danzo. By now, who knows how powerful his puppet army might be, even stronger than the Akatsuki. If I confront Ōtsutsuki Toneri in battle, those puppets might use the opportunity to attack a Megakure or the Akatsuki. We must be prepared with enough forces to counter them." Nagato cast his gaze at Black Zetsu. "Is there any way to boost the strength of the White Zetsu army?" The White Zetsu clones, like Tobi's body, originate from Hashirama's cells. "If we can obtain more of those cells, we can make the White Zetsu stronger," White Zetsu said, looking slyly at Obito. "If we find a wood release user and harvest his cells for the White Zetsu clones, their numbers and power might exceed anything the ninja world has ever seen." Obito's face darkened behind his mask. This damned white Zetsu. Ever since Obito's identity was exposed, these two had increasingly disregarded him, often reporting directly to Nagato without even telling him. Obito was starting to feel like an outsider. But when Nagato turned his gaze on him, clearly intrigued by the idea, Obito's heart lurched. He quickly got ready to activate Izanagi if necessary, but he forced himself to sound composed and made a proposal. Hashirama's cells are limited. If you really want to strengthen your army, isn't there a better target right now? Konoha's would release ninja. Nagato picked up Obito's meaning in an instant. Exactly. He's the rightful heir to would release and already capable of the nativity of a sea of trees technique, even though he only graduated a year ago. With such enormous chakra and natural talent, he'll inevitably become the next Hashirama someday. If we capture him now, we won't just enhance the White Zetsu army, we might produce more White Zetsu clones than there are ninja in the entire world. Obito emphasized the threat and the potential benefits, clearly harboring deep hatred for the young man who had exposed his true identity. Nagato's interest was piqued, but he hesitated, frowning slightly. Apparently guessing at his reservations, Obito continued, if you worry about alarming the 5 great nations and ruining the tailed beast plan, you shouldn't. Even without you, a ninja in Konoha who masters would release would be feared by every other hidden village. If you make a move, from their perspective, you're simply eliminating a future threat and solidifying your title as the world's strongest. As long as you're not targeting any Jinchuriki, the other villages won't unite to attack Omegakure. In fact, they'll probably gloat over Konoha's loss. Even though this might hurt your reputation for a while, the benefits will be immeasurable. But despite Obito's argument, Nagato's expression remained grim, and his frown never relaxed. Instead, he spoke heavily, that's not my concern. Once peace is achieved and a new world created, Pain will be a god, one who bears both the titles of a supremely good being and a supremely evil one. What worries me is this, that young ninja's talent could well mean he's mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Black Zetsu and Obito stiffened, their faces changing drastically. That's too far-fetched, right? White Zetsu laughed awkwardly. In the 60-year history of the ninja villages, only 3 people have mastered the Flying Thunder God. It seems impossible that 2 users would appear in the same generation, doesn't it? That's not certain. Black Zetsu murmured. He awakened mind's eye of the Kagura back in the academy, and just from observing how Obito visited Rin's grave each year, he deduced Obito's true identity. He manifested the would-release bloodline at a young age, but concealed it until Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo died, allowing Konoha to revert to the era of the Senju as the village's top clan before exposing himself and instantly becoming the sole candidate for the 6th Hokage. He's mature beyond his years, with a very calculating mind. He's every bit as cunning as Ōtsutsuki Toneri. Plus, in under a year since graduation, he's already shown 2 different nature transformations, plus a unique fusion of transformations resulting in some wind-fire secret jutsu, along with Inoki's flight and dust release techniques. It's likely that Uchiha Sasuke's own would release and Sage Mode were awakened by transplanting some of this boy's cells. And given how he helped Orochimaru, who knows, maybe he also mastered Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode. With such a bloodline, intelligence, and overall talent, that kid is basically a combination of Hashirama, Tobirama, and Uzumaki Mito. He's just missing the 9 tails. After hearing this, Nagato and Obito looked more serious than ever. That was exactly the reason for Nagato's hesitation. Unlike Ōtsutsuki Toneri's Meteor Shower and Tengai Shinsei, or even the power Nagato himself could wield while donning the Tobi armor to perform nativity of a sea of trees in the wooden golem technique, Nagato was all too aware of would release's might. Few abilities placed as much strain on Shinra Tensei as would release did. Would release structures could be as hard as mountains. When it manifested as a forest, even a Shinra Tensei full throttle might not destroy it completely. And if it was the wooden golem, it would generate as much pressure as a powerful wind release, meaning even a Shinra Tensei might not easily smash it. Plus, you could repair the wooden golem simply by spending more chakra. Would release is a physical attack, so the human path can't drain it. 2 of the strongest paths of the 6 paths technique are effectively countered. If this would release boy alone was the problem, Nagato wouldn't be too worried, after all, they had Tobi's armor on their side. But what Nagato truly feared was that Izayoi might also know the Flying Thunder God. If Nagato marched straight to Konoha to capture him, could Izayoi strike back at Omegakure with a forest-level assault? If both sides targeted each other's village, that might open a window for Ōtsutsuki Toneri. They still hadn't neutralized the threat, and they hadn't yet collected all the tailed beasts, only 2 at most could be sealed in the demonic statue right now. This put Nagato in a difficult spot. If you only want to assemble a powerful army, Black Zetsu said, other than enhancing the White Zetsu clones, there might be another way. Nagato and Obito both turned to look at Black Zetsu, who wore a strange smile. And what might that be? Nagato asked. Edo Tensei, Black Zetsu answered. Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. Nagato and Obito were briefly stunned, then excitement flickered in their eyes. But almost immediately, Nagato shook his head. That technique could indeed fill the gap in our forces, but we don't have the scroll for that forbidden jutsu. Even if we did, it requires very high talent and specific conditions to master. Orochimaru is likely hiding in Ryuchi Cave, so I can't simply extract the knowledge using the human path. Aha. As for the jutsu scroll, we do have it, White Zetsu said with a smile. Black Zetsu also grinned. And if it were anyone else, mastering Edo Tensei would be quite difficult. But that anyone doesn't include you, leader. Nagato was known from childhood as a ninjutsu prodigy, able to use all 6 nature transformations by age 10, swiftly mastering an array of mainstream jutsu. With the Renegan 6 Paths technique, plus formidable summoning and soul-based powers, there was no one better suited to learn Edo Tensei. In fact, aside from Orochimaru, if anyone else in this era could learn it, it wouldn't be the similarly talented Izayoi, it would be Nagato, whose ninjutsu gifts were off the charts. And Edo Tensei, that was the contingency plan Black Zetsu had been holding in reserve. Chapter 137, Comprehensive Upgrade, Final Battle. You have a scroll for the Edo Tensei technique. Nagato and Uchiha Obito both stared at Black and White Zetsu in surprise. Obito asked, where'd you get it, from Orochimaru or Konoha's Forbidden Archives? Konoha's Forbidden Archives, White Zetsu lied with a straight face, grinning. We snuck a White Zetsu clone in while Izayoi was out on a mission and stole it. In reality, this scroll was part of Uchiha Madara's legacy. Although Madara had passed on most of his life's knowledge, including the 6 Paths techniques, Yin-Yang release, and the Uchiha Gunbai fan, to Obito, he'd never fully trusted this pawn. Some forbidden jutsu Madara had stolen from Konoha he kept hidden. The Edo Tensei technique was one of them. Edo Tensei, huh? It's worth a try, Nagato thought, recalling how Orochimaru had used it to kill the 3rd Hokage. It seemed feasible, so he issued orders, I'll train in Edo Tensei. Zetsu, dispatch your clones to graveyards in every country and steal the remains of any legendary or renowned shinobi. We need to prepare for that army of human puppets under Ōtsutsuki Toneri. Yes, Black Zetsu responded with a nod. Nagato added, and have your clones or undercover operatives gather intel on Izayoi. I want an opening to test Konoha's future 6th Hokage. Let Obito handle that, White Zetsu teased. His eye technique is best suited for the job. Before Obito could get angry, Black Zetsu explained that kids would release, or maybe his mind's eye of the Kagura, can break through Mayfly Jutsu. We've planted White Zetsu clones all over the ninja world, but we still can't manage to keep an eye on Konoha. We need Obito's help with his dojutsu. Ideally, he can help us locate some lonely older folks or orphans who don't have any close contacts, then let a White Zetsu clone replace them. Although this surveillance plan won't be as comprehensive as the Mayfly Jutsu's eavesdropping, we'll still be able to get early notice if Konoha makes a big move. Hearing that, Nagato turned to Obito. Obito, assist Zetsu in completing this mission. I understand, Obito replied calmly, keeping his discontent to himself. Meanwhile, as Nagato and Black Zetsu were having their meeting in the Kamui dimension, a wood clone of Izayoi secretly observed them and transmitted everything in real time to Izayoi's main body. Back in the villa's gym, Izayoi was ostensibly in the middle of massaging Hinata's shoulder and neck while she lay on a yoga ball to relax her back. He's doing this to train his fingers and Hinata's concentration, causing the room's atmosphere to keep shifting with each move they make. Just a few motions in and, even though Hinata regularly sparred against boulders and mokutan trees for an hour at a time without breaking a sweat, she was already drenched, gasping for breath. Fortunately for her, the wood clone's news arrived right on time, saving Hinata from further exertion. With this intelligence in hand, Izayoi finally assisted Hinata in properly finishing her yoga routine. Still in sage mode, and able to multitask calmly, he began thinking things over. I almost forgot, Izayoi mused. The last time Uchiha Obito tried sneaking around, he failed. Now they're all off to the Kamui dimension for a meeting, which is a perfect opportunity. He gave an order to one of his wood clones. The clone activated the Tensigen and searched for Uchiha Sasuke's chakra in Konoha. Finding that Sasuke wasn't in the village, it shifted to an aerial perspective to locate a huge chakra, but soon found Uzumaki Naruto training at a waterfall with Jiraiya. By now, Izayoi's presence had caused numerous butterfly effects across the story. One of them was Nagato's epic power-up. Another was that Uchiha Sasuke never defected from the village, leading to huge changes for Team 7. For starters, Haruno Sakura had not become Tsunade's student. Instead, she was learning mainstream genjutsu from Kakashi, and working as an intern at Konoha Hospital. With Sasuke still in the village and Naruto not leaving, Kakashi felt awkward asking Tsunade to take on Sakura as a student. After all, the creation rebirth technique was a Senju clan secret. And Tsunade already had a student, Karin, who by this year had awakened the adamant sealing chains and mastered 3 unique Uzumaki abilities. In the Chunin exams 6 months prior, only 5 rookies had successfully earned the rank of Chunin: Uchiha Sasuke, Aburame Shino, Hyuga Neji, Nara Shikamaru, and Karin. Although Naruto and Rock Lee were very strong, they still hadn't shown the qualities of a squad leader. On the other hand, Karin, despite having joined Konoha less than a year ago, demonstrated sufficient knowledge of culture, combat, and ninja professionalism to rank up. At this rate, she might become a special jonin by the end of the year. So, with Karin and Shizune at Tsunade's side, there simply wasn't room for another one. Furthermore, in this timeline, Sakura never encountered the Oto trio, so she never cut her hair short. In other words, the famed Sakura-chan, as we know her, might not exist here. If Sakura seriously trained, she might grow into a mix of kurenai, in terms of genjutsu, and kabuto, in medical skills. After all, her chakra control was at purple level. But without Kakashi's training, that potential would have been difficult to tap fully. With them, she might yet defy the odds and become a heavy hitter proficient in both genjutsu and medical jutsu. Meanwhile, Naruto's progress had changed drastically. His power level was highly unstable. In pure taijutsu, he was barely above average genin. Anyone could handicap him a few moves. But once he got serious, using shadow clone combos with Raise Non or Wind Release, Great Breakthrough / Vacuum Sphere, most mid or even high-level ninjas would get flattened unless they had a means of escape. Because Jiraiya had mistakenly concluded Nagato was the child of the prophecy, he was no longer wandering the ninja world but had returned to Konoha to train Naruto and help him manage the Nine Tails power. Thus, Jiraiya didn't whisk Naruto away for 3 years like in the original tale. After all, with Izayoi in Konoha, he could suppress any of Naruto's rampages via Wood Release. As for Team 7, they hadn't disbanded. They each did their own thing and only regrouped for missions. Had Naruto not been the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kakashi might have happily turned leadership over to Sasuke while he lazed at home, and only went on missions when strapped for cash. Currently, Kakashi was at home reading Ika Paradise. With no missions and no Might Guy dropping by for challenges, he spent time either zoning out in the cemetery or reading in bed. He hadn't resolved his personal issues yet, so his day-to-day was that empty. Night fell on another boring day, and Kakashi, having cooked, eaten, and bathed, prepared to go to sleep. After all, staying up too late could damage his health, and the Sharingan was already sapping his stamina. Once Kakashi slipped into dreamland, a burst of red powder materialized in midair. A green hand emerged and moved so quickly it placed a glowing green orb on Kakashi's head. The orb sank into him. Kakashi opened his unguarded pair of eyes, no longer shielded by his headband, and stared blankly, expression dull, pupils lifeless. Standing by his bedside was Izayoi's wood clone, disguised as Ōtsutsuki Toneri. Using the power of Ranmaru's red-eyed invisibility, he had sneaked in when Kakashi went grocery shopping and waited for hours. Izayoi removed a scroll from his person and extracted medical tools and a container filled with green fluid. Inside floated a single Sharingan, its iris marked with 3 tomo. Channeling chakra through his surgical instruments, and having already memorized a medical ninja's knowledge, Izayoi swiftly completed an eye replacement operation. He removed Kakashi's Kamui eye and sealed it in the container, then looked at the puppet-like Kakashi, who was under mental control and made no sound throughout the procedure. Seemingly on a whim, Izayoi relayed a message to his real body. A few seconds later, a stone appeared out of nowhere. He used gravitational pull to pick up the jello stone and drained its energy, instantly entering Sage mode. Then, channeling the Yang side of Yin Yang release, the portion containing life force, he fed this potent chakra into Kakashi's body. So when Kakashi awoke, he wouldn't feel any surgical aftereffects, he'd think he'd simply enjoyed the most restful sleep of his life. His vitality and mental state would feel stronger than ever. This was Izayoi's form of compensation. Though Kakashi hadn't harbored any drive to improve himself before sorting out his personal regrets, Izayoi still saw him as one of Konoha's trump cards, a future general under Izayoi's command if he became the 6th Hokage. Thus, Izayoi decided to heal Kakashi's body, which had been suffering from the Sharingan strain for more than a decade. Had Izayoi not worried it might be too obvious, he would have used an even bigger dose of healing energy. Once he'd finished, Izayoi erased every trace of his presence, took the extracted eye, and vanished in a flash. He reappeared in an underground room beneath Cherry Blossom Street. The place had been converted into a sterile surgery area, bright white and well lit. On the operating table lay the puppet corpse of Lord Danzo. After the Tenseigen's second gestation phase, Izayoi had further upgraded Danzo. His body was now riddled with Yin Yang release black rods, allowing it to share Izayoi's chakra directly, greatly enhancing its would release power. The only drawback was that the Tenseigen didn't come with the 6 paths technique. Shimura Danzo could draw on Izayoi's chakra and Yin release energy to boost would release, but he couldn't wield the Tenseigen's abilities the way Pain's 6 paths could. Even so, this trump card was now on par with the peak of the 5 Kage. Apart from Inoki, nobody else among the 5 Kage could give Danzo much trouble. Next, Izayoi aimed to strengthen Danzo's puppet body even further. On close inspection, you'd notice the Mangekyo Sharingan in Danzo's right eye socket was gone, leaving a black hole behind. Indeed, that eye, the one containing the Koto Ōtsutsuki Genjutsu, had been transplanted into Kakashi. From Izayoi's perspective, Koto Ōtsutsuki's ability to tamper with minds was practically useless compared to his mind sphere. Rather than leave it unused in Danzo's body, he decided to let Kakashi borrow it temporarily to boost Kakashi's Genjutsu skill. Whenever Izayoi needed it back, he could simply retrieve it. Izayoi also wondered how Obito might react to seeing Kakashi's new eye, discovering that Kamui had suddenly become Koto Ōtsutsuki. Approaching the operating table, Izayoi continued his surgical work. First, he removed Danzo's other eye, replacing it in his right socket with a standard 3-tomo Sharingan. Then he implanted the newly extracted Kamui eye into Danzo's left socket. At that moment, Uchiha Danzo was born. After completing the procedure, Izayoi commanded Danzo's body to rise. Through the black rods of yin-yang release, he transmitted chakra from afar into Danzo's chakra core. A huge torrent of chakra coursed through Danzo's body, converging in his left eye. With a flash of crimson, the Mangekyo Sharingan's tomo fused into a scythe-like shuriken pattern. In Izayoi's former world, countless fans had dubbed this Mangekyo Sharingan design the strongest, capable of harming even six-paths-level opponents. If its pair were reunited, it would be nigh unstoppable, with a massive pocket dimension. Even after death, its wielder's spirit could return to grant that power to another. And that was still just a Mangekyo Sharingan without the eternal Mangekyo upgrade. In Danzo's body, enhanced by Hashirama cells, yin-yang release, Jewel Stone energy, and Izayoi's ocean-like chakra, this eye was even more potent than Obito's. Uchiha Danzo could wield it with as much ease as Obito uses Kamui. Originally a 5-kage tier powerhouse, Danzo had now ascended beyond normal ranks, capable of threatening even super-tier fighters or damaging someone at the 6-paths level. After all, a skilled jonin who masters an S-rank jutsu can become a threat to the 5-kage. In a similar vein, having a 6-paths level technique in your kit allows you to challenge foes beyond mortal comprehension. Izayoi grinned at the figure before him. The initiative is back in my hands. Time to prepare for round 2. The next encounter will be the final battle. Thank you guys. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Happy Birthday Izayoi. Cheers. Izayoi, happy birthday. On June 16th of Konoha's 61st year, at dusk. Cheers rang out from the open area near Izayoi's veranda. All the rookie genin of this new generation had gathered for a rare occasion, to celebrate Izayoi's birthday. On that open ground, a barbecue grill gave off delicious smoke. The smell wafted through the air. Not far away were a few long tables loaded with fruit, snacks, and sweets. One especially large table held a towering birthday cake, fully 13 layers high. The 13 candles on top had already been blown out. Next to it, one could see an array of sumptuous dishes, seafood and other delicacies, along with drinks and fine liquor. Hinata and Karin's shadow clones were busy working the grill, while the rookie genin crowded around the tables, wolfing down gourmet food they normally couldn't afford, or for which they'd need to do countless missions to pay. How much does a place like this cost, anyway? Jiraiya, who'd tagged along with Uzumaki Naruto for the free food and drink, was now at another table, drinking with Tsunade. Casting an inquisitive look at the exquisitely decorated traditional building and villa, he leaned over and asked Tsunade softly, "Is Izayoi breaking any shinobi rules here? Where'd he get all this money? What are you talking about? Do you have proof?" demanded Tsunade, whose cheeks were already reddened by alcohol. Protective as ever, she slapped the table and retorted, "Izayoi's that good. He might earn money legitimately, or off the black market on the side, either way, it's perfectly possible." Jiraiya glanced over to the main seat at another table. Izayoi, whose eyes now had red markings and golden pupils, was helping himself and the girls seated beside him, Hanabi on his lap, Hinata on his right, to various dishes. The white-haired Sennin sighed. Keeping Sage Mode active as one's default state, yet perfectly controlling that immense power, it's really astounding. Unable to hold back, Jiraiya asked, "Is Izayoi Sage Mode from Shikatsu Forest?" "No. He's never signed a contract with Shikatsu Forest," Tsunade replied, shaking her head. "This look, though, the red markings and golden pupils, doesn't match Myaboka Mountain or Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode, either. So you're telling me he figured it out on his own?" Jiraiya recalled the difficulty of his own sage training, how even now he needed Fukasaku and Shima to help him, so he couldn't help lamenting with a mix of sorrow and envy. The world of geniuses can be a truly despair-inducing place. Most of the rookie genin assumed Izayoi's look was simply a costume for his birthday, with Hinata and Hanabi helping do the makeup. Apart from Jiraiya and Tsunade, only Tsunade's confidant knew the truth behind those red markings. Sitting on Izayoi's left was Uchiha Sasuke. He asked the same question Jiraiya had, is that sage mode from Shikatsu Forest. It's only mediocre talents who require someone else to guide them, Izayoi answered with a grin. Geniuses figure it out by themselves. A vein throbbed on Sasuke's forehead. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, you still know how to get under my skin with those words. Eh? Was it something I said? I'm just stating the facts. Surely you, a genius, can also snap right into sage mode anytime, no problem, unless you're telling me you can't. Izayoi teased. TCH. Sasuke refused to respond and focused on stuffing his face instead. After the birthday banquet, the rookie genin went off to enjoy Izayoi's home amenities, entertainment areas and a hot spring. They didn't leave until late, wearing very satisfied expressions. Even a totally inebriated Jiraiya and Tsunade were taken away by Naruto and Shizune. Once the cleanup was done, Izayoi tilted his head back to gaze at the star-filled sky. He glanced over to Hinata and Hanabi. It's late, he said. You two might as well spend the night here. MHM. The Hyuga sisters nodded. They'd stayed the night at Izayoi's place before, now that the Hyuga clan accepted him. And given that it was Izayoi's birthday, Hinata and Hanabi had already informed Hayashi they weren't planning to go home. After taking a bath, it was time for the opening presents part of the evening. It turned out the rookie genin hadn't come just to eat and drink for free, the 13-layer cake was something they'd pulled money together to buy. They also brought a variety of gifts for Izayoi. Choji Akimichi gave a large box of medicinal pills, each with different effects. Shikamaru Nara offered herbs from the family store, while Ino Yamanaka contributed various flower seeds. Kiba Inuzuka, unsure if Izayoi and Hinata liked dogs, didn't bring a puppy but instead presented an adoption certificate from the Inuzuka clan, letting Izayoi pick a normal dog for home defense or adopt a ninja hound to be a combat partner. Shino Aburame's gift was a pair of sunglasses. Naruto's was a frog wallet. Sakura Haruno and Minako gave Izayoi an album and a roll of film. Sasuke Uchiha's gift was a ninja scroll containing a technique he'd created himself, Sage Style, Storm Release, White Dragon. As for Jiraiya and Tsunade, they'd shown up empty-handed. Shizune's gift was a cultural artifact of some sort. Nobody was sure what it was exactly, but knowing her passion for old relics, it was definitely one of her treasured items. Each gift had its own personal touch, revealing everyone's unique style, and their different financial means. Interestingly, the only people who chose gifts matching Izayoi's personal hobby were Haruno, Sakura and Minako. Izayoi shook his head with an exasperated smile, placing these tokens of goodwill in a cabinet. Then, with a mischievous grin, he turned to Hinata and the other two girls. Where are your gifts for me? Heh. We've had them ready for a while now, Oni-chan. Hanabi said, giggling. She pulled a small storage scroll from her kimono sleeve. Hinata and Karin did the same. Seeing that, Izayoi's eyes lit up with anticipation. With a poof and some swirling smoke, 3 gift boxes appeared on the floor in front of Izayoi, some big, some small. Izayoi-kun, happy birthday. Oni-chan, happy birthday. All 3 handed him their boxes. Thanks. Izayoi smiled, accepting the gifts and quickly unwrapping them. When he saw what they contained, his eyes shone. Karin's gift was a brand new camera. Just by its form and weight, it was clearly a big improvement on Izayoi's old camera. Without even testing it, one could tell it was superior to his previous model. Karin, you've really put some thought into this. Izayoi was delighted, fiddling with the new camera, then looking back at her with a grateful smile. Hey, as long as you like it, Karin said, scratching her head with a sheepish grin. Hanabi's gift was a piece of clothing. Izayoi blinked for a moment. This is a ceremonial cloak, Hokage cloak. Heh, I've noticed Oni-chan always wears that white robe, so it's time for something new, Hanabi teased, eyeing Izayoi's sage mode. I think a ceremonial cloak suits your technique better. Oh. Right there, Izayoi donned the flame-patterned robe. He posed, his back turned to her, glancing over his shoulder. How does it look? Perfect. You're so handsome, Oni-chan. Hanabi nodded enthusiastically. Her Byakugan, tinted faintly lavender, seemed to sparkle like gold stars. She looked every bit the starry-eyed fangirl. Izayoi-kun looks amazing in anything he wears, Karin said plainly. Hinata, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Thanks, Hanabi. I really love this gift, Izayoi said, patting her on the head. Finally, he opened Hinata's box. Of the 3, Hinata's box was the smallest, a perfect square. Usually, if a man gave a woman such a box, it might contain a ring or bracelet. But Izayoi didn't think Hinata would have the guts for that, at least not in front of Hanabi and Karin. She would more likely do it privately, just like when she confessed to him. But after unwrapping the gift, Izayoi realized he'd underestimated Hinata's courage. Because her present was a pocket watch. Wow. Hanabi and Karin gasped, flashing playful smiles at Hinata, whose cheeks flushed red. Hanabi couldn't help teasing, nicely done, sis. No wonder you told me not to bother you when you were working on clothes. I had no idea you were making this. Karin clasped her fingers to her chest and sighed. So romantic. A birthday pocket watch has the romantic connotation of a gift that's worn close to the heart, a kind of declaration of devotion. Hinata's choice was essentially staking her claim. Izayoi was startled for a second, then picked up the watch to study it carefully. The watch was all silver, case and chain included, without any fancy engraved designs. Yet when he flipped open the lid, his lips curled in a smile. Tucked inside the cover was a photo of two little kids in snowman costumes, wearing bright smiles. They were Izayoi and Hinata, back when they were children. The watch's dial included a separate subdial for seconds, but the second hand was quite hard to see. It had a faintly blue and white design, with the axis resembling a pure white glow, fashioned after the Tensigen. Clearly, there was far more nuance to this watch than its plain exterior suggested. Hinata must have spent a great deal of time on it. You really went all out, Hinata, Izayoi said, carefully putting the watch away and pressing it against his heart. I promise I'll treasure and protect this gift. As long as you like it, Izayoi-kun, Hinata replied, still blushing but without any sign of backing down. Her white eyes held a tender gaze, her face full of gentle, bashful warmth. Seeing this, Karin took Hanabi by the hand and quietly exited the room. With the extra lights gone, Izayoi didn't waste any time. Reaching over, he pulled Hinata into his arms and leaned in. Watching his face suddenly magnify before her, Hinata's Byakugan almost seemed to glimpse the future itself. Her cheeks grew hotter and steamier. But she didn't shrink away. Instead, she clutched the edge of her kimono with both hands and slowly closed her eyes. As if guided by genjutsu, a pink haze swirled through the room, tracing a huge heart in the air. Ding! Your body has undergone a mutation. You have unlocked the innate talent, Sage Physique, White. It cannot be dismantled. On the evening of the last day of June, Izayoi was soaking in his private hot spring. If you looked closely, you'd see that the steaming water appeared greenish. If Jiraiya or Sasuke were present, they'd stare wide-eyed because the natural energy concentrated in this hot spring was astonishing, not only abundant in nature energy but also life force. If Sasuke were to bathe here even once, he'd immediately notice significant growth in his Yin release chakra and his storm release. Unfortunately, that privilege belonged to no one else. Izayoi lounged in the pool with just his head above the water. A small towel rested on his head. Suddenly, his golden sage mode eyes opened. So my hunch was correct, he murmured. Good thing I didn't give up halfway. Staring at the greenish water, he thought, thank goodness for the jello stones. If I only absorbed the energy of nature itself, who knows how long I'd need to marinate before developing even a sliver of sage physique. Time to cheat with the system. Izayoi summoned his status panel for a closer look at his info. Host, Izayoi. Talent entries, Kekkei Genkai, Tensigen, red, Ōtsutsuki bloodline, red, Sage Eye, red, Prince of the Byakugan, red, Six Paths aptitude, red, chakra control, gold, plus, Kekkei Genkai, technique release, purple, plus, Uzumaki bloodline, purple, plus, full attribute physique, purple, plus, Kekkei Genkai, Shikatsumiyaku, purple, plus, sealing master, purple, plus, ninjutsu master, purple, plus. Sage physique, white, plus. Points, 411,087. Nagato possessed extremely impressive entries, 14 in total. If he donned Tobi's armor, 4 of those reached Superkage tier potential. But none of that compared to Izayoi's own massive array of top-ranked talents. If Nagato's entries weren't already translated into real power, he wouldn't stand a chance against Izayoi. Even there, ninja aptitude entries highlighted the gap. Nagato had pretty much reached his limit, unless he became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, his strength wouldn't rise much further no matter how he boosted it. Izayoi, on the other hand, would only enter his prime development phase next year. That's the difference made by these cheats. And now this cheater was ready to cheat yet again. Izayoi tapped the little plus sign next to Sage Physique, the only white entry. In the next instant, the text for Sage Physique, white, turned green. The 6-digit point total dropped by 9 points. Izayoi clicked again. Sage Physique turned blue, 99 more points vanished. He clicked once more. Now it has been upgraded to purple, costing 999 points. A further click evolved Sage Physique to gold, using up 9,999 more points. Still not done, Izayoi tapped the plus sign again. Poof. The gold text shimmered red, transforming into Sage Physique, red, with special effects. 99,999 more points drained away. From last in line, Sage Physique shot past many entries in the list, stopping right behind Sage Eye, Red, now ranked 4th. His new point total was 299,982. This was the power of the system. Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo had needed the highest grade bloodline and the Ten-Tails chakra to develop a red grade Sage Physique, and pass it on to his descendants. Izayoi just needed a hint of Sage traits and then could instantly upgrade it from the lowest white rank to the supreme red rank in one go, effectively going straight from start to finish. One more step would take him beyond even that dimension. Thus Izayoi had obtained his 6th red grade entry. But the surprises weren't over yet. Even with the Sage Physique at red, Izayoi couldn't match Hagoromo or Six Paths Naruto by having no visible eye markings. He didn't sense any obvious external transformation. But at that moment, a system chime echoed again in his mind. Ding! Your talent entry, Kekkei Genkai, would release, has completed its evolution. In his entries list, the would release, previously purple, changed to gold. He felt he'd broken through some kind of boundary, yet couldn't quite put it into words. Before he had time to explore further, a soft voice drifted over. Izayoi-kun, I'm here to give you a massage. He turned, and nearly had a nosebleed at the sight. Amid the swirling white steam stood Hinata, hair pinned up, wearing nothing but a bath towel. Way, Hinata, you're getting bolder by the day, and I like it. Izayoi raised a thumb in approval, pressing his other hand over his nose, his voice muffled. Chapter 139, Final Piece. Orochimaru-sama, thank you for all your hard work these past few days. Somewhere in a cave in the land of fields, Izayoi looked at Orochimaru, who had been hiding out in Ryuchi Cave until now, and handed him a scroll with a smile. This is what you wanted. Orochimaru's eyes lit up with excitement at the sight of the scroll. Without waiting for Kabuto to catch it, he extended his head forward, mouth wide open, and clamped onto the airborne scroll with his teeth. The scene was grotesque enough to terrify ordinary people or children into never wanting to enter a cave again. Even Izayoi, no stranger to strange sights, couldn't help protesting. Orochimaru-sama, could you please drop that nasty habit when you're around me? Heh, sorry. I was just so excited, Orochimaru said, tossing the scroll to Kabuto. Then he gave Izayoi a slightly mischievous smile. Sasuke-kun has been in sage mode for a few months now, so I was starting to think you'd forgotten our agreement, Izayoi-kun. If you were worried I'd forgotten, why didn't you send me a reminder? Izayoi asked, smiling. I believe in your word, Izayoi-kun. If you say you'll do something, you'll get it done. I figured you were just busy with more pressing matters, Orochimaru replied with words that sounded disarmingly courteous. As expected of Orochimaru-sama, that's exactly what I appreciate about you. Izayoi nodded in satisfaction, then added a cautionary note, this Shinigami mask is effectively an unsealed version of the Reaper Death Seal, Shiki Fujin. Just by donning it and channeling chakra into it, you'll be able to summon the Grim Reaper. But just like the normal Shiki Fujin, once the Reaper appears, it'll take the summoner's soul when it departs. So if you plan to retrieve your soul, you'll have to prepare a sacrifice, someone who knows you well, someone you trust, and who's willing to give up their life. If you can't find someone suitable, you won't get your soul back. For now, keep the Shinigami mask with you. Whenever you don't need it, have Sasuke return it to me. With that, Izayoi vanished without warning. At the sight of Izayoi disappearing so abruptly, both Orochimaru and Kabuto's pupils constricted. That was the Flying Thunder God technique. Kabuto said hoarsely. Unexpected, but given his level of ninjutsu talent, not surprising, Orochimaru mused. As one of this era's leading figures, what seems inconceivable to us might just be an everyday skill to them. Kabuto still looked rattled, as though recalling some past trauma. He couldn't help asking, Orochimaru-sama, that was Izayoi Dano's real body. But, did you sense any chakra presence from him just now? Orochimaru paused for a second, then his expression changed dramatically. He grew even stronger. Orochimaru murmured in disbelief. Could it be, he too has reached a level beyond the norm? But as far as I know, he hasn't even entered his real growth phase yet. How is that possible? A weaker person standing before a stronger one feels an oppressive sense of suffocation, like staring up the food chain. In the original story, the allied shinobi forces experienced exactly that in the Fourth Great Ninja War when they faced Edo Tensei Madara. Last year, Orochimaru and Kabuto had sensed that kind of oppressive pressure from Izayoi. Faced with Nagato at full power, Orochimaru had practically been in a cold sweat, too intimidated to fight or flee. After all, full-power Nagato was on a completely different plane from Pain's Deva Path. Orochimaru had dared to confront the Deva Path corpse, but he felt only despair at Nagato's massive chakra and terrifying dojutsu. But just now, Orochimaru hadn't sensed any greater pressure from Izayoi. In fact, he couldn't sense Izayoi's monstrous chakra at all. It was as if the person standing before him had been an ordinary man. That realization had cold sweat running down both Orochimaru's and Kabuto's backs. As Kage-level fighters themselves, they knew exactly what it meant to possess such utter restraint. Izayoi's power had reached unimaginable depths. If Orochimaru now performed a white Zetsubody reincarnation of Hashirama Senju, he'd likely feel the same unfathomable aura. Whether it was because such power surpassed the 5 Kage, or due to possessing a sage body that merged perfectly with nature, or because of some higher evolution of wood release, Izayoi now carried a trait that rendered him immune to low-level sensing. Recovering from his shock, Orochimaru let out a low chuckle. Everyone thinks the future of the ninja world depends on whoever controls the demonic statue of the outer path. They say the winner between the new god of shinobi and the men from the moon will decide whether we live in an era of the Renegan or the Tenseigans' continued dominance or outright rule of the ninja world. But now it seems we might end up with a three-way standoff, another of the strongest Kekki in modern times joining forces with the ancient sage eyes. This is going to be quite the show. I can't wait for the day Izayoi-kun's true power is exposed and the ninja world stands in awe. Then, recalling Black Zetsu's abilities, Orochimaru said to Kabuto, "We're leaving, Kabuto." "Yes, Orochimaru-sama." Two blurred silhouettes rocketed out of the cave like arrows. 3 days later. In one of Orochimaru's bases, he looked at a blue-haired woman kneeling on one knee before him, and let out a raspy laugh. "Guren, are you really willing to give your life for me?" "Yes, Orochimaru-sama. It would be my honor," Guren said, lifting her head with a fervent expression. "I've already acquired the perfect body for reincarnation, so there's no sign of my current one breaking down. I won't need another transfer for at least 3 years, Orochimaru said. "Guren, you're no longer my backup vessel. If there's anything left in this world you care about, I can find a new sacrifice instead." He meant what he said. Unlike the orphans from the Sound Village, such as the Otogekure trio, Guren, Hozuki Suigetsu, and Kimimaro, these loyal subordinates Orochimaru had trained personally, he genuinely trusted them. If Guren objected, Orochimaru could just find someone else. Upon hearing those words, Guren, whose memories were not yet fully unsealed, still looked resolute. "Orochimaru-sama, please allow me to be the sacrifice that restores you to your prime. I don't trust anyone else for that. You'll die in the process." "I'm not afraid to die," Guren answered, gazing at Orochimaru in reverence. "If I hadn't met you, Orochimaru-sama, I'd have died long ago. So, please let me do one final thing for you, like Kimimaro once did." Orochimaru said nothing for a long moment. Finally, he spit out a scroll that rolled to a stop at Guren's feet. "Then I'll leave it to you, Guren." "Yes." Guren nodded excitedly, ignoring the sticky fluids on the scroll. She unfurled it and performed a series of seals to retrieve its contents. With a hum, smoke billowed out, and a white demon-like mask appeared on the scroll. Next to it were 4 photos, Konoha's so-called Hokage F4. Orochimaru explained, "Besides liberating my own sealed arms, I want you to free these 4 souls as well." "Yes, Orochimaru-sama." Guren instantly recognized them as the former Hokage of Konoha, giving a heavy nod. She took a deep breath, donned the Shinigami mask, and poured chakra into it. NGH. Her whole body shuddered, and a radiant aura flared around her form. "Ah!" Wrapped in that swirling chakra, Guren screamed in agony, staggering. Orochimaru watched impassively. After a moment, the aura abruptly vanished. In its place, an eerie chill blanketed the chamber. This aura. Orochimaru's eyes went wide, his pupils narrowing into slits. Even though he couldn't see it, he was certain that the mythical Reaper loomed above Guren's head right now. Splorch. Suddenly, Guren's body split open from a massive gash, blood spraying everywhere. 5 fist-sized blobs of blue chakra appeared overhead, scattering in all directions. One blob drifted in front of Orochimaru, merging into his body. In the next moment, Orochimaru's arms glowed with chakra. Because he'd lost his soul's arms before, even after transferring into a perfect white Zetsu vessel, he still had no feeling in them. Chakra couldn't flow through those meridians, so he couldn't weave ninjutsu seals. But now, after nearly a year, his arms regained sensation. He flexed his fingers, then his wrists, feeling power in his hands again. Chakra circulated freely. "My senses are back." Orochimaru cried out with unrestrained joy. He gazed at Guren's body lying on the ground, her soul taken by the Reaper. His euphoria faded a bit. In a low voice, he said, "Thank you, Guren." Then Orochimaru glanced at a dark corner of the room. "Kabuto, take her body and give her a proper burial." "Yes." Kabuto emerged and sealed Guren's corpse into a storage scroll, then used Shunshin to exit the base. Now alone, Orochimaru picked up the Shinigami mask. Eyeing its demonic visage, he murmured, "The Shiki Fujin is a terrifying fuinjutsu indeed." Had he not personally experienced the Shikifujin's torment, Orochimaru would never have imagined a seal so horrifying could exist in this world. That invisible reaper, if Sarutobi Hiruzen had just a bit more strength left back then, Orochimaru might have lost not just his arms but his very life inside the Shinigami's stomach. The mask harbored the power to take an enemy down with you, regardless of the difference in skill. Though, maybe it doesn't work on those beyond the normal scale, he muttered, recalling how Izayoi had casually lent him the mask. Facing an opponent in another dimension of power, even just touching them would be an act of despair. Just as Orochimaru prepared to put away the mask and rest up his recovered arms, he suddenly heard a cold voice beside him. So that mask ended up in your hands. Who's there? Startled, Orochimaru whirled toward the direction of the voice. When he saw who it was, his face paled instantly. Why would someone of your level come here? I'm just a small fry. Why have I drawn the attention of someone like you? My eyes monitor the shinobi world constantly. All who are strong in this realm are my concern. Disguised as Ōtsutsuki Toneri, Izayoi hovered in midair, arms folded, looking down at Orochimaru. I was curious why that other person was fixated on you. So you have the power to commune with the Shinigami. That mask must be the Shinigami mask recorded in the Uzumaki clan scrolls. Orochimaru didn't reply. He turned into a blur, trying to escape. But the instant he flickered away, his body somehow reappeared just a few meters off the ground, flying toward Izayoi. Wind style, blade of wind. Orochimaru channeled chakra through his fingertips, shaping it into razor-sharp wind, then slashed at Izayoi. In response, a green chakra glowed on Izayoi's palm. A bright green orb shot out as a beam. It didn't even strike the wind slash directly, just grazed past it, but instantly neutralized it back to normal chakra, which got pulled straight into the green orb as if magnetized. Moving at blinding speed, the beam pierced Orochimaru's body before he could land. A moment later, Orochimaru felt all his chakra, mental energy, and physical energy being drained away in an instant. He hit the ground powerless, unable even to stand. Just seconds ago he'd been someone capable of killing a weakened Kage. Now he was utterly helpless, drained of every last bit of energy. Meanwhile, the glowing orb containing Orochimaru's stolen chakra crackled with blue-green energy, faintly flickering like a flame. Were Izayoi to trigger the energy in that orb, the entire base would vanish in a cataclysmic explosion. A Kage-level chakra supply was that potent. The orb floated back to Izayoi's hand. He formed another glowing sphere in his other palm and fired it at the immobilized Orochimaru. Seeing it come, Orochimaru closed his eyes in despair, filled with regret that he would not live to see the wild future he'd anticipated. He wondered what the ninja world would become. But as the sphere sank into him, Orochimaru's eyes turned vacant, he stared blindly into space. Then Izayoi tossed the green chakra orb back, letting it pass through Orochimaru's body again. In an instant, Orochimaru was restored to full strength. Floating down in front of him, Izayoi placed a hand on Orochimaru's head while conjuring a new mind sphere in the other. He quickly read Orochimaru's memories and discovered what he wanted. No warning followed, both men vanished from the base in a blink. In the dense fog of the land of water, a Kirigakure ninja wearing a flak vest stood dazed before two figures. Edo Tensei. Removing a special medium from his pocket, Orochimaru formed hand seals and slammed his palms onto the ground. Curses spread across the floor in two lines, summoning a white dust that enveloped the Kirigakure ninja's confused figure. Afar. Under Izayoi's mental control, the ninja let out a tortured wail, his body twisting and warping. Before long, the ordinary mist shinobi in a Kirigakure vest morphed into a tall, fair-haired young man wearing a Hokage robe. Cracks covered his body. This was none other than Konoha's fourth Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto's father, praised by Jiraiya as the most perfect shinobi, Namikaze Minato. The final puzzle piece, let's put it back in place. Izayoi walked up to Minato, pressing a glowing green orb into his chest. Then he stretched out his hand, pulling out an orange-colored chakra from Minato's body in surging torrents, expanding until it was mountain-sized. Anyone watching from afar would see an immense chakra mass taking the shape of the nine-tailed fox. My other half has revived. Inside Naruto, the young half of Kurama snapped awake, eyes wide in alarm. Who's controlling me? Chapter 140, Time to Farm. At that moment, young Kurama, the Nine-Tails, felt nothing but seething rage. As a manifestation of chakra-given form, it could practically sense its other half, In Kurama, the instant it returned to the physical world. Logically, being a more advanced clone of the original, it ought to be able to focus on two tasks at once and share its other half's field of vision. Yet right now, young Kurama could detect In Kurama's presence but not share its sight or even connect their consciousness. This meant its other half's chakra was currently not carrying its own will, instead, its will was being controlled by someone else. Young Kurama subconsciously recalled the masked man from 10+ years ago, the one who made it smash through Konoha's walls. That man possessed the power to summon it. In the entire shinobi world, aside from the Six-Path Sage, who was deceased, only one person could do that. Madara, is it? Young Kurama lay back down, letting out a cold snort. So he really didn't die in that battle all those years ago. But since he didn't allow my consciousness to return, it must mean his body's failing. Too bad I couldn't finish him for good. Young Kurama felt both a bit smug and a bit disappointed. Shortly thereafter, its gaze grew solemn as it recalled all the intel it had gleaned through its young Jinchuriki host's experiences. Old man's eyes have reappeared. Sooner or later, that man who controls the demonic statue of the outer path will come for me. Should I warn those guys? Young Kurama hesitated for a few seconds, then said indignantly, "Humph. The whole ninja world's known about this for a while, yet none of them have come seeking out yours truly. Why should I be the one to contact them? If I did, that annoying Shikaku would definitely taunt me." Recalling Shikaku's smug face, young Kurama became even more determined not to get in touch with the other tailed beasts. By the way, what's this Tenseigen business? The old man had a brother. I have no memory of that at all. Young Kurama grunted in confusion and then rolled onto its back, closing its eyes for another nap. Meanwhile, back in the land of water, Izayoi prepared a summoning contract and forced Kurama to sign it under his control. Together with the Tenseigen's mind sphere and the Yang release black rods, even if Obito discovered the Nine Tails and had the ability to summon it, he wouldn't be able to wrest control of it from Izayoi. After finishing, Izayoi had Orochimaru release Edo Tensei on Namikaze Minato. Then, using the Flying Thunder God technique, he teleported back to his base with Minato. At once, Izayoi returned to the land of water and teleported away with Kurama to a cave lined with wooden structures. This cave, in fact, lay beneath a remote island far from the ninja continent. Observing closely, you'd see the walls were actually made of wood. It was more like a Mokutan-made prison than a natural cave. On a kind of wooden platform sat a wood clone in sage mode, dispersing Mokutan chakra to sense the surroundings. Izayoi handed Kurama over to this wood clone for safekeeping before undoing his own wood transformation and teleporting back home. Sage mode, that unexpectedly obtained sage physique, the divine gift for my left eye, and, crucially, Kurama are all in my hands now. Time to go full throttle and see who's better prepared. Izayoi gave a wide grin. He had to admit that Nagato, now restored to his prime, was putting real pressure on him. This butterfly effect had triggered a chain of events. Nagato got the Toby battle armor, sharpened his wits, learned Obito's true identity from Izayoi, seized the initiative, then regained his vitality via Heida's Jello Stone, plus he'd mastered Sage mode. Aside from not having a perfect Susanoo or the gravity to pull down a Chibaka Tensei at will, Nagato was now no weaker than Edo Madara, especially with Sage mode at his disposal. Once he donned Toby's armor, using the Wood Golem, his power might even surpass Edo Madara's. Add to that improved intellect, Obito's Kamui, and Black Zetsu's infiltration jutsu, the combination was enough that Izayoi had no doubt Nagato would be fully prepared for their inevitable second showdown. Though Izayoi didn't know the specifics of Nagato's plan, as long as Kamui existed, Izayoi could seize the initiative. Before the final battle began, he needed just one thing: more points. Between the Konoha destruction operation, the Omega Kure incident, and the Akatsuki's clashes with the Kimogakure troops, Izayoi had reaped a decent haul. But it wasn't enough to push his points past the 410,000 mark. He'd been busy all along, having his wood clones use puppet proxies to hunt lone strong ninjas. Just as he'd told Orochimaru, in the ninja world, anyone powerful automatically became a target for Izayoi's wood clones. The moment they let their guard down, the wood clones would deploy a puppet army to overwhelm or kill them. He'd already worked out the cooldown times for entries. For entries under purple rank, the cooldown was less than a year, varying in speed. Purple rank entries had exactly a 1-year cooldown. Gold rank entries he hadn't managed to pop yet, so he wasn't sure. Red rank entries, however, always required 2 years. Both Sasuke and Hinata had red entries that took exactly 2 years to cool down, no more, no less. Without Kurama, Izayoi didn't dare burn too much of his real body's chakra for fear of tipping someone off. Thus, he had kept a low profile, hunting only isolated ninjas or small squads from the 5 great nations. After all, 2 experiments had confirmed that even the puppet army was no match for an entire major village. Now that his wood clone had Kurama, the equivalent of a nuclear reactor, charging the black rods, the puppet army effectively had infinite chakra. No matter what happened, it wouldn't affect Izayoi's real body. Now I can do whatever I want. Izayoi's eyes gleamed with a conqueror's expression. Let the hunt begin. Before long, the ninja world, peaceful for barely half a year, was once again thrown into turmoil. Orochimaru-sama, are you all right? Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto's urgent voice roused Orochimaru from his stupor. Still dazed, Orochimaru blinked at Kabuto and mumbled, Kabuto, did you die too? Orochimaru-sama, what are you talking about? Kabuto asked, baffled. I just finished burying Guren and came back to find you standing here in a daze. What happened? Orochimaru snapped awake, glancing around at their familiar headquarters. A surge of relief crossed his face. I'm not dead. Kabuto's expression grew serious. Did the Akatsuki come after us again? No, it wasn't the Akatsuki, it was someone even more dangerous, Orochimaru replied, regaining his composure. He recalled how Ōtsutsuki Toneri had so easily sapped him of strength, and his gaze filled with shock. He drained my chakra in an instant, my very mental and physical energy. But only a short time has passed, and somehow I'm already recovered. Could it have been an illusion? That sensation felt so real, though it definitely wasn't a genjutsu. And what was that green orb? Why did I lose consciousness? Unable to solve the mystery, Orochimaru turned to Kabuto. Kabuto, give me a full medical exam. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto bowed respectfully. The pair headed toward the lab, but both suddenly sensed something outside. Sharing a tense look, they dashed out of the base. No sooner did they exit than they saw 4 crimson walls of transparent chakra rising high into the sky, then a 5th sealing the top. 4 red yang formation. Orochimaru said, face dark. Kabuto's eyes widened. That's the rumored barrier that requires 4 Kage-level shinobi to cast at once, right? They'd heard Nagato use something like it to trap the base before, but that time Orochimaru and Kabuto had only learned about it afterward due to Izayoi's interference. Seeing it firsthand now, Kabuto realized how different it was from the 4 Violet Flames formation. What threat do we pose that they'd need 4 Kage-tier ninjas to trap us? Kabuto muttered with a wry smile. Right then, 2 figures appeared in midair and dropped onto the ground about 10 meters ahead. Having fought through 2 previous shinobi wars, Orochimaru recognized the technique immediately. That's heavenly transfer jutsu. Those black rods. Are these Pain's 6 paths from the Akatsuki? Kabuto wondered aloud. At first glance, the 2 puppet-like beings with black rods all over them resembled the Renegan corpses, but then he saw their eyes and realized something. His mind flared with understanding. No, they're human puppets. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru examined the pair of puppet corpses, which once had been Kimogakure ninja. To our visitors, if you just want my life, you can take it at any time. There's no need for such a grand spectacle. Our strength is equal to yours, one of the puppets said, drawing a short blade charged with lightning release. If you beat us, you live. If you lose, accept your fate. With that, both puppets rushed forward. A fierce clash among Kage-tier fighters broke out immediately. In the land of Water's Mist Village, Meteor was temporarily handling affairs for the retired Yugura. She, along with the Umbu and Mist Shinobi in the Mizukage building, abruptly sensed something was off. Mei hurried to the window and, sure enough, witnessed a red translucent barrier wall rising in all 4 directions around the Mizukage building. She flickered outside just in time to see it sealed overhead. That's the 4 red yang formation. Mei said grimly, eyes betraying fear. Though 4 red yang formation was theoretically just an A-rank barrier technique, not an S-rank ninjutsu, the Hidden Mist, after cooperating with Konoha half a year ago, knew the jutsu's conditions, 4 Kage-level casters working together to forge a barrier of that scale. So 4 Kage-level ninja had invaded Kirigakure just to lock down the Mizukage's building. Whoever was attacking must be beyond that level. Mei-sama, the people casting the technique are 4 human puppets, Ao said, appearing beside her. They're covered with black rods that transmit chakra, similar to the Renegan puppet used by the Akatsuki leader, but they themselves don't have the Renegan. How many unfamiliar enemies are inside the barrier? Mei asked quickly. None, everyone inside is one of ours, Ao replied. Which meant the enemy would likely appear through some space-time ninjutsu. Mei's eyes grew cold as she spoke a name, Ōtsutsuki Toneri. As if responding to her, over 100 figures materialized in midair, then dropped to the ground. They all wore the same white robes of the Ōtsutsuki clan, their skin and clothing laced with black rods and black pins. They looked like an army of human puppets. Mei and her fellow Mist Shinobi immediately noticed the variety of shinobi forehead protectors, Konoha, sand, cloud, sound, grass, etc., but every single one was now a puppet. Ao's uncovered eye flickered in confusion. But before he could speak, the puppet army charged. He realized at that moment that although the barrier casters had Kage-level chakra, these hundreds of puppets also had similarly formidable chakra levels. Something was off, had the rods hidden their full power? But Ao lacked the time to voice his doubts. A fierce battle erupted in front of the Mizukage building. Inevitably, that structure would be reduced to rubble. The same nightmare played out at Suna's Kazekage building, Iwa's Tsuchikage building, the new Kimogakure's Raikage building, still less than 3 months old, and Konoha's Hokage building. Damn that bastard, so he really did steal the scroll of seals. Observing the arrival of the puppet army with heavenly transfer jutsu, the fourth Raikage swore at the top of his lungs. The next second, his eyes went wide. Among the puppets made from Kimogakure corpses, one had unusually pale skin but was enveloped by blue-white electricity, manifesting the lightning release chakra mode. Moments later, a massive clash erupted around the Raikage building. At the same time, the Valley of Clouds and Lightning near the newly rebuilt Kimogakure was sealed by yet another 4 red yang formation. There, Aburame Toryun appeared from thin air, performed shadow clone jutsu to produce 4 duplicates, and they all fused different color chakra flares into a single prismatic orb. It glowed violently, unleashing a deafening explosion. 5 Release Great Combo Technique. Towering mountains turned to dust in an instant, sending thick clouds of debris soaring skyward. Rayaref. The roar of a beast blew away the dust. Fully transformed into the 8 tails, Gyuki had emerged in all its fury. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Farming. Damn it. You, calling yourself a guest from the moon, sneering at us shinobi as monkeys, why don't you have the guts for a fair fight against me? Hovering above the Ōtsutsuki building in Iwagakure, Inoki ranted at the human puppet team battling the umbu on the rooftop below. Unlike the other ninja villages, which had some space to maneuver, the 4 puppet casters in Iwagakure had practically dropped right in front of the Ōtsutsuki building, erecting the 4 red yang formation to isolate it from the rest of the village. The barrier didn't just rise skyward, it also plunged deep below ground, forming an invisible seal beneath the surface. Unless one possessed the power to shatter the barrier outright or snipe the barrier casters from outside, you couldn't escape, whether by flying or burrowing. Outsiders couldn't get in, and insiders couldn't get out. Thus, whether Inoki, his umbu, the shinobi inside the Ōtsutsuki building, or the human puppets themselves, they were all locked inside the barrier around the Ōtsutsuki building. Hence Inoki's outburst. Inside the building were far fewer puppets than there were of his subordinates. But having once gone so far as hiring the Akatsuki at a steep price to protect precious secrets, Inoki refused to unleash his dust release's devastating force for fear of killing his own men in the crossfire. If there were no barrier in the way, he'd have ordered everyone to withdraw and then launched a single dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique to obliterate the puppets in one shot. But right now, he could only watch as the human puppets tangled with his men. He didn't dare use either dust release, detachment of the primitive world or dust release, split detachment of the primitive world technique. He was afraid of toppling the Ōtsutsuki building onto his own shinobi. This moment gave Inoki a taste of what the Akatsuki and the Kimonin had experienced. There was nothing more revolting than an enemy with no bottom line, a vile personality, and monstrous power. Seeing the puppet squad ignore him entirely, Inoki could do nothing but descend and help his subordinates with smaller jutsu. Unlike in Kirigakure, Kimogakure, or Iwagakure, where dozens or even hundreds of puppets had been deployed, Sunigakure only had about 10. They didn't restrict themselves to the Kazekage building, either. 3 puppets fought individually against Chiyo, Ebizo, and Gaara, while the remaining puppets went hunting the sparse bloodline limit users. After all, each bloodline limit user corresponded to a purple rank entry. Just a single drop from them could be worth thousands of points. To avoid arousing suspicion, Izayoi treated everyone, both enemies and allies, the same. When the 4 red yang formation arose to encircle the Hokage building, Konoha fell into chaos. Sirens blared, and ninjas scrambled to escort the villagers to shelters. Then many rushed to the barriers outside. They're covered in black rods, yet have no Renegan traits, and there are so many of them. This must be Ōtsutsuki Toneri's work. Just 4 puppet clones to cast 4 red yang formation, that kind of chakra is insane. The real chakra level of that Ōtsutsuki Toneri must be enormous. Lord Hokage's in real danger. Is there any way to break the barrier? The barrier completely seals everything, above, below, from all sides. Not even earth release will get you under it. We either smash the barrier or take down its casters from outside. But the 4 red yang formation's durability is dozens of times that of the 4 violet flames formation. Then what are we supposed to do? Stand here and watch. Panicked shouts rose from all sides. Some more reckless or ignorant ninja tried to test the barrier's limits but were thankfully held back by their comrades before they ended up fried like charcoal. Just then, a flak-jacketed ninja with the pineapple-style hair typical of the Nara clan suddenly had a bright idea. We can call on Izayoi-sama. His wood release might be able to strike the casters directly. Yes, hurry, someone go tell Izayoi-sama. Others immediately agreed and set off. But at that moment came startling news. It's no use, Izayoi-sama's house has also been sealed by a 4 red yang formation. The Uchiha district and the Uzumaki compound in the suburbs too. Damn, how huge is his chakra reserve? Even a tailed beast wouldn't pull something like this. That's right, Izayoi was truly going all out. He hadn't even spared himself. Though few people knew he had mastered the Flying Thunder God, it was also possible his wood release could breach the barrier. So Izayoi staged a scenario where a mighty foe would occupy him, too. That foe was none other than Shimura Danzo, powered up to epic levels. On Izayoi's property, he even lured Danzo to a special arena, and erected a barrier so they could clash at full strength, out of sight. Wooden forests hindered the view of onlookers and mitigated the destructive 5-element ninjutsu blasts. Explosions thundered constantly, and those who couldn't see inside could only guess at the fight's intensity from the scale of the blasts and the chakra pulses smashing into the barrier. The only person who knew Izayoi was, Ōtsutsuki Toneri, was Hinata, and she stood at home activating her Byakugan to check Konoha's situation, wearing a puzzled expression. Izayoi-kun, what are you up to? Yet as his devoted partner, Hinata blindly trusted Izayoi. If he was attacking his own people, he must have his reasons. All she needed to do was feign ignorance and help out at the right time. So she put on her best act, rushing to the barrier outside the arena and faking an anxious expression as she peered inside with her Byakugan. Hinata's father, Hayashi, watched with the same concern on his face, except, in his case, the worry was quite real. Weren't those people only coming down for the demonic statue of the outer path? Why is it suddenly attacking Konoha? What's their goal? At the clearing near the Naka River, Uchiha Sasuke eyed the puppet before him, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan spinning as he scanned its chakra. He frowned. Human puppet, are you the Akatsuki's leader or Ōtsutsuki Toneri? The puppet gave no reply. It simply forged a black sword via yin-yang release, wrapped it in lightning release chakra, and lunged at Sasuke. No matter who you are, if you're only a clone, you're not leaving here alive. Sasuke snorted, drawing his Kusanagi blade and dashing forward. Black rods, humanoid puppets, no Renegan. So you must be Ōtsutsuki Toneri. At the waterfall, Jiraiya shielded Naruto behind him, eyes warily fixed on the 2 puppets ahead. Given what we know about Pain's 6 paths, these must belong to that other guy instead. Ōtsutsuki Toneri. Naruto repeated, scratching his head. That name rings a bell somehow. But inside Naruto, the yang half of Kurama's eyes went wide. No mistake, that's my chakra. It didn't stay with the other half, someone else is using it. So that's why my other half was silent, this is the power of a supreme dojutsu. Once the initial shock passed, young Kurama let out an excited laugh. Heh, well done. Take all the chakra you want from me, whether you plan to attack Konoha or seize the demonic statue, let my other half lend you a hand. Between being used by Uchiha Madara or Ōtsutsuki Toneri, who shared the Sage of 6 Paths surname and aimed to reclaim the Geto statue, young Kurama much preferred the latter. If Toneri defeated Madara, maybe the Renegan would be taken from Nagato, then there'd be no chance of the tailed beasts turning back into the 10 tails. Not that Izayoi's would clone had become Kurama's Jinchuriki, but if it had, he might already have been a perfect host. As before, the 2 puppets didn't speak. They simply lunged at Jiraiya and Naruto. Jiraiya hoped to fight both alone to protect Naruto, but the pair suddenly activated lightning release chakra mode and moved as fast as the flying thunder god, splitting him and Naruto apart. When Jiraiya tried to help Naruto, the puppet locked him down. He had no choice but to go on the defensive with Needle Jizo and then summon Fukasaku and Shima for help entering Sage mode. Meanwhile, the other puppet tossed Naruto away like a rag doll. Scrambling upright, Naruto unleashed multiple shadow clones. Hey, stupid fox. Gimme your chakra. But whereas the fox normally jumped at the chance, brimming with eagerness for Naruto to enter partial transformations, this time the young Kurama withdrew its chakra and pretended not to hear. With no help from Kurama, Naruto had to rely on multi-shadow clones, Raiznan, and wind release combos. But none of it worked on a puppet that wielded all 5 base natures plus lightning armor and the flying thunder god. In just over 10 rounds, the puppet sank a yin-yang release black rod into Naruto, sealing his chakra flow and ending the fight. Seeing that Naruto was unconscious, and that no system entry had dropped, the puppet struck him once more to knock him fully out. Still no entry dropped. The puppet then vanished via instant teleport to assist somewhere else, leaving the second puppet alone against Jiraiya. The chaos across the 5 great ninja villages lasted barely over an hour and ended quickly. Without a strategic level Kekkei Genkai or powerful multi-element combos, the puppets had only their own inherent abilities plus the 5 basic releases, certain forbidden jutsu from the Scroll of Seals, and yin-yang release light blasts. Fueled by young Kurama's near-limitless chakra, each puppet could fight on par with a Kage. For instance, a puppet made from Aburame Torian, whose insects were toxic on a nano scale, could kill even a Kage who touched them. But no matter how formidable, the puppets alone weren't enough to bring down an entire ninja village. Even the top-tier Kage like the 3rd Raikage and Inoki were beyond their total reach. Izayoi had tested it twice before with the puppet army, they simply couldn't rout the Kumo. And Izayoi's true objective here wasn't to annihilate 5 villages. He was mainly farming points from the 5 Kage, their Umbu, and the bloodline limit users. Even then, they were only secondary targets. The real prize. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Against the village's ninja, the puppets partially held back, half going for kills, half for captures. Their opening move was typically lightning release chakra mode plus a black rod stab. Whoever got skewered had their chakra sealed and was knocked out. If the target managed to evade that first hit, the puppets switched to lethal force via the 5-element combos, forbidden jutsu, or their own unique abilities. Once they had beaten or killed their targets, the puppets would teleport away with any corpse. And since all these opponents, Kage, Umbu, bloodline inheritors, had high-level entries, defeating them sometimes produced one or more colored beams that flew off toward Konoha, which, in reality, were loot drops going to Izayoi. For half an hour, Izayoi kept up a fierce duel with Lord Danzo while a steady flood of system notifications rang in his mind. He converted every new entry into points. At last, his would-clone relayed that Naruto and Sasuke had both been defeated, yielding no entries. Only then did Izayoi decide to wrap up the charade. It was time to get serious. Sage mode, open. He clapped his hands, red markings appeared around his eyes, and his blue irises turned gold. In that case, Izayoi breathed, Sage Art, would release, would locking wall. Sage Art, would release, Hobi technique. Just then, every ninja in Konoha felt a faint tremor beneath their feet. Before they could react, the already ruined Hokage building, demolished earlier by 5-element ninjutsu plus the monstrous strength of Tsunade and Karin, sprouted wood from the ground. That would then fused with some liquefied earth release, forming a massive demonic mask-like construct, which folded like two giant doors. It scooped up both the unconscious and the still battling Konoha shinobi, shielding them within. Simultaneously, the earth rumbled with a sharp crack. A wooden giant fist tore through the ground at high speed, carrying monstrous power that sent all the puppets flying into the sky. The four maintaining the 4 red yang formation were shattered into fragments in one blow. Several other puppets were also smashed to pieces, their black rods and spikes jolted loose as if slammed by immense force. Only a minority managed to teleport away in time. In an instant, the fight was over. The barrier vanished. The Konoha shinobi outside, who'd been so anxious and helpless, could only gape, mouths open wide. No gigantic wood-style forest had spread across the area, just one offense and one defense, yet Izayoi had already ended the conflict, demonstrating incredible wood release power and reassuring Konoha that everything was under control. This is insane. So this is the rumored might of wood release. Jiraiya was still in sage mode and stared at the remains of the puppet he and the toad sages hadn't managed to bring down. It had been annihilated by a single punch from Izayoi's wooden fist. Jiraiya's jaw dropped. Fukasaku and Shima, perched on his shoulders, were equally stunned. What a massive sage wood chakra, they exclaimed. Izayoi hadn't even shown himself, but he'd ended the crisis with a neat 1-2 punch. In the aftermath, his renown in Konoha would surely soar to new heights. Last year, he'd been only a super rookie, hailed as the village's hope. But having rescued them from disaster, effortlessly smashing puppets that had given the Hokage and Umbu a run for their money, he would now be lauded as a hero. His status as the sole candidate for 6th Hokage was more unassailable than ever. Little did they know, Izayoi had been fighting himself the whole time, just a puppet army under his control. Chapter 142, almost there. Lord Hokage, are you alright? No casualties, thank goodness. It's all thanks to Izayoi-sama stepping in at the right time. That was incredible. That single punch looked powerful enough to shatter a mountain. As expected of the legendary wood release. With the battle over, the terrifying, demonic mask enclosure slowly opened. Konoha's shinobi swarmed in, crowding around a guilty-faced Tsunade and the others, checking the unconscious Umbu and shinobi. Seeing everyone alive, albeit wounded, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Because Izayoi had intervened in time, none of the wounded comrades bled out. The attack by Ōtsutsuki Toneri had only destroyed the Hokage building. You say besides the Hokage building, there were 3 other places sealed with the 4 red yang formation. Tsunade, just regaining her wits, heard the bad news from Narashikaku, and her face instantly grew grim. Yes, Lord Hokage. Narashikaku nodded respectfully. Those 3-4 red yang formations were placed around Izayoi's home, the Uchiha clan district, and some convalescent site on the outskirts. Why would that guy suddenly turn on us, and with such specific targets? Tsunade frowned. Could he be hunting us? Maybe he wants to make corpses into new human puppets, bolstering his army. I find it fishy, Shikaku said calmly. From what I and some of the Hyuga have observed, although these puppets were gunning for high-level combatants like you, Lord Hokage, something about their behavior stands out. Their chakra seemed to fluctuate between weak and strong. Whenever a puppet faced multiple opponents at once, its chakra spiked to match or exceed the strongest targets. But when facing a single opponent one-on-one, the puppet's chakra either matched that person's or was slightly weaker. More bizarrely, they didn't fight to kill, they aimed to stab black rods into their targets, disrupting chakra flow, then knocking them unconscious. They never finished them off or carried them away. After knocking people out, the puppets just teleported elsewhere. That happened with Umbu, with Uchiha Sasuke, with Uzumaki Naruto, everyone. This doesn't feel like they were hunting high-level targets for new puppets. It's more like an experiment. Tsunade's brows knitted again. You think he was using us to test the capabilities of his puppet army? That seems more likely than a direct attempt to hunt us, Shikaku replied. While chakra doesn't necessarily reflect true strength, casting 4 red yang formation demands the combined chakra of 4 Kage-level users. 4 separate instances of that barrier means 16 total puppets with Kage-level chakra. Plus, the ones who fought you, Jiraiya-sama, and Izayoi also have Kage-level chakra. The rest have at least Jonin Commander or Special Jonin level reserves. All this chakra transmits via those black rods into each puppet's chakra core, pretty much like a tailed beast transferring its chakra. It's unlike last year's human puppet army. That leads me to suspect that Ōtsutsuki Toneri must have obtained a tailed beast or become a Jinchuriki himself. Hearing Shikaku's analysis, Tsunade sighed. It looks like the second round in this Sagei's conflict might be on the horizon. In the face of such overpowered fighters, even one of the 5 great nations is nothing but a testing ground. It's humiliating. If it really was just a test, we can assume the other villages didn't escape unscathed either, Shikaku lamented. Like he calls us monkeys, perhaps in his eyes the shinobi of the 5 great nations really are nothing more. For our sake, I hope all he truly wants is to reclaim the demonic statue, Tsunade said in a grave tone. If he just takes the statue and returns to the moon to remain above us all, I'd actually prefer him winning that second showdown. Shikaku stayed silent. That line of thinking went beyond his usual purview, but he couldn't disagree. If the Moon-dwelling clan took the statue and left, then the future of the ninja world would lie in the hands of Konoha's Mokutan user. Because these were all Konoha's own people, and Izayoi didn't want to kill his future subordinates, he let his puppets run wild for only about half an hour. After Sasuke was defeated, Izayoi personally ended the battle. No such luck befell the other hidden villages. Anyone beaten instantly was quite fortunate and kept their life. Whoever dodged the puppets, lightning release plus black rod, opener often wound up dead or critically maimed unless they possessed a purple rank entry. Izayoi's would clone had no patience for cat and mouse, starting battles with big moves that either knocked them out or killed them outright. But ninja with purple rank entries received more leniency. Izayoi was willing to play with them a bit. After all, look at Sasori and Deidara, he hadn't killed them thanks to their interesting personalities and their double purple rank status. Purple ranks have a year-long cooldown, after all, so it's better to harvest the same crop annually than kill them in one go. Hence 95% of the deaths in the 4 major villages were from ninja lacking purple rank entries. If a purple rank ninja was accidentally killed, the puppets carried the corpse away to strengthen their ranks. After roughly an hour, the turmoil ended across the shinobi world. The puppets disappeared the same way they had come, leaving behind only ruined Kage buildings. The surviving Kage, if they hadn't been defeated or killed, were left furious and bitter but utterly powerless. However much they wanted to tear Ōtsutsuki Toneri limb from limb, they couldn't do a thing. To them, he was like an unbridled Uchiha Madara with no Hashirama around to rein him in. Within 2 days, news of Ōtsutsuki Toneri's brutal spree spread anew through the ninja world. Those smaller villages he'd never bothered with breathed a sigh of relief, feeling smug that he didn't target them, hoping he'd keep whittling away the big nation's power. Their wish was granted, to a point. A week after the chaos subsided, each of the large villages had analyzed the attacks and wanted to consult one another, maybe organize a 5 Kage summit. Then the puppet army struck again, once more descending upon the 5 great villages, raising those barriers again. This time the puppet count was double, but not all used the 4 red yang formation. Only one such barrier trapped a particular Kage or Jinchuriki, other puppets used 4 violet flames formations on those who had purple rank entries but hadn't dropped anything last time or who hadn't been targeted previously. 5 of Izayoi's would clones managed the puppet army, while 2 more kept track of those who dropped entries and those who didn't. Again, the goal was obvious: if Izayoi didn't shake loose all the hidden purple rank entries in the 5 great nations, he wouldn't quit. Repeatedly, Izayoi couldn't help lamenting how few prime targets remained in this peaceful era. With the Senju nearly gone, the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans decimated, and the Hozuki, Kagaya, and Yuki clans similarly wiped out, the pool of bloodline limit users was thin. The only real big family was Konoha's Hyuga. But the Hyuga clan was Hinata's clan, and she alone knew Izayoi's Tenseigen secret, that he was Ōtsutsuki Toneri. Though she wouldn't blame him, Izayoi couldn't bring himself to thrash his future father-in-law and in-laws too hard. In a wartime era like the first, second, or even third Great Ninja War, he could easily have farmed massive points, eventually upgrading his Ōtsutsuki lineage entry to red. With enough time, he might have surpassed the Sage of 6 Paths entirely. But now, at least there was Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and the real Toneri on the moon. So Izayoi's main focus remained Naruto and Sasuke. The rest of the big villages were simply side quests. If even one red rank entry dropped, that meant a minimum 100k or more points. By some stroke of luck, he might earn 990,000 points in one go, enough to boost a red rank entry to that unknown new grade. So, every week, the puppet army descended upon the 5 great villages again, harvesting points. Gradually, the 5 Kage realized that they were being used for combat training, and the puppets mostly left them alive or only lightly maimed them. Some serious injuries happened here or there, mostly from an overpowered strike going too far. But there was nothing they could do. Even the raging 4th Raikage, who might have tried building a chakra cannon to blast the moon if he had the tech, was stuck in impotent fury. Word of the situation inevitably reached the Akatsuki. In the Kamui dimension, Nagato, Obito, and Black, White Zetsu were holding a meeting on the topic of Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. Other than the 3 tails, which hasn't revived yet, all Jinchuriki from 1 tail to 9 tails are still alive, Black Zetsu reported to Nagato. White Zetsu added in confusion, and that giant chakra source doesn't appear to come from a tailed beast. What's more, he targeted the Jinchuriki from Sand, 1 tail, Iwa, 4, and 5 tails, Kumo, 2, and 8 tails, and Konoha, 9 tails, but never tried to kill them or rip out their beasts. Looks like the situation you feared has come to pass, Obito remarked. He must have found that Jello Stone vein. Nagato tapped his wooden table lightly. The Jello Stone's energy is purely natural energy and life force. Heido's flying fortress harnessed it to create those armored soldiers, but it can't become chakra on the level of a tailed beast. If this is training, those puppets should be monstrous or in sage mode, like Heido's men, but they aren't. Their colossal chakra either means he's gained an incredible boost himself, or he's tapped into a tailed beast-like chakra source. Black Zetsu fell silent, again sensing events slipping out of his control. Not knowing about the Shiki Fujin or how the Reaper had split the 9 tails, he couldn't understand how Toneri had half of Kurama. He simply suspected an unknown power or item providing enormous chakra that wasn't from the standard tailed beasts, doubly alarming. Nagato, his mind now sharper, also couldn't piece it all together. Zetsu, he said at last, speed things up. My gut tells me that once he's finished whatever his unknown objective is, he'll come after us. Understood. 2 months passed. Week by week, the puppet army had raided the 5 great nations. The villages, highly alert, were assaulted every time. But now it was another new week, and they'd braced themselves for the next ambush, only for nothing to happen. Day turned to night, still no sign of the puppets. Another day went by. Then a third. The Kage and their shinobi found it hard to believe the terror was over. But as the entire week ended, and still no attack came, they finally relaxed. Some even wept tears of joy. It's over. The demon who tormented us without killing is finally gone. They had no idea that they'd simply lost their value, for the moment, just weeds temporarily safe from the scythe. Someday, when they'd regrown, the Reaper's blade could reappear at any time. Almost there, just a bit more. Izayoi lounged in his private hot spring, murmuring as he eyed his personal interface. Displayed in its points column was a formidable 6-digit figure. Points, 799,999. After 2 months of unrestrained hunts, Izayoi had gained 500,000 points. Chapter 143, Nagato's Master Plan. After attacking the 5 great ninja villages once a week for over 2 months, a total of 11 assaults, the puppet army had earned Izayoi a full 500,000 points. Moreover, those 500,000 points hadn't all come from the 5 great nations' high-level combatants or bloodline limit users. Over 70,000 of them were contributed by Uchiha Sasuke alone. It was just as Izayoi had predicted, the stronger the target and the fairer the duel, the higher the chance of obtaining a drop upon defeating them. If you kill them, there's a 50% probability of a reward drop, a real gamble. When the puppet army raided the 5 great villages, it was almost always in large group battles. Only in fights against the 5 Kage, the Jinchuriki, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto did the puppet engage in genuine one-on-one showdowns. In those duels, each puppet would either match its chakra level to the opponent or deliberately lower its own chakra to fight uphill, improving the drop rate. Even if the puppet's chakra was depleted, Izayoi's clone would not provide a recharge. If the puppet lost, the foe could keep it. Over these 11 battles, Izayoi's puppet only lost to Sasuke once, when Sasuke, at a critical moment, used a sage technique, inorganic reincarnation, then paired it with Mokutan to catch the puppet off guard. Once Sasuke revealed that card, he never won again. Out of 10 losses, Sasuke produced 3 entry drops, 1 gold, 1 purple, and 1 blue. Gold, Super Kage aptitude. Purple, would release. Blue, Ōtsutsuki bloodline. Naruto, meanwhile, lost all 11 fights yet dropped only a single purple entry, the same Uzumaki bloodline that Izayoi had originally extracted from him back in the day. Izayoi couldn't help feeling exasperated by this. Unlike the geniuses Hinata and Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto had drifted aimlessly through the academy for 6 years, and his ninjutsu talent was lackluster. With no strong control skills, he couldn't train in the Senju's monster strength fighting style or get into genjutsu at all. Even if he were willing to buckle down, it might take years to see much improvement. That was why Izayoi had essentially given up on training Naruto and invested instead in Sasuke. The true child of the prophecy would eventually come into his own and awaken power naturally, but Izayoi didn't have the patience to nurture that. Naruto's leaps in strength always happened in absurd plug-and-play style events, like instantly jumping to the Superkage tier once he mastered Sage Mode or became a perfect Jinchuriki. Even without the tens of thousands of points Sasuke brought in, Izayoi had netted only about 400,000 points in 2 months. Since gambling on killing the opponent yields a 50% chance, while defeating them without killing only yields a drop rate lower than that, scoring a big drop from a strong target was basically God's favor. Izayoi didn't dare imagine how long it might have taken to amass so many points had he not discovered the puppet mechanism. And if he hadn't spent points upgrading chakra control and sage physique, he could have already pushed one red grade entry to the unknown next level. Still, he didn't regret boosting his sage physique to red. While he wasn't sure if his sage physique, red, and Sasuke's sage eye, red, could fuse into something on par with the Tenseigen or produce a Renegan, he already had the Tenseigen, and his goal wasn't to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki anyway. The main reason he upgraded the sage physique wasn't just to enhance wood release and overall strength, he wanted, more than anything, to forge truth-seeking orbs. Anyone who wasn't a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki needed to access six-path sage mode to combine yin-yang release with the six-path senjutsu to create them. So far, Izayoi had already met the second condition, he possessed yin-yang release. If his Tenseigen completed its final evolution, that would satisfy the third condition of controlling the pinnacle of all 7 nature transformations. Only the first condition, awakening six-path sage mode and attaining six paths level power, remained. At that point, Izayoi could wield the ultimate technique of dimensional suppression. If he mastered six-path sage mode and truth-seeking orbs while combining it with Tenseigen chakra mode, he could compete even against a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Izayoi-kun, are you about to achieve your goal? Lost in thought about the future, Izayoi heard a gentle voice overhead. He looked up. Hinata had her arms around his neck from behind, offering her bosom as a pillow in the hot spring. Yes, he replied quietly. Hinata, do you want to know why I'm doing all this? If it's something you can share, Hinata said softly, tilting her head adorably as she dabbed the sweat from his forehead with a cloth. If not, there's no need to tell me, I trust you. Hearing this, Izayoi gazed at her tenderly. This was trust, not just words. For 2 months, Hinata had stood by him exactly like that. If he didn't explain, she wouldn't ask. Only after Izayoi had gone 2 weeks without attacking Konoha, and after hearing him sigh, did she finally ask a question. Unlike Jiraiya, who once told Tsunade, if you betray the village, I will kill you, or the countless zealots enthralled by the will of fire, Hinata never wavered. She stood unhesitatingly on Izayoi's side. Not even with her father, her best friends, or her sister did she share the slightest hint of what Izayoi was truly up to. She didn't ask, she didn't tell, she simply acted. This was how deeply she loved him, and Izayoi felt it. Only with Hinata could he let his guard down, even during the awakening period of the Tenseigen. Thank you for trusting me, Hinata. He didn't explain further. Instead, Izayoi turned around in the water, pulled Hinata, wearing only a single towel, into his arms, cupped the back of her head, leaned in for a kiss, and toppled backward in a splash of water. Their bodies sank beneath the greenish surface, leaving only an abandoned towel floating. October 25th, Konoha Year 61. In the newly built Hokage building. This is your assignment for the Jonin exam. In the Hokage's office, only Izayoi and Tsunade were present. Tsunade tossed him a scroll labeled Top Secret. Izayoi, wearing a green flak jacket and forehead protector for the occasion, caught it. In 10 days, Tsunade said, you must complete the mission inside that scroll without revealing your identity. Izayoi frowned. A Jonin exam. Isn't that normally held like the Chunin exams? There is an exam, but only for special Jonin, Tsunade explained. While you often hear 3 terms, Special Jonin, Jonin, and Elite Jonin, in reality there are only 2 ranks. Special Jonin is a specialized appointment for those with particular talents, and Full Jonin is for those who are all-rounders, proficient in intelligence, resourcefulness, and courage, capable of leading the ninja forces in the 5 great nations. As for Elite Jonin, there is no actual official rank. It's just a title or measure of prestige. Any Elite Jonin stands out among regular Jonin in overall strength, mission record, or number of enemies slain, and is considered a top candidate for the Kage position. In other words, the Kage are essentially the best of the elite Jonin. For special Jonin, there's a specialized exam to see who is best in a given skill category. For standard Jonin, there's no such exam. You simply have to prove you're an all-rounder. A Jonin must at least master 2 or more nature transformations in order to handle high-level and compound ninjutsu. A Jonin must also exhibit calm judgment, knowledge, and mental discipline to complete tasks without complicating matters for the village, the client, or the nation. No reckless, destructive actions. Only such top-level ninjas can lead the shinobi army. You've already proven your combat prowess to the village and the world, so this mission is to test your skill as a ninja. Oh, I see. Izayoi glanced at the top-secret label on the scroll, realizing why Tsunade said he mustn't blow his cover. A super-powerful ninja can tear through everything, ignoring the usual rules. But in 1,000 years, only 4 or so such individuals had emerged. Even a top-tier Kage-level fighter couldn't defeat an entire major village alone, never mind a normal Jonin. In short, to test a candidate for Jonin, one couldn't just pit them against allies in a controlled environment as with the Chunin exams or a special Jonin tryout. The testing ground had to be an enemy territory with real stakes. Having figured that out, Izayoi nodded. Got it, Hokage-sama. All right. Go and apply for your travel permit, Tsunade said. Then, as though recalling something, she cautioned, oh, keep that scroll close. Don't mention it to anyone, including Hinata. That's the rule. Yes, Izayoi answered, leaving the office. He got his permit and went home to pack. Leaving a note for Hinata, he set out the standard way. The so-called secret mission, as long as it wasn't something like destroy the moon or single-handedly crush the Akatsuki without revealing the Tenseigen, would be no problem for him. Traveling outside the village alone also gave him a perfect alibi. He could ignore Tsunade's potential recall orders and act freely, letting his real body make a move and wait for the right time to trigger the final battle. So Izayoi prepared to teleport away and handle his final war preparations. Just then, something flashed through his mind, information from one of his wood clones. The message isn't coded, it's telling me to go to the Kamui dimension. Another meeting. What are they plotting? Little did he know the meeting's primary agenda was Izayoi himself. The Konohas would release user left the village. Judging by his behavior, it seems he's on some solo mission, said White Zetsu. So he's finally out. Looks like the 5 great nations are back to normal, someone remarked. Leader, will you act right away? No need to rush. We should get defensive arrangements in place first, Nagato said calmly. We still don't know how far Toneri's Tenseigen can see. My chakra is too obvious. If his eye can detect chakra, he might find me immediately. Once my real body is exposed, he'll definitely try to seize the Gedo statue. The way he attacked the 5 great nations with that puppet army, he might just drop them right into a Megakure. We have to evacuate the villagers to somewhere safe first. Turning to Black Zetsu, Nagato continued, I'll send out a wood clone to mislead him. However long it fools him is enough. Use a coded scroll to inform Konan so she can cooperate secretly with my wood clone. Then he glanced at Obito. Can your wood clone use Kamui? Yes, Obito nodded. Good. Then keep your real body here in a Megakure. Send your wood clone to gather everyone. If anything happens, warp them to the Kamui dimension and use your real body as the teleport anchor, Nagato declared, fully demonstrating his strategic genius. Even Obito, behind his mask, looked stunned. He'd never realized Kamui could be used in a manner similar to Flying Thunder God. All right, Obito said. Then let's start, Nagato said. He created a wood clone infused with massive chakra, then used wood transformation on his real self. Watching Nagato morph, White Zetsu gave a mischievous grin. Now that's what I call letting him taste his own medicine. Nagato's new appearance was Ōtsutsuki Toneri. Something's off. When Nagato's wood clone returned from the Kamui dimension to a Megakure, the Izayoi wood clone watching him immediately sensed something amiss and related to the real Izayoi. That's not his real body. So where is it? Gliding through a forest, Izayoi mused silently. He even considered ambushing a Megakure right away. But just as he prepared to pass that order to his clones, he sensed something else. Stopping atop a tree branch, he peered at the clear golden sky. There, drifting down, was a lone black-cloaked figure. Izayoi twitched his mouth slightly. So they planned to turn the tables on him, did they?